Chapter 518. That Call of Disciple Niece. Yamu stared at the fated kin, dumbstruck. His mind was blank at that moment. Suddenly, he had a feeling that he had made the correct decision to escape to the fated kin's island. The old man's face was as dark as thunderclouds at that moment as he stood in the sky. He was a berserker in the middle stage of the berserker soul realm and could be considered a powerful warrior in the eastern wastelands. However, in the face of these dozen-something weaklings on the island, a hint of wariness had actually risen within him. That wariness shot up in his heart incredibly swiftly, and he could feel it very clearly. That wariness was due to the murderous aura and the aloofness from the dozen-something people on the island. Even the children were as aloof and detached as the adults. He had indeed seen this sort of people before, but he had never run into an entire race like this. Fated kin, I'll remember you. After some time, the old man spoke languidly. Once I kill all of you, I will tell all the tribes in Eastern Wasteland that there is a race called Fated Kin in the land of South Morning, and if any of us run into you, we will slaughter all of you. The old man's eerie words were filled with killing intent and a freezing chill, but not a single hint of change of emotion could be found on the faces of the dozen-something fated kin. Even the children were fearless, and their expressions remained as aloof as ever. Even Yamu felt chills crawling through his entire body when he saw that aloofness. As for the old Eastern Wastelander who was their enemy, he had begun to detest those gazes. With a cold harumph, he lifted his right hand and swung his arm forward. Immediately, the world thundered and a large amount of clouds tumbled about. Then a gigantic statue of 300-something feet descended slowly from the sky. Right when this statue started sinking down, a mighty pressure descended on the entire world. The appearance of the statue meant that the old man had brought out his full power because he wanted to kill all the people on the island. Remaining aloof, the dozen-something fated kin sat down cross-legged and gathered together around Su Ming's statue. They closed their eyes and no longer bothered themselves with the old man and his statue of the god of Berserkers. Instead, they started mumbling under their breaths, and their voices echoed in the air. We fated kin were born in a barren and undeveloped world. We, our children, and our children's children will worship respected Senior Mo for all eternity. Respected Senior Mo is our god. We fight for our fate because we want to control our own fates. The gods have no eyes. The earth has no tears, the heavens have no love for us. That is why we fated kin have been abandoned. We lost our future, but it has made us fated kin and gathered us together, and from then on, we rose for our fates. Yamu and the female berserker looked at the fated kin with a dumbfounded expression. In their eyes, these people were mad, and their strangeness made the duo's faces pale. The old Eastern Wastelander smiled coldly, then lifted his right hand to point towards the island. Immediately, a piercing dark light spread out from the statue, and under that dark light, the statue melted to turn into hundreds of dark rays that charged straight towards the ground. The dark rays of light charged forth and turned into a ferocious face of a ghost that rushed towards all the living souls on the island. This is the fated kin's final strike. They will offer up their lives and fuse it with the aura of death to release the final shout of their lives and struggle against fate. Su Ming stood up and walked towards the dozen-something fated kin sitting around his statue. He did not seem to be walking very quickly, but with just one step, he managed to stand on top the statue surrounded by all the fated kin. The instant he stopped there, a gentle wave of ripples spread out, cutting off the fated kin's offering. The moment they opened their eyes, they saw only one person, Su Ming, who was standing on the stone statue. His long hair danced in the sea breeze, his white robes fluttered in the wind. His gaze seemed to contain the abyss itself, and he exuded a presence that could practically replace the sky. Respected Senior Mo, all the fated kin were taken aback for a moment, and the aloofness on their faces that looked as if it would never change immediately melted, to be replaced by a sort of zeal that would shock all those who saw it. This zeal was a stark contrast to the aloofness from moments ago. Su Ming swept his gaze across these fated kin, then nodded his head. At that moment, the malicious ghost face that was formed from the hundreds of dark rays was behind him, and it had opened its mouth while charging forward. It's over. Su Ming turned around, and right at the instant he looked towards the sky, golden light shone in his eyes, and he lifted his right hand before throwing a punch at the sky. With Su Ming as its center, a huge gust of wind surged up from the ground when his fist landed. It then rushed towards the sky along with the movement of the fist. That wind had come too suddenly, and moaning sounds spread through the place. The gust of wind charged towards the sky, and wherever it went, rumbling sounds would immediately reverberate when it touched the dark rays of light. And then, without any form of resistance, those rays of light were destroyed. In an instant, the gust of wind that appeared when Su Ming lifted his arm destroyed all the rays of dark light, and immediately after, it surged into the clouds in the sky. When they touched the thick layers of them, loud booms roared in the sky. The clouds scattered, shaking, and started rolling in all directions. The old Eastern Wastelander's expression changed drastically. He stared fixedly at Su Ming, who had appeared suddenly, and a huge storm raged in his heart. He was shocked. He had not noticed anyone else on the island. It was as if Su Ming had forced himself into his line of sight, and that presence that had stirred up when he attacked had also made his heart clench in fear. All of these things meant only one thing. This young man had already surpassed him in terms of strength. The fated kin had already brought him enough shock, and now, another person who stunned him appeared. Without a hint of hesitation, the old man grabbed the boy beside him and quickly retreated. He was going to escape without a single word. With a calm face, Su Ming took a step from the stone statue. Once his foot landed, he disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already before the retreating old man. Without another word, Su Ming lifted his right hand and pointed at the center of the old man's brows. That finger immediately made the old man feel as if it was the law of the world. It made him feel as if his soul was about to disappear, and he could not fight against it. His eyes went wide, and he let out a low roar. He had no time to bother about looking like a pathetic mess. His berserker mark instantly emerged on his whole body and turned into a gigantic mountain before him. That image seemed to have enveloped Su Ming within and sealed him up inside. "Break!" the old man roared out as he retreated, and at the same time, light shone at the center of his brows. Immediately, his statue of the god of Berserkers appeared once again. This time, the statue looked much more corporeal than the last. Even so, the old man still felt that he could not relax. When he lifted his left hand, a huge cauldron immediately appeared in it. There were 4 strange beasts carved on top of the vessel. At that moment, the 4 beasts woke up and roared so loudly that they actually managed to make the cauldron move. Yet a breath before the old man could said that one word, the mountain before Su Ming exploded abruptly, and right then, without slowing down for even a single bit, Su Ming pressed his finger on the old man's statue of the god of Berserkers. Roaring sounds echoed in the air, and the statue shuddered before immediately breaking into pieces. When it turned into fragments that were stained with ribbons of blood, the retreating old man coughed out blood. Then, as his face filled with shock, he saw the black-haired young man touching the square cauldron before him with a finger. That cauldron rumbled, and huge cracks appeared on it before it collapsed right from the center. It split into 2 parts that bounced off from each other, causing there to no longer be anything between the old man and his enemy. It caused Su Ming's finger to reach the center of the old man's brows with lightning speed as an aloof expression filled Su Ming's face. The old man shuddered violently. The instant Su Ming's finger landed, he bit the tip of his tongue, coughed out a mouthful of blood, and the boy whose wrist he held immediately started withering away rapidly, before he could even let out a scream of pain. In the end, he exploded in pieces of flesh and blood. At the same time, the old man moved his body quickly backwards, and he actually managed to stay alive under Su Ming's jab. However, his survival was because he had cast a secret art that would cause him endless problems later on, and he was alive only because he had made his disciple take his place and die. Great completion in the Berserker's Soul Realm. You've already reached great completion in the Berserker's Soul Realm. The old Eastern Wastelander looked incredibly pathetic at that moment, but he was caught in a life-and-death crisis and had no time to bother with these things. His eyes went wide, and disbelief appeared within them. During that instant, he had sensed death looming right above his head, and it was coming right towards him with incredible power. He had also felt fear bubbling within him, because he realized that there was no way he could fight against this. In his eyes, a mere berserker in the later stage of the Berserker Soul Realm could not possibly bring about this feeling to him with just one finger. Only those who had attained great completion in the Berserker Soul Realm could. His fear was like a surging wave that drowned him within. He might be a berserker in the middle stage of the Berserker Soul Realm, but he was still a human being. He was not a soul that could not think on its own. He could also be afraid and terrified. He would also lose his cool, though it was rarely seen. However, When he ran into this person and made the judgment that he was a berserker that had attained great completion in the berserker soul realm, he could not help but be shocked. After all, there were only 6 in the entire Eastern Wastelands who had attained great completion in the berserker soul realm. All of them were well-renowned, and they were all unrivaled. As he retreated, his mind was thrown into turmoil. In his bitterness, he could not help but remember himself talking about fishing to his disciple. Well, he had indeed managed to catch a fish, but that fish was not something he could fight against. He knew that it was impossible for him to escape from a berserker who had attained great completion in the berserker soul realm. That was why he decided to stop running, and instead, like a madman, he lifted his right hand and jabbed the center of his brows harshly. Immediately, his berserker mark appeared on his whole body, and in the next instant, it looked as if it was burning up. This was a unique divine ability to those in the berserker soul realm, burning their own berserker marks. His aura started rising rapidly, and with bloodshot eyes, just as he was about to cast his divine abilities in a desperate attack. An aloof voice spoke beside his ears. That voice turned into a phrase that would last for eternity in his life. My left hand represents the past. When time flows back, it marks the arrival of destiny. The instant the old man heard that voice, he felt the world around him instantly becoming different. The fire burning his berserker mark was instantly extinguished, and he started moving in reverse. As confusion appeared in his eyes, he saw Su Ming and felt the sharp pain from when that finger had tapped the center of his brows. After that, everything turned back. The only sound that was left behind in his ears was the clear sound of his soul shattering to pieces. Right before the fated kin, Yamu, and the female berserker's eyes, they saw the originally retreating old Eastern Wastelander suddenly take a few steps forward as if he was voluntarily placing his head before Su Ming's lifted finger. Then his head exploded and his body fell to the ground. The old man's storage bag flew out on its own and was seized by Su Ming. The fated kin greet respected Senior Mo. The dozen-something fated kin beside Yamu knelt down on the ground and looked at Su Ming with fervent zeal burning in their eyes. Yamu stared at Su Ming blankly. For some reason, he had a feeling that this respected Senior Mo was incredibly familiar. At that moment, disbelief appeared in the female berserker's eyes. Su Ming, disciple niece Ziyin, it's been a while. Is my second senior brother all right? As Su Ming stood in midair, his gaze fell on the female berserker, and once again, he felt that a long time had passed. 20 years. ******. Translator's notes. Ziyin, Zichai's sister, had been under the same master as Fang Tsong Lan / Han Tsong Zi. Second senior brother liked her. Chapter 519, Concubine. The instant Ziyin recognized Su Ming to be that fellow clan member of hers from the 9th summit, her eyes went fine, and she found herself unable to believe what she was seeing. In truth, she was still somewhat uncertain moments ago, but the moment he called her his disciple niece, Ziyin froze, stunned, as if she had been struck by lightning. Are you really Su Ming? Ziyin looked at Su Ming. Even then, she still found it hard to relate the person from the 9th summit in her memories with this person who, with just a wave of his hand, could make a powerful berserker in the middle stage of the berserker soul realm die, as he retreated in shock. You should be calling me Uncle Master. As Su Ming looked at Ziyin, a smile appeared on his face. To him, the woman before his eyes was not just Zichai's older sister, but also the person his second senior brother had somewhat fancied. Uncle Master. Su. Ziyin hesitated for a moment, then instinctively wrapped her fist in her palm to bow towards him. There was still shock lingering in her eyes. I haven't been back to the land of the Berserkers for many years. How is the 9th summit? Su Ming looked at the woman standing before him. She had already lost the glory of her youth. The graceful teenage girl in the past was now a middle-aged woman. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes might not be very clear, but he could still see some of them. Time had been gentle on this woman. It had not taken away too much of her youth, while giving her an ancient look and an air of maturity. The girl of the past had now become a married woman full of grace and charm. She was beautiful in the past, and even though she had aged, she still looked attractive enough to stir the hearts of men. There was a charm about her that was different compared to those of young girls. However, when Su Ming saw the distance between her and Yamu, he had a feeling that their relationship was not an ordinary one. When Ziyin heard Su Ming's question, she forced down the shock in her heart, and it was replaced with a wave of mixed feelings. She would never have expected that the Su Ming who had disappeared 20 years ago would one day be standing so strong before her. This sort of strength was something that she would not even dare to dream of possessing. As of then, he was truly worthy of being her uncle master, and without her even realizing it herself, a respectful expression that intertwined with the complicated emotions within her came to her face. Freezing Sky Clan has split up since 5 years ago. Heaven Gate left, and they brought with them many outstanding disciples so that they could resist the catastrophe of the eastern wastelands up above the 9 heavens with the power of Heaven Gate. The mountains on the ground are still around, but have been abandoned. All our clan members from the other summits are mostly scattered. I left with some of my sisters under the same master. We experienced many things on the way, and this lasted until we met Senior Yun Lai. When Ziyin said those words, her expression turned a little gloomy, and she seemed to be finding it hard to articulate her words. The clan was in a mess at that time. I didn't pay too much attention to the 9th summit. When Ziyin said those words, she saw Su Ming's brows crinkle slightly. But I do remember second Uncle Master leaving a few years before the chaos, and he seemed to have yet to come back, Ziyin quickly said. Su Ming fell silent. After a long while, he lifted his head to look in the direction of the land of the Berserkers, which lay in the distance. What about my master? I'm not too sure about Granduncle Master Tianxiezi, but I do know that your eldest senior brother came out of isolation 5 years after the great battle between the shamans and Berserkers. I wonder whether he made it back after he left. Ziyin thought about it for a moment, then quickly offered her answer. She looked at Su Ming. They might not have seen each other for 20 years, but the memories of the past still remained in her head. The 9th Summit's second Uncle Master had liked her. There was no way she would have been unable to see it. However, when she remembered this, besides anguish, there was also a feeling that times had changed greatly in Ziyin's heart. If I had been together with his second senior brother, then now. Ziyin felt a slight stab of pain in her heart, and she fell silent. Yamu was in a daze as he stood by the side. As he listened to Ziyin and Su Ming's conversation, his eyes gradually went wide. He stared at Su Ming with a dumbfounded expression, and his breathing quickened abruptly. Emosu, Su Ming. Yamu looked at Su Ming, and his mind fell into a state of chaos. He had recognized Su Ming, had recognized him as the person who had talked to him for a long time by the bonfire when they were both in Autumn Sea Tribe. He also managed to recognize. Greetings, Senior. I am Yamu. I will never forget how you gave me a chance to remold myself. Yamu took a few steps back and wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing deeply towards Su Ming. He was bowing towards Hong Luo, who had appeared before him in the past, showing his gratitude towards Hong Luo, giving all the life force of the latter shaman in Autumn Sea Tribe to Yamu after he killed her. This was the reason why Yamu was halfway through to become a ladder shaman. As time passed by, the things that had happened in the past were gradually made known to the people who had set their minds to learn about them, especially for those who'd seen Su Ming before and were acquainted with him. I didn't expect that Senior Mo would be from the same clan as my lover. You both came from the Berserkers' Freezing Sky clan. There was a rather respectful look on Yamu's face, and when he stood up, he was filled with a rather sentimental feeling. Lover. A sharp glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had not been acquainted with Yamu for long, and they could not even be considered friends. At most, they could only be considered acquaintances. Their relationship was completely different compared to the relationship he had with Ziyin. To other people, that glint in Su Ming's eyes was skin to looking at a flashing golden light. A mighty pressure that pressed against the hearts and souls of all the living abruptly shot out from his eyes, causing Yamu to feel as if his mind was about to shatter. He moved back once again, and rumbling sounds roared in his head. He felt as if he had turned into a lone ship caught in a raging sea, and he was about to break down at any moment. This mighty pressure felt like the awe-inspiring and dignified air of a leader. It made Yamu's expression change drastically, and his breathing almost stopped. Right at that moment, Su Ming occupied his entire vision, as well as his entire soul. It was as if Su Ming just needed a single thought, and Yamu's life would be destroyed. Ziyin quickly took a step forward and blocked off Su Ming's gaze towards Yamu. There was a complicated look on her face that had been marked by time. She opened her mouth, looking as if she wanted to say something. This is your personal affair, and it has nothing to do with me. I just don't understand. What part of my second senior brother is not worthy of you? Su Ming frowned and looked at Ziyin before he shook his head. Go. Ziyin's face turned pale. In silence, she wrapped her fist in a palm towards Su Ming as a form of respect, then dragged Yamu away, who still looked a little dazed. As both of them were just about to leave, Ziyan hesitated for a moment before she turned her head around and looked towards Su Ming. "Uncle, Master Su, do you still remember Han Songzi? When that change happened to the clan, she came with me to this place. If you still remember her, then I'm begging you, please help her." Ziyan looked at Su Ming and spoke softly. "On behalf of us as members of the same clan, on behalf of her, being so devoted in her love for you in the past, please help her, Uncle Master Su." Han Songzi. When Su Ming heard this name, a beautiful woman appeared in his mind. That woman's gentle gaze, her meek personality, her determined eyes, the things that happened in Han Mountain City, and all his conflicts with Ma Xin's. These memories were originally rather murky in his head, but were becoming clearer with each passing moment. "Fang Songlan," Su Ming stated calmly. "Yes, it's junior sister Fang." When Ziyan heard Su Ming mentioning Han Songzi's name, excitement grew in her eyes. 4 years ago, Senior Yun Lai wanted to make junior sister Fang his concubine, but this thing was put on hold because junior sister Fang wanted to practice her cultivation. It was still the same 2 years ago, but now, junior sister Fang is about to complete her training. It'll be difficult for her to continue pushing this aside. Once Senior Yun Lai comes out of his isolation and makes this request again, junior sister Fang won't be able to reject him. Ziyan looked at Su Ming and immediately spoke quickly. Su Ming remained silent. The appearance of the woman in his memories grew clearer. Usually, when he remembered all the things that had happened to him in the past, he would always feel as if there was a veil covering his memories. 20 years was not long, but Su Ming had died and reincarnated for an endless amount of times in the undying and imperishable world, and it had caused an ancient air to constantly linger about his face, though other people would not be able to see it. Ziyan waited for Su Ming's answer. Time passed. However, even when Yamu had regained his senses and started regarding Su Ming in fear, Su Ming still had yet to speak. He simply stood there and looked into the distance, immersed in his thoughts. Ziyan's face turned paler. In the end, she started laughing brokenly as she looked at Su Ming, and her eyes gradually grew wet with tears. "Forget it. This has nothing to do with you. There is no reason for you to help. I know that your second senior brother liked me in the past. If we could turn back time and I could return to the past, then I would choose to accept his feelings. But that's impossible, isn't it? Yamu is right. I am his companion for dual cultivation 1. I'm no longer my youthful self either. Not only am I his companion for dual cultivation, I was even Senior Yun Lai's concubine, and he gave me to Yamu as if I was some sort of object." Ziyan's face was ashen pale. Her broken laughter sounded rather desolate. Tears flowed down her cheeks. It was as if she had been suppressing her emotions for many years, and now, she could no longer hold them back anymore. Her emotions burst forth from within her. "You can look down on me as much as you want, but you are not me. You will never be able to understand what a girl has to do to survive after she was abandoned by her own clan and has to come face to face with the chaos in the land of the Berserkers, as well as having to face the possibility of the catastrophe of the Eastern Wastelands arriving at any moment. Songlan has always been rather meek and gentle. How were the two of us supposed to survive in the chaos before the calamity, when the world had lost all order and the only law that remained was the law of the jungle? This lasted until we met Senior Yun Lai. He took a fancy to Songlan, but there is also a toughness that exists under Songlan's meek personality. She would rather die than submit to him. I was the one who took her place and became Senior Yun Lai's concubine. I tried to please him in every manner that I could, and that is the only reason why we were both able to survive during the calamity and arrive to the land of the shamans. Everyone has a right to choose how they survive. Even if it's wrong, at least we are still alive. Even if the decision is right, you can choose not to help Songlan. It's simply her fault for keeping the wrong person in her heart from 20 years ago." Ziyan wiped away her tears, and resolution appeared in her eyes. She no longer looked at Su Ming, but chose instead to turn into a long arc and fly into the sky. Yamu followed behind her silently. His gaze as he looked at Ziyan was filled with great gentleness and deep compassion, a caring hidden in his eyes. He loved Ziyan. When he first saw her several years ago, he had fallen in love with this woman, who hid her sorrow with her usually charming demeanor. This adoration had turned into a love that would last for eternity and would not be weakened in Yamu's heart. Once he saw her standing alone by a reef as she looked at the seawater in the world. Tears had shone in her eyes, as well as deeply rooted fatigue. That was why he begged the end shaman Zhongzhe to help him and paid a huge price to buy Ziyan from Yunlai, who had grown bored of her by then. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at Ziyan leaving with Yamu. He might look calm, but his heart had been moved by Ziyan's words. "Where is she?" he asked languidly. He had never considered rejecting her favor to begin with, but had simply become absent-minded due to his memories, and it had caused Ziyan to misunderstand him. *****. Translator's notes. 1. Dual cultivation, Song Xiu, Shuang 1 Xiu 1. Perhaps you've seen this before. When a male cultivator and a female cultivator, or a male cultivator and a male cultivator, or a female cultivator and a female cultivator, or a human and a fairy/monster, whatever floats their boat, love each other very much and decide they want to train together, they a him. Speaking of which, I wonder if you all know why Su Ming can tell straight away that a woman is married or not, considering rings on the left ring finger don't mean married at that time. What comes up next is just trivia, by the way. In Imperial China, young girls wore their hair in braids, meaning that they were not eligible for marriage yet. When they were 15 and had their coming-of-age ceremony, they would comb their hair into a twist and hold it together with a hair stick. At that time, they were eligible for marriage. When a woman was married, she would have to tie up her hair. So they would choose to tie their hair in buns, and then they would have the rest of their hair tied in a loose knot at the nape of their necks. This is just a rough and simple idea of how people could tell whether a woman is married in ancient China. Also, I didn't mention this before, but here is my distinction between master and master. Master is when someone refers to another person as a teacher who so happens to be like his or her surrogate father as well. There is definitely respect in there, hence capitalized M. As for master, I use it when someone refers to another person who owns their lives. Since the person can choose to not be respectful, I use the non-capitalized M. Chapter 520, Southern Swamp Island. Southern Swamp Island. Ziyan's body came to an abrupt halt in midair, and she immediately turned her head around to look at Su Ming. "Wait here for me for a few days, then come with me to Southern Swamp Island." Su Ming's voice was cool as ice, but it made Ziyan's heart beat with joy, though that joy was mixed with the agony she had felt moments ago. She looked at Su Ming and nodded her head. Yamu had never gone against Ziyan's decisions during the occasional moments she decided to make some. Instead, he quietly allowed her to invite Su Ming and speak freely. He did not leave either, but stayed on the island. The zealous gazes in the eyes of the fated kin when they saw Su Ming seemed to be able to shake the world. It was as if Su Ming just needed to say one word, and they would give up everything for him. This was not something born overnight. This was born over the years from the impression Su Ming had left in their hearts, along with how they had worshipped him when he had brought them out of the world of Nine, as well as everything that he had done for them. Fated kin were different, making it difficult for them to mingle with outsiders for an extended period of time. Their aloofness and abandonment caused them to not believe in outsiders. They only trusted themselves and their own tribesmen. They did not harbor much selfish desires in their lives. Their 15 years of life in the world of Nine had changed them too much, including their attitude towards practicing cultivation. Almost every single one of the fated kin who survived through the 15 years would spend most of their time in training. Only when they were stronger, only when they could endure the loneliness that other people couldn't bear, could they survive and control their own fate. That was why they refused Yamu's invitation in the past once they gathered a dozen-something people together, choosing instead to live on this island, cut off from the rest of the world. They changed the island and turned it into a place suitable for living. This was the reason why Su Ming did not choose to persuade the fated kin to leave with him. Instead, he used 3 days to make some detailed fixes and arrangements to the island. He had first fortified the protective rune in this place. With Su Ming's current power, he had spread out all the runes who Z had given to him in the past on the island, turning it into the first layer of defense. Then, he dived into the depths of the Dead Sea. When he returned, 8 Dead Sea giants surrounded the island at the depths of the Dead Sea. They were all sitting down cross-legged, empty. Their souls had been taken away by Su Ming's spirit plunder. He gave that spirit plunder to the fated kin. If the island ran into any other dangers, then these 8 Dead Sea giants would turn into the island's second layer of defense. Once Su Ming finished doing all this, he took the 2 large bows in his hands and smoothed out the force in them with all his power of bone sacrifice, causing the might of the bows to be even sharper when they were drawn. This was the third layer of defense. It did not end there. Su Ming might not understand the waves that belonged to the aura of death, but the fated kin understood it. He started rearranging the island according to their opinions and ideas, which in turn made the waves of aura of death become even stronger than before. This was their fourth layer of defense. Su Ming still did not feel at ease with just these. After all, this was the Dead Sea. Not only did they have to face the disasters from the eastern wastelands, the ferocious beasts from the Dead Sea would also attack them. That was why he left behind a wisp of his divine sense and gathered it on his statue. Once the power of the statue fused with his divine sense, it could have 3 charges that would attack the minds of others, and the power of those charges would be akin to the embodiment of his power of cultivation. This was the 5th layer of defense. The poison corpse was left behind, and this was the 6th layer of defense Su Ming gave to the fated kin on this island. With the poison corpse and all the other means they had in their disposal, if another berserker in the middle stage of the berserker soul realm came again, the numerous defenses would be able to force that person away, and there would be no need for Su Ming to act at all. Unless, of course, someone decided to launch a mass invasion on the island. However, Su Ming was also prepared for this. With the skills he had inherited from Hong Luo, he laid out a simple relocation rune. This rune was activated by Su Ming's spirit stones, and if they were in grave danger, the fated kin could leave through it. The island was so massively fortified by Su Ming's arrangements that it had practically become an impregnable fortress. It also gave the fated kin a chance to venture out without worry. This would allow them to search for more of their tribesmen. This place was not just a tribe for the fated kin, it was also a temporary training grounds for Su Ming among the many islands on the Dead Sea. Over here, his heart would find boundless peace, because in this place, he was their god. Once he finished those arrangements, he, Zien, and Yamu left the island, sent off by the fated kin who knelt down on one knee as they worshipped in the direction of the sky, with loud shouts calling his title while looking at him with fervent zeal. Even after Yamu left, he still felt as if he was in a dream. The fated kin's strength, their mysteriousness, their aloofness, and the zeal that appeared once they saw Su Ming were all deeply embedded into his memories, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. The impression the fated kin left in his mind would never disappear. When they left, Su Ming remained silent. However, due to the matter in southern Swamp Island, his silence seemed to cause the air around them to feel slightly stifling. In the midst of this suffocating atmosphere, Ziyin and Yamu led Su Ming along the way at full speed. Several days later, the trio stopped above a vast region of sea about tens of thousands of leagues away from the fated kin's island. "Senior Su, that is southern Swamp Island," said Yamu respectfully as he stood by the side. Su Ming cast his gaze downwards. The place seemed empty, and there was not a single island that could be found. Even if he spread his divine sense outwards to check, he still found nothing. A glint appeared in his eyes, and he lifted his head to look at the dark clouds in the sky. When he dipped his head down once more, his divine sense swept out swiftly. But this time he sent it charging down to the depths of the sea. Gradually, a sharp gleam appeared in his eyes. The bottom of the sea was murky, and there was a power that repelled divine senses. However, Su Ming could still sense something different about the bottom of the sea in this region. However, it was difficult to figure out just what made it different. If he did not look into it carefully, it would be hard for him to see through it. Southern Swamp Island does indeed have its own intriguing parts to be able to become one of the few gathering spots for the people of South Morning in such a big region and not be discovered by the cultivators from the eastern wastelands after the calamity. Su Ming commented languidly and retrieved his divine sense. Yamu wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming respectfully, then took a few steps forward. As he lifted his right hand, a normal-looking jade slip appeared on his palm, and holding it in a firm grip, he threw it out. Immediately, that jade slip turned into a long arc and charged downwards, towards the empty-looking sea. Without making a single sound, it fell into the sea. Yamu calculated silently in his heart. 10 breaths after the jade slip fell into the water, he suddenly lifted his right hand, and after making some strange seals in succession, he pointed towards the air beneath him. Immediately, booming sounds appeared from the seawater underneath, and it started churning. At the same time, in the air above the seawater, 2 indistinct figures abruptly appeared, and their bodies started gaining form rapidly as they walked out. These were 2 middle-aged men. They both wore simple robes, but their gazes were electrifying. One of them was a shaman, and the other a berserker. The shaman was a medial shaman, and the berserker was in the middle stage of the bone sacrifice realm. The instant these two people appeared, their gazes fell on Yamu and Ziyin. Then when they looked towards Su Ming, a freezing glare shining in their eyes. They could not see through Su Ming's level of cultivation, and his face was incredibly unfamiliar to them. Messenger Yamu, who is this? The middle-aged medial shaman asked coldly. I owe my life to Senior Su. Don't be rude, you two. I can be his guarantor. Open the tunnel. A stern expression appeared on Yamu's face. The two people who were clearly guards hesitated for a moment. Then the berserker wrapped his fist in his palm towards Yamu and Ziyin. Southern Swamp Temple just sent an order the day before yesterday that we are not allowed to let any outsiders into Southern Swamp Island during this period of time. We have our duties. Messenger Yamu, you can enter the place with Messenger Ziyin first. Once you receive your letter of guarantee, we will allow this person to enter. Yamu was momentarily stunned. Southern Swamp Temple was the faction that had been responsible for all the affairs of Southern Swamp Island after the two protectors of their island, Zhongzhe and Yunlai, decided to enter isolation. They would usually not issue this sort of order, unless... Could it be that Sir Zhongzhe or Sir Yunlai is about to come out of isolation? Yamu immediately asked. We don't know about this. But without a letter of guarantee, this person cannot enter, the male shaman said coldly. Yamu was a little hesitant. He cast his gaze towards Ziyin. She frowned, and just as she was about to speak, Su Ming walked past her calmly. When he moved forward, the two middle-aged guards immediately raised their guard. Yet the instant they did so, they looked into Su Ming's eyes, and a dazed look instantaneously appeared there. They stood stunned in the air, and simply allowed Su Ming to walk past them. Yamu's heart shuddered, and Su Ming became even more mysterious to him. The old Eastern Wastelander, calling him a berserker who had attained great completion of the berserker soul realm before his death, appeared in his mind once again. He quickly moved forward and personally opened the defense on the island. As booming sounds echoed in the air, a thick light screen suddenly manifested on the empty sea. It covered about several hundreds of lis and looked like a huge bowl that was turned upside down. The same thoughts as Yamu's also appeared in Ziyin's heart when she saw Su Ming's strange actions. She followed behind him, and the three of them walked into the light screen. When they disappeared, the light screen gradually faded away as well. The dazed look in the eyes of the two middle-aged men in the air only scattered away after some time. In their memories, they only remembered that Yamu and Ziyin had returned to the island. There was not a single memory left of Su Ming in their heads. This was the power of a soul catcher, and it was part of the Candle Dragon's curse. Right then, if anyone looked through all the shamans to try and find anyone else who could use the power of a soul catcher to this extent, they would find that there was no one else besides Su Ming who could do so. Even the soul catcher Zhongzhe would find it impossible to perform such a task, unless he used other methods to do so. The instant Su Ming stepped into the light screen, he immediately noticed a relocation power surrounding him. Once that power disappeared, what appeared before him was a huge rune. There were 8 people sitting around it, and all of them looked towards them. There was a mountain range rising and falling outside the rune. Numerous towers could be seen on its mountains, and all of them looked incredibly elegant from the distance. In fact, he could even see several cave abodes built there. He could even see the basic outline of a city moat surrounding that mountain range. The entire area was brightly lit. There were no clouds in the sky. It was just a clear blue sky and a sun that was shining brightly. All of this was like paradise, and it was completely different from the world outside. Chapter 521. That's not real. Yamu would naturally go up to speak to those people who were looking towards them. Su Ming walked out of the rune calmly and looked at the sun in the sky. He narrowed his eyes, and the sun in his field of vision gradually turned transparent, and a rune that was made of nearly 100 spirit stones could be seen inside. The effect of that rune was to shine and let out heat, giving the false impression that people were looking at the sun. The blue sky was also peeled off layer by layer before Su Ming's eyes, revealing the black seawater behind it. The sky was actually a protective screen of light. Perhaps it had concealing abilities when seen from the outside, but from within, it turned into an expanse of blue sky. This was an island that had sunk to the depths of the sea. Perhaps it did not sink in the beginning, but someone had forced it to do so with an art, causing this place to be isolated from the world. And no matter how hard the Eastern Wastelanders searched, it would still be difficult for them to find where Southern Swamp lay. Su Ming spread his divine sense outward and swept through the entire southern swamp island. Once he did so, he immediately noticed strong waves of ripples coming from two spots. He was familiar with one of these ripples. That one naturally belonged to Zhongzhe. As for the other one, it was slightly jumbled up, but it was still powerful. Judging by the presence in those ripples, he could tell that to whoever those ripples belonged to had already reached the peak of the middle stage of the Berserker soul realm, and he seemed to only be one step away from entering the later stage. Perhaps more accurately speaking, he already had moved one step into the gates of the later stage of the Berserker soul realm. The instant Su Ming noticed the two ripples, they also noticed him. Those two ripples instantly spread out, but before they could locate him, he had already made his divine sense disappear without a trace. They could not find him. There was a cave abode located to the left of one of the two tallest mountains in this mountain range. At that moment, the long-haired Zhongzhe swiftly opened his eyes in there. A brilliant flash flickered in his eyes, and he stood up. With one step, he appeared outside his cave abode and stood on the mountain. His long robes fluttered in the wind, and he had his hands placed behind his back with a grave expression on his face as he cast his gaze towards the ground. What a powerful presence. Looks like we have a visitor, Zhongzhe mumbled. He did not look too different from how he had been all those years ago, but he did seem slightly older. He also had a wave of aura of death in him, but he had hidden it away. To the right of the mountain was another cave abode. It was incredibly luxurious, filled with jewels and treasures. There were also panting and moaning sounds echoing from inside it. A naked man sat in the main chamber of the cave abode. His skin was the color of bronze. He did not have any hair, and his expression was cold. There was not a hint of emotion on his face. There were 7 women who were completely uncovered around him. These women hugged his body, and their eyes were misted with lust. With lascivious expressions on their faces, they shifted their bodies about, as if they were asking for sex. Panting sounds echoed in the air, and all those who heard it would find it hard to control themselves. These 7 women were incredibly beautiful. Their flushed red skin was especially filled with an appealing charm that would steal breaths away. The instant Su Ming swept his divine sense across the place, the bald man who had been meditating with his eyes closed opened his eyes swiftly. His expression visibly changed, and almost the instant Zhongzhe walked out, he appeared in midair, and a long white robe was already covering his body. He stood in midair, and once he met gazes with Zhongzhe, he, too, cast his eyes to the land below. I can't find him. Is he a powerful shaman? His presence vanished almost the moment he spread it out. It's difficult for me to tell, Zhongzhe stated languidly with a calm face as he stood further in the distance. The bald man fell into a moment of pensive silence, then declared coldly, "Seal off the rune leading outside. No matter who he is, he will eventually appear." Almost the instant Zhongzhe and the bald man started searching for the stranger, Su Ming, who stood just outside the rune, seemed to have ceased to exist, causing Zhongzhe and the bald middle-aged not to notice him. The immortal's restraining presence seal is really ingenious. Su Ming slowly loosened his right hand, which had been kept in the position of the seal. Neither Yamu nor Ziyin had noticed what had happened just now. Once they finished providing their explanations to the 8 people, they appeared beside Su Ming. "Senior Su, I'll take you to junior sister Feng right now," Ziyin said softly. "No need. I'll go there myself," Su Ming said lightly. He took a step forward, and he instantly disappeared from his original spot. Ziyin was momentarily stunned, then a rather melancholic look appeared on her face. She looked at the mountain range in the distance and started mumbling in a voice that only she could hear. "Songlan, he's here. Compared to me, you are lucky, but I will never regret the decision I made in the past. If we wanted to survive, then one of us had to give up more." As slight hints of pain, melancholy, and complicated feelings rose in her heart, she remembered that person who had loved turning his head to the side so that the sun would shine on his face when he saw her, the person who thought that by doing so he would be very elegant. As she was immersed in her own thoughts, a pair of arms appeared behind her and pulled her into a warm embrace. "Ziyin." Yamu's voice traveled gently into her ears. That voice and the embrace snapped her out of her thoughts. Even though this embrace was not the one she wanted, it still managed to produce a warmth that she had never had before in her heart. This warmth was not love, though, just mere feelings of being moved. Tears fell from the corners of Ziyin's eyes. Once she wiped them away, she turned towards Yamu and put on an attractive smile. "Ziyin, I will protect you. Even if the world is no longer here, even if my life ends, my soul will stay by your side. I will use every fiber of my being to protect you. I know that you simply aren't repulsed by me. You don't like me, but I believe that someday, you will change. Yamu hugged Zi Yin and mumbled softly in his heart. He was serious. Yet even though Zi Yin was smiling in his embrace, the tears at the corners of her eyes were filled with mixed emotions. They might no longer be flowing down, but they had landed in her heart, turning into the figure that had constantly stood under the sun all those years ago. There are no what-ifs in this world, just as there are no longer any what-ifs left for my defiled body. Zi Yin closed her eyes, but due to Su Ming's appearance, it had now become too difficult for her to once again bury the memories she had once sealed away. The man-made sun in the sky gradually turned dark and gained a red hue, becoming a setting sun. If Su Ming had not used his divine sense and just looked with his naked eye, he would have been unable to tell that this was fake. Under this setting sun, the shadows of the mountain range started appearing on the green grass. Among one of the mountains in that mountain range was a tower. This tower was simple but elegant. There were not many ornaments decorating it. As the setting sun cast its last remaining rays of light over the land, it dyed everything in a shade of reddish-orange. There were originally 2 people living in that tower, but 2 years ago, after Zi Yin was given to Yamu, there was only one woman left there. She was a woman who looked around 30 years old. Not many signs of age could be seen on her face, and she looked to be at the prime of her life. Perhaps she was no longer young based on her true age, but even time seemed to have been moved by her quiet nature and did not want to visit her too often. She sat there quietly and looked at the setting sun in the sky. She simply sat there, quietly looking at the sun's hue and the blue sky. Sunlight fell on her face, and she turned into an incredibly beautiful sight. In fact, the fine hairs on her face could be seen under the sunlight. The gentleness that existed within her quietness made all those who saw it to instinctively want to protect her. Master, why must you do this? Sir Yunlai has been good to you over the years, and he is kind to me as well. What's wrong with agreeing with him? Besides, Sir Yunlai already said that if you agree, he will help you break through your current level of cultivation to reach the middle stage of the bone sacrifice realm. I can also become his foster son. My status in Southern Swamp Island will also rise considerably. If I can get Sir Yunlai's direct legacy, then I will have a chance to reach the Berserker soul realm. Master, stop being so stubborn. As the woman watched the sunset in the tower, a discordant sound that did not fit into the tranquil atmosphere echoed in the air constantly. There was an anxious and agitated edge to that voice, and the person who spoke was a boy of about 17 or 18 years, and he was standing right beside her. Let me be alone for a while. As the boy continued pestering the gentle woman, she frowned and spoke softly. Even her words were incredibly soft and meek, and it was as if not even a single bit of temper could be found in her. Master, I just don't understand what you're thinking. We've suffered so much before and after the calamity, and after so much trouble, we got to meet Sir Yunlai, and he likes you. Why are you refusing him? Aunt Master Zi Yin didn't refuse him in the past, and took to his offer immediately. I know, she did it to protect you. But don't you want to repay her for the suffering she had to endure over the years? The boy's words held an agitated edge, and his voice started sounding piercing to the ears. The woman shuddered and bit her bottom lip. With Sir Yunlai's power, he can get whatever woman he wants, but he's an upright man. He doesn't like to use force and would rather have the person submit to him willingly. If that wasn't the case, with your current level of cultivation, do you think you could have refused Himi? The boy continued speaking, and his voice grew sharper. Trembling, the woman turned her head slowly to look at the boy. Sir Yunlai is also Southern Swamp Island's guardian. He let us have a safe place to live. What sort of right do you have to refuse a person like this? What's so bad about becoming a concu? Before the boy could finish speaking, the woman lifted her hand and slapped him. The boy staggered backwards, then lifted his head to glare at his master and started shouting loudly. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for me. I want to become Sir Yunlai's foster son. I want to learn his cultivation methods. The woman stared at the boy, at his face, currently twisted in ferociousness. Sharp stabs of pain struck her heart. She had heard such words from this disciple of hers for many years, but that sharp voice of his sounded extremely unfamiliar to her at that moment. She looked at the boy. His face was so incredibly familiar to her, because his face was similar to that person's from her memories. It was why she had accepted this person as her disciple all those years ago. I'll fulfill your request. I'll agree to it. Once you become Yunlai's foster son, you will no longer be my disciple. The woman closed her eyes, and fatigue filled her face. The boy was momentarily stunned. Then, with a face filled with delighted surprise, he immediately rushed out of the tower. Clearly, he was off to tell his future foster father, Yunlai, that piece of news. The sound of the boy's retreating footsteps made the woman's heart clench in even more pain. She slowly opened her eyes and stared at the setting sun in the sky for a long, long time. This is not real. Right at that moment, a voice sounding like a sigh filled with deep emotion came from behind her. Chapter 522. Feng Songlan. The instant the woman heard that voice, she shuddered. She swiftly turned around and saw another person standing at the spot where the boy had previously been behind her. That person was dressed in white and looked around 27 or 28 years of age. He looked incredibly handsome, but the scar under his eye added a slight devilish air to his face. The ancient look in his eyes also made him look as if he was submerged in the passage of time. He stood there and looked at her silently. His appearance was about a sixth similar to the boys who had left just now, causing the woman to be caught in a daze for an instant. The two of them looked each other in the eyes. Time trickled by. The room was quiet. After a long while, the dazed expression on the woman's face disappeared, and a smile appeared on her lips as her eyes twinkled. "I know that it's not real," she said gently. She lifted her pearly white hand and tugged a lock of her hair. Then, she abruptly lifted her right hand, and immediately, several rays of dark light shot straight towards Su Ming like lightning. The rays of dark light shone with a chilling presence and closed in on Su Ming in an instant. The woman's attack had caused Su Ming to be momentarily stunned, but an art of this level was simply nothing to him. He did not dodge. A faint golden light simply flashed briefly on his person, and banging sounds immediately reverberated in the air. Right before him, 3 strands of hair gathered together in midair before shattering to pieces. The woman had stood up at that point, and now took a few steps backwards. Her eyes were filled with murderous aura and anger as she glared at him. "Just who are you?" "I am Su Ming." Su Ming cast a glance at the woman, then suddenly started smiling. "There's no way Su Ming would have your level of cultivation." The woman frowned and took a couple more steps back. "This is Southern Swamp Island. There are plenty of powerful warriors standing guard in this place. Even if you're good with illusions, and I have no idea how you came to know how Su Ming looks like. But this sort of trick is simply despicable," the woman bit out with a chilling voice. Su Ming looked at the woman before him and smiled even wider. They had not seen each other for 20 years, and she had changed quite a lot. She might seem as if she was a calm person, but in truth, all those who managed to survive through the calamity would be incredibly alert. They would not believe in others so easily. After all, the things a person heard and the things a person saw might contain some degree of falsehood at times. Clearly, this awareness existed in the woman's mind. "Then why do you think I would need to transform into another person to appear before you?" Su Ming smiled and took a step forward. When he did so, the woman immediately moved back, looking as if she was about to cross over to the exit, but she did not leave. Instead, she glared at Su Ming, and the anger in her eyes burned even stronger. "If you can transform into him, then you must know him well. Either you met me early on in my life, or this is connected to senior sister Ziyin." As the woman spoke, she took another step backwards. However, right when she took that one step, rune light immediately appeared on the ground around Su Ming. That rune was filled with a fierce air that instantly turned into 9 ice blades which appeared out of nowhere as the rune started rotating rapidly. Those ice blades charged towards Su Ming as they spun. He took a step forward and simply allowed those ice blades to close in on him. Once they exploded with huge banging sounds around him, the inside of the tower was immediately filled with a freezing air. Yet the instant Su Ming took that step forward, runes appeared on the ground under his feet once more. And this time it was not one single rune, but 9 runes that had him completely surrounded. As their light flashed, the freezing air around the area suddenly tumbled backwards. Once it was swiftly absorbed by the runes, it abruptly shot out, and the denseness of the freezing air actually managed to make Su Ming feel as if his flesh and blood were turning cold, like he was about to be instantly frozen. That was the power of that freezing air. Su Ming let out a faint gasp of surprise. Then golden light shone from his whole body. He took a step and walked straight out of the freezing air, but right at the moment he walked out, cracking sounds echoed behind him, and a gigantic ice block gathered where he'd been. The woman's face was incredibly grave, but her heart was filled with shock. She had prepared the runes in this tower for Yunlai, and she had been preparing them for years. all for the sake of killing him at the final moment. In everyone's eyes, killing a powerful berserker in the middle stage of the Berserker soul realm was impossible for a weak woman like her. However, she believed that it was not impossible. Yet when she saw the person who had turned into Su Ming dodging the first 2 of her killing runes without even having a single strand of his hair harmed, her confidence was shaken. By her calculations, while the first 2 runes would not be able to kill Yun Lai, they could still cause him to freeze for a moment, and she would have time to execute her next moves. But the things that happened now filled her heart with shock. Still, she lifted her right hand without any hesitation and pointed forward. Immediately, runes appeared once again around Su Ming, and this time, there were 36 of them, and they practically covered the entire floor in the tower. Freezing air abruptly exploded, and the woman used that momentum as it swept her away to swiftly back away until she left the tower. She seemed to have made precise calculations in her retreat. Exactly 13 steps had been taken. The instant she took her 13th step, she felt a bump under her foot. Once she stepped on it, lights circled around the tower's courtyard, causing the entire area outside the tower to become a gigantic ruin. It started rotating with loud rumbling sounds and turned into numerous black flames. They surrounded the tower and gathered together to turn into a black fire dragon that charged straight inside. The moment the freezing air in the tower erupted, it turned into a humongous ice block. When it touched the fire dragon, cold and heat crashed into each other, and an astonishing power was born. A loud bang shot into the air. It should have echoed in all directions, but was strangely contained within the mountain and did not spread out. The tower crumbled, and the ice block exploded. The black flames had devoured everything, but the woman had still yet to let down her guard. As the ice tower exploded, she retreated once again until she was 100-something feet away, as if she was swept away by the impact. She lifted her hand, and a jade skull appeared in her hand. She sat down cross-legged, pressed her palms on the skull, and a dark light appeared in her eyes. The instant it started shining, the color of the jade skull she had her hands on instantly changed from white to black. At the same time, the entire mountain shuddered with a boom. From 99 spots in the mountain, 99 rays of black light shot up. Bringing with them a powerful presence, they charged towards where the tower had been. Each of those 99 rays of black light contained power equivalent to a berserker in the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm. When they got closer, the dark light on the skull in the woman's hands shone once again, and immediately, the imposing presence of the rays of black light instantly increased exponentially, becoming equivalent to the power of a berserker in the middle stage of the bone sacrifice realm. They then instantly charged to the spot to the center of the previous explosion. Su Ming had just walked out of the ice as it collapsed around him with a resigned expression on his face, when a serious look appeared on his face. The 99 rays of black light were not strong in his eyes, but their speed and the spot where they were charging towards had sealed off all the possible spots where he could dodge. However, that was not what made Su Ming serious. The reason behind that expression was because he had sensed a threat from the sky. Almost the instant Su Ming discovered that threat, killing intent shone in the woman's eyes, and she softly said a word. Su. The instant that word tumbled out of her lips, the setting sun in the sky that she had been watching serenely just moments ago, and the one she had been looking at for most of her time every single day, gazing at it as if she could never get enough of it, suddenly grew much brighter. The hundreds of spirit stones in the setting sun instantly shattered, and a powerful blast of light abruptly shot out right after the sun darkened. It shook the world, causing all the southern swamp islanders go slack-jawed in shock. That strong light seemed to have absorbed all the rays of the sun. It charged down swiftly, and with an incredibly fast speed, it rushed towards the mountain where the woman was, straight towards Su Ming, who was in the ruin and among the 99 black rays of light. An intense bang caused the entire mountain to tremble. Thick fog surrounded where the tower had previously been, and people could only see a big sunken hole there. Everything else was unclear. This was Han Song-zi's true killing move. Everything beforehand was simply for the use of confusing her enemy. Even the 99 black rays of light had been used to achieve the same effect. Perhaps this strong ray of light could still not kill a berserker in the middle stage of the berserker soul realm, but the woman still had other tricks up her sleeve. At that moment, she formed a seal with both her hands, and just as she was about to bite the tip of her tongue, suddenly, the jade skull under her right hand started shining with a dark light. Her body disappeared instantly, and she appeared 100-something feet away from where she had been previously. Perhaps it was just a coincidence, but she appeared right where Su Ming had previously traversed. Su Ming took a step forward, right to where she had moved. There was a wry smile on his lips, but his gaze as he looked at the woman was filled with praise. He did not expect that the meek woman from the past could lay out such a shocking murder plan while being only in the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm. If a berserker in the initial stage of the berserker soul realm stepped in here, then the slightest mistake could cause them to be grievously injured. Even a berserker in the middle stage of the berserker soul realm would find some trouble with this. Every single one of her moves were calculated precisely and were all connected to each other. Su Ming could even imagine that if this woman continued executing her moves, then perhaps the entire southern swamp island would be used as part of her plan, and an unimaginable change might happen to the island. When he saw the woman standing 100-something feet away and looking as if she was about to continue, Su Ming took a step forward, thinking of closing in on her, but right at the instant he was about to move, that woman gave up on casting her art and instead brought out a black knife, placing it directly against her neck. "Take one more step, and I will kill myself. There's venom on this knife." Han Songzi glared at Su Ming coldly as she declared coolly, "Your level of cultivation has exceeded my expectations. I can't kill you, but since you turned into him, then you must be thinking of capturing me alive. If I died, then you will gain nothing. I'm really Su Ming." Su Ming laughed wryly, but before he could finish speaking, the knife in Han Songzi's hands fell to the ground where she sat on the ground. Tears spilled from her eyes, and she looked at Su Ming, stupefied. The aloofness in her eyes turned to gentleness. "Su Ming, it's really you." Su Ming saw pictures flashing in her pupils, and those pictures contained all of Su Ming's memories from the past 20 years. This was Han Songzi's unique art. As long as someone had touched an item or walked past a place before, she could use these to see everything in the person's past. "Of course it's me. We haven't seen each other for 20 years, and you seriously left a deep impression on me this time. Are you really not scared that you'll die of poison?" Su Ming laughed wryly. "If you aren't Su Ming, then I'd rather die. If you are Su Ming, you will naturally not let me die." Fang Songlan winked at him and smiled happily as she spoke. Chapter 523. She said she doesn't want to. As the sky darkened and the sun lost its rays, even the blue sky turned dark. Only starlight flickered in the sky, causing the land to also fuse into the obscure darkness. This change, along with the powerful ripples spreading out from Fang Songlan's mountain, was like a bright flame burning in the darkness. All the people in southern Swamp Island could feel it clearly. The tower was no longer around at the top of the mountain, having turned into rubble. There was a deep pit on the ground. In fact, there were also faint and indistinct waves of freezing air around the area that were spreading in all directions. Fang Songlan was sitting cross-legged on the ground and looking at Su Ming with a delighted smile on her face. Su Ming took a few steps forward and sat down before her. His gaze fell on the woman's face. He had a vague feeling that he had returned to the past. It was just that the darkness around them caused his memories to also be faded and unclear. "It's been a while." After a long time, Su Ming spoke softly. "It hasn't been that long." Fang Songlan smiled softly and twirled a lock of hair. She put away the jade skull in her hand. Su Ming looked at Fang Songlan. As he looked at the joy in her eyes and the face that existed in his memories, he suddenly did not know what he wanted to say. In this darkness, on this southern swamp island that existed in the depths of the sea, the things that had happened in the past appeared before his eyes. Time trickled by, and a long time seemed to have passed by. The smile on Fang Songlan's face gradually disappeared and turned into serenity. She sighed in her heart and gradually lowered her head. Just like Su Ming, she stayed silent. "How is Han Mountain City?" Su Ming asked softly. Fang Songlan closed her eyes and mumbled, "It's no longer there. Your tribe has dispersed." Fang Songlan opened her eyes and looked at Su Ming, at the face she had never been able to forget for the past 20 years. This amount of time might not be long, but it was not short either. Besides, far too many things had happened during these 20 years. The two of them fell silent once more in the darkness, as if they had nothing to say to each other. After some time, Su Ming broke the silence. "Ziyin told me the things the two of you went through during the past few years." Fang Songlan bit her bottom lip and whispered softly, "Senior sister Ziyin has given up a lot for me, but I can't repay her." "That's why you set up the murder plan just now to kill this person called Yunlai?" Su Ming looked at the seemingly meek and gentle woman before him. She was just as he had seen her in the past. There was a tough attitude hidden under that meek demeanor of hers. It's a pity it's all wasted. I can't use it anymore. Feng Songlin lowered her head and looked at her hand. She suddenly lifted her head, and her glittering eyes fell on Su Ming's face. If I didn't have the divine ability that allows me to see other people's pasts, and I didn't know the things that had happened to you over the past 20 years, would we have more to say to each other? Su Ming opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end chose to remain silent. This woman before him had loved him in the past, and she still loved him now, but he did not know how to respond to her. In fact, his impression of her in his heart was frozen as well, to that image of the past. We got to know each other when we were in Han Mountain City. We went to Freezing Sky Clan together. The seed of love Ma Xin planted in me was destroyed all those years ago thanks to you. You don't owe me anything, Feng Songlin said softly. Her gentle voice echoed in the air around them, and it gave off the same feeling as the woman herself. They were both meek and delicate. We're friends. When Su Ming heard Feng Songlan's words, he spoke softly. Friends? We're friends, Feng Songlin mumbled, and a smile appeared on her face once again. But that smile was a whole lot different compared to the smile she had showed him when she recognized him just then. That smile was not one of joy, but held a hint of anguish. I already know why you came here. Either you will take me away, or don't bother about me. Feng Songlin closed her eyes again. Su Ming fell silent. Since you won't take me away, then why did you come here? Isn't it better to just let me immerse myself in the world of my memories? Su Ming go. Feng Songlin still had her eyes closed, but there was a firm edge to her soft voice. I can't take you away from this place, but I can kill the person who is forcing you against your will. Su Ming looked at Feng Songlin and spoke with a low voice. I don't need it. Why would I be unwilling? If you're not taking me away, then I'll need to choose how I will survive. Feng Songlan's face was calm, and her words were still as gentle as ever, but within that gentleness was grief. Su Ming could sense it. He remained silent for a moment, then cast a complicated glance at Feng Songlin and stood up silently, walking away into the distance. He could not accept Feng Songlin. It was not that this woman was not good enough. The problem lay with Su Ming himself. He did not want to have too many concerns tying him down. Love was something he had buried in Dark Mountain all those years ago. The women's words and actions during treasure gambling event in the world of 9 had also let him see through even more things in the world. I'm really envious of Baisu. I want to know, Su Ming, during all these years, which woman was the hardest for you to erase from your heart? Feng Songlan's soft and gentle voice traveled from behind Su Ming. His footstep halted for a moment, and the faces he had seen appeared in his eyes. There were some which were clear and some faint, but eventually, all of them faded away, none remained. If he had to say that there was one, then perhaps the girl called by Ling who had made his heart flutter when he was still a boy was the one who was still difficult for him to forget even to this date. But that was already in the past. You are a heartless man, Su Ming. Feng Songlin seemed to have already guessed what was in Su Ming's mind, and she spoke softly behind him. Perhaps, Su Ming answered quietly in his heart. Besides Bai Ling, there were two other women who had left the deepest impression in his heart. One of them was Bai Su, and the other Tianlan Ming. However, Bai Su had not taken the path of return Su Ming had provided for her, while Tianlan Ming's avoidance of his gaze and her subsequent silence in the world of 9 had also caused that deep impression to gradually turn back to something normal. When Su Ming left and Feng Songlin was the only one on the mountain, she quietly opened her eyes while sitting there. Tears fell down her face, causing the world in her sight to turn blurry. I can see other people's past, but not my own future, she whispered softly, and in her anguish, more tears fell from her eyes. When the person who she had always found hard to forget, even during these 20 years, appeared before her once again, their end was the same as before. Nothing much had changed. Perhaps forgetting is the best choice. Feng Songlin lowered her head, but at the instant she dipped her head down, another person appeared on the mountain some distance away from her. It was a man in a large robe. He was bald, and his eyes shone with a dark light. He was filled with a devilish air, and he seemed to have fused together with the mountain under his feet. He stared at Feng Songlin and the wreckage around her coldly before walking towards her. His body was like an illusion. When he walked closer, the air around him started distorting, and it continued twisting until the man was 100 feet away from Feng Songlin. This was prepared for me, right? The man was naturally the person Zi Yin had spoken of, Yunlai. Once he swept his gaze through the area, he cast a glance at the spot where the sun should have been, and his pupils shrank. Fang Songlin lifted her head and looked at Yunlai with a detached expression. She did not speak. The tower here before and the waves of ripples from the runes within it should have been able to make me freeze for a moment when I was caught in them, Yunlai stated calmly, and his gaze landed at the pit. After I walked out of the tower, I would step into another rune. This rune could freeze me, and even with my level of cultivation, I would be sealed for a moment. A hint of admiration appeared on Yunlai's face, and he took another few steps closer. And then would come the 99 sword aura from the mountain. Once it covered the entire area, it would make me be unable to find your true killing move falling from the sky. Yunlai stood 30 feet away from Fang Songlin, and his gaze landed on her body. You must have other methods that you would continue executing until you killed me, too. Not bad. Not bad indeed. As expected of the woman I fancy. You have a calculative heart and a forbearing soul. But that be *TCHZ, Yin should be involved in this as well, no? Yunlai suddenly laughed. I don't understand. Where does your hate towards me come from? If it wasn't for me, you would have met a miserable fate, and that be *TCHZ, Yin would have been the same as well. If it wasn't for me, you would have become a ghost by now. The both of you just needed to pay a price for this. You'll simply become my concubine, that's all. This is a trade, why would you hate it? The strong prey on the weak. This is the law set by heaven itself. If you want to survive, if you want to obtain the protection from those who are powerful, then how could you not give up something in return? And I have been different to you compared to all the other women. If you are unwilling, I won't force you. Several years have passed since then. Have I ever forced you into anything? Yunlai shook his head and asked slowly. Why are you asking when you already know the answer? The thing that you value in me is my skills and my divine abilities. I have also seen your memories. All those involved when you seemingly ran into me and my senior sister by pure coincidence. I've already helped you many times in the past. I won't even mention your ulterior motives and your schemes, but the times I've helped you are already enough for me to have repaid for your protection, Fang Songlin retorted calmly. It's not enough. I can't bear killing you like this. But I've changed my mind about that be *TCHZN. I will take her back. As for you, I can forgive you, but you have no choice. You must come and become my concubine. A glint appeared in Yunlai's eyes. He took one step forward again, and there was now less than 20 feet between them. He has already left. You don't need to waste your time testing and explaining yourself. A hint of derision appeared in Fang Songlan's eyes. Also, the word must does not exist in my dictionary. If I, Fang Songlin, am unwilling to do something, then I would rather die. And I do not want to be your concubine. Yunlai narrowed his eyes and let out a cold harumph. He lifted his foot and took another step forward, thinking of closing in on Fang Songlin. But right at the instant he lifted his foot, suddenly, an incredibly aloof voice so cold that it felt like biting, freezing wind sweeping past his skin came from behind him. She said she doesn't want it, didn't you hear her? The instant that voice spoke up, Yunlai turned around swiftly, and the first thing he saw was a person who had appeared behind him at some unknown point of time. He was dressed in long robes with a head full of black hair. He had a handsome face, but his expression was as cold as winter. Yunlai narrowed his eyes and circulated his power as a middle-stage berserker in the berserker soul realm through his entire body, causing the air around him to start distorting so violently that it seemed like it was about to be ripped apart. He stood there and stared at Su Ming, then suddenly smiled. It's rare to find a fellow powerful berserker. If you like this woman, then I'm afraid I have been rude towards her. Chapter 524, Unreasonable. As Yunlai smiled, he even moved back a little and left the spot where Fang Songlin was to avoid any misunderstandings. In truth, he had already made preparations before he came to this place. After all, he had already sensed the presence that swept through the entire southern swamp island before seeing the change in the mountain where Fang Songlin was. Once he made the connections, he could guess what had happened pretty easily. When he saw the layouts of the runes and felt the remaining ripples in the air once he came over, he became wary of the mysterious person who had suddenly come to southern Swamp Island. Yunlai had always been a cautious man and would not attack easily, especially in the face of an enemy he could not see through. Su Ming, who was standing before his eyes right then, was one such person. Even if he thought that Fang Songlin was very important, the woman was too fierce and her divine abilities were strange. She might not have a high level of cultivation, but it was still enough to make it difficult for Yunlai to make her submit to him. That was why he had chosen to be kind to her to win her heart. However, compared to offending the person before him, his cautious nature had made him choose to put this on hold. In his mind, he had already humbled himself despite his level of cultivation. Then this person should not choose to stir conflict with him. Then Yunlai would have enough time to understand him. He had plenty of time in his hands for that. This decisive surrender was why he could become the chief of an area before and after the calamity, and also the main reason why he could survive till now. If he came face to face with a fight he had no confidence in winning, he would try his best to not engage in battle. It was just that he ran into Su Ming. Su Ming's expression remained aloof. Almost at the instant Yunlai spoke with a smile, he took a step forward, then like an arrow that left the bow, he arrived before him. He was so quick that he closed in on the man in the blink of an eye. Yunlai's expression changed, and he immediately took a few steps backwards, then lifted his right hand and waved his arm. Immediately, the distortions around him spread forward, charging straight towards Su Ming and crashing into the fingers Su Ming had extended as he closed in on Yunlai. A loud bang echoed in the air. Su Ming's expression remained calm, and golden light flashed around his entire body. In the midst of the rumbling sounds, his body did not move back even a single inch, and he simply bore through the rebounding waves with raw power before he continued moving forward. As for Yunlai, he felt a huge power tumbling backwards and crashing into him, and his body shook. It made him retreat 100-something feet as rumbling sounds reverberated in the air. His face turned stark white, and he immediately lifted his head to glare at Su Ming, who was walking over. "You're going overboard. I've already given up and handed over the woman to you. There are no grudges nor any form of enmity between us. Why do you do this?" "I do not need a reason to kill," Su Ming said calmly. In his eyes, this Yunlai had to die. Even if it was not for Fang Songlai, Ziyan's words alone had already convinced Su Ming to kill this person. If he really had to provide a reason, then it was because he wanted to be able to say that he had not turned a blind eye towards Ziyan to his second senior brother. He believed that if his second senior brother was here, he would do the same. With one move, he lifted his right hand and swiftly hurled his fist forward. That punch landed in the air, and shocking booms immediately rang out. Yunlai let out a low growl and lifted his hands to form a seal. A layer of red fog immediately appeared before him. The fog tumbled about and turned into numerous shadows. Each and every single one of them were women, and with piercing screeches, they pounced on Su Ming from all sides. Once they were struck by Su Ming's fist in midair, the entire southern swamp island trembled furiously, and all the shadows crumbled. Yunlai's expression changed continuously, and he started charging back. Su Ming walked out of the crumbling red fog and looked towards Yunlai, who was already in midair and leaving this place. He lifted his right hand and seized the air. A gigantic vortex immediately appeared in the fake sky. That vortex rotated and charged towards Su Ming's right hand with loud, rumbling sounds. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in his right hand as if he had caught hold of it, and he swung it towards the sky. The instant he swung his hand, it was as if the vortex of wind exploded and turned into a violent gust of wind that lashed out in all directions. It caught up with the fleeing Yunlai, and the moment it swept past him, light spilled out from Yunlai's whole body. Once he bore through it with raw power, blood trickled down from the corners of his lips, and he paused for a moment. At the same moment, Su Ming took a step forward with an expressionless face and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing right before Yunlai. Terror appeared in the man's eyes. When he had attacked just then, Yunlai had immediately felt a strong offensive power erupting forth from Su Ming's body. It was such that he could not hope to stand against it. In fact, when he had thrown that one punch and one jab, Yunlai had the impression that he had come face to face with the calamity that had fallen on South Morning all those years ago. In his eyes, this person was completely unreasonable. He had already humbled himself, but this person still attacked. This made Yunlai seethe in anger, but he could do nothing about it. Damn it, this person's level of cultivation is so high, and he's being completely unreasonable. When he saw Su Ming getting closer to him, a life-and-death sense of danger filled Yunlai's heart and body. As he retreated hastily, he quickly spoke once again. "Sir, let me speak. I may have protected this Fang Song lawn for many years, but I've never touched even a single strand of hair on her head. As for that Ziyan, if it wasn't for me, she would have died a long time ago in the chaos of the calamity. This is a trade, I didn't do anything wrong. Yunlai's words did not make Su Ming stop for even a single moment. He simply continued calmly moving forward, and when he closed in once again, he waved his right hand, and bolts of lightning instantly swam in the air as thunder roared, and a dozen-something balls of lightning appeared in the air. As they swam about, they fused together with the balls of lightning and charged straight towards Yunlai. Sir, how could you be so unreasonable? Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? When Yunlai saw that Su Ming had completely ignored his words, his pupils shrank. With a low roar, he stretched his arms apart, and immediately, his statue of the god of Berserkers appeared behind him. That statue had 9 arms and 3 eyes at the center of its brows. Once it manifested itself, it swiftly grew larger. Dark light started flashing on its body, and it lifted all 9 of its arms at the same time to press down on Su Ming. At the same time, Yunlai bit the tip of his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood. It immediately exploded and turned into a layer of blood fog. Yunlai stretched his right hand inside and seized at something. Then, an impressive, long, and blood-red blade was pulled out of the fog. Once Yunlai lifted it up, he sat down in the air and a string of incantations spilled out from his mouth. The long, blood-red blade hummed and murderous aura shot into the sky before spreading out. About 100 souls of women surrounded that long blade, and it sliced down towards Su Ming. Su Ming's expression was as calm as usual. The instant the statue closed in on him, he lifted his right hand and seized the air in its direction. The seemingly simple grasp immediately caused booming sounds to come from the entirety of the incoming statue. Cracks appeared on it, and the instant they spread out, Su Ming closed his hand into a fist, looking as if he had gripped something. The statue immediately exploded with a loud bang, and red threads of aura spilled out from its body, charging towards Su Ming's right hand. That seize and grip was one of the divine abilities born of a binary opposite, which Su Ming had mastered in the undying and imperishable world. At that moment, red aura surrounded Su Ming's arm. It looked like fog, and it was formed when Yunlai's statue of the god of Berserkers shattered. There was also a large layer of red fog tumbling about before him. Within it was a long, blood-red blade, and it was charging straight towards him. 9 transformations, 10 transfigurations, 1 voice. Su Ming said calmly. His nascent divinity spread out abruptly and enveloped him before turning into his own nascent divinity's body. This nascent divinity stared at the long blade, and a brilliant flash appeared in its eyes. The shadow of the incoming blade gradually appeared in his eyes. At the same time, the red aura tumbled about around Su Ming's right arm and also turned into a long red blade. This was the immortal's divine ability which Su Ming had obtained, Hong Luo's 9 transformations art, which was a part of the 9 transformations, 10 transfigurations, 1 voice art. This art was activated in an instant and turned into the long red blade in Su Ming's right hand. He lifted it up and sliced up towards the same long red blade that was coming down from the sky. Rumbling sounds spread out, and the 2 long blades shattered completely together, but before the shards disappeared, Su Ming let out a breath, and that breath turned into a violent gust of wind that swept up the blood-red blade fragments to charge towards Yunlai. Zhongzhe, if I die, Southern Swamp Island will return to the surface of the sea. Are you still going to stand by and do nothing? Shock and terror appeared on Yunlai's face. Su Ming's strength had far exceeded his expectations, and he was also shocked by the divine abilities Su Ming possessed. When he saw the blood-red blade fragments charging towards him with a sharp whistle, he hastily fled and immediately started shouting. Almost the instant he let out that roar, a sigh echoed in the world, and Zhongzhe took a step out of the air beside the retreating Yunlai. The instant he walked out, he looked at Su Ming with a complicated gaze. Yunlai continued fleeing behind him, charging straight towards his cave abode as his heart roared madly. He still had 1 killing move left, but he had to return to his cave abode before he could execute it with the help of the offerings there. Zhongzhe stood face to face against the incoming shard storm in the midst of all his mixed feelings. He lifted his right hand, formed a seal, and pushed forward. His body instantly touched the shard storm that was sweeping towards him, and booming sounds reverberated in the air. Another person appeared behind Zhongzhe. That person looked a little old, and judging by his looks, he was Zhongzhe as well. Immediately after, another person appeared, and that person was also Zhongzhe, but he looked even older. 8 of these increasingly older figures appeared and stood in a line to resist the wind before they eventually fused together, turning back into Zhongzhe. He spread his arms wide open, and a presence belonging to an end shaman instantly turned into a screen of light that separated Su Ming and the rapidly fleeing Yunlai. If my friend Yunlai dies, then Southern Swamp will face a great change. There are thousands of shamans and berserkers on this island, please. Before Zhongzhe could finish speaking, his pupil shrank and he immediately took a few steps backwards. His presence as an end shaman shot up in his body once again, and at the same moment, he formed a seal with both his hands and tapped a few spots on his body before a dark light flickered in his eyes. The reason behind his actions was because violet light had started flashing on Su Ming's body as he continued walking towards him. That violet light was like flowing water. Once it covered Su Ming's entire body, it turned into a set of violet armor. At the same time, Su Ming lifted his right hand, and during that process, that violet light spread out, and a long violet spear of several dozens of feet appeared in a stunning manner right before Zhongzhe's eyes. Power, madness, slaughter. These sensations ripped into Zhongzhe's heart, causing a dazed expression to appear briefly in his eyes. It felt as if his heart and soul had been dragged into a vortex called the abyss. The instant clarity returned to his eyes. He found himself facing a sight that he would never forget, a violet hue that filled the entire sky. He saw Su Ming rising his hand and tossing that long spear swiftly outwards. With a hum, it shot through the isolation light screen Zhongzhe had placed up, and the light screen could not fight back even for a single moment. It exploded into pieces, and during that instant, the long spear turned into a purple shadow that surged into the sky and charged straight towards the clouds. It was so quick that it seemed like it had sliced through the world to pierce through the utterly shocked and terrified Yunlai. As he let out screams of pain, he exploded, and that long spear stabbed into an empty mountain in the distance with a bang. That mountain shuddered and was reduced to ashes. Su Ming stood in midair. The violet light covering his entire body quickly faded away, and the armor changed to fine threads that seeped into his body. The long spear he had thrown out just now into the distance also turned into a ray of violet light that returned to Su Ming's hand. In the span of a breath, he returned to his normal self, and he wrapped his hand in his fist towards Zhongzhe in an apology. Sorry, my hand slipped. Chapter 525, I'll do one thing. Zhongzhe sighed, and his gaze when he looked towards Su Ming became even more complicated. When they had first met in the past, Su Ming was still very weak, but even then, he had managed to attract his attention. When they met again, that shocking power of cultivation and the strength that could seal the whole world with just a wave of his arm had shocked Zhongzhe. But he had been able to tell vaguely that Su Ming was not himself when he was in that state. Then there was their encounter this time. He met Su Ming once again, but this time, the shock Su Ming had brought to him had surpassed those two previous times. That was not because Su Ming's level of cultivation had surpassed Hong Luo's, but because Zhongzhe could tell that this Su Ming who was standing before him was the real man himself. They had met 3 times, and each time, he was different. Among all the people Zhongzhe had met in his life, only Su Ming had been able to give him such intense feelings. Your carelessness this time has caused Southern Swamp Island to no longer know peace. From now on, the islanders who have survived through the calamity will have to face life-threatening dangers once again and be hunted by Eastern Wastelanders. Zhongzhe did not look at the torn pieces of flesh left behind him, but let out a sigh instead. Su Ming was silent. He did not speak. Almost the instant he killed Yunlai, he sensed a faint tremor traveling through the ground of the entire Southern Swamp Island. Those tremors did not start off strong, but quickly turned into booming sounds. The man-made sky started flickering nonstop. Flashes of brightness followed quickly by darkness. When Su Ming lifted his head to look, the man-made darkness let out a brilliant flash, and then the entire Southern Swamp Island was instantly illuminated. However, that light was like a flash of lightning that sliced through the sky before it disappeared without a trace. Banging sounds came from above, and as the light faded away, the stars in the man-made sky started dimming in a manner as if they were all connected together. Eventually, they became dark once again, but the darkness at this moment and the darkness just moments ago were different in their very nature. The darkness just moments ago was due to the man-made sky that had lost all the spiritual chi needed for its operations, but the darkness right now was because of the change that had appeared in Southern Swamp Island. The man-made sky exploded. Although the protective screen still existed, the screen had become transparent, and the intense darkness that fell into Su Ming's eyes was the color of the Dead Sea outside. As he saw the darkness of the Dead Sea, Zhongzhe too saw it, and Fang Lan, who was standing on the mountain on the ground, did as well. All the shamans and berserkers living in southern Swamp Island, too, saw it clearly. Some of the people who had survived through the calamity had been lucky, but a lot more of them had experienced different trials and tribulations. These experiences varied, but there was one shocking similarity between all of them, and that was the unswerving determination that was born out of these experiences. If they did not have determination, then it would be difficult for them to struggle and survive in this chaotic world. If they did not have determination, then it would be difficult for them to crawl out of death. If they did not have determination, it would be difficult for them to still be able to open their eyes after countless people had died in the land of South Mourning. That was why, even though this change had appeared in southern Swamp Island, even though more than a few people had seen Yunlai's death and Su Ming's appearance, they only had shock on their expressions. There was little panic evident in them, much less any form of commotion traveling out of their mouths. Instead, they looked at the sky quietly and silently felt the tremors shaking the ground beneath their feet as southern Swamp Island slowly rose to the surface of the sea. Ziyin looked at all of this with a stupefied expression as she stood in the crowd. The things that had happened were entirely within her expectations, but she did not expect that it would end up this way. She might have been Yunlai's concubine before and believed that she knew a lot about him, but she still did not know that southern Swamp Island's rune was linked to his life. Fang Lan remained silent. She knew about the rune being linked to Yunlai's life. This was also the reason why she was confident she could kill or heavily injure Yunlai through her multiple preparations. She also knew that the rune in southern Swamp Island would crumble after Yunlai died, along with the fact that the island would once again appear on the surface of the sea after his death. But firm resolution appeared in her eyes. Ziyin has already suffered for me for many years. She might be together with Yamu now, but she doesn't know that she still has Yunlai's seal in her body. She might look as if she has regained the freedom to live and die as she wishes, but in truth, her life is still in Yunlai's hands. Zhongzhe would not interfere much in this matter either, unless Yamu became a ladder shaman. This is what I saw in Yunlai's memories. If Ziyin could suffer for me, then I could also bear living in infamy and being ridiculed for the rest of my life for her. Even if the entire southern Swamp Island had to pay for this, as long as Ziyin could obtain true freedom, it's worth it. This was what Fang Lan had told herself in her heart when she set her plan to kill Yunlai all those years ago. There was a second stage to her plans, and she had already made detailed preparations for it. Once she killed or heavily injured Yunlai, she would leave quietly with Ziyin and head to other islands to begin a new life. However, Su Ming's appearance had thrown all her plans into chaos. Su Ming could feel the tremors in the island becoming more intense under his feet. Booming sounds rolled into the air from beneath him. He noticed southern Swamp Island rising up, and in silence, he noticed the seawater at the depths of the Dead Sea looking as if it had been split apart. A massive area on the surface of the sea also sank down, and waves started rolling towards the edges of the pit. In just a moment, with a shocking boom that shook the sky and earth, an island emerged from the very depths of the sea on the originally empty surface. The instant it appeared, a large amount of seawater rolled about, causing booming sounds to reverberate in the air. The people could see an arc-shaped screen of light covering this island, and as it appeared on the sea, the light from the world outside instantly shot through and fell on the island. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the clouds in the sky outside the screen of light, then listened to the roaring waves of the sea around him. Zhongzhe's voice reached his ears. The crash of the eastern wastelands in our land caused South Mourning to be split into pieces, turning into 3 much smaller continents and the numerous islands around the edges of these continents. The 3 much smaller continents are protected by runes, prohibiting all outsiders from entering, as if they are sealed off. Besides the 3 much smaller continents, there are numerous islands that vary in sizes. Most of these islands are uninhabited, and only some of them serve as a home for those who survive through the calamity, just like us. Compared to the 3 sealed-off continents, those who live on the islands face a whole lot more dangers, and many of these dangers come from eastern wastelands instead of from the Dead Sea. Once South Mourning shattered because of the catastrophe of the eastern wastelands, a disaster also fell on the latter. Their continent also collapsed and many islands appeared, but since there were a lot more powerful warriors in eastern wastelands compared to South Mourning, That was why the damage to their land was much smaller compared to ours, and their continent was not torn to pieces. There were too many casualties in South Morning, and Eastern Wastelands did not suffer much damage. This caused a huge disparity between our strengths. The Eastern Wastelanders hunt those of us from South Morning for entertainment. To them, all of us from South Morning are inferior, be it who are shamans or berserkers. Take, for example, that Scour Civ festival of theirs. It is a bloody festival hosted by Scour Civ Island, the biggest island located outside the Eastern Wastelands, and their aim is to hunt those of us from South Morning. This Scour Civ festival is hosted once every 2 years, and now, it's almost here. If Southern Swamp Island appears on the surface of the sea now, we'll definitely catch the attention of the cultivators from Eastern Wasteland. Su Ming, you really shouldn't have killed Yunlai. Zhongzhe looked at the sky outside the screen of light, then at the sea around him, and there was a sense of age in his voice when he spoke. Sir Zhongzhe, do you happen to have a map of the islands surrounding Eastern Wastelands, especially of Scour Civ Island? Su Ming turned his gaze away from the sky to look at Zhongzhe as he asked calmly. A brilliant sparkle appeared in Zhongzhe's eyes, and he looked at Su Ming with a stern expression on his face. Do you know that Scour Civ Island is the biggest island outside Eastern Wastelands, and that old Imo Luo one on the island has already reached the peak of the later stage of the Berserker Soul Realm, and he is already halfway to attaining great completion in the Berserker Soul Realm? I fought against him once, and I lost. This person's divine abilities are unpredictable, and he also has the power of Great Yu Sky Palace. Based on your race's words, he is someone who has gone to Great Yu Dynasty before. Once this sort of person attains great completion in the Berserker Soul Realm, then it would be the same as him reaching the pinnacle of being an end shaman. That stage belongs to those who have the right to explore becoming hollow shamans. You do indeed have extraordinary power, but do you have confidence to be able to fight against him? Zhongzhe asked solemnly. I once heard from someone that among your medial, latter, and end shamans, the end shamans have power that is equivalent to the berserkers who have attained great completion in the Berserker Soul Realm. Is that true? Su Ming did not answer Zhongzhe's question, but instead threw out his question lightly. In theory, that is true. But in truth, the Berserker's constitution has a long history and serves the main cultivation system for berserkers after the first god of berserkers created it. But the shaman's constitution was created by our Lord of Nine Li after he discarded his identity as a berserker all those years ago. Due to the strangeness of our divine abilities, all our realms that are below end are stronger than the berserkers. But if we compare the berserkers who have attained great completion in the Berserker Soul Realm to end shamans, then end shamans are not their opponents. If I truly go and fight against them, then with my experience, I can tell that I will be able to fight against a berserker in the later stage of the Berserker Soul Realm, but I cannot win against those who have attained great completion. In fact, even if the old Imo Luo is halfway through attaining great completion, since he has mastered the power of Great Yu, I still cannot hope to be his opponent. Unless, that is, a hollow shaman like the Great Patriarch appeared among us shamans again. Su Ming nodded his head. He did not speak. From what I know, besides the old Imo Luo, this Scour Civ Island also has an end shaman, Bao Shan, the traitor of our people, and there are also 3 berserkers in the middle stage of the Berserker Soul Realm who are as powerful as Yunlai. There are also quite a number of berserkers in the initial stage of the Berserker Soul Realm and latter shamans who are still affiliated with our precious mountain. This sort of strength is simply not something we can stand up against. That is why most of the islands around this area, including Southern Swamp Island, have decided to hide, Zhongzhe stated in a low voice. Senior Zhongzhe, how many years do you have left? Su Ming suddenly asked. Zhongzhe fell silent, and after a long while, he closed his eyes. The aura of death he had hidden in his body became a little more distinct. Less than 10 years. I am a berserker. I have lived in the land of shamans for many years. Now, after the calamity that fell on South Morning, the shamans and berserkers have fused together. Su Ming's gaze landed on Zhongzhe, and he slowly shifted his eyes away. He looked towards Fang Lan, whose expression was filled with a complicated array of emotions, then at the shamans and berserkers who had walked out of their own cave abodes. I have not done anything for the berserkers before. Now, let me do one thing for all of you. Su Ming looked at all these people, who were dressed in ragged clothing, looked at them needing to hide themselves even though they had survived through the calamity, and all of this was because of Eastern Wastelands. *****. Translator's notes. 1. The relationship between Scour Civ and Mo Luo. Scour Civ Island Festival Temple is actually named after Mo Luo, which are based on the characters of his name. Mo Luo is the pinyin for these two words Luo, and Scour Civ is the meaning for the words. Treat it as Mo Luo deciding to name the island/festival/temple after the meaning of his own name, which is the same for Tianlan, Talan, which is the surname for Tianlan Ming, Tianlan Yu, and Sky Mist's ancestor. And Sky Mist City/Wall is the meaning of Tinlan. Chapter 526. Eldest Senior Brother's Whereabouts. As Southern Swamp Island appeared on the surface of the sea, seawater started churning in all directions. The shamans and berserkers behind the screen of light in the island stared wordlessly at Su Ming and Zhongzhe, who were both standing in the sky. Zhongzhe lifted his right hand, and a jade slip immediately appeared on his palm. He flung it towards Su Ming, and the jade slip turned into a long arc that instantly appeared before Su Ming. Once he caught it in his hands, he looked at it carefully. It was a simple map, and where South Morning originally were 3 smaller continents. Each of them was separated by the Dead Sea. They might be called continents, but were really just slightly larger islands. Around the area near Eastern Wastelands was an endless amount of islands. There was also quite a number of them located at the edge of continent as well. One of them was an island that was several times the size of Southern Swamp. The words Scour Civ were written on top of it. It's difficult for me to leave this land, so I can't go with you. I can only give you a bow as a plea for you to do this, and as a sign of gratitude for this matter. Zhongzhe looked at Su Ming, and the complicated look in his eyes gradually turned to a regretful one as he wrapped his fist in the palm and bowed towards Su Ming. Sir Zhongzhe, please tell me, did my eldest senior brother come to the land of the shamans in the past? Su Ming averted his gaze from the jade slip and looked at Zhongzhe before he suddenly threw this question out of the blue. The young lord came to Autumn Sea Tribe before the calamity, but he didn't go to the god of Shaman's temple. Instead, when the calamity fell on our heads, he went to Eastern Wastelands. Zhongzhe said deeply. Su Ming frowned. From what I know, the young lord went to Eastern Wastelands because of his master, who went there many years ago and never returned. It seems like something had happened there. Zhongzhe fell silent for a moment, but in the end, he still said those words. He knew about the relationship between Nine, Li's young lord, and Su Ming. He couldn't hide this from him. Su Ming lifted his head swiftly and looked towards Zhongzhe. Please tell me in detail, Senior Zhongzhe. I didn't learn the details because the shamans and berserkers were at war at that time, but from what I understand, Senior Tian Xiezi passed through the Dead Sea alone and went to Eastern Wastelands. It seems like he wanted to try and prevent this calamity, but he never returned. But the date of the calamity falling on us had indeed been pushed back considerably. I remember that the young lord stood on a mountain for the entire night before he went to Eastern Wastelands. He held a broken wooden plate in his hands, and his face was filled with sorrow. Zhongzhe looked at Su Ming and spoke softly. A shudder ran through Su Ming's body, and a bang instantly went off in his head. He could tell that Zhongzhe was not lying, and there was no need for him to lie about this either. A picture appeared in his head. In that picture, he saw the waves in the vast sea surging into the sky. On a mountain towering into the clouds, he saw his eldest senior brother standing silently, looking at the roaring Dead Sea as it came rushing forth from the distance, and at the gigantic Eastern Wastelands charging forward to this place from far, far away. His face was filled with sorrow, and in his hands he held a wooden plate. On that wooden plate were 3 words, Tian Xiezi. There were cracks on that wooden plate, and it looked as if it were about to shatter at any moment. As the seawater roared and Eastern Wastelands crashed into the continent, by his lonesome, eldest senior brother stepped into the air, and with his sorrow, he flew towards Eastern Wastelands. Master, eldest senior brother. Su Ming turned his head around and looked towards the direction where Eastern Wastelands laid. A crazed killing intent burned in his eyes. He did not want to think about this too much. He was afraid that the more he thought about it, the more answers he would get, and the more he would feel that he had lost. He suddenly understood what Ziyin had meant when she said that his second senior brother had left the 9th summit and never returned. He had been slightly puzzled when he first heard it, because his second senior brother loved the 9th summit. The 9th summit was his home, and unless something as serious as the world collapsing happened, he would definitely not leave it. But he still left, and he never returned. Su Ming had originally been wondering where he went, but now he was absolutely certain that his second senior brother had gone to Eastern Wastelands. He went to search for his master. His eldest senior brother also left for the same reason, to search for their master. Perhaps he had even gone off to search for his second junior brother as well. What about Hu Zi? Is he still in the ninth summit? Su Ming mumbled under his breath. He suddenly had a great urge to return to the ninth summit. He wanted to see whether Hu Zi was still around. Then he would go to Eastern Wastelands. Over there, he would search for his eldest senior brother and his second senior brother's traces, and he would find them. Then, they would look for their master together. Zhongzhe looked at Su Ming. This young man who had given him 3 different kinds of feelings during the 3 times they had met reminded him of the young Lord of Nineli. He remembered the person who had left for Eastern Wastelands, and also remembered his very own Autumn Sea tribe, now dispersed. Most of his tribe members were scattered as well. Then he remembered his few remaining years of life, and remembered how great and awe-inspiring he had been when he was younger. Gradually, Zhongzhe turned around and left with a melancholic expression. The sky slowly darkened. Waves upon waves of water crashed onto the surface of the sea, creating splashing sounds. Su Ming sat on a mountain and looked towards the darkness in the distance without a single word. At some point in time, Fang Songlan walked out from the darkness and approached him from behind. She looked at Su Ming gently, but did not speak, simply sat down next to him. The seawater created rushing sounds. The world was covered in darkness. There were no words, no exchange of gazes between the two people. Fang Songlan simply stayed beside Su Ming quietly on the mountain throughout the entire night. When light started shining through the gray clouds in the sky, Su Ming, who had immersed himself in his many thoughts, with the ninth summit constantly appearing in his mind, closed his eyes. "Thank you," he whispered softly. Fang Songlan did not speak. She simply looked in the distance. It might still be dim, but the sky was still much brighter than complete darkness. She shook her head. "If you don't want to stay on Southern Swamp Island, you can leave with Ziyin to the Fated Kin's Island. She knows where it is." Su Ming opened his eyes and looked at the woman who had stayed with him for the entire night. He looked at her side profile. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful. "You don't need to worry about me. My level of cultivation might not be high, but I've prepared a lot of backup plans, and they're all laid out in great detail. I won't run into any dangers that I can't solve. But you, though, that's Gower Civ Island." Fang Songlan turned her head around, and she fixed her beautiful eyes on Su Ming. "I know that Yunlai had been refining an enchanted treasure. He needed my divine ability to be able to activate it fully. The origin of this treasure is unknown, but if you bring it over here," Fang Songlan immediately said, and Su Ming could see the concern as well as worry clearly on her face. "I won't need it. Since it needs your divine ability to be activated fully, then you can also use it." But anxiety rushed through Fang Songlan's system, and just as she was about to continue, a smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. It was very faint, but there was a wave of confidence contained within. "The 20 years of memories you saw were only fragments. You didn't see everything." He looked at her, and the smile stayed on his lips. Fang Songlan was taken aback, but she quickly remembered how Yunlai had been completely unable to fight back against Su Ming despite his strength. That sort of power had already surpassed Fang Songlan's understanding. What is your level of cultivation now?" Fang Songlan remained silent for a while before she asked softly. "Bone sacrifice." Su Ming looked towards her. "That's impossible." Fang Songlan's eyes went wide. A dark light shone in them, and as she lifted her right hand, the jade skull appeared on her palm. Once she pressed her hand against it, she lifted her left hand and held Su Ming's hand, then closed her eyes. Su Ming did not shake her off. After a moment, Fang Songlan trembled, and her eyes flew open. "The Candle Dragon's blessing. Sacrificing all the bones in your body," she mumbled, then looked at Su Ming with disbelieving eyes. Su Ming did not speak. He simply nodded. Fang Songlan only recovered from her shock after some time. She looked at him, and her eyes shone increasingly brighter, but she seemed slightly hesitant. She bit her lip, and after a moment, a grim expression appeared on her face, and she spoke softly. "Su Ming, do you remember when we first met? At that time, after you left my brother's place, I saw your memories." Su Ming remained calm. How could he have forgotten about this? That had been the first time he began suspecting his own identity, and all of this was due to Fang Songlan's compassion as well as her muttering those words that he could not understand back then. "Destiny, huh?" he said lightly. "You already know?" The pity that had appeared in her eyes all those years ago gradually surfaced once again as she asked softly. "I saw you living through 50 years of your life in a void. I also saw you chained up till the moment of your death. After keeping that secret for 20-odd years in her heart, Feng Lan finally told Su Ming about it. I saw them calling you Destiny. I saw you dying hundreds of times. I also saw a place called Dark Mountain. But when I wanted to continue looking, a power from another world destroyed my ability. That power was too strong, and there was no way I could hope to fight back against it. I could feel the power trying to destroy it, because I saw something I shouldn't have. But for some unknown reason, when that power wanted to wipe out my existence, it disappeared. Feng Lan muttered. Still holding Su Ming's hand, she closed her eyes once more. The instant she did so, a bang went off in Su Ming's head, and flowing pictures appeared in his mind. Those pictures were everything that Feng Lan had seen in the past. Over these 20 years, my level of cultivation rose incredibly quickly, and the main reason for it was because of that power that tried to destroy me when I was reading through your memories. I slowly discovered that it did not disappear, but remained within me. I want to help you. I want to let you know just what you lost, and just how many of your true memories have been changed or sealed. That's why I've been training so diligently to fuse with that power. I want to practice this unique divine ability of mine until I reach perfection. I always believed that someday, I would definitely be able to help you. If you trust me, then let me try looking one more time into your past memories. Feng Lan's mutters echoed in Su Ming's ears. In silence, he gradually relaxed his mind, and under Feng Lan's guidance, they both began going back to the past that had returned to the passage of time. Right before Su Ming's eyes, the void appeared, the him that was shackled by chains, the gigantic head, the person sitting on top of the head, as well as that one sentence. You truly disappoint me. He did not know how much time had passed, but at some point, Su Ming's eyes flew open, and Feng Lan shuddered before him. A mouthful of blood spilled out of her mouth. Su Ming stretched out his left hand and dragged her behind himself before lifting his right hand and throwing a punch towards the spot where she had sat moments ago, without any hesitation. That one punch immediately caused the air to begin distorting, and a cold harumph that seemed to come from a place far away abruptly traveled forth. Chapter 527. Elder, who are you? The instant Su Ming threw that punch forward, a cold harumph from the air shot up. A violent bang reverberated in the air. An intense shudder ran through Su Ming's entire body, and rumbling sounds made it seem as if he was about to shatter, and collapse came from his entire person. With Feng Lan in his grip, he tumbled backwards without any hesitation and disappeared instantly. When they reappeared, they were already thousands of feet away. Feng Lan's face turned pale, but determination could be seen on her face. When Su Ming pulled her away, she lifted her hand without any hint of panic and pointed forward with one finger. The protective screen of light outside Southern Swamp Island started shining with a brilliant light that spilled out in all directions before gathering to one point and turning to a powerful ray of light that went charging towards the illusory figure before Su Ming. They crashed into each other in an instant, and as booming sounds reverberated in the air, Su Ming let go of Feng Lan's hand with a grim face. All his power of bone sacrifice erupted forth from his body, and he took a step towards the illusory figure. Almost the instant he took that step, Feng Lan immediately sat down by the side, without caring about how dangerous the place was. Neither was she worried about Su Ming being distracted. Instead, she closed her eyes, and after casting some unknown divine ability, she suddenly cried out. 32 feet to his left, 79 feet to his right, 248 feet to his front. These are his dimensional realm loci. The instant Feng Lan said those words, the eyes of the semi-transparent figure charging towards Su Ming flashed, and he looked straight towards her. When that illusory figure closed in, golden light shone about Su Ming's body, and he pointed towards the spot 32 feet away from the figure's left. A cracking sound immediately rang in the air, and the transparent figure froze momentarily. The instant it froze up, Su Ming laid out his right palm straight and pressed towards his right. A strong force moved to the spot 79 feet away from the figure's right. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the air, and the cracking sounds rang out once again. The transparent figure let out a low growl and lifted his arms as if he was about to form a seal. He did not go on to attack Su Ming, but pushed his palms in Feng Lan's direction. Right at that moment, Su Ming formed his left hand into a fist and hurled a punch straight towards the third-dimensional realm locus, exactly 248 feet before that figure. The instant his punch landed, The area around the semi-transparent figure distorted, and as if space itself was collapsing, a large suction force appeared, causing the figure to be instantly sucked inside, disappearing without a trace. Yet, even though it disappeared, the killing intent within the palm strike aimed towards Fang Songlan after it formed that seal still remained, and it was about to touch her. With Fang Songlan's power, there was no way she could possibly dodge that strike. She lifted her head and looked towards Su Ming. There was a look in her eyes saying that she did not want to part with him, but she was smiling. When everything seemed to have been set in stone and could not be changed, a sharp glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he lifted his left hand to point towards the sky, while pushing his right hand in the direction of the ground. The past, the future. As Su Ming whispered, shadows of himself overlapped and intersected with each other. Time seemed to be flowing backwards around them, and the entire world froze at that instant. The palm strike closing in on Fang Songlan also froze, and even began showing signs of reversing. Su Ming did not hesitate. He took a step forward and warped, appearing right before Fang Songlan. When he lifted his right hand, time was restored, and during that instant, the movement for everything around them increased, as if these things wanted to catch up to for the time they had lost. The palm strike crashed into Su Ming's right hand. With a shocking boom rising into the air, the palm strike shattered. A trickle of blood flowed out of Su Ming's mouth, but he continued standing there and did not move, because right behind him was Fang Songlan, a woman who had been exposed to a life-threatening crisis because of him. Fang Songlan stared at the figure before her with a dazed expression, and the gentleness in her eyes grew stronger with each passing moment. The disappearance of that palm strike caused the air around them to return to normal. Yet strangely, even though there was such a strong ripple of power in this place and such a loud bang in the air, no one in southern Swamp Island caught on. It was as if they did not hear or feel anything. This is that power I was talking about, but it has a bit more intelligence compared to last time. Fang Songlan spoke softly and stood up, walking up to Su Ming and wiping away the blood at the corners of his mouth. But the instant her hands touched Su Ming's blood, that blood on her fingers started rotting away and turning black in the blink of an eye. Soon, it turned into a wave of aura of death that spread out, causing both Su Ming and Fang Songlan to be stunned by the sight. Her eyes went wide. She did not know what had happened. When she lifted her head to look towards Su Ming, she saw a hint of grief in his eyes. Her heart lurched in her chest, but just as she was about to ask, Su Ming closed his eyes. Su Ming was not unfamiliar with that semi-transparent figure. He felt a hint of Deities' presence on that figure just now, but that presence had been incredibly faint, and it felt as if it had come forth through an endless amount of dimensions. When Fang Songlan activated her divine ability in an attempt to help Su Ming probe deeper into his memories, they failed, and had even attracted Deities' presence over. If Su Ming had still been the same as he was before, then Fang Songlan would have definitely died. Dimensional Realm Locus. Is that the name for the 3 spots that were connected to the space here just now that allowed that semi-transparent figure to come here? Su Ming opened his eyes and looked towards Fang Songlan. How did you learn about them? He asked calmly. I don't know either. The instant I sensed that presence coming, I saw those 3 spots around him. He seemed to have also used those 3 spots to arrive to this place. The distance between him and those 3 spots would never change. Confusion appeared in Fang Songlan's eyes as she whispered. She was still caught in the sight of witnessing Su Ming's blood turn black before changing into the aura of death on her finger. Su Ming's expression grew more complicated. The sight of his blood turning into the aura of death kept repeating itself in his head, along with the 3 spots Fang Songlan had mentioned just now. After a long while, Fang Songlan looked towards Su Ming and bit her bottom lip. Why did your blood turn that way on my hand? I'm tired, Songlan. Su Ming then fell silent and sat down cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. Fang Songlan stood by the side quietly for a long while before she discovered, in her anguish, that this Su Ming was different from the Su Ming she knew in the past. Right now, his emotions changed constantly, and he swung between moments of friendliness and aloofness. All of this must be related to his blood turning into the aura of death on my finger. I will definitely find the reason behind this. Determination appeared in Fang Songlan's eyes. She cast Su Ming a glance before turning around and leaving. As she was leaving, she did not hear him mumble his next words. Thank you, Songlan. Su Ming had originally planned to ask Fang Lan to use her unique abilities to look into the memories of Di Tian's servant, whom he had captured, but the sight just now made him temporarily give up on this idea. It was far too easy for unforeseen circumstances to happen in this matter. Su Ming knew that if they attracted that semi-transparent figure containing a hint of Di Tian's presence here again, it would be difficult for him to protect Fang Lan with his current level of cultivation, especially when it would definitely come prepared this time. He sat quietly and looked at the sky turning dark, then at the darkness gradually disappearing to welcome a new day. During these few days, the islanders had been repeatedly fortifying the rune under Zhong Zhe's arrangements. They tried to make the island sink into the bottom of the sea once again. It was not impossible, but they needed time to be able to do so. Su Ming was not worried about Fang Lan. This woman had changed greatly, and his impression of her changed a lot from what it was in the past. It did not matter whether it was her intelligence or her decisiveness. With these things along with her strange divine abilities, they were enough to ensure her safety, despite her low level of cultivation. After all, this was a woman who would dare to try to kill a berserker in the middle stage of the berserker soul realm, even though she was only in the bone sacrifice realm. Su Ming would not dare to underestimate this sort of person. Besides, this is the first time I've seen such a person like you. I wonder how many are there in the land of the berserkers who are like you. Su Ming mumbled to himself. The instant his blood turned into the aura of death on Fang Lan's finger, he was reminded of the moment he flew out of the vortex with the ancient bronze sword from the true sacred Yin realm, and how he had felt as if he was nearly drowned by a thick wave of aura of death the moment he saw the stars and the galaxy. If he minimized that feeling several times and turned it into a drop of blood, then it would be exactly like what he saw on Fang Lan's finger just now. 32, 79, 248. Su Ming looked at the horizon connecting the sky and the sea in the distance and mumbled under his breath. His expression grew more complicated with each passing moment, and a nostalgic look appeared in his eyes as he uttered those three so-called dimensional realm loci. When Fang Lan had first mentioned those three spots, Su Ming had not thought much about them. But once his blood turned into the aura of death, he had been stunned, and those three numbers began appearing in his head non-stop. He had a vague feeling that these three numbers were familiar, very familiar. That sense of familiarity was the sort that was carved into his soul, engraved into his bones. It was a sort of familiarity that he would never forget. If there is a fourth dimensional realm locus, then would it be located 371 feet away? If there is a fifth, would it be located 563 feet away? If there is a sixth dimensional realm locus, would that be a spot 781 feet away? He whispered to himself softly in agony. How could he forget these six numbers? How could he not be familiar with them? 32, 79, 248, 371, 563, 781. Elder, what were you trying to tell me? You gave me these six numbers when we were in Windstream Tribe before I went to climb those stairs on their sacred mountain. You asked me to remember them well, and I originally thought they were just locations for me to rest, but now, only now do I know that they aren't. Su Ming closed his eyes, and tears fell down his cheeks. Elder, are you really my elder? Are you really Dark Mountain Tribe's elder? Are you really the elder who taught me how to be a person since I was young, taught me how to exercise caution, taught me how to reason, taught me how to fight? Elder, who are you? More tears fell from Su Ming's tightly shut eyes. Elder, is Dark Mountain real? Are Bei Ling, Lei Chun, Wu La Bai Ling, are all of them real? Su Ming opened his eyes and looked towards the sky and the sea. He looked into the distance just like that until his tears became dry, until a thick wave of sorrow appeared and found permanent residence in his body, until he stood up and did not even cast a glance at the woman who had been watching him over these past few days from another mountain far away. He took a step into the sky. Chapter 528. Why should I cherish this life and not defy the world? The place where I was born still did things according to the laws of the universe. When I was born, the berserkers had weakened. Su Ming took a step forward and walked onto air. Sorrow could be seen on his face, and loneliness could be felt coming from his body as he mumbled under his breath. If the heavens are heartless, then we will all be separated. The earth was heartless, and it made my dark mountain die. When war begins, the world is broken and torn to shreds. When a person is lost, his path home grieves for him. If the heavens have eyes, then why do they never see that my world is plunged into eternal darkness? If the deities have souls, then why did they divide the sky and seas to the south and north? I kept my duty to the heavens, so why did they not let me see the darkness of night? I kept my duty to the deities, so why did they tear me into pieces and scatter my memories? I yearn for my home all day and night. I am forced to wander and cannot see the pain of the heavens. I yearn for my family and friends, but where are they? Their souls yearn for me, but we are separated by death. Reality and fantasy cannot be differentiated, and Dark Mountain is too far away. We live and we die in this world, but where is my place in all of it? I cry tears of blood when I lift my head, and tell me, why should I cherish this life and not defy the world? Su Ming lifted his head and roared. His voice sounded like thunder rumbling, causing the clouds in the sky to tumble backwards, and a slim ray of sunlight shot through the thinned-out layers of clouds. When the sunlight descended, Su Ming took a huge step forward and charged towards Scour Civ Island. Killing intent and murderous aura filled his entire body. The sorrow brought by the 6 numbers, the confusion behind whether Dark Mountain was real or simply a fake, and the aura of death that had transformed from his drop of blood on Feng Songlan's fingertips. All of these things made Su Ming begin laughing loudly as he continued moving forward. His laughter rang through the air, but it was filled with a freezing chill. He laughed at the heavens, laughed at the world, laughed at his own life, laughed at Tion's intentions. I cry tears of blood when I lift my head, and tell me, why should I cherish this life and not defy the world? Who am I? It doesn't matter whether I am Su Ming or Destiny. I don't know who I am, but I know that no matter how big this world is, I will be the one who will control my own fate. Who am I? Is that really important? Su Ming threw up his head and laughed. He understood now. All the life and death experiences he had gone through had allowed him to grow. He had even come to understand the secrets of Dark Mountain on southern Swamp Island, had seen how different Feng Songlan had become, and all of this had allowed him to understand. It's not important. What is important is that I exist. What is important is that I will exist forever. What is important is that I will tear apart this mystery with all my power. What is important is that I will crush all of these things under my heel. I am not me. I am me. There was a wave of wild arrogance in Su Ming's laughter, along with a wave of sorrow that was hidden beneath. When a person found that the things he treasured the most might possibly be fake time and again, how would he end up? Either he would give up, or he would rise. What is reality, and what is fantasy? So what if it's reality? So what if it's fantasy? Su Ming charged forth, and wherever he went, the world would rumble. Under his extreme speed, the giants in the sea dared not lift their heads, the birds in the sky dared not get closer, and all the living beings around him did not dare look at him. Since you call me Destiny, then I, Su Ming, will be your destiny. And if you call me Su Ming, then from now on, I will still be Su Ming. Su Ming let out a long string of laughter towards the sky. His killing intent and murderous aura became even thicker as he laughed, surging towards the sky and pushing the layers of clouds to charge straight towards eastern wasteland Scour Civ Island. As he rushed forward under that extreme speed, he did not see that woman who still remained on the now distant southern Swamp Island, did not see the fated kin worship his statue on their island. Neither did he see Hu Zi roaring towards the sky in fury and in endless suffering on the 9th summit in the land of the Berserkers. Nor did he see the relocation gate deep in the depths of the ground that would lead him to another place. In that place was a frozen world, and in that frozen world was the buried Great Yu Imperial City. In that city was a tall altar, and on that altar was the frozen court diviner of Great Yu. Right before him was a ferocious beast's spine, and on it were a line of words that were carved into the spine before the old man died. When you learn who you are no longer you. When you no longer know who you will be you. Besides these sentences, the things Great Yu's court diviner had seen in the past with those gray eyes that could no longer see the world had all turned into a faint, loving smile filled with compassion and expectation. Su Ming had not seen that smile clearly when he came, but if he had been able to see it, then he would have definitely been shocked to the core, and his mind would have definitely gone blank with loud rumbles occupying his thoughts, and tears would have absolutely fallen from his eyes as he stood before Great Yu's court diviner on the frozen altar. Because Su Ming would never forget that smile, that loving smile. He did not think about who he was. It did not matter whether he was a berserker or a shaman, Su Ming or Destiny. It did not matter where he came from or whether he was alive or dead. It did not matter whether this place was truly the land of the Berserkers or just that so-called Yin's death region. He did not bother about these things. The only thing he cared about right then was what laid right before his eyes. The only things he cared about were the 9th Summit and the Scour Civ Festival that was held once every 2 years. He was going to help all the people of South Morning get rid of this festival. Get rid of it forever. He was going to tell the cultivators in Eastern Wastelands that there were also powerful warriors in South Morning after the calamity, and he would not let anyone trespass their land. With that killing intent burning within him, Su Ming's speed reached its peak. Several days later, as the sky turned bright and dark before the process repeated itself, as rumbling sounds continued traveling from the clouds, as the rain falling from the sky was dragged out and pulled into a long river of water in the sky by Su Ming as he continued onward with that extreme speed, a gigantic island appeared before his eyes. A screen of light flashed outside it with a variety of colors. There was also a great power coming from it. There were 7 small islands around that big island, looking as if they were stars surrounding the moon, like guards protecting their master. Waves upon waves of powerful presences faintly traveled forth from the main island. If the screen of light had not been around, those presences would spread out without any filter. Yet even so, it was enough to intimidate all the people who came, as well as the ferocious beasts in the Dead Sea. The island was shaped in the form of a crescent moon. Numerous pompous buildings built of jade and marble could be seen there, and the island itself was decorated extravagantly. Su Ming also could see a large number of Eastern Wasteland cultivators moving about on the ground. It was an incredibly lively sight. Even though the Scour Civ Festival still had yet to begin, the preparations for it were already on the way. Su Ming did not even attempt to hide his arrival a single bit. That was why the moment he closed in on the island, the long arc he brought along with him in the sky startled all the people on Scour Civ Island. I, Su Ming of South Morning, have come to Scour Civ Island to destroy your island. When I leave, blood will be flowing through this island in rivers, and you will all serve as a warning for Eastern Wastelands. Without holding anything back, he swiftly spread out his great divine sense and sent it crashing right down on the island. His voice instantly caused thunder to roar down below, and the moment all the people heard his words, that long river of rain that Su Ming had brought along behind him charged forth with a howl, and like the river of heaven spilling down from the sky, it rammed straight down on Scour Civ Island's protective screen of light. Right before everyone's eyes, the river from heaven fell on them. Right before everyone's eyes, rain poured down on them like arrows. Right before everyone's eyes, the Dead Sea roared. Right before everyone's eyes, the world shattered. Chapter 5:29, Island Destruction. 1. Su Ming's voice reverberated in the air above Scour Civ Island, and as it shook it, an endless wave of echoes stirred up in the sky. As those echoes spread out and the river crashed into the island, the land seemed to have let out a thunderous roar that fell into the ears of all the people on the island. That voice was as cold as snow. That voice burned with a killing intent that surged into the skies. That voice also exuded a terrifying intent to destroy everything, causing most of all the people who heard it to feel greatly shaken. As they lifted their heads, they saw the shocking sight of the long river of rain filling the entire sky and crashing down on the protective screen of light on their island. Scour Civ Island was one of the bigger islands among all those surrounding Eastern Wastelands, but it had originally not existed. It only came into being when the great continent crashed into South Morning and its top layer shattered. Later on, these islands were taken over by all the Eastern Wastelands cultivators who had been unable to go back to their mainland due to all sorts of reasons. They turned these islands into their paradise. These cultivators had all sorts of backgrounds. Some of them were people who had too much blood on their hands and could not return to the mainland. Some of them were people who had betrayed their clans or tribes, and some of them were people who trained on their own. The people whose hands were stained with blood were everywhere. They were brutal, bloodthirsty, and it was as if all of them had the same natural disposition, especially in regards towards their brutality to the people of South Morning. This in particular had turned into their biggest entertainment over the past few years. If they ran into men from South Morning, they would usually kill them, drag their souls, and refine them. If they ran into women, then these women would suffer even worse fates. Over the past few years, the people from South Morning who had died in their hands numbered so high that they could not be counted. Though people from South Morning had only managed to survive through the calamity with much difficulty, and yet they had to run into another fate that was almost akin to that of the calamity itself. All of this was because South Morning was much smaller than Eastern Wastelands. That was why it had shattered completely after a few crashes, while the level of disaster Eastern Wastelands had to suffer was much smaller in comparison due to its immense size. It could be said that when the islands were formed around Eastern Wastelands, these places turned into the gathering spots for all those who were exiled from the continent itself. In fact, over the past few years, quite a large number of people from the mainland came to these islands, causing the strength of these islands to grow day by day. It was especially so after old Mo Luo appeared. He had used his mighty power of cultivation to sweep through the entire land and occupy most of the island, naming it Scour Civ and becoming the biggest faction of power among all the cultivators gathered on the sea around Eastern Wastelands. All the Eastern Wastelands cultivators who had affiliated themselves to old Mo Luo joined a group called Barren Swamp, and they would call themselves savages. Not only were they brutal towards those in South Morning and invaded their land many times to slaughter them, these people were also hostile towards the orthodox cultivators from the mainland. However, due to their wariness towards these cultivators, they did not dare provoke them. But if they ran into them traveling alone, those orthodox cultivators would also end up just like people from South Morning. Su Ming's arrival, his astonishing presence, and the river of rain crashing onto the protective screen of light caused all the people on Scour Civ Island to feel shocked, but they were not afraid. Instead, a wave of brutality rose within their hearts. This was a faction formed by numerous violent criminals. These people oppressed the kind and were afraid of the wicked. They showed their fangs towards the weak, created this Scour Civ festival that was nothing short of them drinking the blood of those from South Morning, because this was the only way they could find any sort of value to their existence. Due to their vast numbers, they also scoffed at the idea of submitting to those who were powerful. They thought that if they killed, if they were brutal, then they could intimidate all the powerful warriors. Over the years, their actions had indeed caused many people to choose to avoid them, but they did not know that this time, they had run into Su Ming. Against this sort of people, there was no need for any form of humanity. Only one word was needed to deal with them, and that was to kill. Kill them until their blood formed flowing rivers. Kill them until no survivors were left. Kill them until their terror was carried even to their deaths. He would turn this island into a warning for all of Eastern Wastelands. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the air, and violent booms erupted forth when the rain from the sky crashed into the protective screen of light. Light kept flickering on the screen continuously, but it did not shatter. Roars shot out from the island, and savages flew up from all over in a group, bringing with them brutality and bloodlust. At the same time, 7 shocking, long arcs instantly flew out from the 7 guardian islands around Scour Civ Island. Hundreds of people followed behind those arcs, and at that moment, roaring sounds that shook the sky and earth shot up around Scour Civ Island, so loud that they were deafening to the ears. Su Ming's arrival and his powerful presence might not have caused the savages on Scour Civ Island any sort of fear, but he had brought about great shock towards them. That was why they had chosen to attack with an entire group. Most of the time, when they ran into powerful warriors, they would do the same thing, and there had been many of these powerful warriors who had been shocked and chased away by their seemingly mad and fearless attitude towards death. This time, they wanted to use the same method, but this method was useless against Su Ming. With a calm expression, he decided to temporarily put Scour Civ Island's protective screen of light aside. He stood in midair and looked at the ferocious faces and brutal figures charging towards him while roaring, then lifted his right hand slowly before clenching his fist in a tight grip. Immediately, strong violet light burst forth from his palm. That violet light in Su Ming's palm was piercing to the eyes, and with its swift spread, it turned into an impressive violet spear that was dozens of feet long, startling all those who saw it. Once Su Ming held it in one hand, his lips curled up into a cold sneer, and within his aloof eyes, killing intent shone. The instant his killing intent appeared, violet light shone around his entire body. The violet light covered him like flowing water. In the midst of that dazzling light, his right arm became covered in armor, and as if it possessed life, it spread out rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it covered Su Ming's entire body. Once a violet helmet manifested to cover his head as well. His hair too looked as if it had turned violet as it flowed behind his head. With the violet armor and long spear, Su Ming's presence immediately became even more shocking as he stood in the sky. He lifted his head swiftly, and with one swing of the long spear lying horizontally before him, a piercing sound reverberated in the air. He pointed the tip of the spear towards one of the 7 guardian islands around Siv Island, straight in the direction of the many long arcs coming towards him. All those who violate us from South Morning will be executed, no matter how far away you are. The moment Su Ming said those words, he took a step forward, and with an indescribable speed, he turned into a long violet arc that charged in the direction of the group of people coming towards him. This group of people were the guardians from the 6th island. The person leading the charge was a middle-aged man. He was dressed in a hanfu, and his expression was tainted with sullenness along with bloodthirst. However, his heart was shuddering, filled with shock at the moment. Su Ming had arrived among them with that mighty, intimidating presence as well as that violet armor manifesting on his body. Its light filled the man's entire vision and made fear grow in his heart, despite the fact that he was already a berserker in the initial stage of the berserker soul realm. However, he believed that all powerful warriors would choose to run under the savage's crazed and reckless charge. With that thought in mind, the middle-aged man let out a roar, and as he lifted his right hand, his divine ability took physical form. Just as he was about to strike with his full power, a violet figure suddenly appeared in his pupils. That violet figure seemed to have forced himself into his field of view, causing the middle-aged man to be momentarily stunned. When he eventually reacted to it and was just about to retreat, a stab of pain appeared at the center of his brows. The long violet spear had pierced through his head at some unknown point of time, with the other end going out the back of his head, bringing with it blood that splattered everywhere. Besides that long spear, he also saw an aloof figure in violet armor holding onto that long spear, and that was the last scene he saw in his life. A loud bang rang in the air. The body of that person whose head had been shot through by Su Ming's spear under that extreme speed exploded. But even as his blood spilled in all directions in the air, the followers behind him did not stop for even a single moment and continued charging forward as if they had gone mad. Su Ming looked towards them aloofly, then took a step forward. Violet lights surged into the sky, and shrill screams of pain reverberated in the air the next instant. The violet spear would sweep through the air horizontally wherever Su Ming went, just like a violet dragon charging into the crowd. After a moment, when Su Ming walked out of the crowd, all the people from the 6th Guardian Island had exploded behind him and their blood poured into the sea. There was even a trail of fresh blood that flowed with the movement of Su Ming's long spear, which was now traveling in a diagonal arc. He stood in midair and turned his head around slowly to look at the sky coldly, straight towards the remaining figures who had flown out of the other 6 islands. All those who have humiliated us from South Morning will have what they did to us delivered right back to them, Su Ming declared coolly. His voice spread out, and at the same moment he turned into a long arc and charged into another crowd. It was as if once he donned on that violet armor, he would only attack, he would never retreat. Murderous aura surged into the sky from his body. There was also a ferocious, illusory shadow manifesting behind him, and it looked as if it was roaring murderously towards the sky. All Civ savages who saw Su Ming at that moment were startled, shocked, and fear conquered their minds and bodies. Because no matter what sort of cultivation level they had, when Su Ming closed in on them, no one standing in the sky outside the island had any chance of surviving. Because even though they were filled with crazed frenzy, Su Ming was filled with even more madness. Because even though they were brutal and bloodthirsty, they discovered that Su Ming was even more brutal than they were. That phrase promising to return what they did to those in South Morning became the eulogy for these savages, turning into an echo that shook the skies. Su Ming killed, and wherever he went, all those who tried to stop him, as well as all those who fell into his line of sight, would find their bodies exploding into smithereens when he left. Rain poured down from the sky, and the blood seemed to have fused with the rain from the sky, causing the sky to begin raining blood. So what if these people were in the initial stage of the Berserker soul realm? In just a moment, right before the people who were still on the Civ Island's eyes, the sky outside practically turned red with blood. As it poured down from above, most of the people from the Guardian Islands died. The sort of shock they felt in their hearts was something words could not describe. If they were already in such a state, then it was even more so for the savages from the Guardian Islands standing outside the screen of light. When this group of hundreds was cut down to merely dozens during the slaughter, the savages who believed themselves to be more brutal and reckless than anyone else had their minds broken. Their wills were shattered, causing them to scream in fear and scatter away. He's mad. He's a bloodthirsty, malicious spirit. There's such a brutal person in South Morning. This is... When Su Ming saw the still alive people around him fleeing hastily in fear, he lifted his left hand and pointed towards the sky. All the clouds started spinning with a loud rumble, turning into a whirlwind that descended upon the escapees. It swept through the sea, lifted up a wave that surged into the skies, and as it swept through the air, the dozens of fleeing people were all dragged into the whirlwind, and as booming sounds filled the air, all of them were shredded apart. None survived. *****. Translator's notes. 1. Hanfu, traditional clothes for Han people during the Han Dynasty. Here is a link to how it looks like. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/hanfu_movement_sign/media/file:%, E5% $85% A9% E6% BC% A2% E6% 9C% 8D% E4% BA%BA hanfu.jpg. Chapter 530, Island Destruction. 2. Almost the instant the remaining people from the Guardian Islands died, Su Ming slowly lifted the long spear in his right hand. Right when the savages on Scour Civ Island were startled by his actions, they saw him swiftly swinging his right hand in the sky. With that one swing, the long spear was flung out and turned into a long violet arc that sliced through the air and ripped up a huge crack in the air as it charged straight towards the screen of light around Scour Civ Island. As a shocking boom reverberated through the air and shook the entire island, the protective screen of light was penetrated through by the violet light. With a bang, the spear struck the island, turning into a visible violet-colored force that swept through the entire area. At that moment, the protective screen of light shattered inch by inch, turning into countless fragments that seemed as if they were shoved aside by a large, invisible hand. Soon after, the screen exploded, dragging along those fragments as it fell backwards. There was a great temple built on one of the many mountains on Scour Civ Island. That temple looked simple, but was incredibly elegant in design. There were rows upon rows of memorial tablets there, looking as if they were placed there for worship. They were positioned in a manner that made it seem as if they had built up a small tower. There were quite a large number of runic symbols carved on those memorial tablets, and they were all exuding a dark and strange presence. There was an old man in white sitting cross-legged underneath those memorial tablets. Placed before him was a long blade, and there was a chilling and eerie air coming out from it. If anyone looked at it for a prolonged period of time, they would begin hearing shrill screams and howls from malicious souls right beside their ears, though it would be just a figment of their imagination. Faint and indistinct black aura spread out from the long blade and surrounded the area. The old man's head was filled with white hair, and there was a scar traveling from the corner of his right brow to the left corner of his lips. That scar was reddish in color, and it gave off a savage air while also giving the old man an incredibly terrifying presence. His expression was calm as he sat there, as if he was not paying too much attention to whatever was happening outside. By his side was a middle-aged man. That man wore a long robe, and he, too, looked calm. There were two finely polished skulls in his hands, and he was twirling them around on his palm. Almost the moment the screen of light around the island was destroyed, 3 people appeared, standing near the main door leading to the temple. 2 from the 3 were old men whose heads were already flecked with white. The other one was a boy. They stood there with incredibly respectful faces, and a hint of fear could even be seen in the midst of their respect. Progenitor, he calls himself Su Ming, and he's from South Morning. The 7 guardians outside the island are already dead, and he has broken the island's first layer of defense, the boy said in a low voice. How dare he, a mere dreg of South Morning. The scar-faced old man in white robes opened his eyes, and after sweeping his gaze past the 3 people, he looked towards the long black blade lying before him. Use my Scour Civ blade and activate the Great Barren Blood Rune. It'll be enough to kill this person. Bring his head back to me. Once the old man said those words, the long black blade before him immediately let out a buzzing sound that exuded bloodthirst and cruelty. Once that sound appeared, the long black blade rose up on its own, and after flying in a circle in the temple, it charged towards the boy, who received it respectfully with both hands. Excitement appeared on his face, and he quickly spoke. Don't worry, progenitor. With Scour Civ Blade and a great Baron Blood Rune, even if this person is in the later stage of the Berserker Soul Realm, he will be cut down. The boy immediately asked for leave. The eyes of the two old men also began shining murderously. They left with respective postures, and along with the boy, they turned into 3 long arcs that flew out of the temple. You should know that those 3 aren't that person's opponent, even if they have your Scour Civ Blade. After the 3 people left, the middle-aged man who had been toying with the skulls on his hands spoke flatly. So what? The old man closed his eyes calmly. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful warrior among my people in South Morning. I can't see through his level of cultivation either. At first glance, he seems like he's in the bone sacrifice realm, but when I look closely, I can sense a power so great it's terrifying. He managed to kill the 7 guardians within an instant. So my guess is that his combat power has already reached the peak of the later stage of your people's Berserker Soul Realm. In fact, he seems to be slightly above that. The middle-aged man voiced his musings slowly, deeply moved by what he discovered. Even you would have to be incredibly cautious against an enemy like this. That's why you were not willing to walk out immediately, right? A faint smile appeared on the middle-aged man's lips as he looked towards the old man. Are you done with your yapping? The old man opened his eyes and stared at the middle-aged man coldly. True. Even if everyone in Scour Civ Island died, as long as you're here, more of those who no longer exist on paper in Eastern Wastelands will flock here, and your faction of power will continue growing. The middle-aged man smiled. You're letting the people under you test him out continuously, trying to make this person tire by spilling his blood and forcing him to fight non-stop. Under the continuous tests, you will find his weakness, and then you will reveal yourself and fight against him. Even if by that time, the entire Scour Civ Island had already turned into an island flowing with blood, and even if by that time, it would be barren of life and not a single blade of grass would grow here anymore. The middle-aged man sighed deeply. Besides, as long as you are in this temple, you can bring out the power of the ancestors' souls you worship to the max, causing you to be able to bring forth the power of a berserker who has attained great completion in the Berserker Soul Realm for a short amount of time. That is why it's much better for you to wait for him here instead of going out to face him. You also have Sir Mok around. Even if any sort of accidents occur, with him around, everything will be resolved. The middle-aged man shook his head and felt a hint of regret for having to lose that person called Su Ming outside so soon. You're here as well, the scar-faced old man remarked calmly. The middle-aged man fell silent and sighed in his heart. Almost the instant he did so, a vicious bang reverberated through the air outside the temple. A force of impact spread out, causing the entire island to tremble because of it. Sounds of battle surged from the sky outside the temple. Su Ming, in his violet armor and with the long spear in hand, walked forward. He did not move quickly, but there were still countless corpses ripped to shreds lying behind him. A green ray of light swam around the sky. That green light was, naturally, the small sword. It was under the control of Su Ming's nascent divinity, and all those who dared come near him would be cut down by that sword. Further down in the sky was a gigantic illusion, and booming sounds rang in the air. That illusion was the candle dragon, which came from his snake. As it roared, it began to slaughter the people in a frenzy. All the savages on the island eyes filled with blood, and they rushed forward recklessly, throwing all the caution to the wind as they executed their divine abilities. Even the weakest among them were already in the bone sacrifice realm, and those who were charging towards Su Ming at that moment were filled with thick murderous aura as their bodies shone with blood-red light. Their roars never stopped ringing in the air. If anyone looked from above the sky, they would be able to see clearly that there was a blood-red screen of light with multiple layers covering most of Scour Civ Island, enveloping all the islanders and Su Ming within. That blood-red screen of light continued flashing, and every single time it flashed, rays of red light would descend with a bang and charge towards Su Ming. If anyone took a closer look, they would find that there were 9 layers to this blood-red screen of light, and each layer grew increasingly thicker the further it was from the island. These layers surrounded everyone and formed a rune, floating right above the screen of light, and that rune was a long black blade. And there were 3 people sitting cross-legged there, next to that long blade. These 3 people were naturally the 2 old men and the 1 boy who had come out of the temple just now. These 3 people had their eyes shut tight, as if they were keeping the rune running. I once said, when I leave this island, your blood will flow in rivers. Su Ming took a slow step forward and pointed to the side with his left index finger. Immediately, a savage who had been charging towards him received a bloody hole in the center of his brows, and he fell back, dead. I once said, all those who humiliate my people in South Mourning will be executed no matter how far away you are. Su Ming threw the long spear in his right hand with a vicious throw. That long spear charged out with a howl and fell on a mountain in the distance. With a bang, that mountain immediately broke into pieces. At the same moment, Su Ming lifted his right hand, seized the air in the direction of the shattered mountain, and flung his arm outwards. A whirlwind instantly appeared out of thin air at the spot where the mountain had crumbled, dragging in the innumerable shattered stones and stirring up a sharp whistle in the air as it spread to the area with a bang. Each of the shattered stones contained Su Ming's power of the Wind Berserker, and their great strength caused bloody rain to fall. I once said I will have all of you pay an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and all of your blood for every single drop of blood you drained from the people of South Mourning. Su Ming walked onto the destroyed mountain to stand beside the long spear that had sunk into the ground. Once he held it in his hand, he pulled it out slowly, and he lifted his left hand to casually seize the air behind him. Immediately, the savage who had closed in behind him was seized by the throat. When Su Ming turned around, he did not look at the person's despair-filled and terror-stricken gaze. He crushed his neck, then let go and lifted his head to look at the three people sitting on the blood-red screen of light in the sky. The instant he looked towards the trio, they too immediately noticed his aloof gaze. Their hearts trembled, and at the same time, the hundreds of savages within the blood-red screen of light covering most of Scour Civ Island broke down in the midst of this continuous slaughter while surrounded by the red sky and the similarly red and bloody and wet ground. They were afraid. They were terrified. And all of this was because of Su Ming's massacre. That detached, merciless, and crazed slaughter made all these people feel as if they had sunk into hell. They had run into a person who was even more brutal and vicious than they were. And in the face of such a person, everything that made them who they were crumbled. So, you savages, is this what you are? A group of people who only know how to oppress the weak. As Su Ming stated that calmly, he stabbed the long spear in his hand right into the ground. The instant it touched the land, violet light immediately started shining on the spear, and it melted. The violet armor on Su Ming's body also melted, turning instantly into an uncountable amount of fine violet threads that surrounded him. Su Ming's entire body shone with that piercing violet light, and as if they possessed life, these violet threads crawled into the ground in an unbridled fashion. Almost the instant they did so, shrill screams of pain abruptly shot through the air within the blood-red screen of light. Right under the feet of the hundreds of people remaining, fine violet threads suddenly crawled out and charged straight into their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the entire island was dyed violet. Chapter 531, Island Destruction. 3. As the screams of pain rose and fell in the midst of that violet shade, explosions continuously rang in the air. Once Su Ming executed that bizarre killing move of his, the numerous violet threads crawled into the hundreds of savages still present under the blood-red screen of light, and their bodies were ripped apart by those same threads. Rivers of blood flowed on the ground, and a countless amount of shredded corpses covered the land. Once all the savages in the red screen of light died, the violet threads left their mangled corpses and flew towards Su Ming. In an instant, they gathered once again on Su Ming's body, surrounding him before turning into the violet armor and the long spear. That sight fell into the eyes of the trio outside the screen of light. Their pupils shrank. Shock and terror appeared on their faces. In truth, they were not the only ones who saw this scene. The savages that numbered to nearly 1,000 on this island outside the blood-red screen of light also saw it. Everything that had happened within the short period of time caused all the people on the island feel an indescribable fear towards Su Ming. This fear was like a nightmare, and even if they managed to live through this calamity, it would stay with them for life, causing them to be shocked out from their meditation, jolted awake from their sleep. The same scene also fell into the eyes of the old Mo Luo in the temple and the middle-aged man sitting beside him, the Yin shaman, Bao Shan. Their expressions differed, but the hints of shock in their eyes were similar. What is that armor? Bao Shan's pupils shrank, and he asked under his breath. That armor? I seem to have seen it recorded somewhere before. Mo Luo's expression was incredibly grim. Almost the instant all the eyewitnesses were shocked to the core, Su Ming lifted his head and looked towards the three people on the rune in the sky as he stood within the blood-red screen of light. With one move, he charged upwards. The trio were startled and quickly formed a seal with both their hands before they pressed their palms on the screen of light. Immediately, the area inside it became foggy, and a bloody fog immediately filled the region, instantly becoming so thick that it could not be seen through with the naked eye. Roars and sounds of battle echoed once again in the blood-red screen of light, even though there were no longer any savages inside, and right before Su Ming's eyes, the mangled corpses on the ground grouped together to turn into a dead but moving body. The blood on the ground also gathered together to manifest into blood humans, and all of them charged towards Su Ming in a fit of madness in the fog. This was the true activation of the Great Barren Blood Rune. The more this rune killed, the stronger it would become. The fog in the rune tumbled about, and once the sounds of battle reached up, the three people outside the rune felt their hearts relax. They looked at each other, then bit the tips of their tongues and coughed out a mouthful of blood that fell on the long black blade in their midst. The blade started buzzing again. Once it absorbed the blood, a wisp of black smoke seeped out and took shape. It looked like a person, but its facial features could not be seen clearly. The trio could only tell vaguely that the smoke was a woman. She unsheathed the long black blade from its scabbard, then charged into the rune with the blade in her hand. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 20 breaths went by. The trio's nerves were strung high during that time. They kept their gazes fixed on the fog in the rune, and they were not the only ones. The savages outside the rune were also watching nervously. Even old Mo Luo and the End Shaman, Bao Shan, did the same thing. The fog in the rune started churning even more furiously, and the roars as well as the sounds of battle reached a volume that could almost ring through the sky. Piercing whistles that sounded as if there was a blade slicing through the air also echoed about. Delight gradually appeared in the trio's eyes. They could sense that the rune's power had been activated to its full potential. Even berserkers in the later stage of the berserker soul realm would find it difficult to survive in this rune. My friends, the time has come for us to step in. Once we kill this person, we will have a huge achievement under our belts. This person must surely be a rare powerful warrior from South Morning. And if such a powerful warrior died in Scoursive Island, then who else in South Morning could hope to stand against us? As the three laughed, they began forming seals with both their hands, and their bodies slowly sank into the rune to blend into the red fog. Yet less than 10 breaths after the trio fused into the red fog, the rune started trembling, and the tremors grew more violent with each passing moment. It made all the savages around the area to be filled with anticipation in the midst of their anxiety, while their faces became twisted with ferociousness. Suddenly, the rune let out a bang, and right under the crowd's expectant gazes, they saw fine cracks appearing on the blood-red screen of light. And almost the instant these cracks appeared, the rune exploded with a loud bang that shook the sky and earth. 3 figures shot out from within as it exploded. The instant the savages around started laughing because they thought they had won, before seeing the whole process, a shrill scream of pain caused immense terror to appear within all these people, and that terror was reflected on their faces. They saw the trio rushing out of the rune, and the one who screamed was the old man who had come out last. Because before he even managed to take a few steps forward, a hand immediately shot out and grabbed his neck. As he screamed, his body abruptly exploded, turning into a large amount of flesh and blood that spilled in the air. At that moment, Su Ming walked out of the collapsed rune. He flung off the blood on his hand. At the instant he appeared, and the exploding rune was swept off by the blood fog that was spreading through the entire area, he took a step forward and threw the long spear in his hand. It let out a buzz, sliced through the air, and caught up to the other old man who had now turned pale with shock and terror on his face. The spear pierced through his chest within the span of a breath. Su Ming disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already standing before the boy, whose pupils shrank. He would never forget what he saw in the fog. He saw the woman with the long blade, the divine soldier who was personally appointed by progenitor Mo Luo, shivering as she stood before Su Ming, and as she shivered, that woman whose face was obscured prostrated herself before him. He would never forget how this person used just one gaze to form a mighty pressure that caused all the existences within the fog to instantly crumble the moment the trio stepped inside. The boy had even sensed an emotion that was completely different from the aloofness moments ago contained within that gaze. It was anger. Aloofness and bloodlust were mostly what could be seen on this person's face before he came to the island and after he stepped into the ruin. That was something the boy remembered clearly, but there was no way he would have mistaken that gaze just now. It was anger. It was an anger that could burn the skies. Under it, the entire ruin collapsed and the fog inside tumbled backwards. Shocked, the trio immediately chose to retreat, but in an instant, two of them died, and before the boy could run too far away, Ming walked towards him with fury seething through his entire being. "Progenitor, save me!" The boy screamed out in a shrill voice and started retreating desperately, but he still did not manage to dodge Ming pointing towards him with his left hand. Almost the moment the boy screamed, his cries were immediately silenced. Ming's left index finger was already buried deep into the center of his brows, causing the boy to explode under the power. Ming's white robes were dyed red with blood. As the red fog swept through the land, the savages around the area scattered desperately in the midst of their fear. Ming's massacre had stirred up a storm known as terror in their hearts. At that moment, there was only one thought in their minds. They could no longer be bothered about pretending not to be afraid of death. They only cared about one thing, and that was fleeing. Their cruelty was only aimed towards the weak, and fear had completely drowned their minds and souls like a tidal wave. Scoursive Island was already flowing with rivers of blood. During that instant, Ming did not look at the savages who were madly fleeing for their lives around him. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the temple on the mountain in the island. The instant he came here, he had immediately sensed two incredibly powerful presences within that temple. He flung off the blood on his long spear, then with a calm expression, walked towards the temple through the air. The candle dragon would chase after the fleeing people. Ming did not need to bother about them too much. He did not walk quickly. He simply approached that temple in the mountain at a leisurely pace. The ground underneath him was covered in fresh blood, and the stench of it spread through the air, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the Dead Sea around the island. It was as if the bloody stench in the air had attracted numerous ferocious beasts to the place. However, these ferocious beasts only wandered around the island, not daring to come closer. They might not possess a lot of intellect, but they could still sense the terrifying, murderous aura coming from the person who had caused those rivers of blood to run freely. The sky was dark, and rain continued pouring down from above. Perhaps it was just as Ming had said. When he left this place, there would only be rivers of blood running on this island, and this place would serve as a warning for eastern wastelands. As he walked, the once lively Scoursive Island was now filled with a deathly silence. Only a woman's figure remained prostrated on the ground once the fog from the ruin dissipated. By her side was that long blade which she had let go of. The woman's face could not be seen clearly, but her trembling body caused something to begin struggling and resisting within her mind, and a runic symbol slowly appeared on her body. That runic symbol began to shatter little by little. Ming's expression was dark and anger burned in his eyes. The dead boy had not been mistaken. Ming was indeed livid, and the source of his anger came from that indistinct woman. He was familiar with that figure. He knew her, and he hadn't expected that he would see her in this place. When Ming stood before the main door to the temple, he glared coldly at the scar-faced old man who was staring at him with a face as dark as thunderclouds, along with the middle-aged man beside him, who was looking at him with a complicated expression. Ming did not speak. He merely lifted the long spear in his right hand slowly and pointed its tip towards the two people in the temple. The old man's face turned darker, and he clenched his right fist tightly before standing up. He was incredibly tall and big, and when he stood up, a mighty pressure immediately spread out from his body. Killing intent shone in his eyes. "My shaman friend Bao Shan, if you kill this person, I will return to you your freedom." Chapter 532, Island Destruction. 4. When those words tumbled out of the old man's lips, the middle-aged man by his side stood up as well. He looked at Ming. Then in silence, he moved, and immediately, after leaving behind an after-image in the temple, his real body walked out. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and a powerful presence erupted forth from his body. There were even banging sounds reverberating from within him when he prepared to ram his fist onto the ground. "I am Bao Shan, and I am an in-battle thought soothsayer." The instant he said those words, his fist crashed onto the ground, but the ground did not shudder. Instead, an aura that surged into the sky exploded from under Bao Shan's feet. That aura was incredibly pure, and it was clearly the power of the world. At the same moment, Bao Shan's hair turned white. Several wrinkles appeared on his face, and he looked as if he had exchanged his soul with someone else, giving the impression that Su Ming was facing off against a battle shaman. When lives return to Earth, I predict that I will become a battle shaman and fight. Banging sounds reverberated violently from within his body. As he lifted his head, veins popped up on his face, and he took a step towards Su Ming. He approached him, and an imposing presence that could topple mountains and overturn seas erupted from his body and crashed down against Su Ming. Almost the moment Bao Shan walked out, a glint appeared in Mo Luo's eyes as he stood in the temple. He lifted his right hand, and immediately, black light spread out to instantly cover his whole body. His eyes turned dark and cold as he glared at Su Ming. Bao Shan's punch contained the full power of an in-battle shaman. At the moment he hurled it outward, numerous cracks instantly appeared in the air between him and Su Ming, as if it could no longer withstand the force of the blast and was about to crumble. Su Ming lifted his right hand, and the long spear in his grip started shining with violet light. He swung that spear towards Bao Shan, and at the same time, he lifted his left hand and seized the air in the direction of the sky. Immediately, a vortex began churning and roaring in the sky, stirring up a huge gust of wind that charged towards Su Ming's left hand. Once he held it, he felt as if he was holding onto an endless amount of whirlwinds in his grasp. The moment his long spear crashed into Bao Shan, and a rumbling sound reverberated in the air, Su Ming pressed his left palm towards the shaman, bringing along all the whirlwinds in his hand as well. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air, and golden light circulated in Su Ming's body under the violet armor. At that moment, a mighty force erupted from all his berserker bones simultaneously. At the same time, as he took that one step forward, his body instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside Bao Shan. Lightning sparks swam all over the purple armor on his body. It was naturally Su Ming's power as the lightning berserker, and it was blasting out from his body at that moment. The lightning sparks let out thunderous rumbles and covered the entire area in the blink of an eye. When Bao Shan was surrounded by them, Su Ming formed a seal with his left hand, and a profound gaze appeared in his eyes. Black wisps of smoke seeped out of his left hand, twirling around his palm like a black bundle of hair. Then, Su Ming pressed his left palm towards Bao Shan, who was currently surrounded by thunderous lightning. The black threads were the manifestation of Su Ming's epiphany towards the power of the Candle Dragon's curse. As they spread out from the gaps of his fingers, and he pressed his palm towards Bao Shan, the end shaman swiftly spun his body around. His pupils constricted, but he did not fight back against that palm strike. Instead, he lifted his right leg and stomped down with his foot. When earth is affected by the sky, I foresee that I will become a soul catcher. A black air pillar immediately shot up from under Bao Shan's feet. Once it enveloped him within, his hair immediately turned from white to red. His face also became much older, but his gaze instantly turned as deep as the abyss. An incredibly pure presence that belonged to soul catchers erupted from his body. When Su Ming pressed his palm forward, Bao Shan lifted his right hand and formed a seal. Similar wisps of black smoke appeared on his palm. That black smoke might be incredibly faint, but the same power of the curse as Su Ming's could be felt from it. At the instant their palms came into contact, Mo Luo's body was completely covered by that black light, and killing intent shone brilliantly in his eyes. If you can hold him captive, then you are free. Mo Luo let out a low shout, then took a step forward, and he traveled so quickly that he arrived before Su Ming in the blink of an eye. At the instant he closed in, Su Ming's eyes flickered. He had been able to tell since a long time ago that something was slightly off. This old Mo Luo had refused to walk out of the temple since the start, and even when he was slaughtering all the people on the island, this person had not attacked. All of this was definitely connected to this temple. That was why Su Ming had not stepped inside just now. He had instead lifted that long spear while still outside, and even though he was fighting against Bao Shan, he had always been waiting for the moment this old man would walk out of the temple. Even if the old man refused to walk out, Su Ming would still have ways to lure him out, and he was certain that once he revealed a weakness, this person would definitely not stand by and do nothing. During the previous moment in his fight against Bao Shan, Su Ming had finally managed to lure the old Mo Luo out of the temple, and almost the moment he walked out, Su Ming's eyes sparkled. But just as he was about to retreat, suddenly, a decisive expression appeared on Bao Shan's face, and he closed his eyes without any hesitation. Once he closed his eyes and reopened them, 5 words tumbled out of Bao Shan's mouth. The sky provides for all. The instant he said those words, illusory shadows instantly appeared out of thin air around Su Ming. There were men and women, elderly and young among the shadows, but they were not vengeful spirits. All of them looked practically similar to each other. It did not matter whether it was the men or the women, the young or the old, they all had the same faces. The only difference between them was the different body structures, as well as the different signs of time marking their faces. These shadows seemed endless in Su Ming's eyes, and they numbered to so many that he felt as if he had sunk into an illusion. What shocked him was that he could clearly feel his own face changing rapidly, as if he was about to blend into the crowd. This was the first time Su Ming had ran into such a strange divine ability. Almost the instant he was trapped by Bao Shan's spell, Mo Luo walked out of the temple, and the black smoke from his entire body spread out to turn into fog in midair before charging straight towards Su Ming. By the looks of it, it wanted to gather around him. By the time Su Ming realized it, the black fog had already closed in on him and surrounded him. It shrank abruptly and looked as if it was about to solidify. Once that fog completely gathered around Su Ming, it would envelop him within and turn into a statue. That statue was naturally Mo Luo's statue of the god of Berserkers. This divine ability was one of his best killing moves, Berserker's Soul Rip. However, if Su Ming had the courage to come to scour Civ Island and lure out Mo Luo by fighting against Bao Shan, then he naturally had made preparations. Almost the moment he noticed himself being trapped among the bizarre and strange people, he lifted his left hand, its palm turned towards the sky. Past, future, fuse together and become destiny, he declared calmly. When he mumbled out these words, the black fog had already had him completely surrounded, and a huge statue had manifested around him. Rip! A ferocious look appeared on Mo Luo's face, and he immediately let out a low roar. Yet the moment his voice traveled through the air, the statue around Su Ming exploded, and as it exploded, Bao Shan's face turned pale. He took a few steps back in succession, and as blood trickled out of the corners of his lips, he noticed that his spell of having the sky provide for all had been forcefully broken through. At the same time, a teenager slowly walked out from the crumbling statue, and he had half a head of white hair, and the other purple. As that person appeared, a power that caused the universe to be turned upside down, caused the world to be drained off all color, caused the heavens to close their eyes emerged, Destiny's power. Since you're here now, don't even think about going back anymore. A hint of youth could be heard in the chilling voice. The instant Su Ming spoke those words, he lifted his head and looked towards Mo Luo and Bao Shan. When they saw his gaze, their hearts trembled simultaneously. Chapter 533, Mo Luo's Misunderstanding. Before Su Ming turned into destiny, he had a seventh of all his bones turned into Berserker bones and possessed the Wind Berserker and Lightning Berserker's inheritance. With the help of his large supply of enchanted treasures, he could surpass a normal powerful Berserker in the Berserker Soul realm, and his combat abilities could even catch up to a Berserker in the later stage of the Berserker Soul realm. Even if he could not win against those in the later stage of the Berserker Soul realm, he could still win against all those who were below that stage. Once he turned into destiny, due to his mastery towards the power between the past and the future and his understanding towards the law governing binary opposites, his strange divine ability of making the past and future intersect with each other could make his combat abilities increase infinitely, and with all his skills, his presence would increase so greatly that he would be close to those who had attained great completion in the Berserker Soul realm. However, the time allowed for him to remain in this state every single time he turned into destiny was only 15 breaths. Even if Su Ming had been training for years in the frozen world and had prolonged his time as destiny for about 1 or 2 breaths, the duration would still not go past 20 breaths. Yet even so, that time was still enough for Su Ming to become an incredibly powerful existence in the world. Even if he could only last for a dozen-something breaths in this state, it was still enough for him to command the world as he pleased. The instant he turned into destiny, Su Ming walked out of Mo Luo's collapsing statue of the god of Berserkers. As he moved forward, he seemed as if he was still far in the distance, but in truth, with just one step, he had already arrived before Bao Shan. Bao Shan's pupils constricted. Almost the instant the teenager Su Ming walked towards him, he swiftly took a step back without any hesitation. Yet as he did so, He immediately saw Su Ming lifting his left hand while walking over, and with that aloof expression on his face, he swung his arm. Bao Shan felt as if the world before him had frozen and shattered into pieces. Piercing howls were mixed with the rumbling sounds booming by his ears, causing the world he saw to shatter into pieces before it regrouped. However, when his vision was restored, it felt as if time had flowed backwards. He should have been moving back, but right before his own eyes, he saw his body moving forward against his will as the world's time flowed in reverse. He was not retreating, but was instead taking a step forward as if his movements were reversing. This bizarre experience made shock appear in Bao Shan's eyes. With his current level of cultivation, he could tell with a single glance just what sort of unbelievable power was contained in this. This is time reversal. When shock overcame Bao Shan, only then did Su Ming's words when he waved his arm reached his ears. My left hand represents the past. In Mo Luo's eyes, this scene was different. He saw Bao Shan moving backwards, but before his foot even landed, he immediately took a step forward, and by the looks of it, he seemed as if he was voluntarily walking right towards Su Ming's right index finger as Su Ming moved towards him. He also noticed a strong power of the world rippling in the area at that instant. The signs of time reversing made fine cracks in the void, even making the blood on the ground flow backwards. All of this seemed to have happened slowly, but when Mo Luo eventually registered what was going on, he saw Bao Shan touching Su Ming's right index finger. He did not show any signs of resistance or struggle whatsoever, and with a bang, he coughed out fresh blood and fell backwards. But that was not the end. Mo Luo's shock and astonishment was far from ending. He saw another scene that made his skin crawl, and even if he had already reached the pinnacle in the later stage of the Berserker soul realm, he still felt chills running down his spine, and he felt fear growing in him towards Su Ming. He saw Bao Shan coughing out blood and falling backwards, then Su Ming taking a step forward aloofly. But right at the moment his foot landed, he lifted his left hand and waved his hand again. The tumbling Bao Shan froze in midair, and as if everything was going to reverse again, his body no longer tumbled backwards. He charged towards Su Ming, and the blood he had coughed out gathered in midair, turning into blood drops that went back into Bao Shan's mouth. Then, it was Su Ming jabbing his finger into Bao Shan's body again as he moved forward. The first jab was on Bao Shan's chest, the second at the center of his brows, and the third on the shaman's throat. The 3 jabs seemed like they had happened through several cycles, but in truth, they had only taken an instant. After that instant, Bao Shan let out a muffled groan. He coughed out several mouthfuls of blood, and his body fell to the ground in the distance with a bang. His face turned pale from shock and terror. Blood trickled down the corners of his lips, and just as he was about to stand up and retreat, he did not notice the cold smile on Su Ming's lips. Neither did he notice the candle dragon's mouth suddenly appearing behind him. Bao Shan struggled to stand up. With his heart in shock and his fear full of disbelief written clearly on his face, he felt a strong, intense sense of danger coming towards him, but he could not dodge it, and everything turned dark. The small snake had transformed into the candle dragon and devoured Bao Shan. Its huge body showed up in the sky, and it let out a loud, rumbling roar towards the heavens. Great completion in the Berserker's soul realm. You've reached the great completion in the Berserker's soul realm. Mo Luo's eyes went wide, and a huge storm raged in his heart. He had had a hunch previously, but he had thought that it was because of the violet armor. In truth, that was indeed the case. The Undertaker of Evil's armor did not possess any form of defensive abilities. It only had one function, and that was to attack, attack, and attack. With that armor equipped, a person would be filled with murderous aura. If that person's will was not strong enough, he or she would be immediately overcome by murderous intent and turn into a puppet without intelligence that only knew how to kill. Yet, even so, that armor could make a person's combat powers rise exponentially and make them bring out a level of strength that far surpassed their level of cultivation. That was why Su Ming had given Mo Luo a feeling that he was incredibly troublesome. It was why he did not venture out so readily. Instead, he wanted to wait for him to continuously weaken. Yet now, even though Su Ming was without the armor before his eyes, that strange divine ability, that terrifying time reversal, and the shocking 3 jabs had made Mo Luo realize to his shock that this person could not even be considered terrifying when he was in that armor. This appearance of his when half his hair was white and the other purple, and when he was without the armor, was his absolute strongest. With just 3 jabs, he managed to critically injure an Yin shaman. This was something Mo Luo could not do. In his eyes, the only ones who could do such a thing were those rare old monsters who had attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm. Only these people would possess such astonishing power and would have the strength to kill an Yin shaman with just 3 jabs. He's from South Morning. Could he be that he's one of the 3 great powerful berserkers in South Morning? Among the 3 great berserkers, Tianxiezi is said to be an old monster, and it's the same for Guru Li Long. Only the mysterious 3rd powerful berserker remains a mystery despite our investigations. Could he be? Could he be that person? Mo Luo's face turned stark pale, his heart pounded against his chest, and his skin crawled. The instant this thought appeared in his heart, he hastily retreated without any hesitation, charging straight back to the temple. He came from Eastern Wastelands, and his status was different from the others on the island. The reason he came to this island was because he was tasked with investigating the 3 great berserkers of South Morning. At that moment, he was already a 7th certain that this Su Ming was the mysterious 3rd great berserker of South Morning. How would he dare fight with such an assumption in his head? His only thought right now was to return to the temple immediately. Only when he was there would he have the power to protect himself. After all, this temple was the great enchanted vessel he had received from his clan after being given this mission. However, once Su Ming lured him out, there was no way he would give him the chance to return. Almost the instant Mo Luo began retreating, charging towards the temple without any care towards the world, Su Ming looked towards him with a chilling glare, and the next instant, he disappeared. Only 5 breaths had gone by since Su Ming transformed into destiny. The moment Mo Luo saw Su Ming disappearing, his pupils shrank, and in his fear, he let out a roar, knowing that it would be difficult for him to return to the temple. Without any hesitation, he lifted his right hand and slammed his palm against his chest. Once he did so, he opened his mouth and spat out a yellow ray of light. At the instant that light appeared, a vast amount of power immediately began churning in the area, stirring up an endless wave of ripples in the air around him. Almost the instant Su Ming appeared beside Mo Luo, the old man lifted his left hand and pointed towards the yellow ray of light. Great U South Morris Alba Palace, manifestation of ancients. Mo Luo roared. He still clearly remembered the strange changes that had happened to Bao Shan before this person, and he was afraid he would end up the same way. At that moment, he had practically brought out his full power to execute this art. Even if you've attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm, but the source of the Berserker's power come from the Great U Temple, and in its presence, even you will be trapped. You won't be able to stop me from returning inside. Mo Luo executed the art with his full power. He was incredibly confident in this divine ability, which was really a form of an enchanted treasure. Ever since his clan had given him this treasure, he had fused it with his body. There were many who died in his hands because of this art, and he was confident that even if he could not kill Su Ming, he could still trap him for some time. That amount of time would be enough for him to return to the temple, and when he increased his power with the temple, he could either fight against Su Ming or retreat and activate a rune to escape from this place. He could even summon Sir Mok to help him. When he remembered how terrified he had been towards Sir Mok's presence, and how he had been unable to bring up any power to resist him, Mo Luo suddenly became incredibly interested and excited towards killing South Morning's 3 great berserkers. In an instant, the yellow light became so bright that it was piercing to the eyes, the clouds in the sky disappeared, and the blood on the ground vanished. A huge palace appeared in the world. It was an incredibly extravagantly built palace, and as the light flowed towards the area, a couple words could be seen carved clearly on the tablet placed right before the building. Great U South Morris Alba. When that palace appeared, a feeling of ancientness and a primitive power that made people feel as if they were rotting away instantly seeped through the area. A sharp glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The only thing in his line of sight was this palace. He could no longer see that old Mo Luo. Great U. Su Ming looked at the palace. He did not cast the power to cause time to flow away. Instead, he just looked at the palace, and a cold smile curled up on his lips. The presence spreading from this palace from Great U was incredibly pure, but was far too little. Perhaps this art would be effective against other people, but to Su Ming, this illusion was too fake. Because he was one of the incredibly few people who had truly seen the Great U dynasty, a person who had truly seen the imperial city and its numerous palaces. How could he possibly be shocked by this mere imitation? All of this was just like a fool trying to teach a fish how to swim. Chapter 534. The Strongest Spear. But it did give me an inspiration. So divine abilities can be cast this way? A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He looked at the palace in this place and closed his eyes. After some time, when he opened his eyes again, an illusion appeared in his eyes. In the illusion, he saw a palace, a gigantic moat, and that was Great Yu Imperial City. In that illusion was Great Yu's main palace, and also that Great Yu South Morris Alba palace that had come to this world in the form of an illusion. Almost the instant these palaces in the city appeared in Su Ming's eyes, he took a step forward, and right at the moment his foot landed, the illusory palace before his eyes crumbled and shattered with a bang. How brittle is the copy compared to the fake? The moment the Great Yu South Morris Alba palace shattered, Su Ming sensed something. As it collapsed and turned into pieces that sliced through the air around him, it was as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes, revealing Scour Civ Island lying behind this illusory world, as well as Mo Luo, who was already halfway into the temple, but whose body suddenly started trembling before he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Mo Luo was shaken to the core, and his heart was filled with astonishment. He had not placed his hopes on the power of Great Yu to be able to kill this person. After all, this art was just an illusion and an imitation from what he had seen in the clan. Still, he had been confident that it could hold this person back for some time. Yet, the truth was before his eyes. Only 3 breaths had gone by since he cast this art to the moment the illusion of Great Yu shattered. Those 3 breaths felt like the world had collapsed. The yellow light in the sky faded out, and as Mo Luo coughed out a mouthful of blood, a tile fell from the darkened yellow light in the sky. It was a crimson tile. A primal and ancient air could be sensed from it. The illusion of Great Yu had been brought up precisely because of this item. When it fell on the ground, it cracked and looked as if it was about to break apart. Impossible. The clan master once said that no one can leave the illusion of Great Yu within the span of a few breaths. Even when I used this against the extremely powerful warriors, they would also be trapped for at least the length of burning half an incense stick. Shock overwhelmed Mo Luo's heart once again. At the moment he coughed out blood, he immediately stepped into the temple without hesitation, but before he could even manage to place his foot on the ground, the world around him instantly started distorting, and within those distortions, he saw, much to his shock, the very same sight that Bao Shan had seen previously. He saw time flowing back, saw the world breaking into pieces before gathering up once again, saw his own feet moving backwards, and saw his body leaving the temple. He also saw Su Ming lifting his right index finger and pointing it at his chest, just like when he did to critically injure Bao Shan. Sharp pain shot through his entire body, causing blood to trickle out of the corners of his lips. He was completely unable to resist, as if his will had been separated from his body as time flowed backwards. When he had been moving forward just moments ago, he had not detected any sort of danger. That was why there was not any sign of struggle when he moved forward just now. Yet at this moment, as time flowed backwards, his body still maintained that non-resisting posture, causing every single part of him to be exposed to destruction. This was Destiny's strongest aspect. Mo Luo's soul was almost shattered. He had clearly seen Bao Shan's demise just moments prior, and now, he was in the same state. He could not resist, he could not dodge. It was as if he had turned into a puppet that was controlled by someone else, and time flowed forward and backwards interchangeably. He would be continuously injured until he died. It was especially so when he was struck by Destiny's finger. When blood flowed out of his mouth, a huge force crashed into his body, but before he could even take a few steps backwards, the world before him immediately shattered once again, turning into pieces before gathering together once more. Everything was a cycle, a repetition, and this was enough to make any person strongly feel as if their minds were about to shatter. I can't let this go on, or else I'll definitely die. This person is definitely one of the 3 great berserkers in South Morning. He gained his fame many years ago. He definitely has more tricks up his sleeve. When Mo Luo saw his body falling back and Su Ming walking towards him to jab him with his finger a second time, his terror reached its peak. He had fought and killed for his entire life, but he had never met such a strange divine ability. Once he linked it to Su Ming's identity, he started falling into hysteria in the midst of his terror in this life-threatening crisis. Almost the instant Su Ming delivered his second jab on the center of Mo Luo's brows, the old man's eyes immediately turned red. He might be unable to control his body from being absorbed by time. He might be unable to execute his divine abilities, but he could make his berserker soul break. Right when Su Ming's hand touched the center of his brows, veins popped up all over Mo Luo's body. With a bang, a power that screamed with a desire to burn everything erupted from his body. The strength of that power came from Mo Luo burning his own cultivation base, and that power would erupt with the price of his level of cultivation falling from the later stage of the Berserker Soul realm to the middle stage. The instant Mo Luo started burning his cultivation base, Su Ming's finger landed on his body, and when he tumbled backwards while coughing up blood, as the world in his vision shattered and rebuilt itself, time froze for a moment, causing him to roar and charge out desperately of this cycle that brought him immense terror. He could not even be bothered wiping off the blood on his mouth the instant he rushed out. He knew that his chance would only last for an instant. The sight of himself being buried in that never-ending cycle had caused him extreme terror, and the moment he rushed out, he did not hesitate for even a moment to form a seal with both his hands and pointing it forward. The 7 emotions of life: joy, anger, worry, desire, grief, fear, shock. As Mo Luo shouted and pointed towards Su Ming through the air, 7 wisps of smoke immediately spread out from his fingertips. His expression started changing from twisted madness to glee, then from glee to anger, then to anxiety, before changing to longing, sorrow, fear, and shock. These 7 expressions reflected the art of the 7 emotions of life. The instant they showed up on his face, the 7 wisps of smoke that spread out from his fingertips turned into 7 shadows made of fog in midair, charging towards Su Ming. At that moment, due to Mo Luo burning his own cultivation base, he managed to resist the power dragging him into the cycle, causing Su Ming to be unable to use the art of the past to cause Mo Luo's art to flow in reverse. He was still calm though. 12 breaths had gone by since he became Destiny, and his time limit was near. 7 emotions. Su Ming remained silent. With aloofness shining in his eyes, he did not dodge, but instead walked towards Mo Luo, who was now full of openings. The moment he came closer, Joy's shadow became the first among the 7 emotions to close in on him. But right after it went into his body, it slipped out, as if there was no such thing as happiness within him. This caught Mo Luo by surprise. The next instant, anger's shadow closed in, but once it touched Su Ming, it also slipped out of his body just like Joy did before. Su Ming remained as composed as ever, and not a single change in emotion could be found on him as he moved closer still. Mo Luo was stunned, completely silent, especially when he saw the shadows of worry, sorrow, fear, and shock seemingly not being able to see Su Ming and passing through him the instant they touched him. At that instant, Mo Luo's terror reached its peak. That's impossible. As long as you're human, it's impossible for you to not possess those 7 emotions. Mo Luo roared, and in his shock, he hastily retreated. However, in his panic, he did not notice that even though all 7 emotions had eventually disappeared, there was one wisp of emotion that had stayed for a moment when it entered Su Ming's body before it, too, disappeared. That emotion was longing. During that instant, what appeared in Su Ming's mind was Dark Mountain, his elder, Bai Ling, the 9th summit, his master, and the other people. When Mo Luo saw Su Ming closing in on him and lifting his left hand, the feeling that he was immersed in an endless cycle and the false impression that the world was shattering into pieces appeared once again. In fear, Mo Luo grit his teeth. The burning of his cultivation base in his body became even stronger, causing his level of cultivation to fall from the middle stage of the Berserker Soul realm straight down to the initial stage. The power formed from the burning of his cultivation base turned into an explosive burst, causing him to take a step forward as he roared. Just as he was about to step into the temple, a flicker of light shone in Su Ming's eyes. His appearance began rapidly changing. His time as Destiny was near its end, but he remained calm. He no longer moved forward, but instead, as violet light shone on his entire body, he equipped the Undertaker of Evil's armor while he was still Destiny. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming's entire body was surrounded by violet light. When he lifted his right hand, a long spear manifested, causing him to bring out the Undertaker of Evil's power as Destiny for the first time. At that moment, Mo Luo had broken through Su Ming's time reversal with the power created from burning his cultivation base. After paying a huge price, he finally managed to return to the temple. The instant he stepped inside, he spread his arms wide open and let out a shocking roar. Legacy of my ancestors, fill up your third-generation disciples' Mo Luo body, and help me reproduce our clan's glory. As Mo Luo roared, the memorial tablets in the temple suddenly started shining with a piercing dark light. Within it were wisps upon wisps of soul fragments whose faces could not be seen clearly. The appearance of those souls caused the temple to instantly become colder. Then, as if a gust of freezing wind had blown through, the soul fragments' memorial tablets started crumbling and charging towards Mo Luo, crawling madly into him through every single part of his body. The power of Mo Luo's presence started shooting upwards. His presence shot up from the initial stage of the Berserker Soul Realm to the middle stage, then reached the later stage of the Berserker Soul Realm, and still continued climbing upwards. But it did not end there. As pain appeared on Mo Luo's face, his power climbed up once again and he screamed in pain. But he did not reach great completion, just the pinnacle of the later stage for the Berserker Soul Realm. All of this was due to him burning his own cultivation base, or else he would have been able to obtain the power of great completion for an incredibly short period of time in the midst of the mad climb of power. Mo Luo's eyes were bloodshot. His body was filled with a pain that made him feel as if he was about to be torn apart, making him descend into further madness. As his level of cultivation climbed upwards, he turned around and roared towards Su Ming while charging at him. As Destiny, Su Ming moved towards Mo Luo while dressed in the Undertaker of Evil's armor, while holding onto the long violet spear in his right hand. An instant before his body reverted from being Destiny, he tossed that long spear out of his hand, and a bang rang through the air. That throw was the strongest spear attack Su Ming could muster while he was Destiny and had the Undertaker of Evil's armor equipped. It could even be considered a spear attack that was unmatched. If anyone really wanted to compare the power of that spear throw, then they would find that it had already surpassed the great completion of the Berserker Soul Realm, and even contained a hint of the power of life cultivation. Chapter 535, Su Ming. What is life cultivation? Life cultivation is a cultivation of people's own lives, which means a cultivation of their vitality and their fates. All of this is simply to have complete mastery over themselves, to learn where their own weaknesses lie, and from there, perfect themselves and become a stronger existence standing at the pinnacle of the world. Even if Su Ming could bring out power that was equivalent to those who had attained great completion in the Berserker Soul Realm when he was Destiny, but that was all. There was a deep chasm separating him from reaching the power of life cultivation. It was originally difficult for him to cross it, but the appearance of the Undertaker of Evil's armor had allowed him to gather all his combat abilities together when Destiny disappeared and fly over that chasm. Even if the him before had attempted this charge, it would still have been hard for him to produce such a shocking spear throw of unparalleled power, because he had yet to understand the true meaning of life cultivation. His heart had yet to reach the level to be able to cross that chasm. He had still been caught in a daze, confused by who he was, chained down by his memories, still stubbornly trying to figure out his own identity. However, when he was on the way to scour Civ Island, Su Ming had gained an epiphany as he traveled across the ocean and laughed. His own words had also caused him to rise to a higher level, just like a caterpillar breaking out of its cocoon and turning into a butterfly. It was a metamorphosis of his soul. It also let Su Ming take the most important, most crucial step towards becoming a truly powerful warrior. Since the world calls me Destiny, then from now on, I, Su Ming, will be Destiny. This was a shout Su Ming had let out in his life, a shout declaring how he would live his life as he laughed at the heavens and earth. Those words resonated with the smile on the lips of Great Yu's court diviner. His words also formed a power that could overturn the universe, just like the words the court diviner had carved deeply into the spine. When you learn who you are no longer you. When you no longer know who you are, you will be you. Su Ming's metamorphosis and his epiphany towards his own soul may seem nothing special, but in truth, this was the crucial key that allowed him to bring out this hint of presence of life cultivation. The instant the spear was thrown out, it shook the sky and earth. It was as if this sort of thing was so rare in this vast world and the great land of the Berserkers that it had not been seen for years. Its appearance shook the skies, and as Su Ming threw out his spear, the entire sky roared and trembled. For the first time, the layers of clouds that had covered the sky for years were blasted away with a loud boom. They tumbled backwards, causing the sky to reveal its first true rays of sunlight after the calamity, and as the clouds were torn apart, more rays of sunlight shone down. As the sky howled, the sea around the island also roared. When those loud roars reverberated in the air, it was as if the sky and sea were trembling because of that hint of life cultivation's presence. Almost the moment this hint of presence shook the sky and earth, causing the heavens to reveal themselves, several spots in the land of South Morning erupted forth with a powerful presence. The first spot was one of the 3 pieces of land where Western Sea Clan was located. That place was barren, and at the top of the mountain behind Western Sea Clan was a rather handsome middle-aged man wearing a blue robe with a black dragon embroidered on it. He was one of the 3 great berserkers of South Morning, Guru Li Long. His eyes were originally closed, but at that moment, they flew open, and right then, brilliant lights spread through the sky over the land. It was as if the sky had also closed its eyes, and had opened them at the same time Li Long opened his. This is the presence of life. Li Long looked into the distance in a daze and only mumbled under his breath after a long while. At the same time, there was a small-sized tribe on another piece of land in the land of South Morning. Chimney smoke could be seen rising from the tribe, and the sounds of children playing could be heard faintly from within. In one of the beast-skin tents of the tribe flew around notes from a sun. They came from an old man who had opened his eyes and was playing a sun, but his eyes were dull and lifeless, just like a blind man's. His song echoed in the air, and a smile gradually curled up on his lips. This was the situation in South Morning, and in Eastern Wasteland's mainland. Strong waves of ripples also appeared in several spots at that instant. All the changes in the weather were all because there was a hint of life cultivation in the spear Su Ming threw. On Scour Civ Island, Mo Luo, who had fused with the will of the clan's ancestors in the temple and had recovered his power to the pinnacle of the later stage in the Berserker soul realm, started roaring, his face twisted with ferociousness. The instant he charged towards Su Ming, he saw a spear coming right towards him. The long violet spear, the killing intent that burned the skies, and that presence that made Mo Luo's heart and soul tremble violently, even causing fear to rise uncontrollably in his heart despite his madness. His fear was reflected clearly on his face and his eyes, and even crawled into his ancestors' will in his body, causing them to explode. Those wills might have originally come from those who had died, but even the wills of the deceased went into a state of frenzy once they sensed the presence of life cultivation on Su Ming's spear. Almost in an instant, the wisps of shadows that had crawled into Mo Luo's body just moments prior crawled out of his body and gathered together before him, turning into an indistinct figure. That figure lifted his hand and pushed towards the incoming spear. The instant both sides clashed, vicious shudders wrecked the figure's body, and he disintegrated with a bang. Just the force from his collapse caused Mo Luo to stagger a few steps backwards and cough out a huge mouthful of blood. Shock filled his face, and when the wills of his ancestors left his body, his level of cultivation fell back to the initial stage of the Berserker soul realm once again, and was even showing signs of falling further. Clan Master, save me. At that moment, fear had completely overwhelmed Mo Luo. He was afraid, truly afraid. He could not believe that the spear would be so shocking. The power of his ancestors gathered in the treasure his clan had given him had not even been able to block it for even an instant. A life-threatening sense of danger that was even stronger than what he felt when he was still caught in the cycles of repetition crashed into Mo Luo's heart, causing his face to turn stark pale. Not a hint of blood could be seen on his face, and he even started trembling all over his body. The long violet spear shot through the body manifested from the gathering of all the wills belonging to Mo Luo's ancestors and charged straight towards the temple. But the moment it rushed inside, a great amount of life force spread out from the temple, as if something dead had just been resurrected. But even so, it did not matter. Almost the instant life force erupted, a loud bang that surged into the sky reverberated in the air, and the entire temple started cracking, inch by inch, and with that loud bang it shattered in pieces and exploded. The only one left was Mo Luo, standing alone on the ground as he coughed up blood once more. His face withered away, and was filled with shock and terror as he continued retreating. However, Su Ming's spear still did not stop. It charged straight towards Mo Luo, and during that instant, the old man's desperate plea for his clan master's help rang into the air. The plea for help instantly made a vortex appear before Mo Luo, just as Su Ming's spear closed in on him. The appearance of that vortex was incredibly sudden, and a hand had even stretched out from it to grab Mo Luo. By the looks of it, that hand wanted to save Mo Luo. It was an old arm. The instant it appeared, a presence belonging to a berserker who had attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm was revealed distinctly, and that was the true presence of a berserker who had reached great completion. Yet the moment this hand stretched out of the vortex, grabbed Mo Luo, whose expression filled with delight and excitement from having escaped death, and was just about to drag him inside, a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The long spear that was rushing over closed in within an instant and pierced the vortex. Right then, the person who had grabbed Mo Luo from the vortex stretched out another hand and pointed towards the tip of the spear. The instant both sides touched each other, a shocking roar shook the skies, and the finger in the vortex immediately exploded. A muffled groan came from within, and the hint of life cultivation's presence on the long spear blasted forth abruptly. Under that presence, the vortex shattered, and with a bang, Mo Luo's legs instantly turned to dust. His arms suffered the same fate, and even half of his body was disintegrated. Only his head and a small part of his body were left tumbling into the distance. He should not have lived. If Su Ming had not been unwilling to kill him and hadn't gathered most of the strength of his spear on that vortex when it appeared, Mo Luo would definitely have died. As the vortex shattered, Su Ming's spear shot forth and charged inside. When a bang that seemed to be running through an isolated space traveled out of the crumbling vortex, an old voice filled with fury and shock swiftly traveled out. "Who are you?" "Su Ming, of South Morning." This was Su Ming's answer. He did not bother with any form of disguise, neither did he hide his own name. Right after he destroyed Scoursive Island, he openly announced his name to the voice in the vortex that belonged to that old Eastern Wastelander who had attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm. The moment his voice traveled forth, the vortex shattered completely and disappeared from Scoursive Island. Immediately, a flash of light appeared in Su Ming's hands, and the long spear he threw out manifested in his grasp once more. The Undertaker of Evil's spear could take a physical and illusory form. As long as Su Ming held that transparent jade slip in his hands, the spear would forever be in his grasp. Mo Luo's presence was weak. A large amount of his life force had flowed away. If it had not been for him originally being in the pinnacle of the later stage in the Berserker soul realm, then he would have definitely died with these irreparable wounds. Yet even so, he was still hanging by the last threads of his life. As a clan elder of Eastern Wastelands, All Entities clan, Mo Luo had come to the sea with a mission. Not only was he given a large amount of treasures, his clan had also given him this temple to serve as his strongest offensive and defensive power. To All Entities clan, this was already their greatest power. Not a single accident should occur. Even if he ran into the three great berserkers of South Morning, he would still be safe. However, they did not expect that there was still another person besides the three great berserkers in the land of South Morning. This person was destined to have his name spread through the world after this battle. This person was destined to bring about a calamity after he slaughtered the entire Scoursive Island. This person was also destined to gain the attention of all the clans, tribes, and the powerful warriors in Eastern Wasteland's mainland, and he would make their hearts tremble in fear, shock, and alarm. This person's name would also shake the entire Eastern Wastelands after this battle. His name was Su Ming. Chapter 536. Who is interrupting my training? To the north of Eastern Wasteland's mainland was a land surrounded by river basins. Few people could be seen in the sky. This endless circular area had been turned into All Entities clan's territory, and all outsiders were forbidden from stepping in. All Entities clan was a clan formed by 12 Eastern Wasteland tribes uniting together years ago, and it was one of the 4 great tribes in the continent. It contained incredible power, and there were even berserkers who had attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm defending it, causing All Entities clan's reputation to be extremely great in Eastern Wastelands. One of the numerous basins on the land was surrounded by an innumerable amount of exquisite towers. There were even wisps of black smoke rising to the sky. A black hall could also be seen on the ground, hidden within the depths of that black smoke. The hall looked as if it was burning, causing the black smoke to churn about. That black smoke was also the one and only wisp of smoke in the endless area of the land. It was the symbol All Entities clan's spirit, and it was the most distinct sight that could shock outsiders. In Eastern Wastelands, only those who had attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm could gather such thick smoke and use this method to stun others everywhere. At that moment, there was an old man in black robes sitting cross-legged in the hall within the depths of the black smoke. That old man had his hair spilling all over his back, and a berserker mark of a scorpion could be seen on his face. The scorpion shone with a dark light, causing the old man to look strange and mysterious. A strong wave of ripples could be seen spreading from his body. The area around him was empty except for a middle-aged man who was kneeling respectfully 100-something feet before him. Yet at that moment, the old man's right hand suddenly exploded and was torn into bloody ribbons. All his fingers on his left hand also shattered. The sudden sight made the middle-aged man before him immediately raise his head. His face was filled with shock and alarm, along with panic and fear. He did not know what happened. He had only received Mo Luo's plea for help. That was why he had instantly asked to see the great elder of his clan and asked him for help. However, after the great elder had cast his art, this had happened, so how could he not be shocked? Great elder. But before the middle-aged man managed to finish speaking, he saw the old man with the scorpion's berserker mark on his face open his eyes swiftly. Brilliant light flashed in them, and the middle-aged man noticed, to his shock, that a terrifying presence suddenly appeared in the hall. That presence did not belong to the old man, but to the illusory shadow of a spear in midair. With a flash, that shadow charged towards the old man, and the instant it closed in on him, the old man bit the tip of his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood. That blood gathered together and turned into a human face before rushing straight towards the long spear. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the hall and stirred up a wave of air, forcing the middle-aged man backwards, even making him cough out a mouthful of blood. The shock and terror on his face grew even more. He had a vague guess of what was happening, but he couldn't believe his own thoughts. That's impossible. With the great elder's level of cultivation, how? How could he get hurt? And that person's presence even chased him down to this place. How? How could this be? The great elder went to save Mo Luo. Mo Luo is out in the sea. He's facing off South Morning. Could it be that Mo Luo ran into the 3 great berserkers of South Morning? But even if it's the 3 great berserkers, the great elder shouldn't be in this state. As the middle-aged man was filled with shock, the black smoke rising into the sky outside the hall looked as if it had been cut off for a brief instant. It might have recovered very quickly and not many people noticed it, but this sight was enough to tell just how shaken the great elder had been from Su Ming's spear. Once the rumbles faded away, the shadow of the long spear disappeared, and the great elder's mangled hands started growing back in a bizarre fashion. By the looks of it, it would not take long before they fully recovered. The middle-aged man's heart raced against his chest. Just as he was about to speak, his words were interrupted once again. Right before his eyes, the old man swiftly lifted his head and looked towards the air. "Who are you?" There was anger contained in his voice, along with a hint of wariness. "Su Ming, of South Morning." The instant the great elder's words left his lips, the middle-aged man shuddered and lifted his head to look up. Then, he heard a voice that seemed to be isolated from space itself traveling into the empty air around them. That voice was aloof and even held a hint of youth, but when it fell into the middle-aged man's ears, it was deeply engraved into his memories. The great elder of all entities clan, the old man who was sitting cross-legged in the hall, became incredibly sullen. He did not look at his recovered arms. Instead, his eyes began to sparkle. He knew that he had underestimated his opponent. He did not expect that the person who had made Mo Luo cry out for help would possess a hint of life cultivation's presence. The presence that actually made him terrified. Life cultivation. Is there really someone who can move into that realm in this world? Su Ming, Su Ming. A long time later, the middle-aged man by the side lifted his head while still trembling to look at the old man. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke respectfully. "Progenitor, don't bother about Mo Luo anymore. Go make arrangements. From now on, no disciple of all entities clan is allowed to step into South Morning." Su Ming had changed back from Destiny on Scour Civ Island. He stood there while still wearing the Undertaker of Evil's armor, but the presence coming from him was back to his original one. Yet, even so, once he had brought forth that strongest spear of his, he seemed to have gained an epiphany. He had a feeling that he had caught on to something, but it was vague and he could not see it clearly. It was as if there was an endless layer of smoke obstructing his path ahead. But he believed that someday, When he stepped into the Berserker soul realm, this mysterious fog that covered the path before him would be swept aside with a wave of his hand. He stared coldly at Mo Luo, who now only had a small part of his body remaining as he lay in the distance. At that moment, only a small amount of Mo Luo's life was left in him, but he did not want to die. He was afraid of death, terrified that his existence would be erased from the world. He was also afraid of Su Ming. His fear towards the young man had already reached its peak. He had seen with his own eyes that even the great elder had been unable to fight against that spear, and if he could not, then how could Mo Luo hope to do so? When he saw Su Ming looking towards him, despair appeared in Mo Luo's eyes. The young man walked towards him. At that moment, Scour Civ Island was filled with deathly silence. Everyone had died, and the island was filled with a thick, bloody stench, making everyone who smelled it want to puke. You. Mo Luo trembled as he watched Su Ming walking closer. With each step, it felt as if his life was being crushed, making him descend into madness in the midst of his endless terror. Killing me is useless. I am from All Entities clan, and I came here because of my clan. You. MOK. Sir MOK, save me. Sir MOK. A bright light suddenly shone in Mo Luo's eyes. In his fear and madness, he remembered that he still had one move left to save himself. It was MOK, Sir MOK, who had made his heart tremble in fear after sensing his presence. It made him not dare to attack, and instead choose to give him offerings respectfully. That presence not only made him feel fear, but also caused Bao Shan to be shocked when he first sensed it. When Mo Luo remembered MOK, his despairing heart regained hope. There was no doubt in his heart. If Sir MOK attacked, this person would definitely die. There was no way he would survive. But even after he shouted, not a single reply came from the island. Su Ming did not stop moving, and by then, he was only several dozens of feet away from Mo Luo. Sir MOK. Mo Luo seemed to be hanging onto the last slivers of light of his life. When he saw that Su Ming was getting closer to him, he gathered what little power he had in his body, flew up, and kowtowed, with his head swiftly going down in the direction of the ground. The instant he rammed his head towards the ground, cracking sounds immediately came from the land, and cracks swiftly tore through the earth. Once they connected, they turned into a giant chasm that ripped apart the island. The instant that happened, a powerful presence that surpassed even that of life cultivation erupted from the crack in the ground. The strength of that presence caused the weather to change, made the numerous ferocious beasts lingering around the island to shiver and let out terrified shrieks before they backed off altogether. An old, booming voice reverberated in the air as the presence filled the air. Who is it? Who is interrupting my training? Just who has the gall to interrupt me when I'm training? That voice was like the roaring thunder. As it reverberated in the air, Mo Luo's expression turned incredibly respectful and zealous, and he quickly started shouting at the top of his lungs. Sir MOK, it's me. Please execute justice on this person. Afterwards, I will definitely offer you even more offerings. Mo Luo was overwhelmed with joy. He believed that as long as Sir MOK rose from his sleep, he would definitely be safe. It was especially so when he remembered how he got to know Mo Quebec. Just recalling it made him even more excited. He had never sensed such a powerful presence before, and under that presence, he had seen MOK's true self. The divine abilities he cast were also unforgettable just by their presence alone, even though the two of them had not fought. He had only been able to invite MOK back to Scour Civ Island after much effort on his part. From then on, Mo Luo had started giving offerings to him, and he would also do his best to satisfy all MOK's requests, even harboring the thought of pleasing him and getting into his good books. At that moment, he relaxed, and a smile appeared on his lips. When he looked towards Su Ming, killing intent appeared in his eyes again. It won't be so easy to kill me. So what if you have great power? You can't even hope to compare with Sir MOK. Mo Luo laughed coldly. He could already imagine what was going to happen next. Sir MOK would reveal himself, and in an instant, this fight would end. Once this Su Ming was killed, Mo Luo believed that if he had time to quietly heal his wounds and recover his power, he could still bring back Scour Civ Island's glory, even though everyone on the island had already died. At that time, I will kill all of your people from South Morning. I will have them remember my name, and I will also let them know that all of this is because of one person called Su Ming. In fact, I will find out all the people you know, and I will have all the men and women die horrible deaths. It'll be even greater if I can meet your lover, because I will return the humiliation I suffered today back to that person by 100-fold. As excitement grew in Mo Luo's heart, his gaze as he looked towards Su Ming turned even colder. Su Ming stopped and looked coldly towards the crack. The old voice that had traveled out from inside to echo in his ears, and that powerful presence could intimidate all living souls. Even Su Ming had frowned in the beginning because of that. Yet soon, a strange look appeared on his face, which was covered by the helmet, and other people could not see it. Sir MOK, please attack, Mo Luo said once again with excitement in his voice. Chapter 537. How could this be? Time slowly trickled away. When a dozen-something breaths went by, not a single reply could be heard from the crack besides the ever-present powerful presence coming from within. This made Mo Luo momentarily stunned. He trembled and spoke anxiously. Sir MOK, please attack. Su Ming stood there and looked at Mo Luo. Besides his bloodlust and aloofness, others could not see any other emotion on his person because of the helmet. Attack my foot. After some time, in the midst of Mo Luo's anxiety, a furious roar suddenly came from inside the crack. That roar rumbled in the air and sounded like thunderclaps in the sky. This is my isolation grounds. How dare you interrupt my training? If it wasn't because you've been making offerings to me, I would have killed you. Since this is your first offense, I will spare you. Get lost. There was a hint of fury in the voice in the crack. It left Mo Luo completely stunned. When he eventually registered what was happening, anxiety immediately overwhelmed him. Sir MOK, I'm being persecuted by others. Please help me. As long as you kill this person, I will continue making offerings to you. Before Mo Luo could finish speaking, the furious roar from the crack came out even stronger this time. Get lost. If you still don't leave, then I'll make it so that you'll never be able to leave again. And you, man in the armor, I bear no grudges against you. I won't kill you, but you have to immediately leave as well. This island is my isolation grounds. Go out and kill each other. Don't even think about coming back again. Sir MOK. Fear grew in Mo Luo's heart. He did not expect that the MOK he had invited to this island, the MOK who he had tried to please by giving him multiple offerings would choose to ignore him at such a critical moment. Moreover, his attitude was a lot different from before. He was usually arrogant, but when Mo Luo gave him his offerings, MOK would also praise him. He had also mentioned before that if he was here, no one would be able to hurt even a single strand of hair on Mo Luo's head. But now, Sir MOK, with just a single thought, you can kill this person. Please, on behalf of all the offerings I've given you in the past, save me. Save me. Mo Luo was practically pleading at this point. MOK was the last ray of light pointing to his salvation. He had placed all his hope on him when he was in despair. There was no way he could give up at this point. How could you be so blind towards what is right and wrong? There is no enmity between us. How could I kill him just like that? I am a man of integrity, of outstanding valiance, of upright character, and everyone in the world knows about it. I will not kill a person to whom I do not bear hate. Even if I just need a single thought to destroy everything, there are simply some things that I do not want to do. As long as he doesn't provoke me, I will not kill him. The voice in the crack was filled with an ancient air as he emphasized that he had no grudges against Su Ming and that Su Ming had not provoked him. As for you, since you're going to continue bothering me, then don't even think about leaving anymore. At the same time, a cold harumph appeared from the crack. An even greater presence erupted forth. A huge palm shot out of the crack, and a presence that shook the sky and earth spread out in midair. It could make people who saw it be shocked and terrified. That palm was several thousands of feet big and looked as if it could cover the heavens as it pressed down towards Mo Luo, who was now filled with fear and disbelief. A huge gust of wind stirred up, and when despair appeared on Mo Luo's face while madness and hate boiled in his heart as he decided to attack with everything he had, that palm suddenly stopped hundreds of feet above him. A sigh came from the crack. Oh well, you have, after all, been making offerings to me. I don't want to kill you. I will give you 20 breaths. Leave immediately. Mo Luo laughed brokenly. He did not know why MOK refused to attack. The scenes from the past appeared in his head. This man's strength had almost suffocated him. He originally thought he had regained hope, but now, there was still nothing but despair for him. Su Ming lifted his foot and walked forward, towards the edge of the crack to look down. The crack was incredibly deep, and there was fog filling every nook and cranny inside it. He could not see too deeply. Almost the moment Su Ming lowered his head to look into the crack, a cold harumph came from within, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in it. Boy, I'm giving you a chance here. Go. Do you really think that I won't attack you? I've always been kind, and your power is quite outstanding. I do quite like you after I saw it. Go, and take that boy Mo Luo away from this place as well. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Su Ming's lips, though it was still hidden behind his Undertaker of Evil's armor. I don't want to leave just yet, he said slowly. How dare you? I already gave you the chance, you ungrateful wretch. Do you really think I won't kill you? The old voice from the crack started roaring furiously. Mo Luo was momentarily stunned before hope once again lit up in the pools of his despair. When he looked towards Su Ming, he suddenly thought that this person was a little stupid, but he also greatly looked forward to this man continuing like this. Because if he did that, then he would definitely incite Sir Mok's wrath, and he would definitely die. Sir Mok, this person doesn't appreciate your grace. Please kill him, Mo Luo quickly said. Quiet. I've always been merciful. How can I kill someone because of just one sentence? Boy, I'll give you another chance. If you don't take the chance, then I will really attack. Su Ming did not speak. He continued looking at the crack, and the smile on his lips grew. Time passed, and soon, 10 breaths were gone. After a short period of silence, a sigh traveled out of the crack. I'm a merciful person, and all of this is simply something you brought on your own head. As these words were spoken, a 7-colored light shot out from the crack. At the same time, a 7-colored peacock slowly rose up into the air. When it eventually stood in midair, it started shining with a light piercing to the eyes. The 7-colored peacock looked incredibly powerful. The presence it exuded had already exceeded that of those in the Berserker soul realm, making those who saw it feel as if their breathing was about to freeze. An ancient look appeared in its eyes, and it looked as if it had gone through an endless cycle of life and death, and after having seen through everything, had reached enlightenment. I will give you one last chance. Excitement appeared on Mo Luo's face. This 7-colored peacock before him was, naturally, Mok's main body, and the one he had seen in the past. He would never forget how Mok had cast a divine ability that had caused him to be shocked to the core. He still clearly remembered the name of that divine ability. It was called Overturning the Ocean. It was a divine ability he had never seen before, and it was one that had nearly scared him to death. It was also difficult for him to forget how this peacock had seemed as if he was incredibly displeased with the ocean while he was still in the sky. Right before Mo Luo's eyes, it had wanted to overturn the ocean, and he would never forget the words it mumbled. I don't like the color of the ocean, and since I don't like it, I will overturn it. In Mo Luo's memories, once this peacock said those words, the entire sky was dyed in 7 colors, turning into 2 giant hands that shot into the depths of the ocean, looking as if they wanted to overturn the seawater. So many lives. Fine. I cannot cause harm to so many lives just because of my personal fancies. Mo Luo then saw this peacock shaking his head and dispelling all his divine abilities before he turned his gaze towards him. This scene had struck Mo Luo completely dumb with shock. He was originally just passing by, but after that, he started being respectful and got into the peacock's good books. Right then, when he saw Sir Mok revealing his true self once again, he became excited once more, thinking that his hope had just appeared again. Su Ming looked at the 7-colored peacock standing in the sky. Violet lights started shining on his body, and gradually, his armor turned into violet threads and fused into his body, causing his face to be revealed. Come here. Su Ming's expression was aloof. Right after he cast a glance at the 7-colored peacock, he spoke coldly. His words did not sound as if he was facing off to a powerful warrior, but more like a scolding. Su Ming, how dare you? Sir Mok, this person is rude, please. Mo Luo's eyes brightened up. Right then, he did not have time to think about why Su Ming would say such words, but instead spoke quickly, also that he could make the powerful Sir Mok in his mind attack. Yet before he could finish speaking, the words died in his mouth. He widened his eyes and stared at the scene right before him with a dumbfounded expression. When the 7-colored peacock saw Su Ming and heard his cold words, his body trembled. Shock and fear appeared on his face, along with a look of struggle, but right as it came to be, it was immediately gone. The peacock swiftly lowered his head and put on a look of flattery before he flapped his huge wings, and like a huge bird, he quickly flew towards Su Ming. The world is a small place, My eyes failed me just now, and I didn't manage to see you clearly. The seven-colored peacock was filled with admiration. When he came before Su Ming, he quickly began speaking. Return to your original look. Su Ming was dazzled by the light from the seven-colored peacock and frowned. When the seven-colored peacock saw Su Ming frowning, his heart immediately gave a loud thump against his chest. He had seen just how powerful this person was. He was the person that was chased down by the five-colored peacock and the very same person who had made him run away in fear. Most importantly, the bird had seen everything that had happened from underground. If it had not been because he was too afraid of being discovered if he ran away, he would have fled a long time ago. That was why he had been praying vigorously while he was underground, hoping that this person would not notice him. But in the end, he was forced out by Mo Luo. It could be said that his hate towards Mo Luo had already reached an intensity that it could burn the sky. Right then, as he was busy trying to get into Su Ming's good books, a shudder ran through his body, and the seven-colored light immediately disappeared to reveal a black crane with half its feathers gone right before Su Ming and Mo Luo's eyes. Its appearance and expression gave others a feeling that it was incredibly filthy and nasty, a difference between heaven and earth compared to its previous valiant and mighty appearance just now. In fact, to please Su Ming, it had even turned its head around to glare at Mo Luo. Mo Luo stared at the black crane with a dumbfounded expression, watched it as it tried to get into Su Ming's good books, listened to its bombastic and hyperbolic words, saw how the seven-colored peacock turned into the bald crane, and his mind went blank. His world had just shattered because of one single crane. How could this be? He was originally not a person who was easily fooled, but the black crane was indeed quite skilled in this regard. That was why Mo Luo fell for its deception so utterly, all while never having seen its true form. A crane, peacock. Mo Luo coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then as he looked at the crane, he suddenly really wanted to swear. Chapter 538, Departure. Su Ming left Scour Civ Island, and behind him was a bald crane with a look of flattery as it tried to please him. In the crane's claws was Mo Luo, who had not completely died, but whose world had completely shattered. His battle against Su Ming had caused his power to show signs of collapse, and Su Ming's strength was engraved into his bones. Yet even so, even though he was afraid of death, even though he was terrified, he was still confident that he could survive through this and continue building his faction of power. He was confident that he could still make a comeback sooner or later with his intelligence and his methods. However, the crane's appearance had made him begin doubting his own intelligence, and his world had shattered because of it. He could not believe that he had been fooled by such a dirty-looking bald crane, and had even been making offerings while trying to curry its favor for the past few years. Now that he thought about it, when he met this shameless bald crane in the past, all its actions and that so-called mercy were all fake. It was plainly an act, it was clearly just putting on a show, and he actually believed it. Su Ming could sense Mo Luo's thoughts, but he did not bother about him. Scour Civ Island was behind him at that moment, and as he walked in midair, the land was filled with dead silence. The entire ground was covered in blood, and it had turned into a dead island. Su Ming had also cut down a mountain before he left, slicing it down into a gigantic stone monument, which he placed at the center of the island, at the most eye-catching spot on the land. He left behind a line of words on it, and each word was written using fresh blood. A murderous aura and killing intent that burned the sky spread out from that monument, shocking and intimidating all the Eastern Wastelanders who would perhaps come to the island in the future. All those who dare humiliate us from South Morning will be executed, no matter how far you are. Let this place serve as the first warning for all Eastern Wastelanders who trespass South Morning. Right behind this sentence, Su Ming had written his name. Su Ming, of South Morning. He knew that after this battle, his name would spread like wildfire in this foreign land. And it was precisely what he wanted. This shock was what he would do for South Morning. Once he left that stone monument behind, he took a step forward and walked towards Southern Swamp Island. He did not intend to stay long in the region of the Dead Sea between South Morning and Eastern Wastelands. He would first return to the Ninth Summit. He wanted to see how it was faring currently, and he wanted to see whether he could find any news about who's there. After that, he would head to Eastern Wastelands. There was a long black blade in Su Ming's storage bag at the moment, and there was a shadow of fog on it. That shadow was attached to the blade, and once Su Ming took it away, she remained trembling in his storage bag. Su Ming was familiar with the woman's shadow. She was also the reason why he had not killed Mo Luo right away, but had chosen instead to bring him back to southern Swamp Island. That shadow was the woman from the bracelet his eldest senior brother had given him as a gift in the past, who also happened to be one of the 300 shaman souls of Ninely. I'll have to ask Zhongzhe whether eldest senior brother took this with him in the past. If that's the case, then how did this end up in Mo Luo's hands? Perhaps this is the clue that will lead me to eldest senior brother. Su Ming mumbled, bringing with him the bald crane who did not dare leave because it was still afraid of him. They turned into a long arc in the sky and left into the distance. When evening arrived, Su Ming returned to southern Swamp Island. At that moment, the protective screen of light around the island had become much thicker, and the rune was being repaired at lightning speed. The islanders were trying to restore it to its complete form so that the island would sink down once again and they could avoid disaster. Su Ming did not catch much attention when he returned, but once he landed on the island, he charged straight towards Zhongzhe. Right when the shaman saw him, a thick, bloody stench forced its way into his nose, and he also saw the sealed and bound Mo Luo. His impression of Mo Luo ran deep. After all, he had lost to this person in the past. When he saw the man once again at that moment, a huge storm raged in Zhongzhe's heart. He did not expect Su Ming to return so quickly, neither did he expect him to truly be able to destroy the entire Scour Civ Island. As shock filled his heart, an even more complicated feeling rose within him as he looked towards Su Ming. Zhongzhe spoke the truth when asked about the 300 shaman souls and the bracelet Su Ming was forced to leave behind in the past in Autumn Sea Tribe, while having mixed feelings in his heart. I will leave tomorrow. Senior Zhongzhe, I hope that you will take care of Tsanglan and Ziyan. I will be deeply grateful for that. Before Su Ming left Zhongzhe's cave, his footsteps came to a halt, and he turned around and looked at the shaman. Then he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed towards him. Zhongzhe nodded and watched Su Ming leave. In the midst of all the complicated emotions in his heart, he sighed, then disappeared from his cave. He only returned the next morning. He went to Scour Civ Island, and there he saw the blood on the island, along with a newly erected stone monument. That sight turned into a powerful impact that delivered a shocking blow to him, and it also made him place even more attention towards the matter of Su Ming asking him to take care of Tsanglan and Ziyan. He no longer had much time left, and though he wasn't afraid of death, but due to the island, he became respectful towards Su Ming, and this respect was the reason why he decided to treat his request seriously. When morning arrived, before Zhongzhe's return, Su Ming had already left southern Swamp Island. With Feng Tsanglan's divine abilities, he was able to see Mo Luo's memories, and had also been able to see how the bracelet his eldest senior brother had taken away ended up in his hands. Once he learned of everything, Su Ming left with an expression as dark as thunderclouds. Before he left, Ziyan came to him and asked about Ziche's whereabouts, but in the end, left dejected. Su Ming left, bringing with him the bald crane who did not dare leave his side. They turned into a long arc and disappeared into the sky. Behind him was a person who stood on southern Swamp Island while watching him quietly. When Su Ming left into the distance, when he was gone from her sight, her gaze turned into a pained sigh. As Su Ming flew towards South Morning on his way back to the 9th summit, he could already guess the level of shock he would bring to Eastern Wastelands with the slaughter he brought on Scour Civ Island. However, he did not expect that the shock would soon turn into a violent gust of wind that would sweep through the entire Eastern Wastelands and the sea beyond. 3 days after Su Ming left, 6 long arcs came flying towards Scour Civ Island. There were men and women within those 6 arcs, and as their chatter and laughter filled the air, they approached the island. That's Scour Civ Island. The festival will be held here. I'm familiar with Senior Mo Luo. When the time comes, we can. One of the men among the 6 people laughed as he spoke. With a rather complacent expression, he approached the island with the rest of his group, but the instant he closed in, his words died on his tongue. The dead silence that filled the entire island and the thick stench of blood that wafted into their noses caused shock to appear on the 6 people's faces. As they stepped onto the ground, the blood that covered every inch of the land and had yet to dry made their breathing quicken instantaneously, and their faces immediately turned pale. The blood that filled the entire ground, the ruins everywhere, and the endless sea of mangled corpses caused the place to instantly look like hell. The aura of death filled the air in the place. The 6 people started shivering, and their faces turned pale. Their eyes flew wide open, and while filled with shock, they saw the gigantic stone monument standing erect in the middle. When they saw it, The six hastily left Scour Sieve Island without hesitation. Huge storms raged in their hearts, and in their minds. The words written in blood on the stone monument, as well as Su Ming's name, emerged at the same time. Several days later, another batch of people came to attend Scour Sieve Festival, but after a moment, their expressions changed drastically to paleness and terror, and they hastily fled the island. Gradually, more people learned of what happened to Scour Sieve Island, and more people learned about Su Ming of South Morning. From then onwards, the island that was filled with a bloody stench and death became a warning, causing all the cultivators around Eastern Wastelands to be stricken with fear. Chapter 539. The Three Great Islands of South Morning. There were only 3 pieces of land remaining of the old continent of South Morning besides the islands scattered here and there. These 3 pieces of land might seem desolate, but they were the only 3 regions that remained in a more complete state as South Morning suffered through the effects of the catastrophe of the Eastern Wastelands. 3 incredibly huge protection runes covered each of these 3 huge pieces of land. From the distance, it was not exactly accurate to call them that thought, because they were not connected together to form a single continent. Instead, they were spread out in a triangle, and black seawater roared between them. Perhaps it would be more accurate to describe them as islands. Su Ming stood on the Dead Sea as clouds tumbled in the sky. There was a rather complicated look on his face as he looked at the sea beneath his feet. Vaguely, he could see a shadow in the depths below. The shadow looked like a dragon's head. That spot was where Sky Mist Barrier was located in the past, but it was now submerged under the sea. If the terrain itself had not been incredibly highly elevated since the beginning, and the mountain ranges where the wall was built upon had not existed, Sky Mist Dragon Head would no longer be seen after it was submerged. 20-something years ago, Su Ming fought against the shamans here in a great war as a member of the Berserker tribe. Over here, he had refined his will. Over here, he became a divine general of bone sacrifice, and also in this very same place, he was forced to escape into the land of the shamans. Now, this place had changed. Everything had changed, be it the place itself or the people. It would make a person sigh if he tried to search for the faint traces of the past. Compared to the complicated feelings and the sentimental thoughts in Su Ming's heart, the bald crane behind him was looking around while having all sorts of thoughts in its mind. It was trying to search for a way to leave Su Ming with everything it had. It was incredibly terrified of the man, and it told itself that if it could not find a way to escape, it might never see the light of day again. I'm a valiant and wise crane with a high status. How could this little berserker brat speak to me so rudely? As all sorts of thoughts ran through the bald crane's mind, it saw Su Ming turning his head around, and was immediately terrified. It quickly put on a look of flattery, and even flapped its wings a few times like a little chick. Once it noticed that Su Ming was not looking at it but into the distance, it started grumbling in its heart. I must think of a way to escape as soon as possible. It'd be great to have my freedom again. With my divine abilities, I can have as many concubines as I want, as many lackeys as I want. It's a pity about him, O Luo. I wasted a lot of effort making him believe in me in the past. Su Ming did not bother with the bald crane's thoughts, but only looked at the vast sea underneath, moving his eyes away only after a long time had passed. His gaze gradually calmed down. As he moved forward, he turned into a long arc and walked forth. The bald crane hesitated for a moment, until Su Ming's cold harumph reached its ears. It made the bald crane tremble, and even though it was absolutely unwilling to, it still put on a look of happiness on its face. Sir, please wait for me. Look, I don't have a lot of feathers left. I can't fly too quickly. Why don't I wait for you here? Su Ming did not continue paying any sort of attention to it. He might think that there were some mysteries surrounding this black crane, but as of then, his desire to return to the 9th summit was too strong. That was why he did not bother himself too much with the bird. Besides, there was no sort of grudge between him and the black crane. With how Su Ming was, he would not make things too hard for the crane. If it wanted to leave, he would not stop it. When the crane saw that Su Ming was ignoring it and was flying further away, it widened its eyes and started backing away slowly, wondering in its head whether he had decided to be kind and stopped paying attention to it. Something's wrong. The bald crane froze for a moment. Then, after flapping its wings a few times, it lifted its claws and scratched the spots on its body that were without feathers. He's testing me. If I truly ran away, he'll have a reason to teach me a lesson. What a sly person this Su Ming. I won't fall into your trap. The more you act this way, the less I should escape. I'm a smart crane. Did you think you can actually make me fall for your little schemes, you little berserker brat? The bald crane immediately flapped its wings and quickly chased after him. As it flew, it continued feeling smug about itself for not falling into Su Ming's scheme. The colors of the 3 protection screens of light on the 3 big islands of South Morning were different. The one at the center was black and looked dull. It was as if there was an endless layer of black smoke surrounding the entire land. It let out an eerie presence, causing people to feel a chilling air spreading out before they even got closer to the place. The big island, located several tens of thousands of leagues away to the left, was surrounded by golden light. That light spilled out in all directions and could be seen from the distance. The final big island was located to the right of the black island. That place was filled with blue light, and as it flowed, it looked as if there were ripples spreading out into the world. Su Ming flew past the sky mist barrier and looked at the vast surface of the sea and the world in the distance. In his hands he held a jade slip, and the locations for the 3 great islands of South Morning were marked clearly on the map. However, since the 3 islands were eternally sealed off, it was rare to find anyone coming out. That was why it was difficult to determine just which faction of power that existed in South Morning since the past owned these 3 islands. However, Zhongzhe had his own assumptions, and he had made some marks on the map based on them. According to his guesses, the big island shining with golden light should belong to Western Sea Clan, who had activated the power of its clan when the calamity arrived so that they could stand against the disaster. Judging by the place where the land was torn, the Golden Island was indeed where Western Sea Clan was once located. Zhongzhe had been unable to make any sort of guesses regarding the Black Island. He could only theorize that the island shrouded in blue light was controlled by Freezing Sky Clan based on some of the hints he obtained. Su Ming fell into a moment of silence while holding the jade slip. As his eyes flickered, he charged towards the blue island, and he continued flying across the surface of the sea for the next few days. The bald crane followed behind him. The 2 of them turned into 2 rays of long arcs, and they did not see another living soul besides the endless sea and the occasional ferocious beasts that would pop out of the Dead Sea around them. It did not matter whether it was day or night. Besides the roars of the seawater, not much sound could be heard from anything else, causing the region to almost fall into deathly silence. Eventually, Su Ming saw a hint of blue light in the world before him. The light gradually grew stronger as he got closer. Soon, a large piece of land appeared before him. Rays of blue light that seemed like flowing water flashed in a globe around the land. The screen of light was rather thick, and it looked as if it was about 1,000 feet in breadth. The 1,000 feet breadth cut off everything from outside, causing this huge island to be isolated from the world. Right at the moment Su Ming closed in on the protective screen of light, a vast and mighty pressure spread towards him slowly. Su Ming stood there and cast his gaze at the screen of light, but he could not see through it. This was a powerful defense that could resist the catastrophe of the eastern wastelands. It looked as if it was 1,000 feet thick, but it was definitely not just that. The strength and resilience of the screen of light made a light crease appear between Su Ming's brows once he saw it. He stood beyond the screen of light and lifted his right hand slowly, but right at that moment, the bald crane behind him blinked and quickly flapped its wings. "Don't, sir. I have a method for us to enter the place. I promise you, it'll definitely work, and the people inside won't notice us. This sort of thing is too easy for me," the bald crane said smugly next to Su Ming. When he looked towards it, the bald crane immediately puffed out its chest, and even slapped its chest several times with its beak. "Sir, just watch me." As it spoke, it immediately flew towards the light screen with everything it had. Lifting its claw, it pressed it against the screen, and its body immediately turned invisible. Soon after, it slowly started shining with blue light, as if it was about to fuse together with the rune. Su Ming focused his attention on the bird, and was rather surprised. He did not expect that the bald crane would have this sort of ability, but as he continued watching, an odd expression gradually appeared on his face. Because right then, as the bald crane started shining with blue light all over its body, its appearance slowly changed and it gained a human form. By the looks of it, it had turned into an old man. The old man stood outside the rune, and a thick wave of aura of death spread out from his body. That wave of death surrounded him, causing him to look incredibly weird. He closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, a hint of ancientness as well as somberness could be seen in his eyes. When Su Ming saw the bald crane taking up human form, his heart trembled. That gaze gave even him an indescribable feeling. However, that feeling disappeared the next instant, because the dignified and solemn old man that was the bald crane started changed its expression rapidly and put on a look of flattery. There was also a hint of smugness contained within, which completely destroyed his mighty and serious temperament. It made Su Ming shake his head as he chuckled wryly. "You puny little rune, do you see who I am? I was the one who placed you here. Now open up for me." As the bald crane mumbled, he stretched his right claw and now turned into the old man's right hand towards the rune. Immediately, the 1,000 feet thick screen of light before Su Ming opened up a crack without making a single sound. That crack stretched right down to the inner parts of the rune, revealing the land it protected inside. An odd expression settled on Su Ming's face. He could tell that the bald crane had become one with the rune with its great transformation powers. Then, after casting some unknown method, had turned into the old man, who might possibly be the person who had made the rune in the past. With this method, it had deceived the rune, causing it to open up a path for them. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He cast a glance at the old man who was really the produce of the bald crane's transformations, then walked forward slowly. Almost the moment he closed in on the path the screen of light had opened up, he disappeared and warped 1,000 feet away, appearing inside the protected zone within the rune. When he was gone, the bald crane rolled its eyes, and the crack on the rune immediately closed up, causing Su Ming to be instantly encased within, which also meant that the two of them were now separated by the rune. "Ha! How dare you try to scheme against me, you little berserker brat? How dare you test me? In the end, you fell into my trap. From now on, go on ahead and be trapped inside that rune. I'll be living my life of freedom." The bald crane laughed smugly, and with a single swing of its body, it turned back into the 7-colored peacock. Clearly, it loved this particular appearance, and while feeling pleased with itself, it flapped its wings. But just as it was about to leave, "Really now?" an aloof voice suddenly came from beside the bald crane's ears, causing it to be momentarily stunned, and a shudder crept up its spine. It immediately turned its head back and looked at the spot in the rune where Su Ming had previously disappeared, only to find him still standing nearby while looking over coldly. Chapter 540, The Ninth Summit. The instant the crane saw Su Ming, all the feathers on the 7-colored peacock immediately stood up, and with a shudder, its body started twisting. Clearly, that scare had caused its divine ability to become unsteady, and it returned to its appearance of a bald crane. The few feathers remaining on its body were also standing up. It stared at Su Ming with a dumbfounded expression, blinked, and a few tears actually fell from its eyes. I. At that instant, the bald crane was scared stiff. It could not even speak. "Open the rune and come in with me." Su Ming looked at the bald crane coldly, and as he spoke, he lifted his right hand, formed a seal, and without a hit of delay, pressed his palm in the direction of the bald crane. In an instant, a ray of black light spread out from his fingertips and charged towards the bald crane, swiftly, seeping into its body and turning into a seal that was connected to Su Ming's mind. He originally did not want to place any form of restriction on the crane. If it had not just done what it did, Su Ming would have cut off all ties with it once he stepped into the screen of light. No matter where it wanted to go, he would not have interfered. In truth, if the bald crane had said that it wanted to leave on their way here, Su Ming would not have denied its request, but what the crane did just now displeased him. The bald crane's heart trembled. It lowered its head and hastily went to the rune. Once it opened it again, it looked at Su Ming with a fawning look, and just as it was thinking of how to curry favor by buttering him up, Su Ming took a step forward, lifted his left hand, and grabbed the bald crane by the neck before dragging it into the rune with him. The blue light before him was dazzling to the eyes. His world blurred for an instant, and when it cleared up, Su Ming had already walked through the rune and was standing under the sky that belonged to South Morning in the past. He looked at the ground. Everything was barren underneath, and not a single hint of green could be found. The sky was murky, and the sun could not be seen clearly. The mountains were still here, and so were the plains, but not a single life form could be detected. The stench of death was evident in the barren place. Su Ming released his grip on the bald crane's neck, and with a cold harumph, turned into a long arc and flew forward. With a dejected look, the bald crane quickly followed suit, all the while grumbling in its heart and lamenting that it had been careless. Not only did it not manage to run, a seal had also been placed in its body. Damn it! How could I not have seen through this test? This Berserker brat is too sly. Looks like he's a person who is used to testing others. I'll have to remember. I can't fall for his tricks again. The bald crane lamented to itself and repeatedly reminded itself to be wary of the man's tests. Su Ming walked forward in the sky. He was familiar with the terrain here, and when he flew several hundreds of leagues to arrive before an island surrounded by water, he came to a halt. The vast expanse of water looked like a sea, but its color was not black. It was blue, and it covered a wide region. There was originally not supposed to be any sort of water here. It had been a world filled with glaciers and ice. Freezing Sky Clan was built on this glacier. Yet now, as the calamity fell on their heads and South Morning was torn to pieces, the glacier became the sea around the island, drowning everything familiar to Su Ming. The ninth summit. He mumbled under his breath as he looked at the seawater beneath him. Before his eyes, the image of the ninth summit of the past appeared. Gradually, an agitated look appeared on his face. He spread his divine sense outwards to cover the region. With it, he saw the land, and also a small mountain at the center of this vast expanse of sea. The instant he saw it, Su Ming started trembling. His heart started racing, and his eyes started shining with eternal light. He walked forward slowly, towards that tiny mountain, or perhaps more accurately speaking, the portion of the mountain that was revealed on the surface of the sea, which was really less than 1,000 feet. He was like a wanderer that had wandered for decades, only to return home after many years to see unfamiliar sights laced with familiarity. The complicated feelings he harbored in his heart, along with his excitement and agitation, were difficult to put into words. There was an ancient air to the sea breeze. When it blew past the surface of the sea, layers of ripples were formed on the water, causing the seawater to sparkle, giving it a nostalgic beauty. The wind blew against Su Ming's body, lifting his hair, making his robes flutter. When the wind touched his eyes, it turned into longing and nostalgia, making him move his feet to walk towards where the ninth summit had been located in the past. Everything in Su Ming's gaze disappeared at that moment. The only thing left in his field of vision was the mountain that was now less than 1,000 feet in height. Perhaps it should be said that this was just the peak of the mountain, because most of it was submerged under the seawater, including Su Ming's cave abode, his second senior brother's plants and flowers, his eldest senior brother's isolation grounds, and Huzi's house, where he slept. Everything was submerged under the water, and only the peak of the mountain remained eternally standing tall, surrounded by seawater. It was as if it was also waiting for Su Ming, waiting for his return, or else, why would this mountain be the only one remaining while all the others had disappeared? All the things that had happened in the ninth summit in the past were clouded by nostalgia in Su Ming's eyes. When he got closer, mixed feelings rose in his heart. It had been 20 years, and because of one calamity, so many things had changed. In his divine sense, Su Ming saw the tip of the ninth summit, which was still about several hundreds of leagues away from him. At that moment, there was a man standing outside the cave abode that originally belonged to Tian Xiezi. The man had a powerful back and shoulders. His body was incredibly well built, but his hair was a mess. He stood there like a mountain that would never disappear. At that moment, he had his fists clenched while glaring right ahead. Before him were two men dressed in hanfu. Those two men were middle-aged, and one of them was glaring at this big man coldly while speaking slowly. The due date for your rent ends in 3 days. If you want to continue staying here, then you have to bring out even more offerings this time. If you can't, then Heaven Gate will wipe away this mountain. Since we're both from the same clan and are fellow disciples, here is my advice. If you don't want to give up on this land, you'd best bring those offerings here. The other person stated coldly. You're going overboard, the man roared furiously. His face was filled with anger and pain. Over the years, he had given up far too much to protect the ninth summit. When the calamity arrived, Freezing Sky Clan's Heaven Gate activated their divine ability and protected this place with their rune, but in the process, they made this place completely isolated from the outside world. Moreover, due to Heaven's Gate, all factions of power had no choice but to submit to them. The Great Frozen Plains had also been demolished because of all sorts of reasons and made to drown in the depths of the sea. The ninth summit, however, had been allowed to stay due to some mysterious reason, but there was a condition for its continued existence. This man had to bring out 10 items from Tian Xiezi's cave abode and give them up as an offering, or else Heaven Gate would destroy the ninth summit. The man knew that there was a strange seal to his master's cave abode. This seal prevented all outsiders from entering. and if anyone tried to force their way in, all the items inside would be destroyed in an instant. Only the disciples of the ninth summit could enter the cave abode freely. You've already taken most of the things Master left behind. Why can't you just leave the ninth summit alone? I just want to protect my home. Master is gone, eldest senior brother is gone, even second senior brother is gone, and youngest junior brother has gone missing as well. I'm the only one left here. I'm the only one. I just want to protect this place. I just want to make sure it keeps on existing so that Master will have a home to return to when he comes back. And when my eldest senior brother as well as my second senior brother come back, they will be able to see their home. I want to let youngest junior brother be able to find his way back when he returns. This is the only thing I can think of. But you, how could you do this? Master already doesn't have much left. So how can you do this? As the man cried out, tears fell from his eyes. The pain and suffering he had had to endure over the years was something no one could possibly know. He was Hu Zi, the simple and honest Hu Zi who had some odd quirks and unique hobbies. However, 20 years had passed by since then, and the signs of age had appeared on his face. He was no longer the child who could sleep every single day and did not have to worry about anything, because he had Tian Xiezi's protection. Now, he was the Hu Zi who wanted to protect the ninth summit, so that he could give his master and his junior brother a home to return to. You wouldn't dare do this if Master was still around. Even if it was just my eldest senior brother, you wouldn't dare do this either. And before my second senior brother left, you wouldn't have dared to humiliate the ninth summit. Hu Zi yelled at the two people with anger burning on his face. Indeed, if Senior Tian Xiezi was here, we wouldn't dare to do this. But he has gone missing for too long, and we don't even know whether he's still alive and well. One of the two people standing before Hu Zi said, shaking his head. If your eldest senior brother or your second senior brother were around, this might perhaps not have happened as well, but they've also gone missing. Honestly, you don't have to be so angry either. We just came here to tell you the orders from the clan. The other person said coldly. The ninth summit belongs to Freezing Sky Clan, and Freezing Sky Clan belongs to Heaven Gate. Why would we need to force you if we want to take back this mountain? 3 days later, we will come and retrieve the offerings. If you can't produce them, then we will have to report this to the clan. Once the two people finished speaking, they cast Hu Zi a glance filled with cold aloofness, along with a hint of disdain and mockery. They then turned into long arcs and charged into the sky, disappearing without a trace. The air around them distorted, and it looked as if they had just entered a void. Only Hu Zi remained standing on the ground alone. He sat down in anguish and clenched his fists tightly. But in the end, when his gaze landed on the ground and the ninth summit, he started crying. I only want to protect the ninth summit. I don't want it to disappear. I want to find the warmth it had in the past. I want to keep our home intact for all of you. Master, where are you? Do you know that the ninth summit has reached such a state? You went to Eastern Wastelands for South Mourning, but do you know that our ninth summit is about to fall? I can't bear with this for much longer. Eldest senior brother, where are you? Second senior brother, why did you go out? Why didn't you stay here and protect our home together with me? Youngest junior brother, are you dead or alive? It's been 20 years. Do you still remember the ninth summit? Do you still remember our master, our eldest senior brother, our second senior brother? Do you still remember me? Tears fell down Hu Zi's cheeks as he mumbled. When a man cried in such a manner, it was enough to make all those who saw him feel their hearts shake. Chapter 541. Hu Zi, don't cry. Hu Zi no longer drank. Over the years he had become unwilling to drink, because he was afraid of getting drunk. Once he became drunk, he would remember his master, his eldest senior brother, his second senior brother, and his youngest junior brother. This longing was pure and plain torture to him. It would make him wake up from his sleep in tears, make him drown in loneliness as he looked at the darkness around him and remembered just how alone and at a loss he was. He seldom fell asleep now, and would rather not dream, because he was afraid of becoming immersed in the happiness of the past and unwilling to wake up. If he truly could not wake up, then the ninth summit might fall into trouble. He no longer peeped either, because he had already grown up. He no longer had the strength to do such a thing, because there was no longer anyone else in this area besides him. If there was any, then it would be the hidden heaven gate in the sky. It was a place he hated with everything he had. He would never forget how Heaven Gate had abandoned the great frozen plains when the calamity came upon them, forcing an innumerable amount of the disciples in the mountains to leave. They were made to wander without a place to call home, and he had no idea whether they were still alive or dead. He had to watch the mountains collapse, watch Heaven Gate descending on them and making all the factions of power on the ground come under their jurisdiction, and watch the ninth summit slowly be drowned as the glacier melted. He would never forget the day his eldest senior brother's isolation grounds went underwater. Tears had fallen from his eyes then, but he could only move backwards and could only continue retreating until his cave abode was gone, until even his youngest junior brother's cave abode disappeared underwater. At that moment, he cried again. He could not stop any of this. He could only continue moving backwards, could only watch water drowning even his second senior brother's house, the plants and flowers dying, until only 1,000 feet of the entire ninth summit was left. The lonely mountain was left with a lonely person. He struggled for years, and he had no idea for how much longer still he had to continue struggling. Perhaps he would not be able to continue for long. With tears falling from his eyes, Huzi sat on the mountain. He looked at the world in the distance, then at the sparkling seawater, and more tears fell from his eyes. Those tears contained his pain, his anger, and even more so, his longing. He knew that if Heaven Gates Baisu had not harbored special feelings for the ninth summit and loved his missing youngest junior brother, he would be in an even worse trouble. He also knew that Baisu only had very little influence in Heaven Gate, even if her father had a lot of power in Heaven Gate in the past. But the thing that had happened during these past few years had caused him to be badly injured, causing his power and influence to fall greatly as well. Huzi would never forget that sight. It was something that was largely connected to a person called Ma Xin, who had walked out of Freezing Sky Cave when the glacier turned into an ocean. It was something that no one expected, not even Baisu's father. Ma Xin had become incredibly powerful when he walked out of the glacier, and from then onwards, he became one of the powerful warriors within Heaven Gate. His existence was also the reason why the ninth summit was in such a difficult situation. As Huzi cried, he touched his back and started mumbling in a voice that only he could hear. Master, I'm at my limit. Eldest senior brother and second senior brother went to Eastern Wastelands. Youngest junior brother, where are you? Did you know? Our home is almost gone. Do you still remember the ninth summit's principles? Kill those who have harmed even a single plant of ninth summit. Kill those who have harmed even a single follower of ninth summit. Kill all the berserkers of the tribe of the person who harmed even a single disciple of the ninth summit. As he spoke, more tears fell from his eyes, and his heart clenched in pain. These are the ninth summit's principles, but our summit is no longer here. Are we even considered a part of it anymore? Huzi continued crying. On that lonely mountain, the sobs of a man echoed in the air. Men do not cry easily, because their cries sounded horrid to the ears, because their sobs symbolize weakness. But when they reach their limit, their cries become filled with their despair towards life. Those sobs filled with despair would no longer be unpleasant, but would be filled with grief. Huzi wept silently, until a sigh came from behind him, along with a gentle, familiar voice. Huzi, don't cry. When that voice spoke, a hand landed on Huzi's shoulder. The hand that represented warmth caused him to lurch forward, and when he turned his head around while shivers wrecked his body, he saw a face that for long had only existed in his memories. Youngest junior brother. Huzi looked at Su Ming with a dumbfounded expression, and his mind went blank. He could not tell whether this was reality or just a figment of his imagination. As he trembled, he slowly lifted his hand and pressed his palm on the hand Su Ming had placed on his shoulder, then grabbed it tightly. When he was certain that the hand was truly there, Huzi suddenly began shouting at Su Ming. You're only back now? Only the peak of the ninth summit remains. Did you know that? Eldest senior brother went to search for Master in Eastern Wastelands because we didn't know whether he was still alive. And while we were waiting in anxiety, second senior brother left for Eastern Wastelands because he was worried. I wanted to go as well, but he wouldn't let me. He asked me to protect the ninth summit. He asked me to stay here and wait for you so that you'd know the ninth summit is still here and that our home is still around. As Huzi roared, tears fell from his eyes. It's been 20 years. 20 years. You've been missing for 20 years, and you're only back now. Do you still remember that the ninth summit is your home? Do you have any idea just how often Master sighed and looked towards the land of the shamans? Do you have any idea how dejected he looked when he did that? Do you know why eldest senior brother came out of isolation earlier and went to the land of the shamans? He didn't go for the shamans. He went to search for you. Did you know about these? Did you know that second senior brother took care of your cave abode and rearranged it so that it looked as if you never left? The plants and herbs he planted on your platform are still around. At that time, When he planted these flowers, he had even turned around and said to me while smiling that these flowers could protect you so that you could train at ease on this platform. Because he knew that you loved sitting there and exercising your breathing. Did you know about all these? Huzi stood up in agitation and shouted at Su Ming without stop, just like how a man who had suppressed his burdens for a long time would explode when he finally saw his family. Su Ming remained silent, and his face was filled with grief. He looked at Huzi, listened to his furious cries silently, and he continued listening until Huzi, at some point in his rant, went up to hug him. Youngest junior brother, I missed you. Eldest senior brother also missed you, and so did second senior brother. Master looked so much older before he left, you know? I know that he went to the land of the shamans to look for you, but he didn't manage to find you. Youngest junior brother, just where did you go? Why are you back only now? Huzi wept as he hugged Su Ming. His voice became softer with each word, and in the end, only one sentence was left echoing in the air. How could you come back only now? Third senior brother, I'm back. Su Ming hugged Huzi and spoke softly. Tears fell down his eyes, too. Huzi's voice became weaker with each passing moment, and eventually, his whole body sagged against Su Ming's. He was too tired, both in body and mind. He had been protecting the 9th summit alone, without sleeping and drinking, enduring the loneliness quietly and silently. At this moment, the instant he saw Su Ming, he relaxed. Just like that, he closed his eyes while in his embrace, and gradually, the snore Su Ming was so familiar with rang through the air. He held Huzi in his arms, and even when his senior brother's snores grew so loud that they sounded like thunder roaring, not a hint of impatience could be found on Su Ming. His lips curled up into a smile. This was his senior brother, a brother who would do everything for Su Ming without regard for his own safety, and also a brother whom Su Ming could give up everything for. He was a little simple, but he was not foolish. He had some unique hobbies, but he was a sincere person. He had a horrible temper, but he was a person who would stand before his junior brother to defend him, because he always believed that he was the senior brother and he had to protect his junior brother. Similarly, he would also stand behind his second senior brother, because he believed that his second senior brother would do the same thing and defend him, and that was also the truth. This was the 9th summit. Senior brother, I'm back. You don't have to defend the 9th summit alone now. I will make all the people who harbor ill will towards the 9th summit to only have time to worry about themselves from now on. A hint of killing intent appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and that killing intent was much stronger than when he was in Scour Civ Island. After all, he had done everything in Scour Civ Island for someone else, but over here, he was doing this for his master, his senior brothers, for his own home. I will let everyone know about the principles of the 9th summit, Su Ming stated calmly, then carried Huzi back to their master's cave abode. He placed his senior brother on the ground, lifted his right hand, and pointed at the center of his brows, sending out a warm wave of aura into his body. That aura would provide him with nourishment so that his fatigue over the years could be relieved. He was too tired. He had not slept like this for far too long. Right then, as dreams visited his sleep, he started drooling at the corner of his lips. There was even a smile on his face, and it looked as if he had encountered something happy in his dreams. Su Ming looked at Huzi quietly, at the signs of age on his face, and what appeared before his eyes was the honest figure in his memories, along with this very same figure taking him along to peek at their second senior brother while they hid behind a big rock. I'm not bragging here, youngest junior brother, if we talk about intelligence. Is there anyone else who is smarter than me on this mountain? None. The words Huzi had said in the past, and the smug expression he had when he said them appeared in Su Ming's head. Let me tell you, eldest senior brother is always in isolation. Our second senior brother is the most interesting out of the lot. He always thinks someone is stealing his plants. Be quiet. Don't make a sound. I'll take you to the 7th summit tonight. We'll go see those girls today. Let me tell you, youngest junior brother, you have to be smart. When I tell you to run, you have to be quick and get going. Damn you all. How dare you bully my junior brother? I'll bring you into my dreams. Youngest junior brother, look, quick. Master is wearing flowery robes today. Su Ming looked at Huzi, and the memories surfaced in his mind. At that moment, Huzi rolled over, looking as if he thought that sleeping on his stomach would be more comfortable. The moment he changed positions, Su Ming's gaze immediately zoomed in on his back, and he saw dried specks of blood on the robes covering his back. He moved next to Huzi and lifted the robes covering his back. Then, on Huzi's back, he saw wounds with their flesh turned inside out. Those were wounds left behind by flogging. They were packed closely to each other. Some of them had formed scabs, but there were even more who had already turned into brown scars. When Ming saw all of them, the cave abode immediately turned cold, and an indescribably chilling killing intent appeared in his eyes. Chapter 542. Their Home Under the Sea. Ming remained silent, and after a long while, moved his gaze away from Huzi's back. At that moment, the chill in his heart had practically frozen over the sky. He would make those people suffer the pain Huzi had to bear 1,000,000 times over. If he did not do this, he would not be able to quell the pain in his heart. If he did not do this, he would not be able to force down the anger burning in his soul. He was angry, and that anger was burning so furiously that it had reached its peak, turning into a calm look on his face at that moment. However, once that anger under that calm facade erupted, it would be able to burn the world. Ming turned around quietly and looked at his master's cave abode. He swept his gaze around the area and found it empty. He had come to this place before, and he knew that his master had left behind a large amount of items in the multiple floors in his cave that he had collected. Now, this floor was empty. In silence, Ming walked down to another floor. When he eventually walked through the entire cave, the sullen look on his face had fused with his anger, and it had turned into a terrifying, unsettling wave of ripples around him. His master's cave was practically empty. There were only a few items left behind, and the rest were all gone. Ming's heart clenched in pain. He walked out of the cave quietly and stood outside to look at the world in the distance. The words Huzi had said just moments ago echoed in his ears. His master often stood here and stared at the land of the shamans with a dejected look on his face. His master had gone to the land of the shamans in search of him, but he had been unable to find him. Master! Ming stood there and closed his eyes. A long time passed. When he opened his eyes, he walked down the mountain using a trail that now existed only in his memories. Eventually, rolling seawater appeared before him, but Ming did not stop there. He walked into the sea, and under the water, he saw the complete 9th summit. As grief filled his face, he walked through the seawater, right down to the submerged stairs of the 9th summit. This flight of stairs was originally covered in plants, and when he walked on those stairs, he should have felt as if he was stepping on dust. But Ming could see that the stairs were incredibly clean. It was clear that Huzi always came to this place to clean it. The memories in Ming's mind were incredibly clear, and they were overlapping with the desolate view his eyes perceived right then. He could even hear the faint sound of the high wind in his ears above the 9th summit. Could even see his second senior brother standing on the stairs with the side of his face turned towards the sun while smiling towards him. The sorrow on Ming's face became deeper. It was quiet all around him. In the midst of that silence, he walked forward slowly, passing by Huzi's cave abode to reach his second senior brother's house. His house was incredibly neat and tidy, but submerged under the seawater. His herbal garden laid in waste. Second senior brother's smile, his figure, and his identity as a phantom appeared in Ming's heart, causing him to stop silently, and he stood there for a long, long time. Perhaps there were tears in his eyes, but they fused with the sea and he could not see them. Second senior brother. Ming turned around. On the way here, he saw many plants that had died in the sea. Those were all the marks his second senior brother had left behind. When Ming reached the foot of the 9th summit, he went to his eldest senior brother's isolation grounds. Over there, he went to the karst cave based on his memories that was now submerged in seawater. As he looked at the familiar place, his eldest senior brother's voice from the past appeared in his ears. The concern in his voice still sounded as strong as ever in his heart. Eldest senior brother. Ming mumbled in anguish. His eldest senior brother was a quiet and reserved man. He was a person of few words and did not like speaking too much, but he cared for his junior brothers and his master deeply. After a long while, Ming left, dispirited. He walked through every single spot in the 9th summit, walked past every single mountain rock in his memories. Everything here carried his memories and the warmth he felt here in the past. Eventually, he came to his cave abode from all those years ago. He looked at the protruding platform, then at the dead plants that his second senior brother had planted after he left. And he sat down there quietly. He sat alone, on the 9th summit located in the depths of the sea, and looked into the distance. In his eyes, he saw murky seawater, but in his heart, he saw the frozen world from the past. The 9th summit was an ice mountain, and beneath this ice mountain was a true mountain. This mountain would not melt. It would never melt. Ming closed his eyes. As he sat there, His heart gained peace. It was just like in the past. However, now, his master's constant roars to the sky were gone. His eldest senior brother's divine sense covering him while he was in isolation was absent, and his second senior brother's warm and gentle smile was missing. Once so many things had vanished, could this still be considered the ninth summit? This is the ninth summit. This is my home in the land of South Morning, Su Ming declared under his breath. He was the only person in this endless seawater, and his presence stood out like a sore thumb as he sat on the platform. Yet his distinct presence shone with loneliness, longing, and reminiscence. What sort of longing would make a person defend the ninth summit without any care for the consequences? What sort of longing would make a person sit quietly at the depths of this lonely sea to search for the hints of the past? Master, I'm back. I came back to the ninth summit. I'm back home. Su Ming sat on the platform, just like he did in the past. As time passed, he continued sitting there, day by day. On the third day, Su Ming opened his eyes and lifted his head. He looked towards the surface of the sea above his head, and a chilling look full of killing intent that surged into the sky appeared in his eyes. He stood up and walked back through the path he had come. Gradually, he emerged from the sea and walked up the stairs leading to the peak of the mountain. He arrived at the top and heard Hu Zi's snores still traveling through the air. When he heard those sounds, the very first smile since Su Ming had entered the submerged ninth summit appeared on his lips. Senior brother Hu Zi, take a good rest. You have me to handle everything. Su Ming sat down cross-legged outside his master's cave abode on the mountain. The sea breeze lifted his hair and made his robes flap loudly in the air. His expression gradually turned cold and detached, and he closed his eyes. The bald crane was by his side. Over the past few days, it remained there, not daring to leave due to the seal on its body, and grumbling immensely in its heart because of it. However, when it saw Su Ming return from the depths of the sea and saw him sitting quietly outside the cave, it suddenly shuddered. It had noticed the killing intent within Su Ming's body. That killing intent burned so greatly that it surpassed what he possessed in Scour Civ Island, making the bald crane's heart shudder and not dare to get closer to him. In fact, it could even see the air around Su Ming freezing through his divine abilities. The small snake crawled out of Su Ming's storage bag and lay sprawled across his shoulders. It had also noticed Su Ming's killing intent and was hissing while staring at the sky coldly. Time trickled by slowly. 2 hours later, distortions suddenly appeared in the sky above the ninth summit, and from those distortions, 2 long arcs flew out and charged straight towards the ninth summit. Before they even got closer, a cold voice echoed in the air. Time's up. Bring out the offerings and come with us to meet Sir Sima. Once you receive the 9 punishment lashes, you can keep your ninth summit protected for another month. Su Ming opened his eyes, lifted his head, and looked towards the sky. Chapter 543, Freezing Sky Heaven Gate. Su Ming's face remained calm when that cold voice echoed in the air. However, that calmness around him was more terrifying than any sort of murderous aura, was even more frightening than any eruption of a cultivation base. This tranquility contained a power that could make others suffocate once they saw it. 2 long arcs charged through the sky to head straight towards the small bit of the ninth summit remaining above the sea, but before they managed to get any closer, the person in the left arc noticed something off. He saw that the person sitting on the ninth summit was no longer Hu Zi, but someone who looked somewhat familiar. However, there was something unfamiliar about that face as well, making him unable to recall where he'd seen it before. The other person also noticed Su Ming's presence. The 2 of them came to a halt in midair and floated above the ninth summit, while looking at the mountain beneath them coldly. Who are? One of them frowned, but his expression was as cold and aloof as ever, and along that look on his face was a hint of arrogance that came from his status as a disciple from Heaven Gate. Yet before he could even finish speaking, Su Ming lifted his head, and the instant he opened his eyes, a chilling glare that seemed to have come from the abyss itself abruptly shone within his eyes. Right then, that disciple from Heaven Gate who was looking at Su Ming from midair suddenly heard a loud bang in his head, and his body started shivering violently. At that moment, he could practically hear thunder roaring in his head. Su Ming's gaze was like 2 sharp blades that had pierced into his eyes and shot straight to his head, causing him to feel as if his mind had instantly broken down. Then they rushed into his spirit, causing his heart to continue beating faster and faster with each passing moment until it was racing at lightning speed against his chest. Cracking sounds also came from his body at that moment. as if it was unable to withstand the will and pressure contained within Su Ming's gaze. The unparalleled fury contained in that gaze towards Heaven Gate erupted abruptly in that Heaven Gate disciple's body. His face turned pale in an instant, and his eyes became the first thing to explode. Blood poured out of them, and he staggered backwards before coughing up a large mouthful of blood. During that time, his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth started bleeding as well. He let out a shrill scream of pain as his spirit collapsed and his mind broke. Then, right at that moment, his life was extinguished by the pressure formed by the tranquil fury burning in Su Ming's eyes. With a bang, that Heaven Gate disciple fell headfirst into the sea, all while his companion watched, dumbfounded. However, before his body fell into the sea, a black shadow immediately shot out from the ninth summit. Naturally, that black shadow was the bald crane. At that moment, its eyes were sparkling with a brilliant light, and the few remaining feathers on its body were lustrous and glossy. With an excited expression on its face, it caught up with that plunging corpse in the span of a breath, and when it flew past the body, a storage bag appeared in its mouth, and there were even a few shining objects in its claws. If anyone took a closer look, they would be able to tell that those shining objects were the jade buttons on the dead Heaven Gate disciples' robes. What a waste, such a waste. I'll just keep collecting these things a little at a time. If I continue like this, I'll be rich someday. The bald crane lifted its head in excitement and fixed its eyes on the other Heaven Gate disciple while expectation shone on its face. Su Ming's gaze could not kill, but if the pressure around his body fused with his gaze and his divine sense, then it would be enough to kill a person. The instant the Heaven Gate disciple died, his companion started shivering. His face instantly turned pale, and his gaze when he looked towards Su Ming was filled with shock. With a piercing scream, he started retreating hastily, thinking of returning to Heaven Gate as quickly as possible. His mind was in a mess. He could not imagine just what sort of power would be needed to kill his fellow disciple of his with just the pressure from a gaze. His companion had been about the same level as him. At that moment, the arrogance he had as a Heaven Gate disciple was gone, and the aloofness and disdain he had when he confronted Hu Zi were absent. Even his screams were no longer cold, but filled with terror. The never-ending horror was like a tidal wave that drowned his heart and soul. At that moment, he had only one thought in his head: run. Run as fast as possible and return to Heaven Gate with the fastest speed he could muster. Kill those who have harmed even a single plant of Ninth Summit. Kill those who have harmed even a single follower of Ninth Summit. Kill all the Berserkers of the tribe of the person who harmed even a single disciple of the Ninth Summit. Su Ming mumbled to himself calmly. He stood up and took a step towards the sky. When his foot landed, he abruptly appeared in the sky. The Ninth Summit protected me in the past. From now on, it will be my turn to protect the Ninth Summit. All of you from Heaven Gate have humiliated and hurt my senior brother. I will kill all of you. The killing intent in Su Ming's eyes burst forth swiftly, and he took another step forward to appear right before the fleeing Heaven Gate disciple. That disciple's soul had practically left his body from fear at that point. He fell to his knees, wanting to beg for mercy. He was afraid of death, especially when he had lived in safety during the calamity. It amplified his terror to a whole different level. However, Su Ming's right hand had already swept past the center of his brows almost the instant he fell to his knees, before he even managed to beg for his life. When Su Ming walked towards the sky, the Heaven Gate disciple started trembling, and a crack appeared at the center of his brows, ripping right through his skull. The top half of his head was torn off, along with his hair, and as blood gushed out from the remaining half, the top part fell into the ocean. The same scene appeared once again. The bald crane let out a few excited screeches and rushed over swiftly. When it returned, another storage bag and a few more buttons appeared in its claws. I'm rich. I'm rich. If the Berserker child kills more, I will become richer. Hey, following him doesn't seem like such a bad idea. It was simply unfortunate for that Heaven Gate disciple. He had to die while in tattered garments as his body sank into the ocean. Right at the final moment of his life before he died, that disciple suddenly remembered why the stranger felt so familiar. In the midst of his terror, he had finally managed to recognize that person. He was the fourth disciple of the Ninth Summit, the disciple who had gone missing for 20-something years. Su Ming. The moment he recognized, his world turned dark, and he never woke up again. Hu Zi's snores were still traveling through the air. He had been far too exhausted for too many years, and with Su Ming's help, he would sleep for a long time. until his body was fully recovered. Perhaps, when he eventually woke up, everything in his sight would be different. Su Ming stood in midair. He had been waiting for those Heaven Gate disciples' arrival for the past few days because he had sent his divine sense to scan the sky a few days ago, but he had been unable to find any traces of any sort of rune whatsoever in the sky. That was why he waited. When the sky distorted and those two people appeared, he immediately noticed a single dot appearing in a single spot in the vast sky. Before he met Feng Songlan, Su Ming would not have been able to recognize that one dot, but now, with just one glance, he could tell that it was a dimensional realm locus. The instant he noticed it, he took a third step, and right when his foot landed, he moved into the dimensional realm locus. When he stepped there, everything he saw turned chaotic for a brief instant, but he had already sent his divine sense sweeping through all directions. Without even needing his eyes, he could sense that he had landed on some sort of relocation spot. When his vision became clear, he found himself standing on a gigantic ruin. Outside it were 9 huge stone pillars, and there were all sorts of different bizarre-looking creatures carved on them. 9 people sat cross-legged on top of those pillars. The sky was blue. There was no sun up ahead, but light was still shining on the ground. When Su Ming looked into the distance, he could see mountain ranges rising and falling up ahead. There were long arcs weaving through the white clouds in the sky. Birds chirped, and the beautiful fragrance of flowers filled every corner of the air. The spiritual aura in this place was incredibly thick, and there were quite a large number of precious medicinal herbs planted on the ground. Green could be seen everywhere, and anyone who saw all of these things would be struck by a feeling that this place was the paradise itself. Tranquility and serenity filled this beautiful world. 9 gigantic stones could be seen floating in the sky. Those stones were in the shape of a cone, their pointed ends facing the ground. On the flat surfaces above were palaces built in a variety of styles. The 9 of them were like the most supreme beings in this world. They floated high in the sky, and the long arcs weaving in and out of the clouds were mostly moving about those 9 palaces. Faint sounds of running water could be heard in the air as well. It came from a long river running through the grounds. The sounds of it were accompanied by the sounds of women giggling and playing. Occasionally, some birds would fly through the sky elegantly. They looked incredibly beautiful and did not look like ferocious beasts, but were like pets that had been tamed. The sky was clear and blue, a stark contrast to the world outside, causing the people who saw it to be unable to help themselves but be hypnotized by the sight. At the center of the 9 floating palaces in the sky was a mountain that reached the clouds. There was a big stone plate erected on it, one that could be seen clearly even from the distance. There were 4 golden words carved on it, and they were glowing with endless light, causing all the people in the place to be able to see them the moment they lifted their heads. Freezing Sky Heaven Gate. This was Freezing Sky Clan's Heaven Gate. Before Su Ming arrived in here, he had very limited knowledge about this place, but now, with the experiences he had accumulated, he was able to tell with just one glance that this was a fragmented dimension. This place did not belong to South Morning. It was just a fragmented dimension that might have developed on its own or had been discovered by chance. Perhaps this place was not even part of the land of the Berserkers, because the moment Su Ming placed his feet on the ground here, a faint aura of death immediately started spreading out from his body. It was incredibly similar to the moment when he left Death's region in the ancient bronze sword and his blood landed on Feng Songlan's finger. But this was much weaker. It was not strong at all, and was nothing compared to the time he left the ancient bronze sword. Yet all of this clearly told Su Ming that this was a mysterious dimension located between Death and Bright Yang. The spread of the aura of death from Su Ming's body upon his appearance was something that simply could not fit with this dimensional world, even though it was very faint. Because of that, the instant he appeared in the ruin, the aura of death from his body turned to black smoke, and as it tumbled about, it rose into the sky, causing a small part of it to be shrouded by a black fog, as if someone had spilled ink on a piece of paper. Chapter 544, A Family? Almost the moment Su Ming stepped into the ruin, he spread his divine sense outward and saw everything else within Heaven Gate. He also managed to sense several powerful waves of ripples within this place. He could not hide the aura of death coming from his body. It rose into the sky to turn into black fog. That black fog looked ferocious, as if it was an evil spirit that was moving to devour everything around it. Some fine wrinkles gradually appeared on Su Ming's originally youthful face, making him seem to have turned into a middle-aged man. The 9 people who were meditating while sitting on the 9 stone pillars around him opened their eyes at the same time, and shock appeared on their faces. In an instant, their gazes fell on Su Ming, who stood at the center of the rune. The moment they saw him, all of them stood up. "Who are you? You are only asking for death if you trespass in a heaven gate." Su Ming lifted his head. The moment he met the gazes of those 9 people, 3 of them took a step forward and charged towards him. Before they even came close, divine abilities appeared in the air, and as all sorts of lights in various colors filled the space around Su Ming, they closed in on him in the blink of an eye. Su Ming remained calm, but the killing intent in his eyes was as strong as ever. He took a step forward and instantly arrived before one of the 3 men. The moment he walked past that person, he had already tapped the center of his brows with his finger. He moved too fast, so fast that before the people around him managed to see what was happening, the man who was tapped between his brows started shivering and his head exploded with a bang. With a warp, Su Ming rose to midair. Behind him was black fog, and above him was even more black fog, roaring as it spread outwards. His appearance was akin to an apocalyptic storm raging in a serene world. I, the 9th Summit's disciple, Su Ming, am here to ask all of you in Heaven Gate one question. Do you know about the 9th Summit's principles for blood? He asked calmly, but his words sounded like thunder roaring, and his voice rumbled in the air within Heaven Gate. That booming voice was deafening to the ears, and it even turned into an endless wave of echoes that spread to the entire area. You stole my master's items, tortured my senior brother, and threatened the 9th Summit's existence. Today, I, the 9th Summit's disciple, Su Ming, will take my master's place, and on behalf of my eldest senior brother and my second senior brother, I will make Heaven Gate pay. That last word exploded in the air, and during that instant, the 8 people on the ground rushed out with gritted teeth, but the moment they charged forth, Su Ming lifted his right hand and seized in the direction downwards. The ground trembled. The 8 people were all berserkers in the bone sacrifice realm. At that moment, their bodies stopped as if they had frozen up, and the berserker bones in their bones exploded with a bang at the same time, as if they could no longer bear with the pressure. Su Ming then clenched his fist, and as the bodies of the 8 people broke down, wisps of white smoke seeped out of them, and Su Ming caught them in his hand. The white ball of threads he held in his hand was the fusion of these 8 people's life force and their cultivation base, but Su Ming did not know a way to absorb this strength. If he took it in forcefully, his body would start showing signs of instability. That was why he would never absorb these white threads when killing in the past. When he held this ball of life force, a glint appeared in his eyes, and at that moment, the whole Heaven Gate was shaken due to the change in the sky, the reverberating booms, and also Su Ming's words. Long arcs shot up into the sky and charged towards him from all directions. These long arcs were all people from Heaven Gate. There were also people flying out from the 9 floating palaces in the sky. Their numbers were dense, and at that moment, piercing howls shook the sky and earth as long arcs sliced through the air in this small world that belonged to Heaven Gate. Kill all and spare none of those who trespass into Heaven Gate. How dare you trespass into freezing sky Heaven Gate? 9th Summit, Su Ming. The appearance of those long arcs was accompanied by furious shouts. Su Ming merely looked on as they closed in on him, and as he did so, he found that the weakest among these arcs were at the later stage of the awakening realm, and most of them were in the bone sacrifice realm. There were even 3 powerful berserkers among them who were in the berserker soul realm, and they were all closing in on him with dark expressions on their faces. Su Ming remained calm and cast a glance at the ball of threads in his right hand. A flicker of light shone in his eyes, and he had all his divine sense spread out of his body. The shadow of his nascent divinity also appeared behind him, and when he appeared, he lifted his right hand and formed a seal. Once that seal was made, the nascent divinity immediately changed the shape of his hands, and in an instant, he formed 9 different seals to form one complete. I grant you the crimson eyes of the night, Su Ming said lightly, then waved his arm in the direction of the sky. The moment he did so, his nascent divinity instantly turned a little dimmer, but his eyes remained as aloof and detached as ever. When he waved his arm, 2 crimson lights appeared in the black fog formed by aura of death spreading out in the sky. Those 2 crimson lights were like shining stars. The instant they appeared, a powerful, mighty pressure swiftly spread out from within the black fog to cover the ground as it continued spreading outwards. All the long arcs that were surrounded by that pressure immediately found their bodies forcefully frozen in midair, and their expressions changed drastically. I grant you the violet lips of the sky. Su Ming's voice was soft, but it still managed to land in all the people's ears, causing their minds to shudder. The nascent divinity formed another 9 seals with his right hand and pushed towards the ground. The ground trembled furiously, and since this place was originally a fragmented dimension to begin with, no cracks tore through the ground when those tremors appeared, but ripples that looked like those when a stone was thrown into a lake spread out in an instant and started echoing in the area. Rays of light began shining from those ripples. The ground turned transparent under that light, and almost in the blink of an eye, it disappeared right before all the people's eyes. In its place was a brightly lit sky. The earth had turned into the sky. The execution of this divine ability caused Su Ming's nascent divinity to become dimmer. This was a sealing art that originally belonged to Hong Luo, and even though Su Ming could cast it, he could not bring it up to Hong Luo's level and seal enchantments. Yet even so, with Su Ming's current level of cultivation, when he executed the sealing art, day and night, he could seal all those below the Berserker soul realm. The entire land disappeared and turned into the sky, causing the long arcs that were charging towards him to be astonished by this change, and immediately, they discovered to their shock and terror that their bodies had been frozen. They could not even move a single inch. At that moment, the Heaven Gate disciples that were closest to Su Ming were less than 1,000 feet away from him, but that distance felt like a ravine separating heaven and earth. They could not cross it. With one divine ability, he sealed heaven and earth. Su Ming remained as composed as ever as his nascent divinity returned to his side. To his front, his back, his left, his right, and everywhere around him were people numbering to nearly 1,000 standing in midair. Their faces were pale and terror-stricken as they looked towards him. At that moment, all the frozen Heaven Gate disciples, and those who had not managed to fly out and had seemed to have disappeared but were actually blocked off from that space, as if they were isolated in another dimension, cast their gazes to Su Ming. His words were still echoing in their heads as they looked at his face. The Heaven Gate disciples who had once seen him before started gradually associating his name with that one person from their memories all those years ago. Su Ming. He's that person from the 9th summit. That Su Ming who fought against Sir Sima all those years ago. That's why I said not to provoke the 9th summit. All the people there are lunatics. All sorts of thoughts rose in the people's hearts. But because their bodies were frozen to the point that even their breathing seemed to have halted, these words could only echo in their hearts. They could not give their thoughts voice. Su Ming might have sealed these Heaven Gate disciples, but there were 3 powerful berserkers in the Berserker soul realm among the long arcs. They only felt the air around them becoming heavy and sticky, but they could still move. However, none of them were the least bit happy that they could move. Terror crashed into their hearts like a tidal wave, and the 3 of them no longer moved forward, but chose to retreat. This divine ability surpassed their imagination, and the terror of 9th summit from their memories returned to them in that instant. Almost the moment these 3 people began retreating, Su Ming calmly took a step forward. His foot landed on thin air, but the 3 retreating berserkers felt their hearts give a loud thump against their chests. It was as if Su Ming had just stepped on their hearts. That one step looked normal, but the instant Su Ming's foot landed, the trio's retreating bodies immediately froze, and that momentary pause in their movements meant death. Su Ming swiftly appeared before one of them, and clenching his right hand into a fist, he hurled a punch straight at the powerful berserker's chest. That one punch immediately made this person cough up blood. As his body tumbled backwards, terror appeared on his face, and he let out a roar. However, almost the moment he roared and blood poured out from every orifice of his body, Su Ming threw another punch. The instant he did so, that berserker in the Berserker soul realm, who was a superior existence to the rest of the Heaven Gate disciples, let out a piercing scream of pain, and his body exploded, and he turned into blood fog. Before he died, he suffered pain that far surpassed what he could bear. Su Ming's first punch had crushed all his bones, turning them into an innumerable amount of bone spikes that tore through his heart and the passages of his chi, but he remained alive. When the second punch landed, his blood started flowing in reverse. His body was like a sack filled with sharp needles, and if anyone struck him with a huge force, those needles would pierce through that sack, causing the powerful berserker from Heaven Gate to be shredded by the crushed bone spikes in his body, which meant he died a painful and horrible death. Su Ming might be cold when he killed other people, but he was not the sort of person who would torture people until they died. He only did this because there was a bone necklace around the person's neck which he then yanked away the instant the person died due to his second punch. It was one of Tian Xiezi's personal belongings. With the bone necklace in hand, Su Ming turned his head around and looked towards the two other powerful berserkers in the Berserker Soul realm who were fleeing in shock. He took a step towards them. "Master, save me." One of the two people running away let out a scream in despair as his heart trembled in fear, because he saw Su Ming coming towards him. The instant his screams for help echoed in the air, a voice came from the third palace that was floating in the sky in silence, and that voice was filled with wariness. "Sir, you are a disciple of the Ninth Summit, and you are family to us in Heaven Gate." "Family?" Su Ming laughed coldly. Chapter 545, Irreconcilable. Before the voice from the third palace could finish speaking, Su Ming let out a cold bark of laughter and appeared beside the person who had pleaded for help. He lifted his right hand to seize that berserker, and since that person knew that all his divine abilities were useless, he roared, deciding to burn his cultivation base and self-destruct. Yet the moment he prepared to self-destruct, Su Ming's right hand suddenly shone with violet light, and violet armor appeared to cover his entire right arm and hand. He pierced through the flames coming from this person's self-destruction and seized his throat. "We're not family." As Su Ming stated that flatly, he added strength to his grip, and with a bang, the powerful berserker in his grasp was reduced to only flesh and blood. When he released his grip, the man's mangled body fell downwards, but a white bracelet flew out from his corpse into Su Ming's palm. Su Ming cast a glance at the bracelet. He remembered that this item had also been placed in his master's cave abode in the past. When he held the bracelet, the killing intent in his heart burned even more furiously. He lifted his head and looked at the final berserker in the Berserker Soul realm running away from him. He was a clan elder, and he was already close to the first palace. Su Ming took a step forward, but the moment he lifted his foot, an old man in white robes walked out from the third palace. The old man looked at Su Ming with a complicated expression on his face. He had seen Su Ming before. At that time, he had been in the auction and had seen the young berserker along with the young lord from the great tribe of Freezing Sky, 1. At that time, the young lord had wanted to win Su Ming over. 20 years had passed by since then, and times had changed. When the old man saw Su Ming again, the shock he had made him unable to calm himself down even after such a long time had passed. "Su Ming, you are a disciple of the Ninth Summit. Why must you do this? You may be strong now, but don't forget who took you in when you were still weak. It was Freezing Sky Clan, it was." As the old man in white walked forward, he spoke darkly. His heart was in great shock. Su Ming's power, his strange divine abilities, and especially the scene where he sealed heaven and earth had made him incredibly wary. This sort of person should have originally been part of Freezing Sky Clan, but now, he had become their enemy. It pained him to see this, and at the same time, he began sighing in his heart. But before he could finish speaking, Su Ming lifted his head and looked towards him. "It's the Ninth Summit that took me in," he said calmly. When his foot landed, he had already arrived next to the fleeing old berserker in the Berserker Soul realm. When shock and despair appeared on his face, a cold harumph came from the first palace. Immediately, the door to that palace flew open with a bang, and a dark ray of light instantly flew out to charge towards Su Ming. A power at the peak of the middle stage of the Berserker Soul realm erupted from that dark light, and there was a small cauldron contained within it. That cauldron spun rapidly and charged towards Su Ming. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and as he waved his arm, his medicinal cauldron manifested immediately to crash into that incoming cauldron with a loud bang. As that bang echoed in the air, Su Ming took a step forward. When the clan elder began fleeing once again, Su Ming moved past him to stand on the platform to the first palace. The clan elder in the Berserker Soul realm shivered, and banging sounds came from his body. When he coughed up blood, a small snake crawled out of his mouth and flew up while hissing. It looked at its surroundings with a cold, dark glare. That small snake was, naturally, Su Ming's candle dragon. Its eyes were cold and merciless. All of the living beings in this world were just food in its eyes. Only when it looked towards Su Ming would gentleness appear in its eyes, and subservience would appear in its actions. The instant Su Ming landed on the platform to the first palace, an old woman walked out from within. Sinister intent could be seen on her face. She held a cane with a dragon head in her hand, and when she slammed it on the ground, the dragon head started moving as if it had resuscitated and started roaring towards Su Ming. The old woman lifted her left hand at the same time, and there was a ring on her finger. When Su Ming it, the killing intent in his eyes started shining brilliantly. That ring belonged to his master. The old woman bit the tip of her tongue and coughed up a mouthful of blood on the ring. That blood fused within it in an instant, and soon after, a low roar came inside, along with a layer of black fog. It then instantly turned into a big hand that went on to seize Su Ming. The old man in white from the third palace also took a step forward right then and lifted his right hand. Immediately, the air before him started distorting. As thunder rumbled in the air, a long sword with lightning sparks on its blade appeared. It swept through the air, and immediately, the entire sky seemed to have turned into a lightning lake that had an endless supply of lightning, and along with that sword, it charged towards Su Ming. A sigh traveled out of the second palace soon after, and it instantly turned into an illusion before disappearing, revealing a person surrounded by red fog sitting within. The person slowly stood up, and when he looked towards Su Ming, he took a step forward and turned into a layer of red fog before charging towards him. These three people's level of cultivation was already extremely close to the later stage of the Berserker soul realm, but while they might be extremely close, that remaining distance might sometimes be a ravine that was incredibly difficult to breach, and in the end, they were still merely Berserkers in the middle stage of the Berserker soul realm. There were 9 lords in Heaven Gate, and there were also 9 lords in the Great Plains. These 3 people were clearly the 3 of the 9 lords of Heaven Gate. Su Ming remembered that his master had once mentioned that there was 1 lord missing from Heaven Gate, and they only had 8 lords at the moment. There were also missing lords in the Great Plains. So this is the standard of the lords in Heaven Gate. You are nothing, Su Ming said flatly. He might not have killed many of those in the middle stage of the Berserker soul realm, but there were also quite a number of those who had died in his hands. The instant the trio's divine abilities closed in on him, an endless amount of fine violet threads seeped out of Su Ming's body. As he stood there, they surrounded him entirely, turning into the Undertakers of Evil Armor. When he lifted his right hand, the Undertakers of Evil Spear manifested. The instant that long spear appeared, murderous aura surged into the sky and filled the entire place. A thick, bloody stench spread through the area. That bloody stench formed a bloodthirsty aura that roiled as if there were numerous vengeful spirits within it, shrieking and howling, surrounding Su Ming's spear, unable to escape. A large amount of these vengeful spirits were the savages from Scour Civ Island. The moment the Undertakers of Evil Armor appeared, it would not disappear without tasting blood. The manifestation of that armor meant that Su Ming's rampage was about to begin. He swept the long spear across, and the instant those 3 people closed in, he turned into a violet shadow. As the aura of death spread out from his body, as the rolling black fog stretched out to fill the sky, as the pair of crimson eyes that looked like stars in the black fog started shining in a strange, enchanting light, the trio appeared right before him. A loud bang that shook the sky and earth reverberated in the air, and as a powerful force spread out swiftly through the area, the old woman coughed up blood and was forced back several hundreds of feet. She coughed up blood once again, and shock along with disbelief appeared on her face. The later stage of the Berserker's soul realm. She had been unable to determine Su Ming's level of cultivation previously, and while she might be wary of his strange divine abilities, in her mind, he was still only at the middle stage of the Berserker soul realm, even if he had received some sort of serendipity. After all, only 20 years had passed since the last time she saw him. Yet now, after exchanging blows with him, she discovered to her shock that everything had surpassed her expectations. Almost the moment she started tumbling backwards, the old man in white also fell back. He staggered a few hundred feet back and started bleeding from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Vicious coughs wrecked his body, and as he coughed, a red thread crawled out from his right hand before crawling back in within an instant. A red flush appeared on his face, and though he was in pain, his gaze locked on Su Ming became increasingly more complicated. The person who had turned into red fog also fell back. The fog collapsed, but it gathered up once again to turn into a person whose head was filled with red, but whose body looked like a statue. He stood there and looked at Su Ming quietly. He was apathetic, but there was conflict hidden underneath that apathetic expression. The instant Su Ming saw that red-haired person, his pupils shrank. Ziche, the red-haired person, was clearly Ziche. When he heard Su Ming's voice, the man immediately started trembling, and the conflict in his eyes became stronger. But Ziche had not even reached the bone sacrifice realm when they had parted in the past. Yet now, the power he showed was in the middle stage of the Berserker soul realm. This immediately put a frown between Su Ming's brows. With just a glance, he could tell that something was wrong with Ziche. His body was no longer made of flesh and blood, but was like a statue. He looked just like a statue of the god of Berserkers. At the same time, the wave of ripples that had spread out due to the crash between the four people just now had touched the other palaces around the area. The instant they touched them, Su Ming immediately saw the remaining 6 palaces breaking down, and all of them shattered to dust. Once they shattered, he found that there was no one in those 6 palaces. That scene was filled with a strange air, causing the entire Heaven Gate to be filled with a strange atmosphere as well. However, Su Ming also immediately noticed the frozen Heaven Gate disciples around him looking shocked and confused when they found out that the remaining palaces were empty. "Master, leave this places." At that moment, Ziche suddenly started shouting loudly, but before he managed to finish his words, several red threads immediately crawled out of his eyes before crawling in once again. Frenzied, killing intent appeared in his eyes once again. "Since you're here, then why leave in such a hurry? Su Ming, I'll be waiting for you at the 9th layer. I hope you will have the chance to come up here, and I will kill you with my own hands." A soft and dark voice abruptly came from the sky, and a vortex appeared in the portion of the sky that had yet to be filled by black fog. As that vortex spun, a vast expanse of land appeared. "By the way, Su is also here, and if you don't kill me within an hour, that senior brother of yours, who Z, was it? He'll end up the same as Ziche. Also, you have an old friend here, and he really wants to fight against you. Su Ming, I've been waiting for this day for too long. I've always been waiting for you to come back. I will make you suffer slowly, and I will return to you all the pain I had to endure by thousandfold. I am the true god of Berserkers." As that voice echoed in the air, a chilling air could be felt contained within it, and that voice belonged to Ma Xin. The moment that voice appeared, the rune to leave Heaven Gate collapsed with a bang. At the same time, the sleeping Huzi did not notice that the scars on his back had torn apart, and there were red threads crawling in and out of his back while he remained asleep on the 9th summit outside Heaven Gate. This was something even Su Ming had not noticed before he left. "The game has started. Su Ming, I look forward to this so much." Ma Xion's voice became even softer, making those who heard it to be unable to tell whether he was a man or a woman. But the hatred contained within towards Su Ming felt as if it had been engraved into his soul, and it was an irreconcilable hate. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's notes. That young lord had also helped Su Ming with his payback during the auction, and also gave him the invitation to the secret auction. Chapter 546. I'm rich. Su Ming lifted his head and gave a cold stare to the vortex in the portion of the sky that had yet to be covered by the black fog. Ma Xion's soft and dark voice echoed in his ears, and everything within that voice was an embodiment of the man's enmity and hatred. He used Ziche to tug at Su Ming's heartstrings, then used by Su to bring up his memories, and finally, he activated the threat lying within Huzi's body, and all of this had to be solved within a time limit of an hour. Clearly, Ma Xion enjoyed the feeling of persecuting someone else, especially when his target was Su Ming. He wanted to make Su Ming anxious, wanted to make him angry, wanted to make him charge towards him without care for anything else. He longed to see this exciting scene, and he desired to see Su Ming appearing before him while covered in wounds. Ma Xion then could finally take his revenge. He had been preparing for this day for a long time. He might have lost to Su Ming the few times they fought and plotted against each other, but his understanding towards Su Ming had also increased. At the time, after he received his serendipity and walked out of Freezing Sky Cave, he swore that he would definitely kill Su Ming. That was why he had set up such a large-scale plan in Heaven Gate and waited for Su Ming's return while burning with hatred. That day had finally arrived. Su Ming remained silent, and the anger and furious roars Ma Xion wanted to see did not come from him. Instead, he only saw dead silence. Su Ming looked at the vortex in the sky calmly, then moved towards midair, but right at the moment he started charging towards the vortex, Ziche, the old man in white, and the old woman recovered slightly. Then, in the midst of Ziche's madness, the old man's complicated feelings, and the old woman's gritted teeth, the three people turned into long arcs and charged towards Su Ming to fight against him together. Su Ming, I'll be waiting for you in the 9th layer. Su Ming watched the three people rushing towards him while he stood in midair. A glint appeared in his eyes, and he ignored the trio charging towards him. Instead, he threw the Undertakers of Evil spear straight into the vortex in the sky. That violet-long spear let out a loud whistle as it sliced through the air. That whistle fused with Ma Xion's voice, and the spear charged towards the vortex in the sky, looking like a long violet dragon from the distance. Before Ma Xion managed to finish his sentence, the long spear containing Su Ming's power crashed into the sky with a huge bang. At the instant they came into contact with each other, the vortex stopped rotating. It froze for a moment, then let out a loud sound that surged into the sky. Rumbling sounds like those of thunder roared in the sky, completely covering up Ma Xion's voice, causing the sky to begin cracking. The vortex was instantly torn to pieces, and a huge hole appeared in the sky. Right behind that hole was Heaven Gate's 2nd layer. Almost the instant that hole appeared, the black fog that was tumbling about and spreading to every corner of the torn sky in the 1st layer looked as if it had found a drain. It surged towards that hole, causing another vortex to appear in the sky. The black fog and clouds surged about up ahead, making it seem as if they were coalescing inside there. It might still be a vortex, but this time, Su Ming was the one who had created it. This vortex cut off Ma Xion's voice and was akin to a slap to his face. Su Ming might not have said anything, but he had used his actions to tell his decision. I've killed many people in my life, and today, I will kill even more. One of them will be you. The world roared, and the black fog tumbled about in the vortex. Su Ming's voice reverberated in the area calmly, fusing together with the thunderous roars and stirring up an endless string of echoes. They caused all those who heard them to be unable to tell whether it was Su Ming who was speaking or whether the world itself was howling. Almost the moment the hole in the sky appeared, Ziche and the other two people closed in on Su Ming. These three people each possessed the combat abilities of a Berserker in the middle stage of the Berserker soul realm, and when they attacked, they stirred up an incredibly mighty presence. Ziche turned into a layer of red fog, and wherever he passed through, a little of everything around him, including the air itself, would seem as if it was devoured, as if it started decaying. The old man in white formed a seal with both his hands, and the air before and behind him started distorting to reveal two statues of the god of Berserkers. However, one of them was holding on to a jewel-encrusted purification vase. Everything about that statue besides that vase looked like an illusion and was rather indistinct. However, the other statue looked as if it was real. The old woman's messy hair began growing swiftly at that moment, but they did not spread outwards as they charged towards Su Ming. Instead, as they floated into the air, they broke off in the middle and turned into an endless amount of hair strands that rushed towards Su Ming. He remained silent and took a step towards the old woman. At that instant, his body immediately came into contact with the strands of hair, but the instant they touched him, his eyes sparkled, and bell chimes reverberated in the air. Han Mountain Bell manifested itself and surrounded him to bear the brunt of the hair's impact. During that moment, Su Ming appeared before the old woman. The old woman let out a piercing screech. When she started retreating, Su Ming suddenly lifted his right hand and seized the air in her direction. The power of the binary opposites that Su Ming had gained from his epiphany was contained within his grip, causing the old woman to immediately freeze as she retreated. Cracking sounds reverberated in her body, and just as she was about to explode, she bit the tip of her tongue. Once she coughed up a mouthful of blood, cracks started appearing on her skin. At the same moment her skin started cracking, she let out a roar. Her skin burst open, but her body did not break down. The only thing that broke was her skin, and the instant the cracked skin exploded, she resisted Su Ming's divine ability. As she tumbled backwards, her appearance became much more youthful, but her face was pale. She looked terrified, and a large amount of blood flowed out of her mouth. But before she managed to retreat any further away and Ziche and the old man in white closed in on Su Ming with their divine abilities, he let out a cold harumph and took a step forward again. In an instant, his speed reached a state where he could no longer be seen with the naked eye. He traveled a few rounds around the old woman like a gust of wind, and a whirlwind abruptly appeared. That whirlwind spun around the old woman several times before it disappeared, and Su Ming emerged beside her. He no longer bothered himself with her, though, instead lifting his head and casting a chilling glare at the old man in white. The old woman started shivering. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but all her flesh and blood looked as if they had been cut off by blades and were falling off from her body slice by slice until only her skeleton was left. Then, she fell to the ground, dead. Killing a berserker in the middle stage of the Berserker Soul realm was not difficult for Su Ming, especially when he wore the Undertaker's of evil armor. Before the old woman's skeleton fell to the ground, multiple cracks appeared on her bones, and 18 red threads that were the size of fingers crawled out of her bones. As those threads twisted about, they turned into blood and died. When Su Ming turned his gaze towards the old man in white, struggle appeared on his face, but he did not slow down, especially the statue holding the jewel-encrusted purification vase before him. As it took a step forward, it became the first thing to close in on Su Ming. It lifted the vase in its hands and covered him. Immediately, a great suction force surged towards Su Ming. At the same time, the statue of the god of berserkers behind the old man in white closed in on him. When it lifted its right hand, a long whip manifested, and as it swung that whip, a loud crack sliced through the air and charged towards Su Ming. The old man in white gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. His robes puffed up, and a blood hole appeared at the center of his brows. A red thread about the size of an infant's arm crawled out from it. Nan, mo di la jeune. The moment the old man in white closed his eyes, a few difficult-sounding words that were filled with an ancient air tumbled out of his lips. The instant those words were said, the statue holding the vase started disappearing rapidly to fuse with the vase, which caused suction force inside it to instantly increase explosively. Even Su Ming started swaying because of it, as if he could not stay in balance. At that moment, before that statue with the whip managed to strike a blow at Su Ming, its body abruptly exploded. That was the self-destruction of a statue of the god of berserkers. The instant it exploded, a great force of impact spread out, and for some unknown reason, the suction force from the vase increased once again, and this time, the power of the vase had increased by leaps and bounds. As the 5 words traveled through the air, the old man in white was reduced to only skin and bones in the blink of an eye. He had given up his life when casting this divine ability. All of these things caused the suction force in the vase to reach infinite power, forcing Su Ming's body to turn into a long arc before he was sucked into the vase. The old man opened his eyes. The red thread at the center of his brows had gained an even more brilliant shade and was twisting its body around, but the old man seemed to have already gotten used to it. He lifted his right hand and seized the vase. At the moment his hand touched it, he activated the words he had left in the vase a long time ago to pave his way to survival, all without anyone's knowledge, including that red threads. Save me. That was the first thing Su Ming heard when he was sucked into the vase. At that moment, all the people's gazes were trained towards the battle in the sky. No one had noticed a black shadow crawling out of the rune Su Ming had used to travel to this place the instant it broke down. That black shadow hid in a corner and would occasionally sneak a peek from its hiding place. It looked incredibly dirty, and that creature was naturally the bald crane. I'm going to be rich. I'm going to be so rich. When the bald crane appeared, excitement and exhilaration took over its face. The bird vanished swiftly, and when it reappeared, it had arrived beside the Heaven Gate disciple who had been located nearest to its hiding spot moments ago, and who was unable to move at the moment. He was looking at the sky in shock. The bald crane blinked, then it immediately closed in on the disciple and touched him with its beak. It even swept its eyes through the disciple's entire body with a professional gaze before tearing apart his robes. That Heaven Gate disciple's mouth fell open in shock and surprise, and before he could register what was happening, the bald crane snatched the necklace on his neck, and like a gust of wind, it flew towards the next person. I'm going to be so rich. So rich. Haha. I'm going to be so rich this time. All of these people are just sitting ducks when they're in this state. The little berserker brat won't know what I'm doing either, since he's sucked into that vase. I'm going to be so rich this time. The Heaven Gate disciple widened his eyes, and he looked as if he wanted to scream in rage, as if he wanted to struggle, but his body was frozen to the spot, and he could not move. He could only watch the bald crane sashaying away while leaving sneakily. Anger raged in the man's heart, burning away his rationale, and in his fury and gloom, blood trickled down the corners of his lips. Red even appeared in his eyes due to his rage. If he could move at this moment, he would definitely swear to kill that damn thieving bald crane. This sort of thought would gain in number very soon as the bald crane continued sweeping through the crowd. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's notes. 1. Jewel-encrusted purification vase. Bao Feng. Bao 3 Ping 2. One of the 8 Jing Feng. Jing 4 Ping 2. In Buddhism, known as clean vase/purification vase, used for purification, training, and meditation purposes. It looks like this. https://wapbikey.baidu.com/pic Baoping 992469/0/9825BC315C60348D9D387941349593765 BK_FR equals view_summary. And it is absolutely not supposed to be translated as Aquarius. Chapter 547, Shepherd Tower Tribe. Save me. The only person whom I would risk everything to bring in a freezing sky's priceless treasure can only be you, Su Ming. Su Ming, I am Heaven Gate's third lord. A huge, disastrous change happened to Heaven Gate during the calamity, and besides me, the only lords who did not die from the disaster were the virtuous old woman and by Su's father, whom you are familiar with. All the other lords died. The source of the disaster is Ma Xin. I have no idea what sort of serendipity he obtained, but his great art of heartless berserker seed has nearly reached completion. I can't judge his level of cultivation either. It's as if there's no end to his power, and all of us from Heaven Gate are not his opponents. He has planted his vein in me, and in some other people as well. We can only listen to him, and we can't even determine how we live or die. The entire Heaven Gate is under his control. The cultivation method I practice is a little unique, and because of it, I can escape from his control for a short period of time. That's why I managed to leave my words in this vase. The reason behind the Ninth Summit's continued existence is not because of Ma Xin. I was the one who told him that if the Ninth Summit still remained, you would definitely be lured back. I had no choice but to do this, but no matter what, I helped your master and all of you protect the Ninth Summit. If you didn't have enough power, you wouldn't be able to enter the vase either. If you can come in here, then it means that the me many years later has judged that you are up to this task. There are 9 layers to Heaven Gate. Besides the first and the 9th layers, the other 7 layers are inhabited by the other tribes around the area, but all of those tribes have become Ma Xin's subordinates. If you kill Ma Xin, then we will acknowledge the 9th Summit as our esteemed sovereign. Leaving this vase is easy. You just need to say these 5 words in a chant, Nan, Na, Di, La, Hong, and you will be able to leave. When you do, please strike the passages of my chi and make them scatter. Then, if you succeed, I will find a way to awaken, but if you fail, I will die, and at the very least, it will be a fate better than what I have to suffer now. The area around Su Ming was murky, and he could not see too clearly into the distance. He could only see wisps of fog manifesting and moving around him. If he looked at it for an extended period of time, he would be unable to help himself, and his body would start spinning with the fog. The voice of the old man in white echoed in Su Ming's ears. That voice should have been sealed in this vase for a long time, and it was clear that the old man had prepared these words some time ago, just as he said. In silence, Su Ming recalled seeing the red thread at the center of the old man's brows. He also remembered Ziche's strange appearance and attitude, as well as the dozen-something fine threads that had crawled out of the old woman's bones. All of these things were an enigma, causing Su Ming to begin doubting the old man's words. Should I believe him, or should I not? Su Ming lifted his head, and a chilling glare appeared in his eyes. I can choose to believe in what he said about Ma Xin, but I will not use the method he provided to leave this place. I will choose how I want to leave. As the bald crane was happily looting in the first layer, the old man in white held the vase in his hands in the sky with a slightly excited look on his face. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. Right before his eyes, fine cracks appeared on his vase, and muffled booming sounds also traveled into the air from within it. The instant he was taken aback by the sight, the vase exploded abruptly. Loud, booming sounds stirred up a string of echoes that did not fade away even after a long time had passed. The moment the vase shattered, a hand shot out from within its remnants and seized the old man's throat. With a gentle push, a huge force rammed itself into his body, scattering all the passages of chi within him. The old man coughed up a mouthful of blood, and as his body fell backwards, his world turned black. However, there was a hint of eagerness and excitement hidden deep down in his eyes. As his body fell downwards, that expression gradually faded away, which was why he did not notice a pair of greedy eyes with a similar look of eagerness and excitement shining within them flying towards him swiftly. Most of the black fog in the sky had surged into the crack, and the booming sounds continued echoing in the air. There was only one person remaining before Su Ming, and that person was Ziche. He turned into red fog. As he charged towards Su Ming, his face would occasionally appear within the fog, showing a crazed expression as well as a pair of struggling eyes containing a hint of pain and madness. "You are a member of the Ninth Summit." Su Ming looked at Ziche and mumbled softly. He could not kill Ziche, not like how he killed the others, because it was just as he said, Ziche belonged to the Ninth Summit. Almost the moment he turned into red fog and closed in, a hint of grief appeared on Su Ming's face. The air before him suddenly distorted, and the small snake flew out. Its expression was no longer dark and cold as it opened its mouth towards the incoming Ziche, then calmly let out a howl. The candle dragon's gigantic shadow immediately manifested in the form of an illusion as it howled. The moment Ziche closed in, it snapped its jaws around Ziche, and it was as if a small part of the world was devoured when it closed its mouth. The red fog could not escape from it, and Ziche was completely devoured by the small snake. But that did not mean Ziche had died. The world contained within the candle dragon's body could keep him within, and he could wait in there, until the moment Su Ming killed Ma Xin arrived. The seal formed by the Berserker seed in his body would also be broken by then. Su Ming lifted his head and looked towards the black fog surging into the hole in the sky. In silence, he leaped up and charged straight up there. Then, as if he had fused together with the tumbling aura of death's fog, he rushed into the hole and arrived in Heaven Gate's second layer. The instant he left Heaven Gate's first layer, the bald crane who had been searching through the old man in white, whose passages of qi had been scattered and whose fate was unknown, suddenly heard Su Ming's cold and detached voice in its head, all while it was originally shivering in excitement as it searched for the things it believed to be treasures with its professional methods. "You can loot as you please, but since you can come in, then you must have a way to get out. Go out and take care of my senior brother, or else I will take away all the things you stole. If you do this properly, then I will consider allowing you to follow behind me and continue with your looting adventures." When the bald crane heard the first half of Su Ming's second sentence, it decided to disobey his orders while scoffing with disdain in its heart. But the moment it heard the second half of the sentence, it was momentarily stunned. Then, it started screaming shrilly. As it swept away all the remaining valuables in the place, it immediately crawled into the collapsed ruin while all the Heaven Gate's disciples in the first layer burned with fury and murderous intent that seared the skies. Then, after casting some unknown skill, it disappeared without a trace. No one can take away my treasures, no one. But if I continue staying by his side, I'll get even more treasures. In the land of South Morning, the bald crane's body appeared in the air above the Ninth Summit. It lifted its claws and stroked its chin. Then after it made some calculations, its eyes began shining brilliantly, and with excitement brimming through its body, it flew towards the Ninth Summit. Off to work. As long as I can have treasures, I will work. I'm a bird. I'm a crane. I'm a wise and outstanding crane, an honest and upright bird. Perhaps it was too happy, but the bald crane began bellowing loudly and hoarsely at the top of its lungs as it flew to the Ninth Summit. The instant Su Ming stepped into Heaven Gate's second layer, he was immediately swept into a fight. He was surrounded by a plain of grass, and the earth's fragrance traveled into his nose. It would make all those who smelled it to feel refreshed, but now, fights raged in this place, and the sounds of hooves clattering could be heard everywhere, crushing all the grass on the ground to pieces while causing the earth to tremble. There were hordes of soldiers and horses in this place. An innumerable amount of people were wearing black masks and hide armors, while riding on ferocious beasts with the face of a dragon and the bodies of horses. These ferocious beasts ran like the wind, and even the weakest of the berserkers sitting on them were already in the later stage of the awakening realm. This was an army formed of thousands of people, and all of them were unleashing attacks and strikes on Su Ming on this plain of grass. The long spears and the sharp glints from the swords caused the land to be filled with the fires of war. In the land of South Morning, only Shepherd Tower tribe were skilled in riding, and were also the only ones who possessed this unique combat skill around Freezing Sky Clan, because they were the only tribe that was not built on the frozen plains. The members of Shepherd Tower tribe placed their focus on riding, and all of the power as well as divine abilities could only be activated after they fused with the warhorse under their bodies. Their strongest move was the full-powered charge formed by several dozens of warhorses. If they could form a charge of more than 100, then the power behind their attack would be incredibly astonishing. But if they could perform a charge of more than 1,000, then their strength could shake the earth. In fact, since these warhorses could leap into the sky, even if they had to fight in the sky, they could still launch the unique charge that belonged only to Shepherd Tower tribe. The thousands of Shepherd Tower tribe members were right beside Su Ming at that moment. Clearly, they had already received orders beforehand and were waiting for his arrival. If anyone took a closer look, they could be able to find faint, fine, red threads in the eyes of each Shepherd Tower tribe member, hidden away underneath their masks. This was a plain of grass, but there was also a valley there. Around Su Ming was a mountain range shaped in the form of a ring, and there were multiple villages located on it. To Shepherd Tower tribe, the meadow was their home, but since their warhorses could leap into the sky, the mountains could also become their home. At that moment, there were around 1,000 Shepherd Tower tribe members standing on the mountain range. These people wore red masks, and murderous aura as well as bloodlust could be found around them. There were 3 people standing before them. Besides the old man standing in the middle, the other 2 people were incredibly big and tall men. The waves of ripples belonging to a Berserker in the initial stage of the Berserker Soul Realm could be found around these 2 men. Compared to them, the old man in the middle did not seem to have a lot of ripples spreading out from his person, but judging from the respectful gazes on the 2 men's faces and the position where they stood for battle, this old man was definitely not some ordinary person. Sir Sima has already given the order that any tribe who manages to take one limb from this person will regain their freedom. We from Shepherd Tower tribe have been reduced to nothing, becoming a people who cannot even control our own fates. Fight. Let our tribe members fight. So what if we die? As long as we can take one of his limbs, we will all be free. The old man mumbled, and with a complicated look on his face, he looked towards the battlefield in the valley. With a wave of his arm, he charged forth. At that moment, he no longer cared about his own status. The only thing he wanted to do was to fight for his tribe's freedom. The 2 men by his side followed silently, and right behind them were the 1,000 blood riders. They lifted their spears high into the sky, and like a layer of red fog, they charged into the mountain range. Within the villages further down the distance, children could be found hugging their mothers, the elderly watching in silence. Their faces lacked any sort of emotion, and no matter whether it was the women, the children, or even the newly born, fine red threads could be found dancing in a strange and enchanting fashion in their eyes. The babies' cries echoed in the air because the red threads' movements in their eyes caused them pain, but they could not take them out. They could only cry endlessly, and Shepherd Tower tribe was already used to this sort of life. Chapter 548, The Second God of Berserkers' Left Hand. Su Ming looked at these Shepherd Tower tribe members charging towards him quietly. He had heard about this tribe before when he was still in the Ninth Summit. It was one of the tribes that had submitted themselves to the great tribe of Freezing Sky a long time ago. They might not be as famous as Phantom Deist tribe, but they did have their own unique traits. The use of the warhorses in battle would greatly increase the effectiveness of a person in war. It was a fact. During the Great War between the shamans and berserkers, numerous corpses of those from Shepherd Tower tribe could be found on the battlefield after the numerous battles launched between both sides. Their blood could spilled on the ground. Compared to the Heaven Gate disciples, the control Ma Xin has over these people is much greater. Perhaps it's because he needs the disciples in the first layer to head out. That's why he didn't plant a seed in all of them. Su Ming looked at the endless Shepherd Tower tribe members charging towards him with their battle cries. He did not want to kill them, but these people were all charging towards him in desperation and recklessness, throwing all caution to the wind. Even if Su Ming flew up, they would follow him in a mad charge. In fact, all those who were injured and had not died by the time they caught up to him, they would immediately choose to self-destruct, and even their warhorses would explode with them. The force formed by the explosion was nothing to Su Ming, but if a large number of them exploded in one go, the power would still be shocking. When Su Ming arrived to the second layer, he was immediately surrounded by such a large number of Shepherd Tower tribe members that they blotted out the sky and covered the earth. He might not want to kill them, but he was forced to. At that moment, he charged out from their flank and rushed towards the sky. Behind him, all the Shepherd Tower tribe members followed in a mad charge. I have to open up the sky here and head straight towards the 9th layer. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and as he lifted his right hand, the long spear manifested on his palm. He curled his fingers around it, then threw it towards the sky. The long spear sliced through the air and charged straight towards the sky. The moment it touched it, a loud boom that was deafening to the ears rang in the air, and as it echoed, it stirred up layers of ripples in the sky. But the sky did not break open. You can't open it. This isn't a rune. It's a dimensional barrier. Unless you've mastered the power of the world plane, you won't even be able to make the barrier shake. This is Heaven Gate's 2nd layer. Su Ming, here's a rule of this game. Search for the barrier seal to the 3rd layer. If you can find it, then you can enter the 3rd layer. Locating it is easy. Since we're from the same clan, I'll give you a hint. The barrier seal is in one of the Shepherd Tower tribe members. Once he dies, it will appear. So enjoy this battle to the death. With that gentle tone and obvious delight, Ma Xion's voice echoed non-stop in the air with an incredibly arrogant manner. He even started laughing, and his laughter was filled with cruelty, along with the crazed delight of him seemingly able to control Su Ming as he pleased. In silence, Su Ming hurled another punch towards the sky in midair. This time, he activated all the power of his berserker bones in his body, causing golden light to shine around his entire body. However, only ripples started spreading violently after he threw that punch. It still did not break. Before Su Ming could continue trying, howling sounds came charging towards him from the distance. The 2 men behind the old man from Shepherd Tower tribe and the 1,000 Blood Riders had already closed in on him. Su Ming frowned. Another round of slaughter and non-stop battles rained down on this world. At that moment, a black glare flashed in the sky in the world in the 2nd layer. Clearly, the bald crane had stolen a glance at Hu Zi when it was in the world outside, then came flying back, unable to just give up on those treasures. As its eyes sparkled, it started looting the corpses. Yet not far into its looting adventures, Su Ming's voice immediately appeared by its ears. Open the path to the 3rd layer in the sky. Once you do, everything here will belong to you. The bald crane had just seized a small bottle from a corpse beside its body and was fiddling around with it to inspect its contents when it heard Su Ming's voice, and its eyes instantly brightened up. Oh well, this is just a small matter. I'll help you. It lifted its head smugly, then with a flap of its wings, it steered clear of the battle to arrive in the sky. It lunged forward, executing its unique method to open the path in the sky. But almost the moment the bald crane touched the sky, it suddenly let out a shrill scream. Its body was originally turning into an illusion, but in an instant, it was bounced off and forced back several thousands of feet. Morning Dao Seal. This damn Morning Dao Seal. This is impossible. How is there a Morning Dao Seal here? It might be incomplete and was created much later, but this is definitely Morning Dao's seal. Terror appeared in the bald crane's eyes, and it started retreating rapidly. As a flicker of light appeared in its eyes, it looked towards the ground. This is Morning Dao's mainland. I remember now. There was a seal contained here under the ice in the past. It sealed up the 2nd god of Berserkers. What was it again? The 2nd god of Berserkers' left hand. The bald crane immediately retreated. The long spear in Su Ming's right hand shuddered and turned into a layer of violet fog that started rolling and tumbling through the area, causing the 4 Shepherd Tower tribe members who were on the verge of self-destruction to be pushed off. Right then, Su Ming saw the bald crane retreating in shock. It can't open the path as well? A complicated look appeared on Su Ming's face. Rumbling sounds echoed in the area, and the 4 Shepherd Tower tribe members who had triggered their self-destruction died as their bodies exploded. Most of the impact stirred up by that explosion rushed towards Su Ming. He quietly let the force of that impact ram into his body, and he took a few steps back. Right before him, the old man from Shepherd Tower tribe formed a seal with his hands, and with a maniacal expression on his face, he swung his arms into the air, and a gigantic ferocious beast appeared under his feet. That beast was 1,000 feet in size and had the head of a dragon, the tail of a snake, the body of a horse, and the horns of a bull. Just the sight of the creature alone gave it an incredibly mighty air. A tribe fighting for your freedom. You deserve respect. Su Ming lifted his right hand, and the long spear in his hands disappeared. The violet armor on his body also turned into fine threads and disappeared when they crawled into his body. If you die under the Undertaker's of Evil spear, you will turn into vengeful spirits that will surround this armor and increase its might. All of you deserve respect. You shouldn't die under this armor, Su Ming said calmly. He looked at the old man coming towards him, and a hint of conflict appeared on his face. He sighed in his heart, then took a step forward and lifted his right hand to form a seal. Then he swung his arm, and immediately a whirlwind appeared in the sky. As violent gusts of wind charged forward, the whirlwind started sweeping through the land beneath him. As a large bang reverberated above, all the Shepherd Tower tribe members in the sky were sent tumbling backwards and coughed up blood at the same time. Only 3 people remained charging towards Su Ming. The 3 people were the 2 men who were beside the old man previously, along with the old man himself. The instant these 3 people closed in and the ferocious beast of 1,000 feet roared, Su Ming took a step forward. There was a complicated look on his face, and as he moved forward, he appeared beside one of the men. Then, he lifted his right hand and pressed it against the man's forehead. The man started shivering, and all his organs were crushed, but his body remained in perfect condition. However, his eyes turned dark in an instant, and he started falling towards the ground. You are fighting for the freedom of your tribe, and I am fighting for the 9th summit. There is no enmity between us. The source of my grudge is Ma Xin, and Ma Xin alone. Su Ming turned around, and his gaze landed on the other man. That man started laughing brokenly, and a large amount of fine threads started crawling out of his eyes. During that instant, his body was engulfed in flames, and as his cultivation base began increasing exponentially, he abruptly exploded before Su Ming. He knew that he was not Su Ming's opponent. That was why he chose to self-destruct, and all of it was for the sake of fighting for a sliver of chance that might or might not exist for the elder of their tribe. Su Ming did not dodge the explosion triggered by the man's self-destruction. Han Mountain Bell materialized around his body, and as he quietly bore through the brunt of the attack, he took a few steps back. The impact stirred up by the self-destruction had formed a violent gust of wind, causing Su Ming's heart to ache slightly. The Shepherd Tower tribe members who had been pushed away by the whirlwind just now and had coughed up blood due to their injuries started struggling to their feet beneath Su Ming. They charged out once again, and as they roared, they stormed towards him. They wanted freedom. They longed for it. And now, this was their only chance. The ferocious beast of 1,000 feet closed in on Su Ming from behind while roaring. Shepherd Tower tribe's elder stood on the creature, and his face was filled with grief. As mixed feelings churned in his heart, he gritted his teeth in his anguish. He saw Su Ming's actions, saw that he did not want to kill them. He also saw just how strong Su Ming was. And as he gritted his teeth, the ferocious beast under his body came to an abrupt halt in midair. "Stay back." He let out a low shout, and as his voice traveled in the air, all the Shepherd Tower tribe members who were rushing towards Su Ming from all around him came to a stop, and they looked towards their elders simultaneously. "Sir, do you have the confidence to kill Ma Xin?" The old man from Shepherd Tower tribe looked at Su Ming and asked in a low voice. The bell around Su Ming faded away, and he turned around to look at the old man from Shepherd Tower tribe. After a long time, he spoke. "If he doesn't die, then I will." The old elder of Shepherd Tower tribe looked towards Su Ming, and he saw the silent fury burning in his eyes. The old man closed his eyes, and after some time, he opened them. "If he doesn't die, then we will die with you. If he dies, then our tribe will worship you as our esteemed sovereign." Resolution appeared on his face. Once he said those words, he lifted his right hand swiftly, and right before Su Ming's eyes, he had one finger pierce the center of his own brows. His face turned pale, and he started trembling. As his life force started flowing away, he plunged his entire right hand into the center of his brows and brought out a silver crystal. "This stone is the barrier seal. Help us kill him." The old man laughed brokenly. The ferocious beast underneath lifted its head and let out a shrill, heartbroken cry, and the old man's body fell down, right down into the arms of his tribe members. The crystal flew out on its own and charged into the sky. The moment it touched the ceiling above, a huge vortex swiftly appeared, and within it was the world of the 3rd layer. "Elder! Elder!" Shrill, heartbreaking cries echoed in the air, and the emotionless, apathetic looks on the faces of the Shepherd Tower tribe members were gone. Amidst their grief, they rushed towards the old man's corpse, and weeping sounds echoed through the land. The large number of Shepherd Tower tribe members knelt down beside the old man's corpse, and their grief-stricken cries floated into the distance. Tears fell from the eyes of the elderly folk who saw this from the mountain range, and the children in their mothers' embraces seemed to have noticed as well, and they started crying silently. The whole world was filled with grief and a heavy sadness. Su Ming watched this, then bowed deeply towards the old man on the ground. This was a person who deserved respect. Ma Xin, if I don't kill you, then I can no longer call myself a human. Su Ming did not shout these words, but instead chose to mumble them under his breath, only to his own ears. Every single word was engraved into his heart, and once he finished speaking, he lifted his head and looked towards the vortex. Killing intent burned even stronger in his eyes, and he charged towards the sky. Chapter 549. What is life? The sky in the third layer was red. It looked as if it had just been dyed in blood, causing the entire world to look as if it had turned into a sea of blood. There were thousands of men standing in it. These people had their heads lifted towards the sky and were all looking at Su Ming quietly. Standing at the center of them was an old man with a face full of wrinkles. The sea of blood rumbled and churned among the crowd. They were looking at Su Ming, and Su Ming was also looking at them. The brat Sima planted berserker threads in all of us. He said that if we take one of your arms, we will regain our freedom. The old man in the sea of blood was dressed in a long blood-red robe. He looked at Su Ming and spoke with a hoarse voice, but his voice was clear, and it traveled through the entire area. Su Ming was silent. He did not speak. But why should we do this? We have already been humiliated to this extent, and we no longer have a future. If we can only regain our freedom through that brat Sima's will, then we would rather not have this freedom. Right now, the only thing we can control is our own will. We have obtained the right to control our own deaths. The old man in blood-red robes started laughing loudly, and there was an ancient air within his laughter. Lad, remember the name of our tribe, Blood Absconsion Tribe, and take our legacy with you. If you kill Ma Xin, then help us find our descendants in the world outside. There are definitely some members of our tribe living out there. Our tribe members have the mark of a drop of blood in between their brows, and that mark will remain forever in that spot. As the old man spoke, a crimson-red drop of blood appeared at the center of his brows. He was not the only one who had it either. That mark appeared on all the others in the sea of blood as well. We have no children here, neither do we have any women, because if they stayed, then they would not be the only ones who had to suffer. We, too, would have to suffer. I do not want our newly born members to have that berserker thread planted in them. I do not want our women to look at the red threads in their husbands' eyes. I do not want our warriors to suffer the fate of being unable to protect their own wives, and having to watch their wives suffer this unimaginable darkness. Lad, receive our legacy. I am Shueluan Hai. Let all of us Blood Absconsion tribe members grant you a serendipity, and help you kill Ma Xin. As the voice of the old man in blood-red robes echoed in the air, he sat down within the sea of blood. All the other Blood Absconsion tribe members also sat down with him. None of them refused doing so. The fearlessness towards death could be seen in all of their eyes, along with their deeply rooted hatred towards Ma Xin. When all of them sat down, Su Ming saw all of the people in Blood Absconsion tribe melting and fusing together with the sea of blood. The old man was the last one to melt. Before he melted, he said the last words of his life. Kill him. The instant he said those words, the old man's body melted and became a part of the sea of blood. At the same time, that sea of blood started raging, and as waves surged into the sky, the sea exploded, turning into blood rain that rushed towards the sky from the ground, straight towards Su Ming. Not a hint of danger could be detected from that blood rain. Instead, it gave off an air of a determined, indomitable will. When it closed in on Su Ming, it turned into a large, blood-red ball that surrounded him within it. When the entire sea of blood rose up from the ground and came towards him, it turned into a blood-red ball in the sky that pounded like a beating heart. That heart came from Blood Absconsion tribe. It came from the tribe that had been planted with berserker threads, who could no longer control their own lives, but could control their own deaths. Su Ming sat down and began meditating in the ball of blood. Grief appeared on his face, and his heart was shaken to the core. This shock came from the elder of Shepherd Tower tribe's sacrifice, from the entire Blood Absconsion tribe's resolution. This was them fighting against their own fate. They were just like the fated kin. Perhaps more accurately speaking, the fated kin were not a race. Every single person could become a part of the fated kin, as long as they longed to control their own fate, and as long as they took the first step to scream out their unwillingness to bow down to fate. Each and every single person has their own lives, and everyone could become a fated kin. Su Ming's head became clear. He had gained a deeper understanding towards fate. What is life, one? It is vitality, because it is a form of inheritance we receive when we are born. It is also fate, because if we don't have fate in this inheritance of life, our lives will be incomplete. Life, vitality, fate. We are born with life, but we have to wrestle our own fate from other people's hands in the future to control it ourselves. The word life involves people and the heavens, and fate is what separates humans from the heavens. Does it mean that we have to bow down to heaven before we can be whole and obtain life to become humans too? Su Ming mumbled within the ball of blood, and at that moment, he opened his eyes. If life means that we have to subjugate ourselves to the heavens before we can call ourselves humans, then the opposite can happen as well. We can still say that we have life when the heavens bowed down to us. Su Ming closed his eyes. The moment he did so, the fragment formed by the power of the One World, which was given to him through the Candle Dragon's blessing and had always existed within his body and his mind, suddenly shuddered. Even though it had never showed anything strange beforehand. The edges started to look as if they were melting, and a small piece of that fragment fused into Su Ming's body. The moment that happened, the ball of blood around Su Ming's body shrank in an instant and covered his entire body. Waves of life force and the power of the world started spreading out of the ball of blood. It also contained a force of struggling and fighting against fate, and all of these were fusing into Su Ming's body. This was what the old man from Blood Absconsion tribe had meant by the serendipity of his tribe. This ball of blood was formed by the essence of the entire tribe. It was the conglomeration of the entire tribe's fate, and they were giving all of it to Su Ming. The instant the power of the ball of blood surged into his body, his blood, flesh, and bones immediately started absorbing it rapidly. He needed the power provided by this sort of essence, contained within the struggle against fate, within their will, because this power was the source that would continue strengthening all the berserker bones in his body. At that moment, Su Ming's mind was immersed in trying to understand the meaning of life. As his understanding towards it continued growing, and as he started absorbing pieces from the fragment of that one world, a hint of life cultivation started spreading out from his body. As the ball of blood continued spreading rapidly, loud banging sounds traveled out from Su Ming's body. Great power filled it. And while he originally had a seventh of all his bones turned into berserker bones, under the legacy given to him by Blood Absconsion tribe, the number of berserker bones in his body started increasing slowly. After the berserker soul realm, our blood will change. The cultivation for our blood, bones, and souls is done, and everything from the outermost parts of our body to the innermost of our souls is perfect. From hence, we shall cultivate our bodies no more, but our life matrices. We must break our life matrices and tread on the path to find what is lacking in our lives. This is called life privation. We must learn of what we lack in ourselves like we know of the regrets the world possesses, and as if we understand the changes in the world. This is life palace. When we have the life palace in our hands, then we wilt receive endless glory. We wilt be able to use the power of the world plane, and this is called the world of life. Life matrix, life privation, life palace, world of life 1. These are all after the berserker soul realm, and it is the path of life cultivation that belongs to us berserkers. When Su Ming came to understand the meaning of life, the third god of berserkers' ancient voice appeared in his head. If I step on the path to the cultivation of life, then from then onwards I will cultivate my own life. The first stage of life cultivation is life matrix. But what is life matrix? Su Ming still had his eyes closed and continued sitting inside the ball of blood. As the ball continued shrinking, a large amount of essence fused into his body to become one with his berserker bones, gradually causing his cultivation base to continue increasing and turning 8/10 of his flesh, blood, and bones into that of a true berserker. Life matrix. What is life matrix? An endless amount of voices appeared in Su Ming's head, repeating that same question. He might be as powerful as a berserker in the later stage of the berserker soul realm, but In truth, his current level of cultivation was only that of a berserker in the bone sacrifice realm. However, he was turning all his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones into that of a true berserker, heading towards becoming the strongest berserker in the bone sacrifice realm that was unparalleled in the world. Yet even so, he still had not arrived at the stage where he could walk the path of life cultivation, because he still did not have his own statue of the god of berserkers. At that moment, he had a strong hunch that when the day came when he eventually came to understand what was a life matrix and reached the berserker soul realm, then a great path would be revealed before him, a path that outsiders had spent their entire life trying to understand, but still were unable to figure out. This path was the path to life cultivation. As Su Ming continued immersing himself in his thoughts trying to understand the meaning of life, the ball of blood around him continued shrinking rapidly. After a moment, it completely disappeared. All of it had fused into Su Ming's body. A red flush appeared on Su Ming's cheeks. For the first time since he entered Heaven Gate, no aura of death spread out from his body. Even if it only lasted for several breaths before the aura of death started surrounding him once again. Once Su Ming noticed what was happening during those few breaths, his eyes immediately flew open. If I can prolong this span of a few breaths and make it last endlessly, then perhaps I can find a way to leave what people call Yin's death region. The moment Su Ming opened his eyes, his power erupted from within his body explosively, and during that instant, the third layer started trembling violently, and ripples started churning through the entire area, with Su Ming acting as their center. Almost 8/10 of all the flesh, blood, tendons, and bones in his body had turned into that which belonged to a true berserker, and Su Ming was no longer far away from the great completion that belonged solely to him. I wonder what sort of level I will reach. If I can reach great completion for turning all my bones into berserker bones, succeed in breaking through into the berserker soul realm, and understand what life matrix is. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and when he lifted his right hand, he pushed his hand against the sky that was filled with ripples as if he was supporting it. The sky in the third layer started trembling violently, and the layers of ripples started rotating, becoming faster with each passing second. As if they contained the power to tear through the sky, as they continued rotating, the sky was ripped apart, turning into a vortex that led to the fourth layer. Su Ming lifted his head, and a presence that was different from when he first stepped into Heaven Gate appeared around him. That presence contained a desire towards life cultivation. It was a hint of the power of life cultivation which he had gained after his epiphany. There was also a much stronger presence within him that was revealed with every single action he took once 8/10 of his body were turned to that of a true berserker. It doesn't matter what I will manage to achieve first, but understanding what is life matrix or arriving in the berserker soul realm will allow my combat abilities to increase by leaps and bounds. Su Ming took a step forward, and as a boom echoed in the air, he walked into the vortex leading to the fourth layer. The flames fueling his desire to kill Ma Xin had never been extinguished, and the determination to kill him never weakened. When Su Ming stepped into the fourth layer, that killing intent within him only grew stronger. *****. Translator's notes. 1. Life versus life. Life equals vitality plus fate, by the way, and life is just a state of being alive. Just making this clear. 2. A case of completely lost in translation. Let's look at the word Ming. We'll do a breakdown of the original text here. What's up there is me trying to make some sense in English context. Here it goes. The word Ming is broken down into Run, Yi, and Ko. If you look at it, the word Run is right on top, Yi is in the middle, and Ko is at the bottom. Run means people, Yi means one, or a line, and Ko means to bow down. Here is the original text translation. The word life has the letter human located right above, and in the middle is a line, separating the heavens and mortals. The letter right underneath means to bow. Does it mean that if we bow to heaven, only then can we obtain life and live as humans? If life means that we have to bow to heaven before we can become humans, then life can also be the heavens bowing down to us humans. Hopefully this helps make more sense. Chapter 550, Feng. The world was still colored crimson red at the fourth layer, but this shade of red was completely different from the third layer. The third layer's red was due to the sky being dyed with blood, but the fourth layer's crimson was due to the illumination of flames. The entire sky looked as if it was burning, and hot waves of wind filled the entire world the instant Su Ming stepped into the fourth layer. The entire land was burning with a sea of fire. Within it was a mountain, and that mountain towered in the sky. However, it was still surrounded by the sea of fire, and there were clouds of smoke rising into the sky from inside it. It was a volcano. The volcano's summit was in the shape of a ring, and a middle-aged man was sitting there. He looked incredibly handsome, and he was sitting as if he did not know what heat meant. His hair was red like fire, and his clothes were also red, as if they were burning in flames. The moment Su Ming stepped into the fourth layer, that person lifted his head. There was a mark of flames at the center of his brows, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his lips. However, there was a hint of malice contained within that smile. When he saw Su Ming, flames appeared in his eyes, as if they were burning. It's been a long time. A hoarse voice slowly came from his lips. At the same moment his words traveled through the area, the sea of fire in the world roared and started burning even more furiously. Su Ming stood in midair and looked at the red-robed man calmly. It has been a long time indeed, he phoned. The moment Su Ming said that name, the red-robed man lifted his head and laughed at the sky. Arrogance could be heard within his laughter, along with madness. It was true. He was Feng. He was Su Ming's first opponent when he was still in Han Mountain City, and the two of them continued crossing each other's paths until Feng ended up becoming his servant, until he betrayed Su Ming during the Great War between the shamans and Berserkers, and until the moment they met each other again within Heaven Gate after 20 years. Feng. I haven't heard anyone calling me by that name for some time. The smile on Feng's lips became even more malicious. He looked at Su Ming, and as he continued laughing, he slowly stood up on the volcano and swung his arm. Now, I am Heaven Gate's right envoy, the Marquis Fire Berserker who controls an endless amount of lives in my hands. As Feng's words traveled through the air, and as he swung his right hand forward, the volcano behind him immediately erupted, and a large amount of lava swiftly gushed out. The waves of black smoke in the sky started sweeping through the area, causing the world to become hotter with each passing moment. During the eruption, Su Ming even saw some black skeletons within the lava. They were bones belonging to the elderly and the young, and they were rapidly being crushed by the lava. To welcome you, I've turned the fourth layer into a sea of fire, turning the entire tribe in this world into sacrifices to my flames, because they wanted to help you with their full strength by fighting against you. Only this sort of world is worthy of my status as Marquis Fire Berserker. This is the only world that is worthy of becoming our battlefield. As Feng spoke, he took a step forward. I am the true Fire Berserker. When he said those words, he formed a seal with his left hand and pointed towards the ground. Immediately, the sea of fire there surged into the sky. As the flames tumbled about, all of them swept towards Su Ming. Once Feng pointed at the ground, he then pointed towards the sky, and in an instant, the sky started burning, surging towards Su Ming as well, along with the flames from the ground that were roaring loudly. Su Ming remained as calm as ever, and not much change could be detected on his face. He looked at the arrogant Feng with a cold and detached gaze, then shook his head. You're not worthy of becoming my opponent. Su Ming lifted his right hand, and the instant the flames from the sky and earth surged towards him from all directions, he seized the air before him with his right hand. The sea of fire around him immediately shuddered and tumbled towards his palm. The sea of fire behind him also swept past him after briefly submerging his body within itself. This scene was quite astonishing from the distance. The endless sea of fire seemed to be under Su Ming's total control and was gathering in his right hand. It was as if Su Ming was the king of these flames. As the sea of fire gathered together on his palm, it turned into a gigantic fireball. That fireball burned with loud cracking sounds and was lifted up by Su Ming's right hand. He looked towards Feng coldly. A ferocious expression appeared on Feng's face. A strange glare began sparkling in his eyes, and his lips curled up into a cold sneer. The instant that sneer appeared, a human face abruptly protruded out of the fireball that seemed to be under Su Ming's control. That human face belonged to Feng. He opened his mouth wide, and as if the fireball had been split into two, it went on to devour Su Ming. This was a manifestation of the will contained within the fireball. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at Feng, who was moving in to devour him with his mouth wide open, then looked at the burning fireball, which was serving as Feng's body. You fused your will into fire. Not bad. You've been training really seriously over the years, but... Su Ming said calmly, and the instant the fireball went on to devour him, He lifted his right hand a little higher and clenched his fist. The gigantic fireball that was already less than 5 feet away from him trembled abruptly, and in an instant, it exploded with a bang. As it exploded, a large amount of the sea of fire flowed backwards, but not a single ember touched Su Ming. He stood at the center of the collapsing fireball and looked at Feng while shaking his head. "You're still lacking." Feng's pupils shrank, and with a low growl, he leaped into the sky. While in midair, the robes on his back immediately tore apart, and a pair of black wings showed up. As he flapped those wings, flames filled the air above his head, and he began forming a seal with his hands. When Feng looked towards Su Ming, a cruel expression appeared on his face, and he pushed his hands forward. "Still lacking? Wings of fire." As he roared and pushed forward, he bit the tip of his tongue and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Once it appeared, it started burning, and when the flames gathered together, they turned into a wings of the moon. However, this wings of the moon was filled with fire. Brutality was in its eyes, and a howl tumbled out of its lips. Its body was formed by Feng's blood, and it was born from fire. Once it appeared, it roared, and a large number of its kind immediately appeared around him. In the blink of an eye, almost 100 of these fire wings of the moon appeared before Feng. When Feng pointed towards Su Ming, these fire wings of the moon howled and charged forward. A ferocious grin appeared on Feng's lips. He was confident that he had completely escaped Su Ming's control and turned into a real fire berserker. During the past 20 years, he had been constantly hoping that he could meet Su Ming again. He wanted to let him know that he was the only fire berserker in the world. Even if his status as the fire berserker originated from Su Ming, Feng was confident that he was the superior one. The acts of fusing his will into fire and turning the wings of the moon who were loyal towards Su Ming into flames were the source of Feng's confidence. He believed that he could definitely kill Su Ming. He would absolutely be able to end the grudge he bore from all those years ago. When the near 100 fire wings of the moon charged towards Su Ming, Feng also took a step forward. Flames appeared out of thin air around him and surrounded his body, turning into a fire wings of the moon that was 1,000 feet tall. It enveloped him within, causing him to turn into that wings of the moon itself. Su Ming still remained as composed as ever in the face of the multiple changes in Feng's fire berserker arts. At that moment, he lifted his right hand slowly, dipped his head down to look at his palm, or more precisely, at the palm lines on his hand. "You, who do not even know what is a true fire berserker, who do not even know why a fire berserker is born, are still lacking, even in the end." Su Ming clenched his right hand, and when he unfurled his fist, 3 pearls appeared in his hand. The instant the 3 pearls appeared, the incoming near 100 fire wings of the moon suddenly started shivering, and all of them exploded together with a loud bang, turning into an endless amount of flames that surged towards Su Ming's right hand. The change in the fire wings of the moon caused Feng to be momentarily stunned. During that instant, he discovered, much to his shock, that his body, which had turned into the 1,000 feet wings of the moon, started to become greatly unstable. Before he could register what was happening, the wings of the moon which he had become exploded with a bang, turning once again into flames that charged towards the 3 pearls on Su Ming's palm. The instant Feng saw those pearls, a feeling that his heart was shaking and trembling while his power started to show signs of scattering away rose within him. The instant this feeling appeared, Feng discovered, much to his horrified surprise, that he seemed to have lost all connection with the world at that instant. It was as if the world was rejecting him, as if the flames that should have been so familiar to him that they were a part of him had become something strange to him. And all of this was because those 3 pearls had appeared in Su Ming's hand. The flames in the world surged towards Su Ming's palm with loud rumbling sounds. In an instant, when all the flames had been absorbed by the 3 pearls, not a single ember was left of the sea of fire in the world. Even the volcano stopped producing any flames after a violent tremor wrecked its body, as if every last flame within it had been extinguished. What is fire? Why do you wish to obtain fire? Why do you wish to control fire? You don't even have the answers to these questions, and you dare call yourself the fire berserker before me. Su Ming clenched his fist and put away the 3 pearls as he looked at Feng coldly. Right up to that point of time, Su Ming had never attacked. He simply allowed Feng to continue executing his divine abilities and watched as if he was looking at a clown. At that moment, Feng's face turned pale under Su Ming's gaze, and madness appeared in his eyes. "Impossible. I am the fire berserker. I am the true fire berserker. As he roared, he moved forward, and just as he was about to continue executing his divine abilities, Ming shook his head. You are not the fire berserker, and neither am I, because I do not lack fire in my life. Ming took a step forward and swung his right arm forward. That one swing immediately caused a violent gust of wind to appear before he Feng out of nowhere. It turned into a whirlwind that exploded the instant it touched him, turning into a loud bang that surged into the skies. It caused He Feng to cough up blood and forced him to take a few steps back. He was rejected by fire, and he could no longer feel any traces of it. I am the fire berserker. I have already given up everything in my life to the flames in the world. I am the person who is the most devoted to fire in the world. I am the true fire berserker. As He Feng coughed up blood, his face twisted with a ferocious expression. Without caring about the injuries he sustained on his body, he lifted his head and roared towards the sky. He had very little to no rationale left within him when he began shouting. The only things left in his mind was an unwillingness to admit defeat and a will that surged to the skies. He had always believed that he was the true fire berserker. Over the past 20 years, fire had been his companion, and that was the source of how he managed to stand above everyone else and obtain his current status. Yet now, before Ming, his right to control fire had been stripped away from him. This was something he could not accept. This was something that drove him mad. As he roared, a hint of fire appeared on his body, even though there was no longer any flames in this world. Chapter 551, Freedom. The appearance of the fire caused Ming's pupils to constrict. Right before his eyes, as He Feng continued roaring in his unwillingness to admit defeat, and madness filled his entire heart, and as flames appeared on his body, they started burning stronger. They increased in volume until they eventually covered his entire body. I am the fire berserker. I am the only fire berserker in this world. I am the most devout to the fire berserker in this world. He Feng shouted. As more flames appeared on his body, the feeling that he was in control of fire appeared in his heart once more. Moreover, once the flames on his body appeared, a wave of heat that was even stronger than before started spreading through the area, as if it wanted to melt everything. Ming watched He Feng, and a brilliant light gradually appeared in his eyes. This is a sign of life. It might not be the presence of life cultivation, but it is born due to great willpower, and it is a power that can tamper the forces in the world so that He Feng can control his own fate. Due to his obsession with fire, his will fused with it, and that's why he can control it. The fire on He Feng's body no longer belongs to the fire berserker that came from the line of the third god of Berserkers. It belongs to He Feng himself. Understanding dawned on Ming as he looked at He Feng. The realization that life matrix might possibly have an incredibly huge connection to willpower suddenly came upon him like a light suddenly shining in darkness. Ming did not interrupt He Feng's transformation. He wanted to gain an even greater epiphany from him. At that moment, as the flames on He Feng's body surged into the sky, the world became much hotter. After a moment, he opened his eyes and lifted his head to roar at the sky before he charged towards Ming. I am the fire berserker. With a low roar, he closed in on Ming. A wave of hot air crashed into his face, and he clenched his right hand into a fist before hurling it towards Ming. That punch contained all the power of fire in He Feng's body, and for the first time in his life, He Feng managed to truly have total control over his own fire. Flames charged out of his fist, turning into a fire wolf that closed in on Ming with a roar. Ming did not retreat. Instead, he too lifted his right hand, but his fist did not contain any flames, only the power of the berserker bones in his body, along with a hint of the presence of life cultivation. A loud boom that shook the sky rang in the air. He Feng coughed up blood, and the fire wolf shattered into mere embers. He Feng was sent tumbling back nearly 1,000 feet, and when he coughed up blood again, he looked even more crazed than before. I offer my life to the flames of the world, and am willing to become the servant of fire. Please grant the power of fire. Give me even stronger flames. He Feng roared loudly, and the flames on his body exploded once again, burning even stronger than before. However, his body also started showing signs of being destroyed by this blast of even stronger flames. His flesh and blood began drying up, as if they could no longer withstand the fire, and a large amount of his blood evaporated, turning into red fog that left his body. His eyes turned a crimson red, his madness growing even greater. I am the Fire Berserker. I am the Fire Berserker. These were the words he kept repeating. Once he turned into flames again, Feng roared and rushed towards Su Ming once more. The instant he closed in, Su Ming lifted his right hand calmly and threw a punch again. That punch sent Feng back, just as it did last time. It also made the flames on his body become duller, made him cough up a large amount of blood, and even made his right arm explode and shatter. But Su Ming was also forced to take a step back. What powerful will! A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he watched Feng. That man was, at that moment, completely overcome by his madness, and as he was sent backwards, he roared, and the flames on his body rose once again. This is a condition where he lost his rationale after being overcome by his madness. In this condition, he obtained his own fire, or perhaps more accurately, he obtained his own life. Everyone has their own life matrix, and every single one of them is different. Could it be that going through this sort of transformation is necessary to understand what life matrix truly means and to arrive in the realm of life cultivation? Well, I have to go through what is currently happening to Feng now. Su Ming looked at Feng, and a long string of thoughts went through his head. The man before him now had opened up a huge gate for Su Ming's thoughts and allowed him to understand many things. Feng's retreat caused him to stand in the sky. As he roared again, the flames on his body increased explosively once more, and at that instant, his legs broke down and shattered into pieces, burnt to ashes. However, he did not know pain. Instead, in his madness, he continued desiring even stronger flames. And he received them. The flames around his body were so hot that even the sky looked as if it could no longer withstand them and was churning about as if it was melting. The instant those flames reached their strongest state, Feng looked towards Su Ming, and with his remaining left arm, he flew towards him and hurled his fist forward. Die! Feng shouted furiously. When he threw his punch forward, Su Ming narrowed his eyes and clenched his right hand into a fist again before ramming straight against Feng's punch. A loud bang that bellowed in the skies reverberated through the air. Su Ming was forced several steps back and the qi within his body churned. As for Feng, he no longer had any blood in his body. As he fell backwards, his left arm exploded, leaving him with only half his body remaining. The moment his body touched the sky, he let out the strongest roar in his life. I offer my soul to the flames of the world. Give me even stronger flames. The instant these words escaped his mouth, white flames appeared on his body, and when that happened, Feng's body started rapidly burning away. He glared at Su Ming. Su Ming, I am the true Fire Berserker. These were his final words, because when he finished saying them, only his head remained, and the flesh and blood on it were rapidly turning to ashes. As the white flames burned, his life and his soul disappeared without a trace in an instant. As the white flames continued burning, they exploded abruptly, and the sky finally crumbled under that explosion. A gigantic hole leading straight to the fifth layer appeared. Those flames swept through the fifth layer, and shrill screams of pain traveled through the hole there. The members of the tribe there had already made preparations and were ready to fight for their freedom, but they all turned into the sacrifices for the white sea of fire, and as the flames spread out, the people disappeared without a trace. You are the Fire Berserker. Su Ming stood there and closed his eyes, only reopening them after a long time had passed. Understanding could be seen in his eyes. Feng died, but he did not die by Su Ming's hands. He died from the sea of fire, because he did not lack fire in his life. His life matrix could not contain too much fire. That was why he could not withstand the pinnacle of fire. If he absorbed it forcefully, he would only die. The path to life cultivation is dangerous, and each step taken is an enigma shrouded in great mystery. In silence, Su Ming walked towards the fifth layer. Right up till his death, Feng did not understand why he would be burnt by his own flames. Only Su Ming had been able to see through some part of it and understand a little of what was happening, and the epiphany he had gained served as an experience for him towards the path of life cultivation. Feng didn't know what life cultivation is. Perhaps there are people who are already practicing life cultivation in this world, but there aren't many of them. There must also be quite a number of those in the Berserker soul realm who have tried to break into that realm, but had died in this way. Because a lead is missing. They are lacking the lead for them to step into life cultivation from the Berserker soul realm. If they want to find that lead, then they must understand what life matrix is, and from there, truly step into that realm. Feng unknowingly found that lead, and it due to his madness, but in the end, He died because of his madness. Then, what would my lead be? He sank into madness due to his obsession. In silence, Su Ming stepped into the fifth layer. The flames in there had already disappeared, but there were thick and dense smoke clouds in the air. The ground was charred. There were no mountains in this layer, and smoke filled the sky. No sign of life could be found here. Once Su Ming swept his gaze across the area, he looked towards the sky. He lifted his right hand, and the violet armor appeared on his body once again. The Undertaker's of Evil spear appeared in his hand, and a hint of the presence of life cultivation surrounded the spear. This was the strongest power Su Ming could muster before he turned into destiny. With the long spear in hand, Su Ming took a step towards the sky. Then, like a long violet arc, he charged upwards with a loud howl and thrust the spear forward. All of Su Ming's power erupted from his body when he thrust forward, and the wind of the Wind Berserker stirred in the air. The power of the Lightning Berserker burst forth as well, and as lightning rumbled in the sky, that hint of the presence of life cultivation also fused with the spear, causing the sky to start trembling the instant the spear touched it while slicing through the air with a howl. The instant a large crack appeared, Su Ming moved his feet and stepped into the crack. The sixth layer. The moment Su Ming stepped there, a light immediately shone in his eyes. He saw thousands of people kneeling on the sixth layer's ground, as if they were waiting for his arrival. The person in the lead was an old man. He had an incredibly long braid behind his head that he had wrapped around his body. The old man knelt on the ground silently, and all the members of his tribe behind him possessed incredibly long hair as well. This was Phantom Deist tribe. Su Ming had seen the old man before in the past. It was the tribe leader of Phantom Deist tribe. The seventh layer is the Southern Frontier tribe under Freezing Sky's jurisdiction. This tribe defended the Southern Front, and there are 500 people in that tribe, but even if there are only 500 of them, they are one of the sharp blades of the Great Tribe of Freezing Sky. The eighth layer is where the Great Tribe of Freezing Sky is located. Over the years, not a single piece of news had come from there. It's as if they had been cut off from us. The ninth layer is Ma Xion's isolation grounds. The tribe leader of Phantom Deist lifted his head and looked at Su Ming calmly as he spoke slowly. Su Ming did not speak. Once he sized up the old man, he looked towards the other members of Phantom Deist tribe. All of them were kneeling on the ground silently, and their faces were filled with apathy. Su Ming, we, the Phantom Deist tribe, would like to offer a deal with you. I can tell you where Lei Qin is, and we can even give you the Phantom lead to help you search for our next Phantom equal. With this item, you can sense Lei Qin's whereabouts and find him. You don't need to give up too much. We only ask for your left arm. The old Phantom Deist tribe leader spoke in a low voice. You can also choose not to agree to this, but without our art, you will not be able to obtain the Phantom lead. I don't want to participate in this feud between you and Ma Xin. We only want freedom. Please, give us our freedom. The old man's expression was a little complicated. He knelt there and kowtowed towards Su Ming. All the Phantom Deist tribe members behind him did the same. Among them were the elderly, women, and children. A hint of desire towards freedom lay within their apathetic expressions, and the children were looking at Su Ming with fear in their eyes. All of these things, along with the entire Phantom Deist tribe kowtowing towards him, made Su Ming's words die in his mouth. Chapter 552. Ma Xin. The choice each tribe made was different. Once Shepherd Tower tribe realized they could not obtain Su Ming's arm, they gave up, and their elder chose to use his life in exchange for the possibility of obtaining freedom for his tribe. Blood Absconsion tribe's staunch and unyielding attitude made them choose to sacrifice their own lives. With their sacrifice and their control over their own deaths, they showed their struggle towards fate and delivered Su Ming a serendipitous event so that the small remnant of their tribe members in the world outside could perhaps continue their tribe's line. Phantom Deist tribe had chosen to make this sort of trade. With their entire tribe's lives on the line, they pleaded to Su Ming while kneeling on the ground in hopes of obtaining his arm. They did not want to think about whether it was possible for Su Ming to kill Ma Xin. They were afraid that even if Ma Xin died, he would still be capable of killing the people who had his seed planted within them. They were even more afraid of Su Ming dying in Ma Xion's hands, because that would mean that a worse fate would fall on Phantom Deist tribe. They only wanted freedom, and by Ma Xion's orders, they could only obtain it with Su Ming's limbs. As Su Ming looked at the Phantom Deist tribe, he was reminded of his second senior brother. He was silent. The tribe leader mentioning that he knew Lei Chen's whereabouts had also brought about great shock to him. You have to obtain freedom with your own hands. Only then will you be truly free. A long time passed by before Su Ming spoke up calmly. Please grant our wish. We only desire freedom. We. Full of anguish, the tribe leader of Phantom Deist tribe looked towards Su Ming. He knew that this request was too much, but he could not think of a better method to go about this. Su Ming ignored Phantom Deist tribe. If they did not attack, then he would not kill them. He walked towards the sky, and as he lifted his right hand, the long spear in his hand started shining with a violet light. Sir, the tribe leader of Phantom Deist tribe stood up and cried out after Su Ming. Tears fell down from his eyes, and sorrow appeared on his face. Please pity the children in my tribe. They're still young, but they already have Ma Xion's Berserker threads in their bodies. They don't have a future, and we do not have any other tribe members in the world outside. We're all here, and we will die or live our lives as if we are already dead. Please help us. We will never forget your kindness to us. Sir, we had a conflict with you many years ago, but this is all in the past. We only have this many people now. We can choose not to leave, but I wish for our children and our youngsters to obtain freedom so that Phantom Deist tribe can continue growing. The voice of the tribe leader of Phantom Deist was filled with grief as he pleaded pitifully. He kowtowed again and again towards Su Ming. All the Phantom Deist tribe members behind him began bowing towards him in silence again, and the sounds of their heads hitting the ground rang in the air non-stop. The children's cries traveled into the air. The elderly cried. The women started weeping softly as well. Su Ming froze for a moment in midair before he continued walking towards the sky. The violet light on the spear in his hand grew even stronger, and the killing intent he harbored towards Ma Xin glowed even stronger in his eyes. The game, Ma Xin spoke of, made Su Ming endure a trial of his humanity, forcing him into situations where he could neither kill the people nor choose not to kill them. Sometimes, making a choice is difficult, but it is even more difficult to make that decision when no other choice is present. When the tribe leader saw Su Ming lifting the long spear in his right hand, about to stab the sky in the sixth layer, his cries of despair reverberated in the air, and each word he spoke was filled with tears of blood. Sir, the sixth layer is unlike the other layers beneath us. Ma Xin has placed the control over our lives in the sky. If the sky shatters, then we will all die immediately. All of us, all my tribe members will die right before your eyes the moment you break this sky. This is our fate. Su Ming remained silent. The tip of his spear had already touched the sky's barrier, and the hint of presence of life cultivation had fused into the sky's barrier. He sensed the connection tying all the lives of those in Phantom Deist tribe to the sky. It was just as the tribe leader said. Once this sky was destroyed, all these people would die. Ma Xin, you tried to tear into my heart with Baisu in the past, so that you could plant your Berserker seed in me. Now, you changed your method. You prepared all the things in Heaven Gate to make me hesitate so that you can achieve the results you wanted in the past. Su Ming closed his eyes. Then after that brief moment of pause, the long spear in his hand stabbed the sky. The rumbles stirred by that thrust shook the sky and earth, causing fine cracks to appear in the sky. Once these cracks connected with each other, they turned into fragments that erupted with a loud bang at the tip of Su Ming's spear. Sometimes, death is a form of freedom. Su Ming closed his eyes, and beneath him, all the kneeling Phantom Deist tribe members trembled and exploded as the sky was ripped apart. A large amount of red threads tore through their skins, and as these people died, those red threads gathered in midair to turn into an indistinct figure. That figure looked somewhat similar to Ma Xin. He looked at Su Ming and suddenly started laughing loudly. His laughter was soft and velvety, causing those who heard it feel incredibly uncomfortable. As expected, you and I are the same type of people. I originally intended to give these people what they so desired according to what I promised if you really gave them your arm, but that freedom would be death. Because I, too, sometimes think that death is freedom. You're good. You're so good. I'll be waiting for you in the 9th layer. There are still 2 layers to go. You'd best hurry, or else you'll have to face the same choice when you meet Baisu. I'd like to see what your choice would be at that time. When those words were said, the indistinct figure that was formed by the blood threads fell apart and scattered, turning into a puddle of blood spilled on the ground. Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. At that moment, the desire to kill Ma Xin turned into a powerful existence burning within him. He quietly turned around and stepped towards the 7th layer. A great battle unfolded in the 7th layer, and it was a long string of killings that did not stop. All of this was because of one single phrase echoing in the air, uttered by Ma Xin the instant Su Ming arrived at the 7th layer. If he reaches the 8th layer, then all of you will die. The string of killings unfolded at that moment. No words were exchanged between them. There were only ragged breathing and an endless amount of divine abilities flying in the air. Su Ming could sense a wave of murderous aura and cold callousness from the 500 berserkers around him. None of them were ordinary people. All of them possessed outstanding power and had with them a vast experience of battle. They were Freezing Sky's sharp blades, the people who defended the southern frontier. They did not fight for their freedom. They were only fighting so that they could die in battle. They would either kill or be killed. Dying in the hands of a powerful warrior was to them the highest form of glory in their lives. Su Ming looked at them. As he lifted his right hand, the long spear howled, and he swept past the area at high speed. Wherever he went, slaughter would fill the air. These people did not resist. They only used their full power and fought with their divine abilities. Some of them even chose to self-destruct when they were injured. The murderous aura from these 500 people surged into the sky, causing Su Ming to fall silent in its face as well. Eventually, he closed his eyes, and the armor on his body turned into an endless amount of violet threads. These threads shot out in all directions, but not a single scream of pain could be heard. The only things he saw were quiet smiles and absent-minded looks on their faces that said they had been freed. Su Ming did not know how much time had passed. Perhaps it had been the span of half an incense stick. Perhaps it was longer. When the roars and sounds of battle disappeared from around him and a sticky substance was all over the ground, he opened his eyes. The violet threads returned to him. Once they turned into the armor on his body, only one person remained before him. That person was shivering, but he was gritting his teeth so that he would not fall. It was an old man. His head was filled with white hair, and blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. He looked at Su Ming, and no hate could be found on his face. There was instead only a smile on his lips. Kill me. Don't let me die in the hands of that brat Ma Xion's despicable berserker threads. I am Tian Shun. Use that spear of yours which can absorb souls, and take my soul with you. Turn me into a battle soul, and will let me help you in your fight against Ma Xion. The old man's voice was like thunder. As it rumbled in the air, respect appeared on Su Ming's face. He swung the spear in his right hand, and when he walked past the old man, he took his soul away. He held the long spear in his hand, and there were now 500 incredibly distinct battle souls surrounding his undertakers of evil spear. They did not let out any shrill screams, and only silence could be found on them, along with a frightening murderous aura that erupted from them. They accompanied Su Ming, rushing towards the sky that led to the 8th layer's world, and crashed into it. A loud bang that shook the sky reverberated in the air, and a crack tore through the 7th layer's sky. Su Ming rushed forward and turned into a violet figure. Then, with the 500 souls, he rushed into the 8th layer. Heaven Gate's 8th layer, the world where the great tribe of Freezing Sky was located. But the instant Su Ming stepped into the 8th layer, his pupils constricted abruptly. This was a desolate world, a world that had no signs of life. The sky here was gray, and even the ground was like that. All the people here were also gray. Their eyes were gray, and so were their broken bodies. All the gray-eyed people were beings that had lost their signs of life in this world. Perhaps they could no longer even be called people. In Su Ming's field of vision, the entire region that belonged to the great tribe of Freezing Sky were just ruins. Within them were an innumerable amount of corpses. Though more accurately speaking, they were not exactly corpses, for their eyes were open and gray. They did not breathe, and no signs of power could be felt from their bodies. In this quiet world, everything Su Ming saw was filled with a strange air. Among the bodies were men and women, the elderly and the young, and all of them were lying on the ground quietly, as if they were sleeping. All of them had also another similarity. They did not have left hands. All of their left hands were gone. There was a large, cone-shaped stone in the gray sky. The stone stage was very large and wide, and there was a person sitting on it. When that person saw Su Ming, a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Perhaps that cone-shaped stone platform was Heaven Gate's 9th layer, because Su Ming could recognize the person sitting there with a single glance. He was Ma Xin. Chapter 553, Gamble. He was dressed in long white robes, and had long hair that spilled down his shoulders. Ma Xin sat on the stone platform and looked at Su Ming. His handsome face was extremely attractive, and there was also an expression on him that spoke of a composure that would not be shaken even if the world crumbled. In fact, his smile held that same calmness within it. However, his level of cultivation seemed to only be at the initial stage of the Berserker soul realm. He was looking at Su Ming, and even though he might be smiling, there was a hint of coldness and ruthlessness in his eyes. He lifted his right hand, twirled a lock of his hair, and his gaze turned even colder. Su Ming, I often imagined the day we met each other again, Ma Xin said with a smile. His voice was even softer and darker. As it reverberated in the air, it caused a layer of ripples to appear in the world, which started spreading through the area around them. The moment his words traveled forward, a glint suddenly appeared in his eyes, and his body strangely turned invisible in an instant. A finger filled with murderous intent stretched out from the air and touched the center of Ma Xion's brows. However, that finger merely phased through his invisible body. When Su Ming walked out from the air, he lifted his head coldly. Ma Xion's body materialized in the sky before his eyes. You are still the same as before. You attack ruthlessly and without hesitation. But I am no longer as I was in the past. Ma Xion looked at Su Ming and shook his head as he chuckled. He lifted his right hand and swung it forward, and distortions immediately appeared in the sky. As the sky twisted, a scene gradually revealed itself, and the instant Su Ming saw that scene, he fell silent. That scene was of an ancient world located in some unknown place. He saw Bai Su sitting on the ground, and he also saw an old man sitting cross-legged behind her. The old man looked pale and miserable. He would occasionally open his eyes, and sorrow as well as dead stillness could be seen within them. Bai Su's face was stark pale, but she continued standing before the old man resolutely. She did not look that much different from before, but the naivety and innocence in the past could no longer seen on her face. In its place were determination and resolution. There was a frightening scar on her that ran through her entire face, startling to the eye. She stood quietly and held a long black sword in her hand. Before her was an endless wave of gray-eyed living dead who no longer possessed their left arms. These people moved forward slowly as they howled, and if anyone cast their eyes into the distance, they would find that there was no end to these living dead. The ground was trembling further down ahead, and several giants hundreds of feet tall were running towards where Bai Su was. As they ran, they were swinging their arms and occasionally seizing the living dead, blocking their path before placing them into their mouths and eating them. Their brutal eyes were trained on where Bai Su was located, and they were all charging towards her. Don't worry. She won't die in a short period of time. Over the years, I only left that scar on her face. Otherwise, I didn't harm even a single hair on her body, Ma Xion said in that soft, dark voice of his while standing in midair. I just can't accept it. I can't accept losing to you all those years ago. Do you know how much I suffered in Freezing Sky Cave? All of this is because of you. Ma Xion looked at Su Ming, and intense hatred was laced through his words. Su Ming averted his gaze from the distorted screen of light and looked towards Ma Xion. Are you done talking? He looked as calm as ever, and his body disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already standing beside Ma Xion. As he lifted his right hand, lightning sparks howled and exploded on his arm. The lightning's collapse turned into an endless wave of lightning sparks that swam about to completely surround Ma Xion, causing him to shatter with a bang. Su Ming frowned. The instant he did so, Ma Xion's voice traveled forth from the ground once again, and one among the endless sea of gray corpses started turning into Ma Xion as his face melted. He sat up and smiled towards Su Ming in the sky. I'm not done yet. Su Ming, I lost completely the first time we fought against each other. Now we fight again. Ma Xion stared at Su Ming, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. The power within his new self was much stronger, and by the looks of it, he had already reached the peak of the initial stage of the Berserker soul realm. Our gambling chip will be Bai Su and her father, your servant Ziche, all the people still alive in Heaven Gate. Oh, and also your senior brother Huzi. Let's make a bet and see who among the two of us is stronger after the passage of these 20 years. Ma Xion's words suddenly grew in volume, and his voice rumbled in the air. The whole world shook because of his voice, and the endless amount of gray-eyed corpses lying on the ground started rising themselves with brilliant gray lights shining in their eyes. Come, You're late to this fight by 20 years. As Sima Xian laughed, he charged straight towards the sky. Su Ming's pupils constricted. Almost the moment Sima Xian closed in on him, violet light shone on his entire body. He lifted the Undertakers of Evil spear in his hand and threw it towards the incoming Sima Xian. At the same time, he turned into a long arc in the sky, and along with his long spear, they charged forward. The instant both sides clashed into each other, a loud bang surged into the skies. Su Ming took a step backwards. His eyes shone with a cold glare, and Sima Xian's incoming body was torn to shreds, pierced through by the long spear. However, almost the instant he died, two gray corpses on the ground let out a long string of laughter and sat up, turning into Sima Xian. They were no longer in the initial stage of the Berserker soul realm, but were both in the middle stage of that realm. In a moment, they flew up and rushed towards Su Ming. He spread his divine sense outwards, and with a brief scan, his expression turned dark. He could not tell which of the two Ma Xins were real. Both of them seemed as if they were his original body. The great completion in the great art of heartless Berserker seed will turn everything in the world into me. Su Ming, if you can't even break my great art of heartless Berserker seed, you will make me really disappointed. You talk too much, Su Ming retorted flatly and lifted his right hand. Violet light surrounded his body, and the long spear appeared in his hand once again. Then, as if the spear had gathered all the violet light, the armor disappeared, and the 500 battle souls on the Undertakers of Evil spear in his hands started materializing as if they were gaining physical form. In the midst of their silence, they looked towards Sima Xian with ruthlessness and murderous intent. A sharp piercing howl sliced through the air as Su Ming tossed the long spear. It immediately caused the world to shake as it charged to the ground. The 500 battle souls surrounded the long spear and exuded a wave of murderous aura, as well as killing intent that surged into the sky. As it charged forward, the spear plunged down towards the ground. From the distance, the spear that had gathered up all the power contained within the Undertakers of Evil armor was a shocking sight that shook the sky and earth. It caused a violent gust of wind to stir up from the ground underneath, and it also made a sharp glare to appear within the eyes of the two incoming Ma Xins. However, a strange smile appeared on the corners of their lips. The instant that long spear almost fell to the ground, a drastic change happened. Chapter 554, Confrontation. The Undertakers of Evil spear was pointed towards a spot where a large number of gray-eyed corpses laid. During the instant the spear plunged down, the gray in their eyes swiftly disappeared, and as went away, their bodies started trembling, as if they were waking up from a dream. The clarity in those gazes and the confusion within the eyes of the men, women, elderly, and young when they saw the Undertakers of Evil spear in the sky, caused Su Ming to be able to see that these people had just woken up completely, as if they had been revived. There is no enmity between you and these people. In fact, they had never even spoken a single bad word of you. But you're going to kill them. Su Ming, if you attack, will you be at peace with yourself? You'll be experiencing a change of heart right here, and I'll be watching how you will go through this change of heart. If you kill so many innocent people, then where do your principles lie? Sima Xian let out a long string of laughter, feeling extremely delighted. But if you aren't willing to kill these people and cause turmoil within yourself, then you will have to endure the endless amount of battles I will deliver to you with the great art of heartless Berserker seed. Su Ming. Yet Bai Su doesn't have a lot of time left. You'll have to choose wisely. The other Sima Xian also started laughing loudly. Su Ming remained silent. He watched the long spear falling to the ground with a bang, bringing up a wave of violet force that spread out in all directions, causing all the people who had just roused from their sleep to find their bodies shattering in a devastating manner. As the force spread out, more people woke up, and more people were crushed to pieces under that force. Their shrill screams of pain filled the air as they disappeared into nothingness. The screams of pain were still echoing in the air. Su Ming trembled. Not attacking others if they did nothing to provoke him had always been a principle he held close to his heart. This was also the principle he kept to as he traveled to this place. Yet now, this principle was shattered to pieces due to Sima Xian's persecution. He bore no hatred towards these people, but with one throw of a spear, he killed all of them. It was just like what he experienced in Phantom Deist tribe, but the effects shook him even more this time. The event left him silent. Sima Xian's laughter echoed in the air. He did not want to just fight Su Ming through a simple battle of divine abilities. Not only did he want to make Su Ming lose in terms of his combat abilities, he also wanted to make him lose in terms of spirit. If he did not do this, he could not vent his hatred. If he did not do this, he could not truly destroy a person. If reincarnation existed in this world, then those who died by the undertakers of evil spear would never be reincarnated. They would forever be trapped in the spear and become its battle souls, surrounding it forever. If everything went by Ma Xion's original plan, then a complex seed would be planted deep within Su Ming's heart due to the collapse of his beliefs and principles. This seed would quickly grow and replace what made Su Ming who he was, turning into what would destroy his heart. However, there were some things in the world that Ma Xion could not predict. As Su Ming stood in midair, half of his hair gradually turned white and his body slowly shrank. A whirlwind swirled around his body, and his appearance became that of Destiny's. He did not turn completely into Destiny, but the moment his transformation was halfway through, he lifted his right hand and swung it towards the ground. That swing made Ma Xion momentarily stunned. Immediately, his pupils shrank, and the endless amount of corpses on the ground gathered together, and their bodies became whole once again. The violet wave of impact spreading outwards also appeared once again in the land far off in the distance, but it no longer spread outwards. It tumbled backwards instead. The passage of time and everything that occurred during the previous moment started reversing at that instant. As time reversed, Su Ming looked at the ground, then at the unfamiliar faces that had just been revived, until he found the expression he wanted. In the midst of their fear and confusion, looks of liberation appeared right at the moment they died. He saw those expressions of liberation when he executed the divine ability that allowed him to reverse time. He closed his eyes and lowered his right hand. The white hair covering half his head turned black once again. He no longer continued with his transformation to become Destiny. At that instant, his body returned to normal. When he opened his eyes, the ground remained as it did after the spear's impact swept through the land. It was as if the time reversal was a mere illusion, a dream, and that dream had just ended. Everything was as usual. Blood filled the air, and torn limbs could be found everywhere. As the violet wave of impact spread out, the screams of pain continued echoing in the air. However, Su Ming's heart was no longer shaken because he could see the souls that were being absorbed into the undertakers of evil spear from the ground. As they gathered together to manifest into the people he killed, not a single hint of hatred could be seen on their faces, be it the men, the women, the elderly, or the young. Instead, there was gratitude, and when they were absorbed, they bowed towards Su Ming. Ma Xion also saw this. His expression immediately turned dark, and with a cold harumph, an even greater amount of corpses that existed in the region further down in the ground stood up with their eyes started flashing in a gray light. As they stood up, their bodies started changing as if they were melting, and all of them turned into Ma Xion. The limitless gray corpses in the 8th layer's world numbered to tens of thousands. Those who died due to Su Ming's spear throw were just a part of them. As more gray-eyed corpses turned into Ma Xion, they howled together and leaped into the sky, turning into numerous long arcs. These long arcs were all Ma Xion, and they were all rushing towards Su Ming. Su Ming, I'm shocked that you could gain such power during these 20 years. I originally thought that my serendipity was rare enough in this world, but I didn't expect you would possess this sort of luck as well. However, your luck and your serendipity will be reduced due to the battles I will deliver to you in this world. They will weaken as your will collapses. They will disappear as that murderous aura on you dissipates, and they will vanish as you become apathetic. I will first bring on you a battle that will destroy your luck. All the tens of thousands of my copies are all me. I will make you kill me over and over until you can no longer kill. Even if you don't want to, as you continue killing me, your rage will weaken, your willpower will collapse due to fatigue, your murderous aura will dissipate by large quantities before you even notice it, and by then, I wonder, will you still have the right to fight against me? The tens of thousands of Ma Xins said these words at the same time. Their voices fused together to turn into a roar containing an air of sovereignty that sounded like the might of heaven itself. It made Su Ming's pupils constrict. He had never underestimated Ma Xion, not in the past, and not now. Ma Xion was completely different from all the enemies he had encountered in the past. His battles against other people were just a simple fight to the death, but when it came to Ma Xion, he would forever focus on the destruction of the soul. It was just like what he did when he planted the Berserker seed in him and used Bai Su as a lead, and when he all the other things to throw Su Ming's heart into turmoil. All of these things just want to show how strange Sima Xian was. His strangeness was shown even more prevalently through what he just said. Su Ming knew that if things continued like this, he would have to kill Sima Xian tens of thousands of times, and no matter how deep his hatred towards him ran, it would gradually disappear during the slaughter, and eventually, all his hate and grudges would turn into mere empty words. They would no longer be engraved deep in his heart. If he could not keep his hatred deeply rooted in his heart, then it would be difficult for him to keep his will strong, and Su Ming would surely lose this battle. He wants to break my will and my spirit. Su Ming lifted his head and looked towards the tens of thousands of Ma Xins charging towards him from all around the area with cold sneers on their faces, and suddenly, a cold smile curled up on his lips. Su Ming's current level of cultivation and his combat powers were definitely not due to some simple serendipity. Neither was it a rare serendipity which Sima Xian believed he had received. His power was due to his will after the endless amount of reincarnations he went through in the Candle Dragon's world. If Sima Xian had been there, perhaps he would have lost himself. Only Su Ming could survive it. He had desired to understand everything about himself. He had struggled in the midst of his confusion and endured silently while never giving up. His will had never been destroyed even after going through an endless amount of reincarnations. So how could his will disappear in this measly battle? Even when he had come face to face with the choices he had to make in his heart when he was in Heaven Gate, and even had his principles destroyed by Sima Xian, he had managed to persevere through it silently with his firm will. At that moment, Sima Xian's words were still echoing in his ears, but the cold smile on Su Ming's lips gave away his killing intent. He moved, and without the Undertakers of evil armor as well as the spear, he started launching his attacks as he did when he was in the Candle Dragon's world, with one jab, one seize of the air, one fist, and one palm strike. The sky rumbled, and wherever Su Ming went, Sima Xian's bodies would be destroyed. Su Ming's expression remained calm, and no hint of change could be seen on his face. There was nothing else contained within that calm expression besides the desire to kill. Time slowly trickled by. Su Ming did not know how many people he had killed, but he did know that his will had not diminished. It had gathered together instead, and his hatred towards Sima Xian did not dwindle away, but had instead grown stronger. Sima Xian, since every single one of these is you, then the tens of thousands of deaths these copies go through will also mean that you have to suffer through tens of thousands of annihilations. If a person has been killed tens of thousands of times, well, his will remain firm. We haven't seen each other for 20 years, and you still disappoint me, Su Ming stated flatly. If Sima Xian wanted to destroy his will, then Su Ming would naturally retaliate. All the eyes of the endless amount of Ma Xins began flickering with a gleam of light. Su Ming's words were like a sharp needle that had pierced right into Sima Xian's heart. The act of destroying other people's wills had always been a double-edged blade. As he schemed against other people, he would also have to suffer the other party's retaliation. It was just like what Sima Xian had to suffer now. He was trying to make Su Ming's will dissipate through the endless strings of battles. But with just a few words, Su Ming had figured out the true cost of what he was doing, and it made Sima Xian's heart tremble. As he was shaken by his words, all the copies of him froze up, and during that instant, Su Ming spoke up once again. I can kill you tens of thousands of times, and I can continue killing you until I absolutely destroy you. Su Ming lifted his right hand, and once he held it in a fist, he hurled a punch straight towards the air beneath him. The power of all the Berserker bones in his body was released, turning into a violent storm that swept through the area, causing a countless amount of Ma Xins to shatter and tumble backwards. Chapter 555, A Different Brand of Arrogance. Rumbling sounds echoed through the world. At that moment, there were still nearly 10,000 Ma Xins around Su Ming, but they did not continue charging forward. Instead, as they continued retreating, their bodies disappeared and turned into red threads that were quite similar to the red threads that had appeared on the people Su Ming had killed. They started gathering at a rapid speed at a spot 10,000 feet away. As expected of the arch-nemesis, I have waited for 20 years. You have the right for me to reveal my true body. When Sima Xian's voice rang out, The figure that was formed by the endless amount of threads twisted to reveal a white-robed Ma Xin who had the mark of 3 fingers at the center of his brows. He stood 10,000 feet away from Ming, and a muddled wave of power came from his body. His power felt muddled because Ming had noticed an endless amount of ripples signaling different kinds of cultivation levels. They were largely varied, but there were 3 waves that were as distinct as the sun itself. The first belonged to the great completion in the awakening realm. The second belonged to the pinnacle of the later stage of the Berserker soul realm. The third was the one that made Ming's pupils shrink, because it contained a hint of a power so strong that even he could not determine just how great it was. My life is endless, my power is boundless, my body exists everywhere, because the cultivation method I practice is the second god of Berserker's divine ability, the great art of heartless Berserker seed. An endless amount of people are training for me, and there is a limitless amount of people who will offer their lives to me. What right do you have to compete against me? The white-robed Ma Xion's voice was as soft and dark as ever, but the arrogance on his face could be seen clearly. I am the second god of Berserkers, Scion. I am the 4th god of Berserkers. What right do you have to fight against me? As Ma Xion spoke, he took a step forward, and the entire sky trembled violently. A gigantic footprint emerged in the sky with loud rumbling sounds, and it was several tens of thousands of feet big. It was as if a huge foot was stretching out in the sky and stepping down on Ming. All the Berserkers must tremble before the second god of Berserkers' legacy and under my divine ability as the 4th god of Berserkers. I'd like to see just how many steps you will be able to withstand from the god of Berserkers' art. 7 steps to heaven. As Ma Xion spoke with that dark and soft voice of his along with the arrogant expression on his face, his foot landed, and the world rumbled. The huge footprint looked as if it had gained physical form and shot out from the clouds to stretch into the air, covering a circular area of several tens of thousands of feet against Ming. It came down, rumbling in the air, and a large amount of space around Ming started breaking down. A destructive power surrounded the area. Ming lifted his head swiftly and looked at the foot coming down from the sky. A glint appeared in his eyes when he sensed Ma Xion's great confidence. He was sure that the source of that confidence came from the serendipity he had received from Freezing Sky Cave. Moreover, it looked like this serendipity was the second god of Berserkers' inheritance. The legacy of the god of Berserkers ends at the 3rd. Even if you receive the second's inheritance, it is just an inheritance. The instant the god of Berserkers' gigantic foot formed by the first step sank down with a loud rumble, Ming lifted his right hand. Dark light shone in his hand, and the spiked club manifested on his palm. The instant he wrapped his fingers around it, the weapon swelled up endlessly. Ming lifted it up and swung it against the footprint sinking down towards him. No matter how strong the inheritance may be, it is still a path left behind by our ancestor. No matter how much you receive, it is merely similar to the second's, and the second had only received half of the first's inheritance. Ming smiled faintly. The other's arrogance could not be seen on his face, but the arrogance of his words was much greater than the arrogance Ma Xion showed on his face. Ming's arrogance came from within his heart. It lay within his experiences and came from the desire to walk down a path that belonged only to him. It was born from the heart that refused to be controlled by any form of inheritance, but instead desired to become a powerful warrior that could control these inheritances. Ma Xion's arrogance was external. It lay within his serendipity and his thirst towards the second's power. He would not seek to control the inheritance, but would instead accept it passively. His was a heart that desired to be acknowledged by the inheritance. These 2 types of arrogance were completely different. Shocking, booming sounds reverberated in the air, and as Ming's voice traveled forth, his words landed in Ma Xion's ears. Ming's spiked club came into contact with the god of Berserkers' first step. As booming sounds continued in the air, his body sank down, and he was sent several hundreds of feet by that powerful rebound. But his eyes remained firm. As the booms went on, the god of Berserkers' first footprint shattered, inch by inch, and exploded. Nonsense. If I can receive the second's inheritance, then it means that this is what I should have in my life. I'm destined to be the 4th god of Berserkers, and I'm fated to lead the Berserkers to unite the world. You are just a mere warrior among the Berserkers. How could you talk about inheritances? Your crime is punishable by death. Ma Xion's pupil shrank, and with a cold sneer, he took 5 steps forward. Once he took those 5 steps, the world moved as if the ground was shaking and the sky was collapsing. 5 gigantic footprints sank down from the sky, and each of those footprints was larger than the last, and all of them charged towards Su Ming. At that moment, Ma Xin took another step forward and completed the final step for his god of Berserkers, 7 steps. That one step immediately caused the world to turn pitch black. A foot that covered a large half of the sky sank down, and that scene looked as if the sky itself was sinking towards the ground. I'd like to see just how you will hope to fight against me under the 4th god of Berserkers, 7 steps. Ma Xion's voice rumbled in the air. Su Ming's face was calm. The spiked club in his right hand, he swung it toward the sky once more. The club instantly grew to become several thousands of feet long, turning into a shocking sight to behold. Golden light shone from Su Ming's body, and he lifted the spiked club to ram it against the 5 footprints descending from the sky. Booming sounds immediately started reverberating madly in the air. The instant the spiked club touched the 5 feet, they started shattering one by one, but the weapon was also sent tumbling back as it trembled. However, when the spiked club was lifted up, Su Ming's body shot through the 5 collapsing feet and appeared in the sky, right next to the 7th footprint that covered most of the sky and was causing the sky to look as if it was collapsing. The instant Su Ming closed in, he clenched his right hand into a fist and let out a low growl towards the sky. Golden light flowed out of his body like a stream and gathered on his right hand. At that moment, an illusory shadow appeared behind Su Ming. That shadow did not belong to his nascent divinity, but in its indistinct form, it looked somewhat similar to the 3rd god of Berserkers. That shadow also lifted his right hand and clenched his fist. Then, with Su Ming, he hurled his fist straight towards the foot in the sky. Loud rumbling sounds turned into a wave of impact that caused the ground to collapse and the sky to be torn apart. The foot that had covered half of the sky trembled and was torn to pieces. Su Ming was forced back. Blood trickled down the corners of his lips, but the firm resolution in his eyes only grew stronger, and the freezing glare within them turned colder. The instant Ma Xin took that 7th step, his face turned pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was forced back several hundreds of feet backwards before he could finally regain his footing, and he glared at Su Ming. A large amount of cracks appeared when the sky was torn apart. Quite a number of spots shattered to reveal the murky darkness outside. No one had any idea where that darkness led to, but as the boundaries holding it away shattered, the aura of death spreading out of Su Ming's body grew thicker. Clearly, this place was incredibly close to bright young emptiness. The earth crumbled and shattered into pieces, revealing the gap that led to the 7th layer. Loud booming sounds echoed in the world. Clearly, it was unable to withstand this extreme fight between Su Ming and Ma Xin and was beginning to show signs of being destroyed. Once this place was ruined, then in the future, Heaven Gate would no longer possess the 8th or the 9th layer. Ma Xion's eyes sparkled, and killing intent shone in his eyes. He originally wanted to destroy Su Ming's will. That was why he had made him suffer through all those trials. But he had been unable to weaken his will even in the slightest. Yet on the other hand, Ma Xion's own will was showing signs of weakening, especially from Su Ming's words regarding the inheritance. It had even shaken his heart. However, this was not the time for him to think too much. Ma Xin took a few steps back, then lifted his right hand to seize at the air. Immediately, a gigantic fan appeared in his palm. The fan looked as if it was formed by an endless amount of feathers, and light could be seen spilling out from it. It was clear at first sight that this was not an ordinary item. With the god of Berserkers' treasured fan, I execute one of the 3 barren arts of heaven, earth, and man, heaven barrenness. While his soft voice traveled forth, he held the fan in his hand and swung it swiftly in Su Ming's direction. A loud, deafening sound left the broken sky once he swung that fan. Right before their eyes, the sky started shattering inch by inch, and the entirety of it turned pitch black. It was as if the boundary in the sky had been sent rolling backwards, and the fan had lifted the sky with its swing. The shattered fragments were fused with the power in the sky, and as the fan moved, they were lifted up and flung towards Su Ming. A strong sense of danger rose swiftly in Su Ming's heart. The fan had actually managed to destroy the sky and caused the fragments to turn into a power that could tear apart everything. The strength of that power gave Su Ming a strong hunch that even if he had an 8/10 of all his bones in his body turned into berserker bones, it would still be hard for him to withstand this. He could not dodge it, neither could he hide from it. The only thing he could do was fight it. He would be able to fight against it if he turned into destiny. But Ma Xin clearly had a lot of trump cards left, and if Su Ming turned into destiny at that moment, then he would definitely be unable to kill Ma Xin within the time limit. Then, there would be no meaning to this battle. Light flickered in Su Ming's eyes. The instant the sky roared and shattered into pieces, he lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the incoming sky. With that, a tempest was abruptly formed around Su Ming. The strength of that tempest instantly connected the sky and earth, turning into a whirlwind that would cause terror to rise within others. Sun Genesis. The instant those two words were spoken, the whirlwind started sweeping outwards with loud rumbling, crashing into the incoming heaven barrenness art with a bang. The sight was incredibly startling from the distance. It was a sight of the sky rolling backwards, of a whirlwind rising into the sky, of a crash between the sky and the wind, of a clash between the fan and the wind berserker art. Lunar burial. In that whirlwind, Su Ming lifted one hand high above his head and the other stretched down below. Immediately, two whirlwinds appeared beyond his whirlwind. The newly appeared wind started spinning. A freezing chill filled the air, along with a wave of heat. As these two different temperatures intersected with each other, a circular area of hundreds of li around Su Ming turned into the world that belonged to the wind. This was the method he had decided to use to fight against the incoming sky. Chapter 556. This fan belongs to me now. It was difficult to describe the sky at that moment. Right then, it looked as if the sky had collapsed and was tumbling backwards like waves. But when the whirlwind that was hundreds of li in size touched it, a power was formed that caused the sky to collapse and the whirlwind to disintegrate. That power crumbled the sky and turned it into nothingness. It made the 8th and 9th layers in Heaven Gate shatter into dust. Earth barrenness. Ma Xin roared, and he swung that fan in his hand at Su Ming once again. This chain of events was completely out of his expectations. Not only was Su Ming's will difficult to shatter, even the god of Berserkers' 7 steps had been unable to crush him. Now, even the heaven barrenness art contained within this priceless treasured fan could not destroy him. At that moment, as killing intent filled his heart, he executed the earth barrenness art contained within his fan. This was the strongest art he could muster with this item. The man barrenness art was still out of his reach with his current level of cultivation. If he tried to cast it forcefully, then before he managed to kill anyone, Ma Xin himself would be heavily wounded by the rebound. When he swung the fan, the originally shattered earth on the ground started trembling and rushed towards Su Ming, who was standing in midair. There was an endless amount of earth on the ground. As it closed in on him, a presence that screamed of destroying everything exploded into the air. That presence also seemed to contain a violent gust of wind, charging towards the whirlwind around Su Ming's body that was shrinking as the sky shattered. Sun Genesis and Lunar Burial could allow Su Ming to fight against this heaven barrenness, although with much difficulty on his part. However, before that heaven barrenness completely disappeared, he now had to fight against that even stronger earth barrenness art. The limitless earth surging upwards from all around the area surrounded Su Ming with a loud howl. By the looks of it, it seemed to want to gather together with him as its center and turn him into a part of itself. The earth barrenness art activated the power of the earth. The heavy and thick sensation brought by that power and the wind from the earth the land stirred up was something Su Ming could not hope to control. His whirlwinds were about to disappear. As he watched the endless amount of earth surrounding him and the wind he was unable to control covering the entire area around him, he fell silent and closed his eyes. Right then, the words the Wind Berserker had told Su Ming when he first received the 3 styles to wind separation appeared in his head. Wind exists in every single part of this world. If you can make a certain part in the world be void of wind due to your existence in that place, then you will have come to truly understand the 3rd style. Wind separation. Su Ming's eyes flew open. When he did so, the earth right before him had already covered the entire area around him. It was now less than 100 feet away from his body. Wind separation. I did not know how to make wind leave a certain place previously, but thanks to Feng, I understand now. I need to fuse my will into the wind, and it's not a simple fusion, neither am I supposed to be one with the wind. Instead, I have to rule over it. Su Ming mumbled to himself. In this time of crisis, understanding suddenly dawned on him. A smile appeared on his lips. At the moment, there was only 50 feet between him and the earth around him. Su Ming stretched his arms wide open. Wind separation does not mean having wind leave me, but I will be the one leaving wind behind. It does not mean that I do not exist where there is wind, but where I exist, there will be no wind, Su Ming mumbled. By then, there was less than 20 feet between him and the onrushing earth. In an instant, the earth closed those 20 feet and buried him underneath. Su Ming stood at his spot, unmoving, simply allowing the earth to bury him. Once it covered his entire body, more layers of earth came upon him, causing the area around him to look like a tall mountain from the world beyond. That mountain shot up straight into the black sky, turning into the one and only mountain in this broken world. Ma Xin looked at it, but not a hint of joy could be seen on his face. Instead, his pupils shrank to reveal surprise, and at the same time, he started retreating rapidly. Right when he started withdrawing, a crack suddenly tore through that one and only mountain in the world. As the earth fell apart, Su Ming walked out leisurely from the crack. Wherever he went, not a single trace of wind could be found. It did not matter whether it was the wind formed by the earth or the breeze that rose because of Ma Xin's fan. All of them vanished without a trace around him. Due to the absence of wind, the earth and the mountain could not gather and merge together. When Su Ming took a step out of the mountain, Ma Xin having already started moving back, he disappeared abruptly. When he reappeared, he was already standing beside his opponent. Almost the instant he did so, Ma Xin came to an abrupt halt in his retreat. It was not that he did not wish to continue withdrawing, but his breathing had stilled. At that moment, there was no longer any wind around him, and during that time, he felt as if he no longer had any strength in his body. He fell head first, as if he had just lost his balance. Su Ming's fist closed in on Ma Xin at the speed of lightning. It rammed straight at his chest, and when that punch struck him, Ma Xin coughed up blood. His chest collapsed, and as he fell back, Su Ming caught up to him with just one step, seizing his right hand and snatching the fan that had actually managed to shock him. "This fan belongs to me now," Su Ming stated coldly, then quickly put away the fan and hurled another punch at Ma Xin's body. That punch struck through the man's chest, leaving behind a huge hole. Anger burned in his eyes, and he glared at Su Ming, but he did not die. Blood trickled out of Ma Xin's lips, and his body started recovering rapidly at a bizarre pace. It was as if there was a limitless life force contained within his body. Perhaps more accurately speaking, there were an endless amount of Berserker seeds within him due to his divine ability. Each time he was gravely injured, a Berserker seed would offer up his or her life so that he could recover. This was what made the great art of Berserker seeds so strange. It was also the reason behind why the Immortals decided to tear off the second god of Berserker's limbs and head. In silence, Su Ming continued pressing in on Ma Xin. With a punch, he caused the man's head to explode, but it immediately grew back. With another punch, his body broke down, but he recovered again. Ma Xin was feeling incredibly anxious at that moment. Due to the absence of wind because of Su Ming sticking beside him, he could only passively let those blows strike his body, could only watch as his fan was taken away. It would have been fine if it just lasted for a short while, but his Berserker seeds were not limitless. He was not truly invincible. When he saw that Su Ming's fist was about to land on him again, Ma Xin's eyes turned bloodshot. He bit the tip of his tongue and tried to cough up blood, but that blood refused to gush out of his mouth. Instead, it started flowing back into his throat. During that time, Su Ming's fist made its way through his body once again. Once Ma Xin's body was torn to pieces, his flesh gathered together once again, and Su Ming's punch closed in on him again. Ma Xin glared furiously at his opponent. He could not accept this. He still had a large amount of divine abilities he still had to use. He still had treasures he had not managed to bring out, but due to one single time he went on passive, Su Ming had managed to repeatedly strike him. Ma Xin did not even have a single moment where he could counterattack. He needed time, even if it was just the span of a few breaths. He would be able to leave Su Ming's strange, windless world by then. Ma Xin screamed in his heart. When Su Ming's fist came charging towards him once again, his body broke down and recovered, but at that moment another punch came towards him again. When Ma Xin saw Su Ming's fist rushing towards him again, his eyes filled with red. At the instant he was struck, without sparing even a second thought, He absorbed a large amount of life force from his Berserker seeds in a fit of madness, and with the price of many of them dying, he self-destructed. The power of that explosion would be so great that it would shake the sky and earth. It would turn into a destructive power that would make it so that if Su Ming continued punching forward, he would have to come face to face with the powerful impact caused by the self-destruction. That impact could injure Su Ming and also force him to lose his hard-earned chance. As for Ma Xin, due to his strange divine ability, he would recover. Even though he would have sacrificed many Berserker seeds, with this chance, he could then continue executing even more divine abilities. His hate towards Su Ming burned even stronger at that moment. He was certain that he would choose to retreat. This was his only choice. A ferocious smile appeared on Ma Xin's lips, but right when his body exploded, it froze and his eyes went wide. He had no idea what was happening, but right before his eyes, Su Ming turned into a teenager. Half his hair was white, and the other purple. At that moment, a shocking presence along with an intimidating air spread out from Su Ming's body. During that critical moment, Su Ming had chosen to turn into destiny. Ma Xin suddenly remembered the torn pieces of flesh from the corpses gathering together to turn into the people once again when he had persecuted Su Ming. That scene had shocked him when he saw it. At the instant his heart let out a loud thump, Su Ming finished turning into destiny. He lifted his right hand and swung it at him, and with it, time immediately started reversing around Ma Xin's body. The chaotic power within him that was on the verge of collapsing became stable once again as time reversed for his exploding body. The ferocious smile on his face faded away right after it froze, returning to how he looked previously. He paid a huge price for this, and the chance he obtained after sacrificing a large amount of his Berserker seeds was cut off with one swing of Su Ming's arm just like that. At the same time, Su Ming's punch struck his body. At the moment it disintegrated, Su Ming swung his arm again. Time flowed back, and Ma Xin sank into an endless cycle of repetition. This was a discovery made by chance, but once Su Ming's winless world fused with destiny, he immediately noticed that he had just obtained stronger power. Despair rose in Ma Xin's heart. He screamed madly in his heart. He could not accept this. He could not. He could feel a large amount of his Berserker seeds dying away, and before long, he would no longer have any available for him to absorb. At that time, only death would await him. But Ma Xin was definitely not an ordinary person. As he was caught in this hopeless situation and forced into the endless repetition, one piece of his bone shattered before he was hit. The instant that happened, a scene that made Su Ming's fist freeze appeared in the sky. Chapter 557, Woman. The sky had already been replaced by darkness when it shattered previously. That darkness was boundless, and no one had any idea how far it stretched to. Neither did they have any idea how big it was. The existence of that darkness was like an eerie mouth opening its jaws wide open to devour everything. Heaven Gate's 8th layer was being devoured by that darkness at that moment. Perhaps at any moment soon, this entire place would sink into darkness. At that moment, distortions suddenly appeared in the darkness above. A huge crack tore through the darkness from within, and low roars could be heard traveling from the crack. Su Ming also saw Bai Su in that crack. Bai Su's body was covered in fresh blood. There was an endless sea of corpses before her, and right at that moment, there were two giants that were charging towards her with cruel roars. A broken smile appeared on her beautiful face, and as her blood covered the scar on her face, that scar became an even more startling sight. The face of the old man behind her was stark pale. His eyes were wide open at that moment, and he was looking at Bai Su's back. Grief was apparent in his eyes. When the woman saw the two giants moving towards her that were now less than a dozen of feet away from her, a calm look appeared on her face, a stark contrast to the despair in her eyes. She seemed to be a little dazed, as if she had just remembered something right before she was about to die. A smile appeared on her face, and she closed her eyes. The sounds traveling from the crack in the sky made it seem as if it was a tunnel, and people could step right into it. This was Ma Xin's trick. He opened this tunnel so that Su Ming could see Bai Su in danger. As long as he went to save her, then Ma Xin would have a chance to breathe. But if Su Ming did not save her, no, he believed that Su Ming would definitely save her. In silence, Su Ming rammed his fist at Ma Xin's body. When it disintegrated once again, he sighed, ended his transformation as destiny so that he could have the span of a few breaths left, and took a step towards the sky. The moment he moved forward, his body returned to its original state, and he stepped into the crack in the sky to appear in that world filled with gray corpses. He appeared right when Baisu closed her eyes. As the two giants roared and swung their fists to strike her, killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. The next instant, he disappeared. Baisu had her eyes closed. She no longer cared about her life, no longer cared about anything else. Instead, memories surfaced in her head as she started reminiscing about the past and looked back on the happy moments she'd when she was in the ninth summit. She was tired, exhausted. During these 20 years, she had regretted time and again not cherishing that one chance given to her in the past. But it was all in the past now. She could not change it. She had thought about this repeatedly. If the heavens gave her another chance, then she would definitely appreciate it. She would definitely cherish it. Death did not come upon her. Instead, shrill screams of pain along with a loud bang surged into the skies, echoing in her ears, causing her to be cut off from her reminiscence. She instinctively opened her eyes, and when she did, she could no longer close them again. Baisu saw a familiar back that had been carved into her memories, engraved into her bones, and that back was standing right before her. The bodies of the two incoming giants collapsed at that moment, and they shattered into pieces with shrill screams. Violet light surrounded her and turned into a ring-shaped wave of force that swept through the entire area. Wherever it went, all the gray corpses would shudder, and they would all shatter into pieces. Su Ming. Baisu was completely stunned. She could not believe her own eyes. When Su Ming turned around and looked towards her, tears escaped her eyes. Her mind turned blank. She could only see him, and it was as if the entire world had disappeared from her sight except him. The old man also saw Su Ming, and he was staring at him with a dumbfounded expression. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He knew Su Ming. How could he not? This was that ninth summit's disciple who had broken his daughter's heart. He had once wanted to kill Su Ming, but had eventually let his thoughts fade away into a sigh because of Baisu. But now, the shock Su Ming brought to him was nothing short of the shock he experienced when he witnessed Ma Xion's return. Su Ming. The instant he turned his head around to look towards Baisu, she cried and went up to hug him, as if she was afraid he would disappear. Su Ming tensed up, but gradually relaxed his body. He looked at the crying Baisu in his arms, and the memories of the past appeared in his head, eventually stopping at the moment they walked together in the plain of snow. The change of heart he had experienced had eventually turned into a sigh of regret that no one had any idea who it belonged to in the passage of time. Yet this was not a place for him to think. He wrapped his arm around Baisu and looked towards the old man looking at her with a complicated gaze. With a wave of his arm, he dragged the old man towards him and brought Baisu along with him to charge towards the crack he'd traveled through in the sky. The opening was shrinking rapidly. Only a very short amount of time had passed since Su Ming arrived. Yet even so, the crack had now become less than half its previous size. Clearly, Ma Xian did not want Su Ming to come back through it. Roars traveled from the ground, and nearly 100 of giants started moving towards them from the distance. Su Ming had noticed this way beforehand. These giants were incredibly similar to the giants in the Dead Sea. As the ground trembled, a gigantic crack tore through the land. It was as if Su Ming's arrival had caught a large amount of attention from the powerful living beings in this place. Almost the instant he was about to leave with Baisu and her father through the nearly shut crack, a roar that made Su Ming's heart tremble violently once he heard it came from the land, and with just a glance, he saw a yellow dragon crawling out from the gigantic crack on the ground. This might also be a dragon, but it was different from the crimson dragon. The part of its body on the ground was about 10,000 feet long. It did not have any whiskers. Instead, fins formed from sharp spikes covered several thousands of feet on its sides. Its entire body was of a yellowish-brown color, and there were many scales covering it. That dragon let out a shocking roar towards the sky. Its body looked incredibly real, and Su Ming knew immediately that this was not an illusion. This was a real dragon. One of the dragon's claws shot up and pressed the ground. As the land shook, the dragon lifted its head and sucked in a few breaths, as if it had just detected a smell that made it go crazy. It swiftly turned towards Su Ming, and as it roared, it charged towards him in a mad dash. The powerful might from the dragon gave Su Ming a similar feeling as the sight of the candle dragon when he was still weak. Right then, the sleeping crimson dragon on Su Ming's arm opened its eyes. Right away, it shot out and turned into a crimson dragon of 10,000 feet in midair. It should not have risen from its slumber at that moment, but due to the stimulation provided by the similar presence from its kind, it woke up and started roaring at the yellow dragon. Let him go. As the two dragons roared, the crack before Su Ming started shrinking rapidly, but due to the presence of this might that had far surpassed his current power, he could not move. But right then, a woman's voice came from the ground. When it spoke, the yellow dragon stopped roaring, choosing instead to glare over. Right when the land quietened, the pressure on Su Ming's body vanished. He lowered his head and cast a glance at the ground. Then, without any hesitation, he brought the pail by Su and her father towards the crack. The crimson dragon turned into a ray of crimson light and flew out with him. Once Su Ming left, the crack closed up and vanished without a trace. At that moment, a woman floated out slowly from the crack on the ground. She looked as if she was 20 years old, but ancientness was within her eyes. She was incredibly beautiful, to the point where it would make the world hide in shame, while all the living beings would pale before her. This sort of beauty was rarely seen in the world. Perhaps it should be said that her beauty should not exist. She floated up and slowly came to stand upon the yellow dragon's back. She looked at the sky with her lively eyes, and a frown gradually appeared between her brows. Why does he have the presence of Abyss Builders, one, who come from the Emperor of Abyss True World? The woman thought about it for a moment before she started chuckling. Her tinkling laughter instantly caused the world to completely lose its color. Interesting. This dimensional crack in the true Morning Dao world leads to a spot in Eldest region. Since we finally managed to come out of the house, let's go and take a look at Eldest region, Xiao Huang. The woman placed her hands behind her back, and an air of nobility could be detected from her smile. The dragon called Xiao Huang blinked and let out a few growls at the woman. You're saying he has a presence you dislike? Then we have to absolutely see it now. The woman lowered herself and stroked the yellow dragon's head. The dragon looked comforted, then charged into the sky. In an instant, they fused into the air and disappeared without a trace. Abyss Builders. This is an incredibly mysterious race that is rarely seen even in the Emperor of Abyss True World. Rumors say that they've already been all wiped out, the woman mumbled, and a look of curiosity appeared in her eyes as she went to Eldest region with the yellow dragon. Su Ming walked into the air of Heaven Gate, which had now been swallowed by darkness. The instant he arrived, the 8th layer completely shattered. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Without a hint of hesitation, he brought by Su and her father straight towards the 7th layer. Ma Xin was not here, but Su Ming believed firmly that he would definitely not leave. His desire to kill Su Ming ran as deep as Su Ming's desire to kill him. As the 8th layer shattered to pieces, the fragmented dimension where Heaven Gate was located started trembling violently, and the sealed exit was forced open under these tremors. Su Ming shot through the 7th layer, the 6th, and the others as well. The darkness continued devouring and destroying everything behind him. By the looks of it, the darkness wanted to completely swallow this fragmented dimension that was Heaven Gate. Long arcs charged through the air and followed behind Su Ming. These were the people still alive within the lower layers of Heaven Gate, and they knew that they could only survive if they followed him. The exit had now been forced open by the tremors, and leaving this place had now become possible. When Su Ming rushed into the 1st layer, he cast a glance at the activated rune, then swept up the old man in white who had asked for his help earlier before charging towards the exit. *****. Translator's notes. 1. Abyss Builders, a case of lost in translation. Abyss Builders is Ming, Su 4 Ming 2. So now we have Ziming, Su 1 Ming 2, which is Su Ming's name, and Ziming, Su 4 Ming 4, which stands for destiny. Please keep in mind that they all sound similar in Mandarin, because this might be a rather huge clue to Su Ming's background. Chapter 558, The God of Berserkers' Left Hand. Right when Su Ming stepped into the rune and disappeared, Heaven Gate started collapsing at an even more intense pace. The remnants of the tribes who could now leave the place after they received their freedom left with Su Ming. Once they stepped into the activated rune, they disappeared within. When Su Ming appeared above the sea beyond the 9th summit, waves rose into the air and splashed down, moving about to turn the sea into a gigantic whirlpool. As the whirlpool let out loud booming sounds, a violent gust of wind that swept through the world was formed. In the midst of the violent waves and the churning whirlpool, the 9th summit sank into danger, looking as if it was about to be submerged at any moment. Su Ming's eyes sparkled, and he charged over. In the blink of an eye, he approached the mountain and put by Su, her father, as well as the old man in white down on the ground. Then, he lifted his right leg and stomped down. At that instant, a strong force traveled from his body into the entire ninth summit before it traveled into the seawater around the mountain. A violent rumble that sounded like thunder traveled out, and the seawater around the ninth summit exploded before tumbling outwards, causing a large hole to appear in the sea, with the ninth summit located right in the center. The waves at the edges of the hole rose into the air. The scene was a shocking sight from the distance. The waves looked like a huge hand pressing down on the sea to form a deep hole. The formation of that deep hole caused the ninth summit to stand protruding out of the sea. When another several thousands of feet of the mountain left the seawater, Su Ming lifted his right hand, formed a seal, and pressed his palm down on the ground. At the same moment he pressed down, his hair was lifted by the wind. His expression was calm as light flickered in his eyes. When his palm touched the ground, a layer of golden light erupted from his body, and it started spreading outwards from his right hand. Within an instant, the golden light covered the entire ninth summit and protected it like a screen of light. Right at that time, the seawater that Su Ming had forced away came flooding back into the hole. Once the sea recovered and the golden screen of light sparkled, the ninth summit turned into the one and only mountain among the raging waves and violent wind. Su Ming stood still, right outside Hu Zi's cave abode. The man himself was snoring away in his cave. Behind Su Ming were Bai Su and her father. The duo had just witnessed Heaven Gate falling apart, and their hearts were in shock. At the same time, they also gained deeper understanding towards Su Ming's power, especially Bai Su's father, whose face was filled with disbelief as he looked at their savior's back. Then, without a single moment of hesitation, Su Ming abruptly spread his divine sense outwards. He knew full well that his fight against Ma Xin had not ended. If he had not gone off to save Bai Su, he was an eighth of a chance confident that he could have killed Ma Xin under the continuous cycles of repetition, wind separation helping him. However, the second god of Berserkers' divine abilities Ma Xin inherited had made Su Ming rather concerned. He was certain that the man had not left, and he should be just around the corner. As Su Ming spread his divine sense outwards, a sharp, focused glare suddenly came to his eyes. He could clearly sense a block of ice that had yet to completely melt in the depths of the sea. This block of ice was different from the ice that sealed Great Yu Imperial City. It was spreading out a thick layer of red the color of blood. There was a tunnel leading into this blood-red ice. Su Ming's divine sense saw Ma Xin moving into the tunnel, and he was charging into the depths of the blood-red ice. Wait for me here. Su Ming's desire to kill Ma Xin had not lessened in the slightest. His eyes sparkled, and he immediately took a step forward to enter the seawater before he rushed to the depths of the sea. He traveled incredibly quickly, even warping so that he could arrive at the bottom of the sea the next instant. Then, following the tracks Ma Xin had left behind, he ran into the tunnel and began his pursuit. This might perhaps be the Glacier Under Freezing Sky clan from all those years ago, and it stayed even when the snow melted into ice. Looks like Ma Xin obtained his serendipity here. Su Ming charged through the red tunnel. He might look relaxed, but his mind remained at high alert, and he had his divine sense spread out around him. As he moved through the tunnel, Ma Xion's figure immediately appeared within the area covered in his divine sense. This was a red layer of ice, and the tunnel into this ice was also the only crack in it. Yet for some unknown reason, seawater could not enter. This red ice was quite thick, causing the crack to stretch out for a long distance. The ground under this ice was crimson red, as if it had been dyed in blood. When Su Ming saw this striking crimson in his divine sense, he came to a realization that this seemingly red ice was actually just a transparent layer, and the ice was really projecting the blood-red world underneath. There was a gigantic arm several hundreds of feet long on the ground under the layer of ice. It was stretching out towards the sky, and all its 5 fingers were positioned in the shape of a claw, as if there was a spirit that refused to accept its fate buried in the ground underneath, stretching out its hand to rip apart the sky. This was a left hand. The palm lines on this hand could be seen clearly. While the skin was rough, it looked incredibly real. There was also a presence coming out of that arm that was so great, it almost made Su Ming's divine sense immediately disintegrate when it came into brief contact with it. This was the second god of Berserkers' left hand. There was a person sitting on the palm, and naturally, that person was Ma Xin. This was the place where Ma Xin had received his Serendipity, and it was also the source which gave him the second god of Berserkers' legacy. Unless he absolutely needed to, Ma Xin would not have lured Su Ming to this place. Yet the strange battle against him in Heaven Gate's 8th layer had nearly driven him mad when he found that he could not control his own actions, as the time repeated itself. It made him not want to go through that sort of pain anymore. That was why he wanted to come to this place, because he wanted to raise the curtains for the final battle to the death between him and Su Ming here. When Su Ming detected Ma Xin, his divine sense shattered, causing his footsteps to freeze for a moment. His face turned slightly paler, but quickly recovered. A dark look appeared on his face, and he cast a glance at the crack before him. After a moment, a glint appeared in his eyes, and he charged into the tunnel. Ma Xin was sitting cross-legged on the second god of Berserker's left palm at that moment, while killing intent shone in his eyes. He had his palms placed palms down beside him, having his hands touch the palm while his head was lifted to look at the layer of ice illuminated in a crimson shade above him. A cold sneer appeared on his lips. After a moment, a chilling glare shone in his eyes, and he swiftly lifted his hand to swing it in the air. The god of Berserker's left hand started trembling, and an illusory shadow of it manifested. It remained indistinct, and as Ma Xin waved his arm, the second god of Berserker's left palm charged towards the crimson layer of ice, straight towards the person who was charging through the tunnel at an extreme speed. This was an extremely shocking sight from the distance. With an indescribable speed, the gigantic palm that looked as if it had stretched out from the ground seized the person who was charging through the ice. That hand tightened its grip, and loud booming sounds traveled through the air. The layer of ice shuddered, and as it tore and broke, cracks spread out, until a large amount of shattered. These crushed pieces fell to the ground, and for a time, falling ice filled the air, covering Ma Xion's field of vision. Red light was reflected off this ice, causing the area to seem as if there was a piercing light shining in the water, and no one could see what was going on clearly. Ma Xion's pupils constricted. He had prepared this strike for a long time, but he did not believe that he would be able to kill Su Ming so effortlessly. If he could be killed so easily, then he would not have been able to survive up to this point. In Ma Xion's eyes, Su Ming was his greatest enemy. It did not matter if it was when he was the prodigy of Freezing Sky Clan in the past, or now, when he had declared himself the fourth god of Berserkers after obtaining the second god of Berserkers' inheritance. He had completely lost every single time in Su Ming's hands. Although it might seem as if his divine sense had destroyed Su Ming when he was passing through the tunnel, he did not let down his guard. His pupils shrank and his hands began to rapidly form a seal before he swung his arm in the air above him. All the crushed ice in the air exploded and surged upwards. Almost the moment the ice above his head surged upwards, a strong sense of danger appeared in Ma Xion's heart. At the same time, a figure shot out like a shooting star slicing through the air at an extreme speed, and he was charging towards Ma Xin as loud rumbling sounds rang in the air. That figure was traveling too quickly, forcing its way into Ma Xion's gaze. In the blink of an eye, that figure was already less than hundreds of feet away, and that figure was naturally Su Ming. He was traveling too quickly, and killing intent flashed in his eyes like a bolt of lightning. When he lifted his right hand, he pointed towards Ma Xin. That finger contained Su Ming's will, and as if his entire being had fused into that one finger, it closed in on Ma Xin with an earth-shattering force. Danger was looming right above his head. If it was anyone else, perhaps they would be unable to dodge that finger charging towards them at such an extreme speed. However, Ma Xin was a prodigy in the past, and now called himself the fourth god of Berserkers. There were certain aspects within him which were the source of his arrogance. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth wide and did not dodge Su Ming's attack. Instead, he let out a roar that shook the skies and earth. It was not a normal roar, but contained the essence of the power that belonged to the second god of Berserkers' inheritance. This was a roar of Qi Shan Pu, the second god of Berserkers, and it seemed to have traveled through the passages of time by using Ma Xion's body as its carrier. This was the god of Berserkers' roar. The instant it rang out, Su Ming's pupils shrank. Booming sounds immediately rang in his ears, and blood trickled out of them. The space around him started shattering inch by inch, turning into fragments. An indescribably powerful force crashed into him, causing him to freeze for a moment. Rumbling sounds came from within him, and a feeling as if his flesh and bones were being torn apart continuously shot up his body. Blood trickled down the corners of his mouth, and he was forced back several thousands of feet. The power of that roar might be shocking, but Ma Xin himself could not cast it as he pleased. When he let out that roar, his body started withering away rapidly, as if all his flesh, blood, and essence had been absorbed by the attack. The god of Berserkers' left hand shuddered lightly, and an invisible aura seeped into Ma Xin. Once it swam through his body, it started nourishing him. "Su Ming, this place will be your grave." A ferocious look appeared on Ma Xin's face as he glared at Su Ming standing thousands of feet away. His face started recovering rapidly from its withered state, but as he recovered, his appearance turned incredibly hideous. Chapter 559, Ma's Transformation. Almost the instant Su Ming was forced backwards, Ma Xin's face twisted into a hideous expression. He lifted his arms and formed a seal quickly, then bit the tip of his tongue to cough up a large mouthful of blood. That blood spilled on the palm under his body and started trickling down its lines, causing the originally faint palm lines to turn incredibly clear. As the god of Berserkers, I have the fate of all Berserkers in my hands. I control the world and the universe. The lines on this palm are like my own destiny, and I will use these lines to kill. God of Berserkers' lines. Ma Xin spoke swiftly, and as he did so, he lifted his hands and pushed forward. While Su Ming was continuously forced back by the roar containing the power of the second god of Berserkers that traveled through the passages of time, Ma Xin's murderous voice reached his ears. A feeling as if he was being torn apart appeared in Su Ming's body, but not a hint of panic could be seen on his face. Instead, a freezing glare flashed in his eyes. He might be retreating, but he lifted his right hand swiftly, and the crimson dragon's mark on his right arm flashed with a brilliant red glow, making it look like a totem. A spirited look also appeared in the crimson dragon's eyes, and it looked towards the ground, right where Ma Xin was sitting on the second god of Berserkers' left palm. Right at that moment, the god of Berserkers' lines Ma Xin had cast spread out, and the entire ice above them became darker in an instant. Red lines appeared in the air all around Su Ming as well. These lines filled the entire area. They looked as if they were tangled with each other, but if anyone took a closer look, they would be able to see clearly that the lines in the sky were the palm lines on the second god of Berserkers' left hand. A primitive presence spread out through the frozen world. Su Ming's pupils shrank. Right then, a dragon roar traveled out from his right arm, and the crimson dragon manifested itself. It surrounded Su Ming's body, and as it lifted his head to roar, it immediately grew larger. It had all 10,000 feet of its body circle Su Ming, and as it roared angrily, the layer of ice above them shook loudly, and a large amount of it fell off. When Ma Xin saw the crimson dragon, his pupils shrank once again. Su Ming's strength and the methods he employed had exceeded Ma Xin's expectations again and again. He had never expected Su Ming to possess a dragon, and by the looks of it, it was incredibly strong. Ma Xin's face turned dark when he saw the crimson dragon. He formed a seal with his right hand, then tapped the center of his brows. With the fingernail on his little finger, he sliced up a long gash between his brows, causing blood to flow out. As his blood flowed out, the palm lines above him turned into a gigantic palm. However, that palm was formed by the crimson palm lines, though it still looked incredibly real. Rumbling sounds traveled through the air. The palm formed by the palm lines clenched its fist, as if it wanted to crush Su Ming within. As it did so, the air above started trembling. The gigantic palm lines gathered together and shrank. It caused all those caught within to fall into a daze, as if it contained some form of law in the world. The instant that palm closed its fingers around Su Ming, the crimson dragon let out a roar that shook the skies. Its body grew larger once again, and it grew so large that its body started sweeping through the area, turning into a gigantic crimson whirlwind that went on to stand against the palm with its body. Booming sounds surged through the air. As the fingers on the palm closed up and the crimson dragon roared while murderous aura spread out from its body, these two forces clashed into each other in the air, and they were equal to each other in terms of strength. All of this happened over the span of several breaths. A shocking boom shook the entire area, and a wave of impact swiftly spread out. Wherever it went, this wave would cause a large amount of ice above to shatter, causing the blood-red hue on the ground to look even more disorderly. The palm in the air started shattering inch by inch and eventually exploded. However, while Ma Xin was unable to bring out its full strength with his current level of cultivation, it was still the god of Berserkers' divine ability. Even if he could only bring out a portion of its power, it was still enough to make Ma Xin proud of himself. Right then, Su Ming's crimson dragon also shuddered, and its body exploded. Fortunately, its body was made of earth and aura and not flesh, or else it would have surely died. However, even if it was made from earth and aura, its body had still broken down. After it disintegrated, the crimson dragon gathered together behind Su Ming. It looked incredibly weakened, as if it had lost its vigor, and its body was indistinct, as if it could no longer maintain its form. It turned into the crimson mark once again and returned to Su Ming's right arm, falling into deep sleep to recover itself. A rather impressive divine ability, but since you're the one using it, you won't be able to kill me with it. Su Ming's face was calm, but killing intent filled his gaze. He lifted his right foot and took a step forward, turning into a long arc that shot through the air to appear around 100 feet away from Ma Xin. The instant Su Ming closed in, he lifted his right hand, but he did not point towards Ma Xin. Instead, he positioned his fingers into the form of a claw and seized his opponent through the air. Ma Xin immediately jolted, and his body rose 3 feet above the god of Berserker's left hand, as if he had been captured. This scene shook Ma Xin. He was already shocked by Su Ming. Over their repeated encounters, Su Ming's inexhaustible attacks surprised him time and again, and when the Crimson Dragon appeared just now, his shock had reached its peak. He had never expected him to be so strong. The hatred he harbored and the failure he suffered in the past had left Ma Xin depressed and dejected. By chance, he had come across this serendipity that allowed him to seize the world, and he met Su Ming once again after that. However, he had failed once again in Heaven Gate. The shadow of death loomed over his head once more, causing Ma Xion's confidence to suffer a huge blow. The god of Berserkers' 7 steps were useless against him. The Fang's heaven and earth barrenness were also broke. Right then, Su Ming had also similarly resisted the power from the god of Berserkers' palm lines. All these things had almost caused despair to rise in Ma Xion's heart. His eyes turned red. At that moment, he no longer cared that his inheritance was incomplete. In truth, he needed more time to fuse with the second god of Berserker's left hand, and only when he completely absorbed the arm sometime in the future, turning it into his own arm, could he be considered to have finished obtaining the inheritance. But right then, he was in danger. He could no longer care about whether his body could withstand the power and the rebound he would have to suffer if he forced himself to cast even stronger divine abilities. With bloodshot eyes, Ma Xin let out a piercing roar. As he roared, 9 sharp black spikes immediately shot out of the second god of Berserker's left hand. These spikes exuded an eerie, chilling presence, and some of them even had black water droplets oozing out of their bodies. Freezing air spread out of these water droplets, and a dark, sinister presence could be felt from them. God of Berserkers, bone spikes. Ma Xin turned sickly pale, and as he roared, his body withered away once again, but his recovery from that withered state was much slower than before. With a single shout, the black spikes broke off from the god of Berserker's left hand, and with a whistle that sliced through the air as they traveled at an indescribable speed, they charged towards Su Ming. Ma Xion's hair danced in the air and madness shone in his eyes. Using the chance created as the bone spikes charged towards Su Ming, he swiftly lifted his right hand and pressed it on the god of Berserker's left hand. He closed his eyes and began mumbling under his breath, but the words sounded complicated and no one could hear them clearly. Su Ming's pupils shrank. A great sense of danger rose in his heart. There might only be 9 of those bone spikes coming towards him, but each of them exuded a murderous presence that made his skin crawl. The black bone spikes, black liquid, and the speed at which they charged forth would make anyone's blood run cold. And wherever they went, these bone spikes would also dye the air they passed through completely black. Su Ming could also sense the power of a seal filling the air. In fact, he had even felt that the bone spikes had locked onto his chi, and they would endlessly chase him down. He had a strong hunch that if any of those bone spikes sank into his body, then the consequences he would have to face would be incredibly drastic. These were not ordinary bone spikes, but were the culmination of the grudge and madness that was stored within the second god of Berserker's body over the years, along with the seal that was placed on his body once he was torn apart. Once all of these things fused together, they transformed the bones in his left hand throughout the passage of time, giving birth to these bone spikes in the end. Even those who had attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm would be shocked by these spikes. Fortunately, there was a limit to their number. It would seem that this was the amount of spikes that were present in the second god of Berserker's left hand. The moment Su Ming's body froze and he started retreating, Ma Xin swiftly lifted his head while remaining on the god of Berserker's left hand. By then, he looked like a skeleton, and as his handsome face withered away, he looked as if a layer of skin had been ripped off from his body, revealing a blood-curdling face that was filled with scars. This was his real face. His skin was brown due to it having fallen off from frostbite in freezing sky cave, leaving behind only brown flesh on his real face. The scars littered all over his flesh were a nauseating sight to behold, and that horrendous appearance was no longer something that belonged to a human. Ma Xin let out a crazed roar and lifted his right hand from the god of Berserker's palm. When he did so, a bone spike in the shape of a long blade was slowly pulled out. The second god of Berserker's left hand started shuddering, and during that instant, Ma Xin dragged the entire bone spike out with a crazed roar towards the sky. This was a bone blade that was around 10 feet long, and it was black all over. Once Ma Xin dragged it out from the god of Berserker's left hand, the freezing air around the area instantly turned several times stronger, and a wave of murderous aura that was much stronger than before spread through the entire region. A crazed look appeared on Ma Xin's face when he held the bone blade. He glared at Su Ming with hatred burning within him. At that moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Su Ming with his own hands so that he could put an end to the grudge he had harbored throughout all those years. Su Ming. Ma Xin took a step into midair, and for the first time, his body left the god of Berserker's left hand completely. As he stood in midair, he gripped the gigantic bone blade with both hands and slashed down towards Su Ming while those 9 smaller bone spikes charged towards him. Chapter 560, Battle. Su Ming's pupils shrank. Those 9 black bone spikes that were charging swiftly towards him were not the only things that worried him. The large bone blade in Ma Xin's hands also gave him a sense of danger, and it was even greater than from the spikes. The air behind the 9 bone spikes seemed to have been torn apart, and it was rotting away, turning into a layer of darkness. A chilling, murderous aura also came crashing into Su Ming's face, as if the blade had brought the second god of Berserker's grudge and madness through the passages of time before him. Ma Xin's change in appearance and his withered body had entered Su Ming's eyes, causing him to be able to understand after just one glance that these god of Berserker's bone spikes were incredibly difficult to control, and even Ma Xin did not have complete mastery over them. This could practically be said to be a double-edged sword. If Ma Xin could control it from the start, then there would have been no need for him to continue with this fight. This was a treasure that was born from the second god of Berserker's left hand, an item formed by the gathering up of power from the seal after many years. This divine ability was definitely not something that Su Ming could stand up to with his current level of cultivation. However, Ma Xin's forceful execution of that divine ability was a chance for him. Su Ming did not hesitate. Almost the instant those 9 bone spikes came to him, he pushed his left hand downwards and lifted his right hand into the sky, with his palm facing the sky and the back of his hand turned towards the ground. His hair started changing swiftly, and the moment the bone spikes closed in on him, half his hair had turned white, while the other purple. As a raging whirlwind suddenly appeared around him, his body abruptly shrank, and he turned into Destiny. Destiny's appearance caused Su Ming's combat powers to instantly rise to their peak, and he could now fight against those who had attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm. A grave expression appeared on his face, and the instant he turned into Destiny, he lifted his left hand and flung his arm outwards towards the incoming bone spikes. With it, time looked as if it was reversing right before him, like it was forced to flow backwards. As the 9 bone spikes rushed forward, they crashed into the invisible force, causing the past to repeat itself. The 9 bone spikes froze, but only for an instant before they started moving towards Su Ming once again. However, their speed was much slower than before, and it looked as if they were moving against the stream of time. As for Ma Xin, who was right behind those 9 bone spikes, madness appeared on his face, and as he swung the bone blade downwards, his body froze for a moment. Pain filled his face, but he gritted his teeth and continued. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He clenched his right fist and punched forward. It turned into a wave of force that exploded before him. Once that wave crashed into the bone spikes and Ma Xin, the roaring sounds became even stronger, causing the space around them to collapse in an instant. Su Ming did not stop. When he retreated once again, he swung his left arm forward the second time. This time, not only did he change the speed within Ma Xin and those bone spikes, the space that had collapsed due to his punch was immediately restored before it exploded once again, repeating itself again and again. In the blink of an eye, this process had already repeated itself a dozen-something times. Su Ming knew that he could not cause much change towards the bone spike's impact. The strength of it could not only fight against his power to return to the past, but it also clearly gained the upper hand in the exchange. However, he could change the punch he just delivered. He could make that punch repeat itself endlessly, causing its might to reach a terrifying state. If each punch contained the strongest power a berserker who had attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm could deliver, then even though the power would not reach a state where the nature of the punches would change, the fusion of the dozen-something of them gathered together would still surpass the power of a normal berserker who had attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm. The hint of presence that belonged to life cultivation within Su Ming's body would also reach its maximum potential as his punch continued repeating itself. A loud boom exploded in the air. It caused a powerful impact that shook the ground and caused a large amount of the ice above to crumble. It was the impact caused by the strongest power Su Ming could muster after the punch he delivered repeated itself for the dozen-something times, crashing into the incoming Ma Xin and his bone spikes. Since the power for the ice above was too great, the instant that impact reverberated through the air, pieces fell of and started flying all over the place. Cracks that stretched to tens of thousands of feet tore through the ice, and eventually, as the layer of ice exploded, seawater swiftly rushed in. Water surged around them as if rain had started pouring down from the sky, and it continued as if it wanted to drown the entire place. The seawater started rushing down and spreading through the whole area. As the booming sounds lingered in the air, Su Ming retreated a dozen-something steps, and his face turned slightly pale, but his eyes remained calm. He took a swift step forward, then rushed straight at Ma Xin. Not a single one of the 9 bone spikes before Ma Xin were destroyed under that impact. However, they had become much slower, and the direction in which they traveled also changed slightly due to the impact caused by Su Ming's punches. Ma Xin coughed up a large mouthful of blood. After all, he had yet to receive the full inheritance, and he had already reached his limit when he forcefully brought out those god of Berserkers' bone spikes. As he coughed up blood, his face turned dull and lifeless while his body shuddered. He might be moving forward, but it was clear that the bone blade was the one dragging him forward. With that extreme speed of his, Su Ming closed in on the bone spikes within an instant. If it had been the bone spikes from before, Su Ming would not have been able to dodge them no matter how fast he was, but it was different now. They were slow. These spikes that were traveling against the stream of time looked as if they had an invisible obstacle between them and Su Ming. What was more, due to the change in their direction, while it looked as if Su Ming was rushing towards them, in truth, the moment they closed in on each other, Su Ming's body shifted several times. Every single time he moved, he would avoid the bone spikes, making them pass by him. From the distance, this scene would give the false impression that Su Ming had come into contact with the projectiles that had turned into black long arcs, but there was no sound of impact. Those bone spikes looked as if they had shot through Su Ming's body and landed in the submerged ground with loud banging sounds reverberating in the air. The seawater had submerged half of the erect god of Berserker's left hand on the ground. As the bone spike shot in, the entire water turned black. Freezing air rushed out with loud wailing sounds and filled the entire area. Even after Su Ming avoided the bone spikes, he did not relax his guard even a single bit. He lifted his right hand and rammed his fist against Ma Xion's body. He was so quick that before the bone blade in the other's hand sliced down, his fist had already landed on his chest. A loud bang echoed in the air. Ma Xion widened his eyes and coughed up blood once again. He should have been retreating, but the bone blade he held dragged his body along and made him swing it down. Because of that, the two forces traveling in different directions erupted within Ma Xion's body, causing him to be torn apart with a loud bang at that moment. He was ripped into 2 parts. One of them was his right hand holding the bone blade, and the other part was his remaining body. As he tumbled backwards, his life force started dwindling away rapidly. However, even though Su Ming's fist had caused Ma Xion's bone blade to be separated from his body, and even though Ma Xion was once again gravely injured, that 10-feet-long bone blade let out a piercing howl and cut down on Su Ming. There was no way he could dodge it. Even with the art to reverse time, he could do nothing at this moment. He watched the bone blade reach a distance less than 20 feet above his head and felt the chill fill his whole body with coldness. He lifted his head. Han Mountain Bell swiftly manifested around him, and the nine-headed dragon's shadow appeared, crashing against the bone blade. A shocking bang reverberated in the air, and a shrill roar shot out. 3 of the nine-headed dragon's heads exploded, and whatever remained of its body dissipated in an instant, as well to return to Han Mountain Bell. At that moment, the bone blade cut down on Han Mountain Bell with a murderous aura that surged into the sky. Bell chimes rang violently in the air, and with a loud sound, a fine crack appeared on the seemingly impenetrable Han Mountain Bell, right where the bone blade cut down on it. The instant that crack appeared, Han Mountain Bell started shrinking rapidly, sent back into Su Ming's body while trembling. The bone blade's presence had become slightly weaker, but it still brought with it a strong, killing intent that rushed towards Su Ming. If it did not kill him, this blade would not back down a single inch. Ma Xion's body was still broken in the distance, but his life force was no longer flowing away. Instead, a large amount was surging into him in invisible waves, causing his body to rapidly recover. However, his recovery speed was clearly much slower compared to the time he fought in Heaven Gate. Su Ming, you will definitely die under the god of Berserkers' bone blade. Ma Xion withdrew and lifted his head to laugh maniacally at the sky as his body recovered. He glared at Su Ming, and as his laughter fused with his voice, it reverberated in the air while the ice above them collapsed, and the sea submerged most of the god of Berserkers' left hand. I'm not so sure about that. Su Ming smiled coldly. The bone blade closed in on him in an instant, and he lifted his right hand to push against it. At that instant, a medicinal cauldron immediately appeared on Su Ming's palm. This item was what he had used to refine and create his medicine, but it was, after all, a cauldron, and the Baron Cauldron was the sacred item of Great Yu Dynasty, as well as the entire Berserker tribe. This medicinal cauldron might not be the Baron Cauldron, but it was shaped in the form of a cauldron, and it would definitely contain the power it should. Another violent bang rang out, and the instant the medicinal cauldron crashed into the bone blade, a crack appeared on it, and the bone blade froze once again. At the same time, Su Ming lifted his left hand and seized the air. Immediately, the spiked club manifested in his hand. Once he grabbed it, he put away the medicinal cauldron and swung that club right against the incoming bone blade. The clash between the bone blade and spiked club stirred up the strongest boom to ever appear in this place, causing the ice above to crack, shatter, and explode once again, and even more seawater surged in. As that boom continued shaking through the area, the spiked club cracked inch by inch. When that spiked club that had followed Su Ming up to this point cracked, the speed and strength of the bone blade that had been cut away time and again shot past the spiked club with less than a third of its previous strength. The moment it cut down on Su Ming, he lifted both of his arms, not caring to bring out any more enchanted treasures, and clasped his hands around the incoming bone blade with a low roar. His body shuddered, but he managed to stop the bone blade at a spot 7 inches away from the top of his head. Chapter 561. Snatching the Blade. The instant Su Ming clasped his hands together and stopped the bone blade, a large amount of freezing air immediately spread out from within it, flowing into his body through his hands. The cold froze him for a moment. However, his eyes remained clear, and there was even a hint of ferociousness within them. Blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth. This was the first time his blood was spilled when he was Destiny. A blade that swore loyalty to a wrong owner is not worthy of killing me. Su Ming roared, and his sinking body came to a halt as he lifted his head and glared at the bone blade. I, Su Ming, am your master. From now on, you belong to me. Right when he said these words, his hands turned pitch black as the freezing air spread out, and his hair started floating. His nascent divinity shot out of his body and turned into a gigantic shadow behind him before charging towards the bone blade. The instant he touched it, he felt a strong force repelling him. Yet since Su Ming had continuously cut down the blade's power previously, even though the force repelling him was strong, it was frozen in its place, and unable to escape. This allowed the nascent divinity to crawl inside in a frenzy. If it was a normal will trying to take over this blade forcefully with nascent divinity, perhaps it would not be able to do so, but the strongest aspect of Su Ming was never his power of cultivation or his combat powers, but the will that was formed after going through endless cycles of reincarnations in the Candle Dragon's undying and imperishable world. The strength of his will far surpassed his power of cultivation, and even those who had attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm might not be able to compare to it. The strength of his will might not possess too much practical combat power, and was like empty air, possessing a superficial feeling, but once he fused it with his nascent divinity, even though the power that would erupt forth might not be anything close to any sort of combat power, but it could let Su Ming be completely unrivaled in his attempts to possess anything. Moreover, unless there was someone else who had an equally strong will as his, then if he went on to possess someone else, he would not find a single person who could stand up against him. Possession had its similarities to forcefully branding an enchanted vessel. That was why Su Ming had chosen to weaken the blade first, because all of his actions had been for this moment, to forcefully claim this bone blade as his own. As Su Ming's nascent divinity rammed in, the bone blade started resisting violently, but in an instant, a piercing sound came from within the blade. A huge force spread out from inside. It was trying to struggle free of Su Ming's hands. Nothing I've set my eyes upon can run away. Su Ming's expression turned dark. He clasped his hands firmly on the blade and did not let go. Once his nascent divinity rushed into the bone blade with an extreme speed, he started suppressing all forms of thought, trying to resist him like a hot blade cutting through butter. When Ma Xin saw this scene from the distance, a look of shock filled with disbelief appeared on his face. Su Ming's actions had once again stunned him. He did not think he would be so determined to snatch that bone blade from him. You're biting off more than you can chew. This blade was born from the god of Berserkers' left hand. It has already gained sentience a long time ago. Even if I am the god of Berserkers' scion, I can only borrow its power. Even I can't control it, and you're thinking about snatching it away? You're mad. Once Ma Xin suppressed his shock, a cold sneer curled up his lips. He did not believe that Su Ming would succeed. To him, this action was simply too crazy. Yet, even though he did not believe Su Ming would succeed, this was a chance for him, because right then, his opponent was focused solely on snatching the bone blade. He did not hesitate. The moment he said those words, Ma Xin, who had now mostly recovered, charged towards Su Ming. He closed in within an instant and lifted his right hand to strike his forehead. Killing intent shone in his eyes, and that strike also contained the irreconcilable hate he harbored towards Su Ming. The instant his palm arrived, a glint abruptly appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He let his left hand fall from the bone blade and seized it with his right, not caring about blood flowing down. Once he made sure the bone blade would not be able to escape, he swung his left hand towards Ma Xin the instant he approached him. The power to reverse time arrived once again, and its appearance made Ma Xion's face instantly turn pale. Once again, he miscalculated. He originally thought that Su Ming would be paying full attention to snatching the bone blade and did not expect that he would still be able to cast that terrifying divine ability. He had made many miscalculations and experienced many setbacks as he fought against Su Ming, and all of these things struck a severe blow towards Ma Xion's confidence. In fact, he had a feeling that no matter how many serendipities he received, he would still be unable to fight against the speed before his eyes, that he was bound to fail. Only a small hint of that feeling could be detected within him in the beginning, but as time continued passing by, it filled his whole heart, especially when he was dragged into the cycles of repetition once again. The instant Ma Xion's body was filled with the power of the past, and he started moving backwards instead of forward, Su Ming clenched his left hand into a fist and slammed it against his opponent's body. When his body collapsed and he coughed up blood, Su Ming waved his left hand again. The process repeated itself. The span of time Su Ming could remain as destiny this time had clearly become much longer. This was related to the serendipity he received from Bloodab's Conscient tribe and connected to the increase in his level of cultivation. Su Ming might look as if he was occasionally in a disadvantage during this battle, but in truth, since the both of them truly attacked each other, he could be said to have been completely leading the course of the battle. He had completely suppressed Ma Xin with his power. It was especially so during this moment. Su Ming had his right hand around the bone blade as his nascent divinity continued fusing into it, and suppressing all forms of resistance to forcefully leave his brand on it, while his left hand executed the art to return to the past, causing Ma Xin to sink into depression. Ma Xin's eyes turned red. He could not accept this. He absolutely could not accept this. He had received the second god of Berserkers' inheritance. This was an incredibly rare serendipity in the entire land of the Berserkers. This was a fortuitous chance that would make an endless stream of people go mad with jealousy. But he was still suppressed by Ming. He did not possess a single ounce of strength within him capable of fighting against this state, where he was caught in the cycle of repetitions, even when Ming was still holding onto the bone blade with his right hand. This made Ma Xin roar in his heart, unable to accept his fate. But he could not even give voice to his roars. As rumbling sounds reverberated in the air, Ma Xin's body shattered again, and his recovery began to slow down with each passing moment. If this continued, then before long, he would completely die. However, Ming gasped in his heart. Ma Xin could be said to be the hardest person to kill ever since his power grew exponentially. All of this was because of that great art of heartless berserker seed he practiced. If Ma Xin did not have this art, Ming would have killed him a long time ago. Even if he had received the second god of Berserkers' inheritance, Ma Xin would still not be Ming's opponent. But Ma Xin's life force remained as an unending stream within him, and Ming's time as destiny was limited. Even though his time limit had increased by quite a huge margin due to the increase to his power of cultivation, his time as destiny had to end now. Ming's hair was returning to its original state swiftly, and his body was gradually changing. The power of the past was also rapidly becoming weaker. Ma Xin immediately noticed this. As he slowly began to recover from his collapsed state, a murderous glare appeared in his eyes, and he finally obtained the chance to speak. "Can't go on anymore, Ming. Can't go on anymore." Ma Xin laughed maniacally. There was a wound on him that had pierced through his chest, and it was quickly recovering at the moment. When he saw that Ming's divine ability was weakening, he laughed loudly as a ferociousness expression appeared on his face. "You're noisy," Ming said coldly. The instant his appearance returned to normal, his hair turned black, and he reverted from being destiny. Ma Xin's laughter resounded in the air, and his body was no longer bound by the power of returning to the past. Right at the moment he could finally swiftly retreat, a piercing buzz rang forth from the bone blade in Ming's right hand. That buzzing sounded like a cry of submission, like a final, unwilling roar once everything within the blade had been suppressed. At the same moment that sound echoed in the air, Ming released the hold of his right hand. The bone blade immediately turned around, causing the blade's hilt to fall in Ming's palm. Once he held it in his hand, the power of all the berserker bones in his body started circulating within him. During that instant, a shocking, black murderous aura erupted from the bone blade in his hand. It might be unwilling and might have subjected itself in humiliation, but at that moment, it could be controlled by Ming. Because once Ming's nascent divinity fused with his incredible will, he had forcefully subjugated the bone blade. Even though it had been born within the god of Berserker's left hand, and even though it had existed for millions of years, the instant Ming held that blade, he took a step towards the retreating Ma Xin. That man was originally laughing loudly, but his expression was rapidly changing to that of shock. Like a long arc, Ming charged towards him with the bone blade in hand and cut down with it. Before the blade even cut Ma Xin's body, a piercing sound that sliced through the air as if it had cut through space itself resounded, and a black ray of light traveling in an arc flashed in the air. During that instant, Ming's bone blade had already arrived at the top of Ma Xin's head and cut through his skull, his body, right until it cut him in half. A rumbling sound so loud it shook the sky and earth rang out. Ma Xin let out a shrill scream of pain once the blade cut him completely apart. Ming lifted his head, with the black bone blade in hand, his black hair dancing behind his head, the profound, strange light in his eyes, and the aloof expression on his face. He was filled with an indescribably enigmatic and mysterious air. The left half of the two sides of Ma Xin's body turned into a layer of darkness once he was cut in half, eventually turning into black liquid that fell into the sea beneath them. However, the remaining half of his body fell into the sea as he continued falling backwards while remaining a bloody mess. A glint appeared in Ming's eyes, and he charged straight into the sea with the bone blade in hand. However, right when he came closer to the surface of the sea, a sense of danger rose within him. Without hesitation, he disappeared in the span of a breath, and when he reappeared 1,000 feet away, he immediately saw the spot where he had previously been collapsing with a bang and turning into a vortex. The appearance of that vortex caused a whirlpool to appear at the surface of the sea. At the center of it was the god of Berserkers' left hand, which had already been submerged by the sea. Chapter 562, Welcoming of Deities. Su Ming, I will not be able to reconcile with myself if we do not end our grudge today. With my identity as a Berserker, I will burn my blood and revert my body to that of the second god of Berserkers. Ma Xion's looming voice traveled out of the whirlpool in the sea. As the waves roared, his voice spread in all reactions, and Su Ming frowned. The difficulty in killing Ma Xion was something he had rarely seen in his life. Even now, this person had not died, and this made Su Ming gain a deeper understanding towards that great art of heartless Berserker seed. He suddenly came to understand why the Immortals deployed so many powerful warriors just to kill the second god of Berserkers, and even tore his body into pieces even though he only had half the first god of Berserkers' power. All of this must surely have been because the second god of Berserkers was even more difficult to deal with and kill compared to the current Ma Xion. No matter who it was, they would surely frown when they came face to face against this sort of enemy. Su Ming had already mortally wounded Ma Xion numerous times, and if he looked at it based on the number of times the man had recovered, then Su Ming could say that he had killed Ma Xion a countless number of times. But even now, the man still remained alive. The presence he exuded from the whirlpool in the sea was also slightly stronger than before. As his voice echoed and the roars from the sea reverberated in the air, the second god of Berserkers' left hand shuddered, and the spot where the bone blade had been pulled out from its palm started shining with a powerful light. Ma Xion's body appeared within it. He still looked as he did previously, as if his body had never been torn apart. However, he did look even more dried up than before. He was now really just skin and bones. His eyes were crimson red, and his face was filled with murderousness. He did not stand up, but had his hands pressed on the god of Berserkers' palm instead. He lifted his head to glare at Su Ming. His body was vague and indistinct in the powerful light. At the instant he looked over, a strange voice tumbled out of his mouth. Hear my chant for the breaking of souls within one incense stick. Let my blood be set ablaze. Ma Xion lifted his head and roared. Then, as if fire had been kindled within his body, a wave of heat abruptly spread through the area. At the same time, Ma Xion's face started changing quickly. The god of Berserkers' arm beneath him started withering away rapidly, as if it had been sucked away. A roar filled with madness slowly traveled into midair. That roar did not belong to Ma Xion, neither did it belong to Su Ming. It appeared out of nowhere, as if it had originally existed in the world, but only a certain set of people could hear it during certain moments. This was the second god of Berserkers' roar, filled with his grudge towards the Immortals and his unwillingness to accept death. The instant that roar filled the area, Ma Xion also lifted his head and roared. It practically fused together with the second god of Berserkers' roar to turn into a frequency, causing the people who heard it to be unable to differentiate the voices. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. When he narrowed his eyes, he took a step forward and appeared beside the god of Berserkers' left hand in an instant. At the moment his bone blade drew an arc in the air, it swung down towards Ma Xion. While he moved, Ma Xion's body swiftly swelled up and his hair grew much longer. His flesh started squirming in his body, and he became much sturdier than before. As his body transformed, he grew to become 30 feet tall. At that moment, he was no longer Ma Xion. He had instead changed into another person. A power filled with madness erupted from his body, and at the same time, he stomped the god of Berserkers' left arm with his right foot and flew up to throw a fist towards Su Ming's incoming bone blade. Perhaps it was no longer accurate to say that the punch belonged to Ma Xion, because his mind had become muddled at that point. Setting his own blood ablaze to forcefully receive the full inheritance and executing the power within the inheritance was not something he could control at the moment. The damage dealt to him as he forcefully executed that ability was something that he could only heal using his life. The life spoken of was his own vitality. He had used his life as a sacrifice, used all the life force within his Berserker seeds in exchange for this, and all of it was for the sake of killing Su Ming. Ma Xion's fist reached an extreme speed as he hurled it in a punch forward. In fact, his afterimage was still left on the god of Berserker's hand when his true body had already appeared before Su Ming. Su Ming's pupil shrank due to that punch. He just felt an indefinable pressure coming swiftly at him from the front. His robes fluttered backwards, and all his hair stood up on his body. A strong sense of danger swiftly rose within him. He did not have time to think. He lifted the bone blade in his hands and slashed down at the air before him. A shocking boom surged into the sky at that instant. As it reverberated in the air, the entire area shook. Su Ming, however, only felt a huge rebound coming from the direction before him. It shot up the bone blade and traveled into his arm before going through his entire body. As that rebound shot through him, Su Ming gained the feeling as if 100,000 mountains had fallen on him. He coughed out a huge mouthful of blood and staggered several thousands of feet backwards. A grave expression appeared on his face as he looked towards the spot where he was a moment ago. Ma Xion's body materialized from the void. His entire right arm exploded in that instant, torn into a bloody mess, but it was strangely recovering at a swift pace. His face was emotionless, and his eyes were lifeless, but there was a powerful presence coming from his body. This was the god of Berserkers' blazing blood art. It was a mysterious art within his inheritance that could allow the caster's combat powers to instantly escalate. This art was astonishingly similar to Su Ming's destiny. When the second god of Berserkers cast this divine ability in the past, he managed to make all the Berserkers bow down and worship him, had managed to shock the immortals with it, and had left a memory of the second god of Berserkers carved into the immortals' bones even after the first had left. It was also the source for his death. At that moment, Ma Xion's lifeless and apathetic eyes looked towards Su Ming. Not a hint of emotion could be seen within him as he lifted his right foot and walked towards him. At the instant his foot landed, the world rumbled. Su Ming immediately vanished, continuing to retreat. The moment he disappeared, the air in the spot where he was previously immediately shattered to turn into a gigantic black vortex. It swept in all directions, and Ma Xion walked out of the vortex to look towards Su Ming, who had appeared in the distance. When Ma Xion looked towards him with the expressionless face, which made him look as if he had no soul, then lifted his right foot to come closer, Su Ming's pupils shrank. The entire area within this region had turned into chaos as the second god of Berserkers' faint and indistinct roars rang in the air, giving voice to his unwillingness to accept his fate throughout the ages. The seawater beneath them roared, and the ice above them continued shattering, as if it wanted to completely submerge this place in water. During this critical moment, a thought appeared in Su Ming's heart. Right when Ma Xion's foot landed, and he closed in once again with a boom in the sky, Su Ming lifted his right hand swiftly and patted his storage bag. Immediately, a round medicinal pill appeared on his palm. That pill was the welcoming of deities. It could absorb all the soul fragments in the world. If anyone swallowed it, they would be able to turn into that soul itself. Its might could not be predicted because it was largely connected to the soul the pill took in. Receive the spirits from all directions. Absorb the remaining wills in all universes. If the souls are empty, then they all can be taken. With 2 fingers pinching the welcoming of deities, Su Ming quickly mumbled under his breath, a strange light in his eyes. The instant he said those words, a piercing dark light immediately erupted from the welcoming of deities in his hand. That dark light looked as if it came from a dark-colored sun, causing the entire area to be illuminated by it in an instant. During that moment, the entire ice above them, the seawater below them, and the surging sea was completely illuminated in that dark light. As it filled the area, Ma Xion's body swiftly appeared hundreds of feet away from Su Ming, looking as if he had been forced out by the dark light. Almost the moment his body appeared, the second god of Berserkers' roar instantly reached an extreme volume within this world of ice in the sea. Roar! It reverberated in the air and became clearer with each passing moment. In the span of a breath, the roars sounded as if they came from right next to Su Ming's ears. As they echoed in the area, black shadow threads appeared out of thin air from all over the place. Instantly, they all rushed towards Su Ming's welcoming of deities. The god of Berserkers' left hand standing erect in the whirlpool in the sea underneath shuddered violently. This was the first time it shook because of someone else other than Ma Xin. Ma Xin had been able to receive the second god of Berserkers' inheritance entirely because he practiced his cultivation methods, and because of this arm. No one else would be able to obtain this sort of chance and serendipity. Even those before Ma Xin who had managed to find the arm were not able to receive the inheritance. That was why it was impossible for Ming himself to receive this inheritance, especially since Ma Xion's brand had been left in the second god of Berserkers' left hand. It would be impossible for him to try and receive the inheritance in this sort of situation even if he tried to use the Blackstone fragment and changed his presence to deceive it. However, the appearance of the welcoming of deities had changed everything completely. This pill could absorb all soul fragments in the world, and the second god of Berserker's soul was included among these fragmented souls. If the second god of Berserker's soul did not exist to this day, then the legend of a certain set of people being able to sense his presence during certain periods of time would not have come to be. And clearly, the largest amount of the second god of Berserker's fragmented parts of the soul could be found on his arm. If Ming activated the welcoming of deities in this place, then he would definitely be absorbing the second god of Berserker's soul. As the god of Berserker's left arm trembled, a large amount of black smoke immediately erupted from within, turning into an illusory fog that rushed towards Ming's welcoming of deities. In an instant, that fog fused into the pill, causing it to tremble violently, and its color changed abruptly. A primeval presence spread out from inside, and as if the pill had turned into a gigantic vortex, it started absorbing all the soul fragments within the place. Chapter 563, A Different Inheritance. All of this might seem to have happened slowly, but in truth, several breaths had only passed since Ming brought out the welcoming of deities to the moment it absorbed the soul fragments in the area. Right before his eyes, fog surrounded the pill, and a large amount of black smoke was still surrounding it, causing his right hand to be enveloped within. The roars from the second god of Berserkers did not sound as if they came from the surroundings, but were now coming from the welcoming of deities. A glint appeared in Ming's eyes, and without any hesitation, he swallowed the pill. The instant he did so, Ma Xin closed in once again after he was forced to reveal himself. He appeared before Ming, and with an apathetic and expressionless face, he hurled his fist straight towards him. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air. Ming retreated 7 steps, and when he withdrew, Ma Xin followed him, then clenched his fist and struck again. When Ming took his first step backwards, dark light started flickering in his eyes. When he took his second step, he calmed down, and strangely, his hair grew longer. At the instant he took his third step, the dark light appeared in Ming's eyes. That flickering light was a peculiar sight to behold. When he took his 5th, 6th, and 7th steps, his body became slightly thinner. The dark light in his eyes became stronger, and his hair grew to reach his feet. Right when he took his 7th step, a power that did not belong to him erupted from his body. When that power erupted, Ma Xin caught up. Ming saw him delivering the same punch as before, straight towards his skull, and at that moment, a dark light flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth and let out a roar so loud that it shook the sky and earth. Ma Xion's incoming punch froze, and his flesh was immediately torn apart. Even his body started shattering inch by inch as if a violent gust of wind had swept past him, and at the same time, he started retreating abruptly. When he did so, his apathetic face changed instantly. His eyes went wide, and shocked disbelief appeared on his face once again. His breathing quickened, his body shuddered, and his disbelief caused him to be overwhelmed by an indefinable shock towards Ming. God of Berserkers roar. This is the god of Berserkers roar. This is impossible. This shouldn't be possible. Shock was evident in Ma Xion's voice. That attack just then was indeed the god of Berserkers roar. Ming stood in midair and looked towards Ma Xin, the dark light in his eyes shining. At that moment, his head was clear, but he was still a little rusty in controlling his body. It was as if there was another force besides him that was controlling his body and fighting according to his will. This power came from the welcoming of deities, or more accurately, the soul fragments in the world that the pill had absorbed. In fact, there was a strong feeling raging in Ming's heart. That feeling came from the god of Berserker's left hand in the sea, and it was a feeling of a blood bond so strong that it was thicker than water. It was as if this left hand belonged to him. In truth, He could even sense something calling out to him from the god of Berserker's left hand, as if he was connected to it. However, Su Ming knew that this feeling was not because of him. It came from the soul fragments within the welcoming of deities, which it had absorbed from the world. Su Ming, Ma Xin. When they had their first battle in Freezing Sky Clan all those years ago, all the people watching had thought that their divine abilities were incredibly similar, and even their temperament was similar. Many people had remembered this feeling in their hearts. Right now, while there might be no one watching their final battle, but the skills and divine abilities both Su Ming and Ma Xin revealed were still similar. If Ma Xin had received the second god of Berserker's inheritance and used the power stored in the god of Berserker's arm to boost his combat powers to the max, as well as to let himself gain his current appearance, then the Su Ming now could also be said to have gained the second god of Berserker's inheritance. However, his method was different from the one used by Ma Xin. He had absorbed the second god of Berserker's soul, had the soul enter his mind, and had that mind fill his whole body. Ma Xin had inherited the god of Berserker's power, had that power enter his body, then had his body cause his mind to scatter. They had different inheritances, different manners of manifesting their inheritances, different methods to obtain those inheritances, but what was similar was the second god of Berserkers. Su Ming closed his eyes and spread out his will through his body to fuse with the power contained within the welcoming of deities. Once he did so, his eyes flew open, and he lifted his right foot to take a step forward. An illusion immediately appeared on the ice above them. A huge foot appeared with a bang within that illusion. This was what Ma Xin had cast earlier, the god of Berserkers' 7 steps. As Su Ming executed that art, Ma Xion's body tumbled backwards. He lifted his right hand and hurled a punch towards the incoming gigantic foot from above. With a loud bang, the footprint collapsed and vanished. At the same time, Ma Xin was forced back several hundreds of feet. When he lifted his head, madness appeared in his eyes. This is impossible. I'm the one who should be the second god of Berserker's scion. I'm the one who should be. In his madness, Ma Xin lifted his hands swiftly and clasped them together above his head. Then with his index finger and thumb, he formed a round mark above his head. At the same moment, Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He lifted his hands as well and had 4 of his fingers connect above his head to form the exact same mark Ma Xin had done. I know all the divine abilities you inherited, Su Ming declared languidly. Dark light shone in his eyes, and at that moment, he had let go of his control over his body, allowing the power of the welcoming of deities to control it to fight. God of Berserker's alteration towards the stars, sun, and moon. First alteration. Disaster of the stars. Ma Xin shouted, and his hands parted swiftly from the top of his head before he swung his arms towards the sky. With it, a large amount of the ice above them immediately crumbled and shattered away to reveal an illusionary shadow above. The illusion was of a sky with numerous stars glittering in it. As they moved and shone, they grouped together to form a huge arm. It looked as if it stretched out of the sky and was swiftly descending on Su Ming. The same words tumbled out of Su Ming's mouth in whispers. With a swing of his arm, another piece of sky, filled with stars, appeared above them. However, this one was completely different from the one Ma Xin had brought up. It was an unfamiliar sky to the people of South Morning. This was the night that belonged to Su Ming's memories, Dark Mountain's night sky. As the stars shone in the sky, they also formed an arm. Once the 2 arms made appeared, they crashed into each other with a bang. A power strong enough to cause the sky to crumble and the earth to shatter erupted swiftly at that instant. The skies filled with stars were torn apart, and the ice above them crumbled completely. A large amount of seawater charged in madly, causing the space within the ice to be filled rapidly the sea. By the looks of it, before long, this place would truly become a part of the seabed. Ma Xin coughed up blood and took several steps back. Just as he wanted to go and absorb the power from the god of Berserker's left hand so that he could recover his vitality, he discovered, much to his shock, that he could no longer absorb any more power from it. It was as if there was a will contained within the god of Berserker's arm that stopped him from absorbing his inheritance. Ma Xin, it's my turn to attack now, Su Ming stated calmly. As he stood in midair, he lifted his right hand and bent his body slightly, making it look as if he had taken the form of a crescent moon. Right as he did so, a string of words that made Ma Xin sink into despair fell out of his mouth. God of Berserker's alteration towards the stars, sun, and moon, second alteration. Shift in the moon. Once those words were spoken, an intense dark light spread out from Su Ming's body. As it shone, his entire body turned into a crescent moon. Moonlight shone through the entire area, and wherever it went, the place would be filled with a cold and murderous air. Almost the instant he activated his divine ability, an illusion of a moon immediately appeared around Ma Xin's body. That illusion covered his entire body, and a true life-threatening sense of death rose in his heart. With Ma Xin's inheritance and his current level of cultivation, he could execute the disaster of the stars from the alteration towards the stars, sun, and moon. As for the other two styles that came later, he could not execute them. At that moment, when he saw Su Ming executing the stronger shift in the moon, he lifted his right hand and struck his chest viciously in despair. From that one strike, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The berserker bones in his body were crushed, the foundation he built in the awakening realm collapsed, his thoughts as a berserker's soul shattered, and all the cultivation bases in his body became a muddled mess. This sort of chaos would definitely kill him if he did not have any life force providing nourishment to him. However, Ma Xin knew that if he did not do this, then he would definitely die. It would be better if he did something crazy instead. Before his death, he would drag Su Ming to hell with him. "You're dying together with me." Blood trickled out of the corners of Ma Xin's lips. A ferocious expression twisted his face. As he roared, he lifted his right hand and positioned himself in the exact same pose as Su Ming. God of Berserkers alteration towards the stars, sun, and moon, second alteration. Shift in the moon. As Ma Xin roared, his body became the same as Su Ming's. He, too, turned into a crescent moon in the depths of the sea. If he did not cause his cultivation bases to fall into a muddled mess, did not cause them to completely shatter and explode, then he would have been unable to execute the second alteration from the alteration of the stars, sun, and moon. At that moment, he could no longer care about anything. With death as the consequence, he executed this art, and immediately, the illusion of a crescent moon also appeared around Su Ming. Moon slaughter. Moon slaughter. Two voices shouting the exact same words exploded from the world in the depths of the sea. At the instant they erupted forth, the dark shadows of the crescent moon around Su Ming and Ma Xin shattered and crumbled at the same time. Booming sounds came from their bodies, which seemed to have fused together with the shadows. Su Ming coughed up a huge mouthful of blood straight from his heart. He was sent tumbling backwards until he reached 1,000 feet away, and when he coughed up blood once again, he lifted his head swiftly. Ma Xin's right arm exploded and his right leg shattered. His body was flung out and blood filled the water. The right arm and leg he lost did not recover as it did in the past, but was gone for real instead. "I can't accept this. I can't accept this." Ma Xin cried out shrilly. He could feel his life force fading away, and at that moment, he was already heading straight towards death, but he could not accept this. "This is not my fate. It absolutely isn't." Chapter 564, Ma's Death. Ma Xin's piercing howl echoed in the water. He stopped after tumbling several thousands of feet backwards. His left hand started rotting away, and as his left leg trembled, it began swiftly withering away. Signs of decay appeared on his body. Hair fell from his head, and a large amount of black spots appeared on his face. Those black spots rotted away one by one and let out a horrible stench. This was not due to the power of moon slaughter, but was due to Su Ming gathering up the power of the curse within him when he executed Shift in the Moon. "You might know all my divine abilities, but you definitely won't know the last divine ability I will cast in my life." Ma Xin's eyes became dull and lifeless. When he lifted his head and looked at Su Ming, a crazed sneer appeared on his lips. This was an expression formed due to his grudge, his unwillingness to accept his face, and everything else before he died. Perhaps this could not be called a sneer. It was an expression that had no name, an expression that was not of crying or smiling. The god of Berserkers' fate was to suffer being quartered. His body would be torn to pieces, and he would seal the land of the Berserkers for generations to come. "This is the will of Morning Tao," Ma Xin mumbled. This string of words had emerged in his head the instant he touched the hand all those years ago. This was the power that sealed the second god of Berserkers. This power did not belong to Ma Xin, but belonged to the world in the depths of the sea where he and Su Ming stood right at that moment. because this was the place where the second's left hand was sealed, and this sealing power had originally existed in this place to begin with. Ma Xin was simply activating the seal, making the seal spread out to seal all the people who had any sort of connection to the second god of Berserkers. Almost the moment he said these words, the sea stopped moving. The sea surging down from above also stopped moving as if time had stopped for them. The god of Berserkers' left hand trembled, and yellow waves of light shot out from it. The worlds located in the 5 directions, 1, suppress the Berserker's arm. Once these 5 directions shift, the universe will close its eyes, and in death will open. Ma Xin laughed loudly. At that moment, a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Just as he was about to close in on Ma Xin, the man closed his eyes and continued laughing. I lost, but I didn't lose to you, Su Ming. I lost to fate. God, if you already had me in the world, then why did you make Su Ming appear? Could this be my destiny? Am I fated to fight against Su Ming, and the only one alive will be the one truly chosen by heaven? Ma Xin laughed maniacally. Tears fell from his eyes. His left hand swiftly exploded, while his left leg rotted away into liquid. From the moment he obtained the second god of Berserkers' inheritance up to this point, from his initial delight up to his current despair, Ma Xin had gone through too many things. As he looked at Su Ming, his hatred had grown to an indescribable level. Even if he had to die, he would drag Su Ming down with him. If this is my destiny, then I will fight against it. Neither of us will survive. I want him to die with me. I want this destiny to not be fulfilled against me. The instant he said these words, his body shattered, turning into a large amount of black flesh pieces that fell onto the surface of the sea. Ma Xin, who was the prodigy of Freezing Sky clan, who had obtained the second god of Berserkers' inheritance, and who had called himself the 4th god of Berserkers, ended his life right before Su Ming in the place he obtained his inheritance, and in the place that was the source of his great power. As his body was torn apart, no more life force went towards him. Perhaps his life had been determined since the moment he met Su Ming in Han Mountain City. If he did not die, then Su Ming would. At the instant Ma Xin died, a ray of red light flew out from his shattered body. That red light was a wooden red puppet. It was built in Ma Xin's image, but there was a dried drop of blood at the center of its forehead, and right under that drop of blood was a white strand of hair. It was very short and incredibly soft. It did not look as if it belonged to an adult, but looked like the fetal hair of a baby. However, it was white. There was no sign of life on that strand of hair, only a thick wave of aura of death that Su Ming was incredibly familiar with. But he was even more familiar with the strand of hair and the dried drop of blood. He might never have seen them before, but the familiar sensation from them gave him a feeling that they belonged to him. At that moment, cracks appeared on the puppet's body. With a bang, it broke down into smithereens. Right then, the white strand of hair got dyed in blood and floated to the air. Su Ming did not know whether it was a mere coincidence, but the strand drifted towards him and landed on his palm. When it touched his palm, he shuddered. Then, something akin to a storm stirred in his eyes. It was as if his mind was dragged out by the strand of hair and he entered a strange world. Su Ming could only feel booming sounds going off in his head. He saw himself rushing out of the depths of the sea towards the sky. The clouds in the sky churned, and with an extreme speed, he charged towards a protective screen of light surrounding this place, right to the boundless sky. When he arrived at the end of the sky and shot through the dark clouds that covered the sun, a bright, clear sky appeared. He did not stop. It was as if there was a string tied securely around him, guiding him to continue rising into the sky. He did not know how much time passed. When the bright, clear sky was no longer around, black fog surrounded him. He was familiar with it. It was the fog from Death region, the fog that had surrounded the ancient bronze sword in the past and stopped it from traveling out. Su Ming rose up through the fog in a daze until he heard a roaring. A beast lay within the fog before him. It had the head of an alligator, but the body of a dragon that stretched to an unknown distance. That beast was looking around with its head stretched outwards, as if hesitating about something. A powerful presence that almost made Su Ming's mind break down spread from the creature's body, but the beast clearly did not see him. Su Ming could feel himself shooting through the black fog as he continued rising into the air. On the way, he saw more than a dozen powerful and strange ferocious beasts. In fact, the ones he saw near the end gave him a feeling that they were even stronger than Deities' clone. The fog above him gradually became thinner. As faint and indistinct roars echoed in the air, he shot out of the darkness, and he saw the galaxy, the stars, and everything else that he had seen on the ancient bronze sword in the past. Ming also saw the vortex formed by the black fog beneath him. It was gigantic and covered an incredibly wide area within the endless galaxy. The vortex rotated with loud rumbling sounds, and as the fog surrounded it, the aura of death filled the entire area. Ming's body continued rising even as he looked at the galaxy and the stars. Unable to control himself, he arrived on a large piece of land floating in this galaxy, located somewhere away from the vortex. This was a desolate piece of land. There were signs of life here, the only structure a towering altar. On it was a person, and he was lying there quietly. His limbs were impaled to the ground, and his dried blood filled the entire area. There was a drop of blood at the center of the person's brows, and on it was a white strand of hair. This person seemed like a young adult. But the instant Ming saw his appearance, a bang went off in his head. This was Ma Xin. As Ming trembled, he whipped his head around, and then he saw similar altars suddenly appearing on the originally desolate piece of land. Those altars were so numerous that they covered the entire area. By the looks of it, there were hundreds of them. Moreover, the sizes of these altars varied. There were 5 altars that were incredibly tall, and their sizes far surpassed those of others. When Ming saw them, he had a sudden urge to look so that he could see whether there were corpses similar to this lying around. Yet right at the instant he wanted to go forth and look, a strong suction force appeared around his body and dragged him backwards at an extreme speed. Within an instant, brought Ming back to the vortex in Death region. Ming's eyes sparkled, just as he was about to cast a divine ability so that he could force his body to stay in this place. He found out that he did not have a body, only a thread of his spirit. In bitterness, he was forced to retreat while tumbling backwards, but in his eyes was madness as he silently engraved the image in his heart. As he retreated, he saw an endless amount of continents floating in the galaxy. There were altars such as these on each continent, as if they formed a gigantic rune. Right in the middle of that rune was a continent, and on that continent, Ming saw vaguely that there was only one huge altar there. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that the continent in the center was in itself an altar. Ming might only have managed to catch a brief glance of that place, but he had sensed a calling towards his soul. This was the final thing he saw. When his world cleared up again, he found himself standing at the depths of the sea, and the strand of white hair floated above his palm. It gradually shattered and disappeared without a trace. Ming stood there quietly and closed his eyes. At that moment, yellow light was shining from the god of Berserkers' left arm beneath him, and as it spread out, a loud bang rumbled in the air. The light grew brighter and illuminated the entire seabed. A huge seal pointing in 5 directions manifested from the second god of Berserkers' left hand. It covered the god of Berserkers' left hand, as if it was what had sealed the hand for an unknown amount of time. That seal was naturally the 5-direction seal that was suppressing the second god of Berserkers' left hand. It was also the treasure that Ma Xin was confident could make Ming die with him. There was only one use to this treasure, and that was to suppress and to seal. It was to suppress all those connected to the second god of Berserkers and seal away all of the second god of Berserkers' power. However, due to its long existence, the seal's power had been greatly reduced. The mighty strength within the second god of Berserkers had also caused the 5-direction seal to fuse with his left hand. Once they could no longer be separated, the seal's power of suppression was weakened once again. That was why Ma Xin could obtain the inheritance. However, due to Ma Xion's madness, the seal was awakened. The water in the depths of the sea was still. The waves at the seabed did not move. Everything at the bottom of the sea had ceased to move since the moment just now. Besides Ma Xion's crumbling body, the white strand of hair floating above the palm, and Ming himself, everything else had been frozen. Ming opened his eyes. ******. Translator's notes. 1. 5 directions, related to Buddhism, or more accurately, the Buddhas of the 5 directions. The directions are north, south, east, west, and the center. Each direction means something. Here is a link for anyone curious. https://guamdharma.wordpress.com/2010/11/20/FAQ- What dash is dash the dash meaning dash of dash the dash Buddha's dash of dash the dash 5 dash directions. Chapter 565, Serendipity. The instant Su Ming opened his eyes, the 5 direction seal on the god of Berserker's left hand exuded a gentle yellow light in the still world. That light was like sunlight, causing the still depths of the sea to be illuminated with a golden sheen, turning it to a golden world. Su Ming's body was also illuminated by that light. His appearance had already faded away and he was shining with a gentle golden light. Nothing dangerous could be detected from the light, but it was rather strange in this still world, because everything that was illuminated within the area of this light would disappear without a single sound, be it the seawater or the ice. It was as if the golden light could devour everything, and as the things around Su Ming disappeared, the golden light looked as if it was slowly shrinking. As it moved back, the edges of the light and the sea seemed to have been separated into 2 different dimensions. A sealing power filled the golden light. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. His body suddenly swayed, and he abruptly disappeared from his spot. Almost the instant he vanished, he reappeared in his original spot. His expression turned dark, and he frowned. He had warped just now, but he was forced out of space itself right away. The seal in this place had isolated everything. The golden light in the area continued shrinking right before his eyes. The edges of that light were dark. Su Ming took a step forward and turned into a long arc. He lifted his right hand and seized the air. Immediately, the bone blade appeared in it, turning into the tip of the long arc as he charged towards the shrinking golden barrier. A rumbling sound echoed in the air. Su Ming tumbled backwards, and he took 8 continuous steps back. His expression turned darker. The sealing power contained within the golden barrier was something he could not pierce through. As the light continued shrinking, Su Ming lifted his head and looked upwards. A grave expression appeared on his face. He could see a faint gold shade beyond the golden light above his head, and it was not just a single layer. There were 5 of them. 5 layers of light that continued becoming darker with each layer, and all of them were gold. This was the 5-direction seal. Each layer of gold represented one direction of the seal's power. Right then, the 5 directions were all present, causing the seal's power to be nothing common. The golden light around Su Ming was continuously shrinking towards the god of Berserker's left hand, forcing him to take a few steps so that he no longer stood at the edge. It was as if his body was trapped in an incessantly shrinking cage, and he could only move with the cage as it continued shrinking. Su Ming frowned. Ma Xin might have died, but this sealing power he activated before his death was incredibly strange. Su Ming could not leave no matter what he tried, and judging by the area covered by the golden light, even if he had been able to leave beforehand, he would still have been enveloped within the light, and he would still be eternally sealed in this place. Judging by how crazed Ma Xin was, this seal should be the one sealing the second god of Berserker's left hand. Now that I've absorbed the second god of Berserker's soul fragments with the welcoming of deities, it can be said that I've obtained some of his legacy. Because of that, the seal believes I fulfill its requirements to be sealed. Su Ming's eyes flashed. At that moment, the ancient second god of Berserker's left hand was standing erect in this land several dozens of feet away from him. The golden light that was shrinking slowly towards them lay 100 feet away. The area beyond the 5 layers of light was an empty void. It was like a ravine that had separated the area from the seawater. Ma Xin believed that I obtained the inheritance, same as he did. But in truth, I absorbed the soul fragments with the welcoming of deities, so it's very simple to leave this place. As long as I make the seal believe I don't have the second god of Berserker's presence on me, then I can leave. A pensive look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He looked at the golden light, and his eyes flickered before he swiftly opened his mouth. Immediately, a dark light flew out and turned into the welcoming of deities before him. The instant it left his body, his presence swiftly weakened by a large margin. All the divine abilities related to the second god of Berserkers also faded away from his memories. His control over his body also reached its peak condition, and he was no longer as rusty as before. More importantly, the instant the welcoming of deities left, he no longer sensed the sealing power from the shrinking golden light around him. As I thought, Su Ming's brows did not relax, and he continued to frown. A hint of uncertainty appeared on his face. He looked at the second god of Berserker's left hand standing erect beside him, then looked at the golden light from the 5-direction seal, and became uncertain. If I leave now, I won't be exposed to danger most likely. I can go back to surface of the sea without much trouble and return to the ninth summit. But the second god of Berserker's left hand will be sealed up again. Even if I come back and search for it later on, I won't be able to find it. Su Ming's gaze fell on the empty ravine in the darkness, standing between the screen of light and the seawater. Clearly, this place had been separated into two regions. Leaving this place would be much easier than trying to come in from the world outside. But it's quite unfortunate if I leave just like this. Su Ming continued to frown. He was not really that interested in the second god of Berserker's inheritance, but he had all sorts of feelings welling within him when he thought about Ma Xion's great art of heartless Berserker seed. More importantly, he'd seen the second god of Berserker's divine abilities and arts just now. He had even experienced casting one of them himself just moments ago, and those divine abilities were what he was lacking at the moment. And the second god of Berserker's left hand could make Ma Xion continuously recover, so there must be a large amount of life force contained within it. An eighth of all the bones in my body have been turned into Berserker bones now. If I could absorb the second's left hand, then perhaps I could reach a breakthrough again. Once Su Ming thought about that, his heart started racing against his chest. On one hand, he could leave safely, but he would not be able to receive much serendipity. On the other hand, he could stay and face danger to try and absorb the god of Berserker's left hand. It did not matter whether he would fail or succeed. He would have to face the risk of being sealed in for eternity. How should he choose? There was very little time left, and Su Ming absolutely had no time to think too deeply about this. A flicker of light appeared in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth. Success only comes if you take risks. There is no serendipity in the world that would arrive without cause. I need to fight to gain and exchange for what I want. I might have received a serendipitous event in the Candle Dragon's undying and imperishable world and obtained the Candle Dragon's blessing, but the premise was that I had fought for it while exposing myself to an incredible risk. The golden light around him was already close to the god of Berserker's left hand before his eyes, and the light screen above him was also sinking, causing the dimension where Su Ming and the god of Berserker's left hand was to become increasingly smaller. The light shining from the five-direction seal was no longer gentle, but gained a fierce, mighty air, as if it wanted to suppress all things related to the second god of Berserkers so that it could fulfill the mission it received in the past. I'll take the risk. A determined look appeared on Su Ming's face. If he left just like this, he would definitely be filled with discontent. That was why he decided to take the risk. The instant Su Ming made this decision, he lifted his right hand and seized the welcoming of deities, swallowing it once again. The presence around his body instantly changed, and his pupils turned even darker. A faint, illusionary shadow seemed to have appeared in his eyes, and then he took a step to land right on the second god of Berserker's left hand. This was the first time Su Ming stepped on there, and just like what Ma Xin did previously, he sat down cross-legged. He touched down. It was warm. This was the first thing Su Ming felt when he touched the god of Berserker's left hand. That indefinable warmth made him feel as if they had met somewhere before. The instant he sat down, the light from the five-direction seal above him swiftly started shining even more brilliantly, moving from a gentle light to a piercing glare. The mighty presence contained within also started growing endlessly at the moment. I don't need your inheritance. I just want your life force and the divine abilities that belong to the god of Berserkers, Su Ming stated slowly. As he closed his eyes, he lifted his hands and pressed them flat on the surface by his sides, right on top of the god of Berserker's left palm. Right away, Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. A vast amount of life force swiftly surged into his body through his hands and body with rumbling sounds echoing in the air. This was the power contained within the second god of Berserker's left hand. This was the power that supported the arm so that it would not be destroyed, and this power was originally something no one else could absorb besides Ma Xin. Due to his level of cultivation, Ma Xin could not absorb too much life force. He had originally intended to absorb this wave of power every single time his level of cultivation rose. Then, when he perfectly completed his cultivation, he would absorb all the power within the god of Berserker's left hand and turn it into something that belonged to him. At that time, he would be able to obtain a portion of the second god of Berserker's strength. Now, with Ma Xion's death, no one else could absorb the power contained within the god of Berserker's left hand. Yet due to the welcoming of deities, Su Ming could indirectly obtain the inheritance, which turned him into a person who could absorb this power. Besides, the amount of life force Su Ming needed for the Berserker bones in his body was simply too much, and it was something Ma Xin could not hope to compare. That was why Su Ming seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit as he absorbed the life force. When he closed his eyes and the life force surged into his body, the second god of Berserker's left hand shuddered, and the fingers that had never moved since ancient times started moving slowly. Eventually, those 5 fingers started slowly closing up to turn into a shield protecting Su Ming's body within the palm. This protection was a vague form of acknowledgement and should have originally been Ma Xion's Serendipity, yet now, it had become Su Ming's. If Ma Xion had not died and saw this scene, he would definitely cough up blood, because this should have originally belonged to him. Su Ming lifted his head. His long hair danced in the wind, and he looked at the golden light closing in until it completely enveloped the god of Berserker's left hand, and the 5-direction seal floated above his head, causing the area around him to be completely sealed. The area was filled with a deadly silence. Only Su Ming could be seen sitting still and unmoving through the cracks formed between the second god of Berserker's left hand when it closed up. Time flowed slowly. At that moment, there was a great number of people gathered on the 9th summit outside this sealed world. All of these people were the survivors from Heaven Gate. At that moment, all of them had complicated expressions on their faces as they occasionally looked towards the sea. Baisu was also looking at the surface of the sea quietly from a corner, with a rather anxious expression on her face. As Huzi continued snoring in his cave abode, the bald crane stepped on Huzi's back and pecked his back with its sharp beak. A thin thread was plucked out and swallowed with a snap of the crane's jaws. An incredibly contented look appeared on its face. Weren't you just playing hide-and-seek with me earlier? Go on, hide. Once you hide properly, I will find you, and I will eat you. Chapter 566, Warmth. The ice had already disappeared in the depths of the sea. The entire sea was dark, filled with death-like silence. If anyone looked from the distance, they would see no signs of light. There was nothing shining golden, and neither was there the second god of Berserker's left hand. Even if that someone knew precisely where it was located, they would still only see emptiness. It was as if nothing existed there anymore, and no signs of past events or things could be found there. Yet in this region that could not be detected with the naked eye, could not even be noticed by divine sense, was a dimension that had been separated from the sea. Golden light surrounded it, and as that light spread out, it turned into golden runic symbols that circled round the area. They could not be seen in the outside world, though. At the center of the dimension were 5 layers of golden light that covered the center. They looked as if they were in an oval shape, and they inflated and deflated as if in breathing. It was a strange dimension and a bizarre 5-layered screen of light. In the deepest depths of it was a gigantic arm that was incredibly coarse. It stood erect in the light and was lifted high up in the air. It had its fingers slightly curled, and sitting on its palm was a young man who had his eyes closed. The young man's long black hair spilled over his shoulders. He was handsome, and his cheeks were slightly flushed. He would only breathe once after a long time. His hands were pressed on top of the palm he was sitting on, and the two seemed to have fused together. Aura spread out and crawled into his body, as well as his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Su Ming looked as if he was silently meditating, but he was going through a tremendous change, as if a storm was raging in his body. An endless wave of life force was continuously surging into him. As it swam through his body, it was quickly devoured and absorbed by the Berserker bones. Su Ming's cultivation base was unique. Other people would only have 20-something Berserker bones, but every single bone in Su Ming's body had the possibility of turning into a Berserker bone. In fact, even his flesh, blood, and everything within his body were the same. As he continued with this rapid absorption, an unknown amount of time passed by, and he obtained his own serendipity. Almost 1/9 of all his bones in his body had turned into those that belonged to a true Berserker bones. Once Su Ming completely changed all of them, then his power would immediately reach a new height. At that time, what would await him would be the true Berserker soul realm that no one before him, and perhaps no one after him, would be able to obtain. If he could succeed, then his power would reach a new pinnacle. Even if he did not transform into destiny, he could still fight against a Berserker who had attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm, and he would not be at a disadvantage. Unless, of course, he ran into those old monsters who had been lying around quietly for years once they had attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm, and had managed to obtain a thread of the presence in life cultivation through much experimentation with their great and deep cultivation. Yet even so, no one could tell who would win in the end. However, the premise for all of these things to happen was that Su Ming could turn everything within him into Berserker bones and step into the Berserker soul realm. As he absorbed the life force, a huge figure appeared in his head. He could not see the person clearly, but that person was executing his divine abilities and arts one by one in his head. These arts were mixed and varied. Su Ming could see some of them clearly, but some of them were over in a flash. When he tried to look more closely, he found that it was still difficult for him to discover any hints on how to cast these arts. Besides the divine abilities, he also saw some scenes. They were rather muddled, and would usually disappear soon after showing up. It was impossible to connect them together. Only some scenes could be connected together, and one of them was a huge person floating up without moving his feet and flying into the distance. That person was in a bright galaxy filled with stars. There was a huge round ball before him, and within it were oceans and continents, just like in a complete planet. The instant this person closed in on that planet, an innumerable amount of long arcs flew up. As howling sounds echoed in the air, Su Ming saw the person in the picture lifting his foot and taking 7 steps forward. When he took those 7 steps, the entire galaxy shook. With his first step, he stirred up a wave of impact so strong that most of the long arcs tumbled backwards. With his second step, no more long arcs could be found blocking his path. When he took his third step, he landed on that planet, and the entire sphere trembled with a loud rumble. At the instant he took his fourth step, the sea churned and drowned everything. When his fifth, sixth, and seventh steps landed, the round sphere looked as if a calamity had fallen on it. When it was torn into pieces, that person lifted his head and let out a roar. The torn world shattered swiftly. Once it was turned into smithereens, a ray of crystalline light flew out, and that person caught it in his hand. It was a crystal shining in flowing streams of light. In it was the power of one world. That was the power of a world. With the crystal in hand, the person left. God of Berserkers 7 steps. God of Berserkers roar. Su Ming mumbled. The scene changed in a flash. The person appeared in Su Ming's mind once again. However, this time, his face was no longer too obscured. Su Ming could see a little clearer. It was a very ordinary-looking face. There was even a simple and honest air about him, without a hint of solemnity. It was especially so when he smiled, which gave him an even friendlier and more cordial feeling. When Su Ming saw this person's face, he gradually had a sense of familiarity. It came from the gigantic head Tian had sat on when Su Ming had borrowed the power of possession from Han Mountain's ancestor to search through his memories while he was still in Han Mountain City. The person's face here was rather similar to that head he saw, but if anyone compared this kindly face and the crazed ferociousness on that head, they would very easily think that these were 2 different people if they did not look closely. Su Ming remained silent. This amiable and completely lacking of any solemnity second god of Berserkers in his head lifted his left hand and swung his arm towards the sky. The sun, moon, and stars appeared above, and he started executing divine abilities and arts so shocking that they shook the sky and earth. He also saw the second god of Berserkers sealing the 3 barren arts of heaven, earth, and man into the fan. He saw the concentration on his face and the loving smile as he created the fan, as if he wanted to give it as a present to a member of the younger generation. It was not the only fan, either. There was another one which he branded with the art of the sun, moon, and stars. Su Ming also saw the second god of Berserkers walking towards the land once he finished making those 2 fans, and he continued walking until he arrived before an imperial city with a number of palaces. When the sounds of a baby crying traveled out from one of the palaces, the second god of Berserkers could be found crying outside the palace with a smile. At that moment, he did not look like a god of Berserkers, but was just like an ordinary adult. He looked as if he was about to push the door to the palace open and give the 2 fans to the infant inside as his or her origin treasure. Yet right at the instant he placed his left hand on the palace door and was just about to push it open, the sky suddenly changed and snow floated down. The second god of Berserkers froze for a moment before he brought back his left hand. His face turned cold, looking entirely different from the gentle person from before as he looked towards the sky. The scene changed once again. Su Ming saw the palace again, but this time he was inside. The doors to the palace were open, and the second god of Berserkers was covered in fresh blood. The sounds of battle outside rang non-stop, and an endless amount of long arcs sliced through the air with howls, as if a calamity had fallen on the world. The second god of Berserkers' face was pale. He walked into the palace and looked at the similarly pale-looking woman standing inside. The two of them embraced each other. After a long while, the second god of Berserkers looked towards two small beds placed together nearby. There were two babies lying on top of the beds. One of them was crying, and the other had his eyes closed. He did not move, as if he was dead. He walked up and lifted his left hand to touch the crying baby girl's forehead. Then with a complicated look, he glanced at the other baby who looked as if he was dead. He sighed and walked up to the baby. The instant he touched the seemingly dead baby's forehead with his left hand, Ming opened his eyes swiftly. He started trembling. Everything in this scene, the baby's cries, the second god of Berserkers' kind and loving smile, the feeling when the god of Berserkers touched the other baby's forehead, all of these made Ming's breathing still. At that moment, he was still absorbing the power within the god of Berserkers' arm, but he needed to open his eyes, because the baby's cries gave him a familiar sensation, an incredibly familiar sensation. As his power increased, as he was moved by what he saw, and as that feeling rose in his heart, a sudden sharp pain appeared in his heart. Cracking sounds traveled out in the midst of his pain, as if something in his head had just shattered into pieces. At the same time, he became dazed. He saw a world covered in darkness, yet the area around him was warm. Cries and mumbling echoed in his ears. The one speaking was a woman, and her voice was gentle and soft. "Ma here. Don't cry, you little rascal. You're still so young, and you're already crying so loudly. When my daughter grows up in the future, she will definitely be a very powerful person. All right, I won't take away your toys anymore. I'll give them back to you, don't cry. My precious daughter, look, your pa is back." Everything before Ming's eyes was dark. He could not see light, but he could hear a sudden change in the crying and the woman's gentle voice. The cries became even stronger, and the gentle voice fell abruptly silent. The area around him turned freezing cold within an instant, as if it had begun snowing outside. A long while later, he felt a hand touching his forehead. That touch was very warm, was so incredibly warm. When Ming regained his senses, he sat on the god of Berserkers' left hand with a dumbfounded expression. He then lowered his head and looked at the god of Berserkers' arm beneath him, and tears slowly fell from his eyes. He understood where the warmth he felt when he touched the god of Berserkers' left hand came from now. Fei. This was the second time Ming heard that name, but it was deeply engraved in his heart. The scenes he saw before fighting against Deities' clone all those years ago emerged once again in his heart. Big brother, big brother. The voice echoed in Ming's ears, and it gradually fused together with the cries. Chapter 567, Turning Point. After a long while, Ming closed his eyes once again to cover the dejected look in his eyes. In the midst of his loneliness, he sensed that the warmth from the second god of Berserkers' left hand was the same as the sensation from the coarse hand touching the forehead in his memories. It was as if he had returned to that palace that had existed many years ago, returned to the little warmth he had felt in that dark world. Perhaps destiny truly exists in this world. Ming mumbled. The second god of Berserkers' left hand, the caress in the past, the touch this day, all of these things seemed like a circle. He had found the start of it all, and also found the end. Perhaps this is how memories really are. Once you find the end, you will also find the start. Is this life? Ming closed his eyes, and pain appeared on his face. He no longer needed to absorb the power from the god of Berserkers' left hand into his body. Instead, once the memories that existed since an unknown amount of time ago surfaced in his head, the power from the god of Berserkers' left hand automatically surged into him. The difference between him absorbing on his own and the life force surging into his body to fuse with him on its own was incredibly great. One of them was a forceful accommodation of the power into his body, and the other was a complete deliverance after he had been acknowledged. Time gradually passed. The second god of Berserkers' left hand gradually withered away and shrank. All the power within it was sent into Ming's body without any hint of reservation, causing all of the Berserker bones in Ming's body to start moving towards great completion once he had turned a ninth of his body into Berserker bones. It was as if this left hand that belonged to the second god of Berserkers had always been waiting for someone. Waiting for the baby whose forehead he had caressed while looking at him with a complicated gaze before leaving all those years ago. He might have perhaps mistaken Ma Xin for the baby all those years, but Ma Xin's death and Su Ming's arrival had caused everything to return to its original tracks. The fan that Su Ming had taken away from Ma Xin originally belonged to Su Ming. Destiny, Su Ming. Just what is my fate? In anguish, Su Ming closed his eyes. The vast amount of life force within his body was surging like an ocean, causing all his blood, flesh, and bones to change rapidly, while moving continuously towards reaching the true great completion in the bone sacrifice realm that no one before Su Ming had ever accomplished. When all the bones, flesh, and blood in his body had turned into that of a true berserker, only then his body could be said to have returned to its roots. His strength would also surpass his current combat abilities. Time passed by slowly, and the second god of Berserker's left hand continued withering away and shrinking. Eventually, it even started to fade away. Su Ming's hair had started dancing in the air at some point, and his presence surged into the sky. However, the anguish on his face remained. The reunion after so many years had turned the warmth into the memory of a single touch. His memories were awakened bit by bit, causing him to be in anguish, and at the same time, at a loss. Su Ming was confused as to what exactly life meant. At that moment, he suddenly had a strong desire to know just what exactly was life. In the midst of his confusion, loud rumbling sounds came from within his body, and it instantly turned gold. The brilliance of its golden light surpassed the light coming from the five-direction seal, and it was gradually piercing through the second god of Berserker's transparent left hand before spreading through the area. This light came from Su Ming's body, from every single one of his bones, every inch of his skin, every drop of his blood, every piece of his flesh, from every single part of him. As the rumbling sounds echoed in the air, the golden light all over his body became stronger. He could clearly feel that almost every single one of his bones had already turned into berserker bones, and only his skull had yet to be completely turned, but the change was quickly spreading through. The changing of his skull into a berserker bone was incredibly quick. After a moment, golden light shone brilliantly at the center of Su Ming's brows, and as cracking sounds rang gently in the air, a shudder ran through him, and his presence erupted, increasing rapidly at an extreme speed. After just a moment, it reached its peak. During that instant, all his bones, his flesh, his blood, and his tendons were completely turned into those that belonged to a true berserker. At the same time, the second god of Berserker's left hand under Su Ming's continued turning transparent and dissipated. It was as if it had completed its mission and finished waiting, and was now returning to dust. When Su Ming opened his eyes, he saw the sight of the second god of Berserker's left hand, which had been standing erect for a long time, disintegrating. When it turned into crystalline light and spun around in circles, it spread through the air all around, and some of it touched the center of Su Ming's brows, making him feel as thought that huge figure in his memories was caressing his forehead with the complicated emotion from the past that he'd seen in the dark world. Su Ming looked at the crystalline light rising in the air quietly, watched it as it seeped through that five-direction seal and disappeared into nothingness, and a feeling of loneliness rose in his heart. After a long while, Su Ming closed his eyes. When he reopened them, his gaze was calm. The confusion, loneliness, and anguish were hidden away. No one could see them. Only Su Ming himself could sense them within his heart. His body rose into midair, still within the five-layered screen of light at that moment. He slowly stood up, but right when, he suddenly frowned. He had a feeling that he was lacking something. In silence, Su Ming looked at his hands and went on to sense the vast amount of power within him at the moment. That power was much stronger than what he possessed before, but he was only stronger by a fold compared to previously. He did not possess the oppressive power he imagined he would own after all his bones had turned into berserker bones. After all, Su Ming's berserker bones contained the Wind Berserker's inheritance, the Lightning Berserker's inheritance, the Candle Dragon's blessing, the Serendipity from the Blood Absconsion tribe's blood, and the second god of Berserker's legacy. All of these things formed his current power, which none of his predecessors had managed to do before. However, the feeling he obtained after he had arrived at his current condition was that he was not really that much stronger compared to his previous self, and it gave him a feeling that there was something off. It was especially so when he sensed a lot more potential contained within his berserker bones, his blood, and his flesh, but he could not gather it together and bring it out. Perhaps I'm lacking a turning point for me to be able to bring out my full potential swiftly. If I'm able to spend a long time polishing myself, then after a certain amount of time, I would be able to bring out my full potential, but now, I don't have time. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He understood quite well just what he was lacking, but this was just his guess. After all, his current situation was something that was never heard of among berserkers. He had to continuously fumble about looking for his way. After a moment of pensive silence, Su Ming's eyes sparkled. The power in his cultivation base started circulating with a loud bang, and his hair started moving without wind. A violent and wild sensation filled the area. If I cannot bring out this potential, then I will force it out. The power within Su Ming started circulating even faster, but just as it was about to leave his body, it was forcefully retracted, causing two different types of pressure to appear. One of them was within him and was pushing his aura outside, and the other was outside pressing down against him. By doing so, Su Ming's body was turned into the center of the fight, and as the two forces continued pressing against him from inside and out, his face grew increasingly solemn. If a normal person carried out this sort of compression, then they would end up triggering a self-destruction. Self-destruction was a state of collapse once the body was pushed to its limit by the body's own pressure from within and the world squeezing down the body from outside. The greater the compression, the more shocking the force would be once after the explosion. When a person self-destructed, all the potential within his or her body would be naturally brought out in the explosion. This was the method Su Ming thought of, and it was a very crazy idea. Because he did not have the time to slowly polish his potential and gradually bring it out to fuse with his body, he could only use this extreme method to achieve the same results. Su Ming was also the only person who could do it, because the tenacity of his body at the moment had already reached a terrifying level. On the downside, this tenacity would make it so that if Su Ming wanted to self-destruct, it would be much harder for him to do so compared to other people. At that moment, as his body continuously went through the compression formed by the pressures from inside and outside him, a flicker of light appeared in his eyes, and the power within him started circulating at a faster pace. By doing so, the power from the compression became even stronger. Under this force, Su Ming noticed that a trace of the potential within his body was forced out and fused into his cultivation base. I knew it'd work. Su Ming gritted his teeth, and the circulation of his power within him increased once again, and this time, he was almost pushed to his limit. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air, and he started trembling. The compression formed by the pressures from inside and outside his body pressing down on him caused his eyes to become bloodshot, but this action caused another trace of the potential to split off once again and fuse into his cultivation base. As his cultivation base circulated faster, the potential was continuously forced out, but it was not much. I lack a turning point for this. A resolute look appeared on Su Ming's face. He swiftly lifted his right hand and positioned two of his fingers into the shape of a sword. As he stared at the tip of his fingers, he didn't hesitate and tapped the center of his brows. The instant the fingertips touched him, a sharp stab of pain spread out from the center of his brows. That pain instantly reached its peak, and like a blown-out balloon that had a hole punctured on its surface with a needle, an exit appeared on Su Ming's body under the compression. All the power within his body erupted with a bang. The strength of that explosion far surpassed the circulation of power within Su Ming's body. Under the explosion, the full potential within his body was completely released. Intense pain shot through him, as if he was about to be torn apart, about to collapse. However, in the midst of this pain, Su Ming could feel himself becoming truly powerful. It was a strength that far surpassed his previous strength, a powerful sensation that truly belonged to him, who had turned his entire body into berserker bones. Su Ming lifted his head and let out a roar. It contained his pain, the strength of his cultivation base, and his will. When it traveled forth, the five-direction seal started shaking, causing the roar to shoot through the screen of light and affect the entire sea. Its surface started trembling, and huge waves that surged into the sky were formed. In the midst of deep shock, all the people on the ninth summit heard Su Ming's roar traveling forth from the depths of the sea. Chapter 568, Great Completion. As Su Ming roared, all the veins on his body popped up, and his face twisted into a ferocious expression. Fine cracks appeared on his body, and once those cracks spread out and connected with each other, what would await Su Ming would be even more intense pain. Only when the power of his cultivation base within him exploded until it broke down would this pain stop. Or else, he would have to control his power and cause it to calm down. Su Ming's eyes turned bloodshot. At that moment, he no longer had his power continue spreading outwards, but instead retrieved all of it back into his body, as if he had just tamed a wild horse that had run wild once he'd let go of its reins. He had already managed to let the potential in his body explode. At that moment, the vast power of his cultivation base made him feel incredibly powerful, but also brought over a wave of madness to rage within him. Su Ming did not hesitate for long. Remaining seated, he closed his eyes. The qi within him was incredibly chaotic. It would occasionally be violent, and at other times tame. The powerful will he had gathered and refined in the Candle Dragon's undying and imperishable world played a critical role at this moment. His will contained a tenacious determination that would not be destroyed even after the endless amounts of reincarnations he went through, and this amount of danger he had to face, as well as the pain he had to suffer, was nothing, especially when he was doing this to obtain even greater power. As time passed, the chaotic qi within him started gradually becoming weaker. He did not know how much time had passed, but when there was no longer any hint of chaos within his body, he slowly opened his eyes. Not a hint of a ripple from his cultivation base could be detected coming from within him. His skin was fair and his body slender. He looked just like an ordinary mortal, and not a single hint of any sort of cultivation base could be detected within him. Only his eyes remained incredibly clear, and it looked as if the world was contained within their depths. At that moment, even those who had reached great completion in the Berserker soul realm would not be able to detect any power from his cultivation base, unless, of course, they looked closely. Because, at that moment, not only had Su Ming's entire body gone through a transformation, he had also reached a state of balance. It was as if his life itself had gone through a metamorphosis, and once he reached perfection, he had managed to cover the traces of his power. The powerful warriors within the Berserker soul realm were strong because of the change in their spines. Those who had reached the great completion in the bone sacrifice realm could not control the fluctuations within their body. The unique state where only their entire spine had been turned into berserker bones over all the other bones in their body was like several drops of black ink suddenly appearing in clear water. It would be incredibly distinct, and everyone would be able to tell that there was something different about them with just one glance. However, if this transparent water was already ink to begin with, then when the rest of the world looked over, they would not be able to discover too much of a difference due to this balance. This sort of situation had never appeared since the first day the Berserkers were formed, and Su Ming was the only one who had managed to do so. He opened his eyes. The black shade in his pupils would be incredibly clear to all those who looked into his eyes. He slowly stood up, and not a single trace of his power spread out from his body. He was just like a common mortal. As he looked at the 5-direction seal above him, he lifted his right hand calmly and swung his arm towards the 5-layered screen of light. That one swing did not cause any sort of astonishing boom that shook the sky and earth, but the first layer of the screen of light started cracking, inch by inch, without a single sound. It shattered, and the seal behind it also shattered. However, the 5-direction seal was the treasure used to suppress the god of Berserker's left hand. It might have become one with the left arm over the millions of years, and the sealing power within it had also become much weaker to the point that it no longer had the might it held all those years ago. It would still not be easy to break it. The instant 2 layers of light shattered, the remaining 3 layers started shining, and Su Ming saw 2 other layers appearing right behind them, and because of that, the seal still had 5 layers left. Su Ming stood on his spot, looking as composed as ever. Not much change could be found in his expression due to the change in the 5-direction seal. However, his eyes started sparkling, as if he was deep in thought. After a moment, a glint appeared in his eyes. He lifted his right hand and pointed towards the 5-layered screen of light. At the moment he pointed over, the 5-layered screen of light shuddered with a bang. The first layer shattered, and so did the second, and the third. All 5 layers shattered at the same time at that instant. But the moment they shattered, another 5 layers manifested beyond the previous 5. It was as if there was no end to it, no bottom, as if it was an eternal seal. I wonder what would happen if someone attacked the seal from outside. A flicker of light shone in Su Ming's eyes. When the 5-layered screen of light expanded outwards, the area within also grew larger. By the looks of it, the seal would only continue expanding once it shattered and recovered. Su Ming took a step forward. When he lifted his right hand, he pointed forward once more. Once he did so, he shot out like a long arc, and without a single pause, he pointed forward again. After he did so several times, the 5-layered screen of light continued shattering and reappearing. Every single time it reappeared, it would expand outwards a lot more. Because of that, after this process repeated itself several times, the screen of light located the furthest from Su Ming had already expanded to several tens of thousands of feet wide. As Su Ming continued rising into the air, the screen of light in the outermost layer swelled up and started spreading towards the sea. Su Ming did not stop. He pointed forward again. The screen of light continued becoming bigger. As it continued breaking and reappearing, it looked as if it was a huge bubble of air underneath the seawater that was continuously expanding and floating towards the surface of the sea. After a moment, right before the eyes of all the people in the 9th summit, and amid their shocked gasps, there was loud rumbling sound that came from the surface of the sea in the distance. The seawater started churning even more furiously, and waves started rising endlessly as if the sea was boiling. A golden ray of light appeared, and as that light spread out, a screen of light that looked like a bubble of air emerged. The instant it came out, the dark sky was dyed in gold. A pressure that could intimidate the souls of all spread out through the world. The golden screen of light caused the seawater to roar and fall backwards in all directions, as if it was avoiding it. When the screen of light completely appeared on the surface of the sea like a huge bowl that was flipped over, uproars traveled forth from the 9th summit. All those who saw it trained their eyes upon it, with their hearts filled with shock. The screen of light continued rising until it left the sea to appear in midair. Then, what appeared before all the onlookers' eyes was a spherical screen of light. The screen of light shone with golden light, and it had 5 layers to it. The outermost layer was several 100,000 feet big, and the people could see a person underneath it. The person was obscured, so no one was able to see him clearly. The 100,000 feet spherical screen of light in the air looked like a sun with its golden light under the dark sky. It shocked all those who saw it, and at the same time, an endless amount of reverence rose within their hearts. Use all your strength and strike this screen of light. While everyone was still standing in shock, Su Ming's voice traveled out from the screen of light with a hum. It echoed in the world and spread in all directions. Su Ming. It's Su Ming. Once all those from Heaven Gate seeking refuge in the 9th summit heard the voice, excitement immediately overcame them. To them, Su Ming was not an enemy, but their benefactor who had allowed them to break free of Ma Xion's control, even though he had killed many of their own in Heaven Gate. But the culprit for this was not Su Ming, but Ma Xion. It was especially so for those who had gotten to know Su Ming a long time ago. When they saw this scene and heard his voice, a rather complicated expression appeared on their faces, and a great wave of emotions rose in their hearts. Bai Su looked at Su Ming, and in her daze, tears fell from her eyes. However, even though there was joy contained within her tears, there was also a hint of complicated feelings as well. They were a sigh of regret when she remembered that one thing that had happened all those years ago. Her father standing behind her looked at Su Ming within the 5-layered screen of light in the sky silently. Even up to this moment, he still could not link the person before him with the young man in the past. Execute all your attacks on this screen of light. I want to test its might. Su Ming's voice traveled once more from the screen of light. After a period of silence, someone from the crowd immediately flew up and charged towards the screen of light. Soon after, more people flew up, and long arcs shot through the air. When they charged forward and closed in on the screen, booming sounds echoed in the air. All the people within the long arcs launched attacks with their full power at the 5-layered light according to Su Ming's wishes. However, the screen of light only shook slightly and did not show any signs of crumbling. That's enough. Su Ming's voice came again, and the people around him immediately withdrew with respectful expressions on their faces. This thing might be a seal, but if I can utilize it properly, it can also turn into a treasure used for protection. Su Ming's eyes sparkled, and he lifted his right hand to press against his chest. A dark ray of light immediately flew out from his mouth, and as that dark ray of light shone, it turned into the welcoming of deities in Su Ming's hand. The pill was dark. Even though Su Ming had brought it out, his presence did not change. He no longer needed to use this welcoming of deities to obtain the god of Berserkers' divine abilities. He had already obtained everything when he absorbed the god of Berserkers' left hand. Once he put away the welcoming of deities, he looked at the five-direction seal that had never disappeared around him with a calm look. Then, he spread out his divine sense and fused it into the black stone fragment hanging off his neck, which he had not used for a long time. The stone fragment could deceive all existences. The mere five-direction seal was naturally nothing to it. This was one of the reasons why Ming had the courage to search for his serendipity while putting himself at risk within the five-direction seal. Almost the moment Ming's divine sense touched the black stone fragment, his presence changed abruptly. Gradually, the second god of Berserkers' presence faded away from his body. It was as if he had turned into another person. Ming walked towards the five-layered screen of light before him, and the instant he touched the inner layer, he walked out without experiencing a single obstacle in his way. When he walked out of the remaining layers and stood in midair, he turned around and looked towards the screen of light. Once Ming left, it looked as if the seal could no longer find the source of what it was sealing, and the screen of light gradually shrank. Eventually, with a flash of golden light, it turned into a golden five-direction seal that was about the size of a palm. That seal floated in midair and plunged down towards the sea. However, with a swing of Ming's arm, it changed direction and flew towards him. When Ming held it in his hand, he observed it carefully, and once he put it away, he turned his head around and cast his gaze at the ninth summit, as well as the people around him.